The worst days tended to start with good mornings. You're fired, fired. Get all of your things and get out of my shop. If I ever catch you here again, I swear on Uldar's beard you'll wish. I called the guards for you, Master Macaris roared, his face turning beet red. As mornings went, this one was shaping up to be great. Alex Roth froze in the middle of a disaster, collapsed shelving, shattered eggs and flour dust falling like snow in the middle of the bakery. The young man gave an awkward cough and wiped the white powder from his chestnut brown hair. Does this mean you won't be giving me this week's pay? Macaris reddened further. I mean not for today, obviously, but there was yesterday and first day, so that's 2 silver pieces. The baker made a choking noise before stomping across the disaster zone, jabbing his key into his strong box, ripping it open, and whipping 2 dull coins into Alex's chest. There, and you only get that so folk know that Macaris is no cheat. Now get out. The baker snatched up a rolling pin, or you'll need to put those silvers where your teeth used to be. Alex had seen enough of Macaris' rages to know that he meant it. The young man tore off his apron and scrambled to grab his pay. He sniffed the air near the eggs as he bent. A nasty stench confirmed his suspicions from early this morning. Keeping his face neutral, he jumped up and scuttled for the exit to the front room of the shop. Boy, he heard Macaris say, "What happened to you? You were quickest-witted out of any assistant I've ever had, but today you act like a bull with half its brains slammed out of its skull. That sister of yours won't grow up proper if her older brother pulls things like this." Alex paused just as he was about to pull open the kitchen door. That was all news to him. Macaris paid well enough, but he terrorized all his assistants. Welt still marked the young man's arms from when he'd been too slow whipping the custard a couple of days ago. "I dunno, sir." He gave a shrug and hid the grin threatening to spring up on his face. Maybe it's a special day. He was gone before Macaris could say anything else. The town of Ulrich was shrugging off sleep when Alex emerged from the bakery for the last time. The sunlight filtered through a haze of clouds and townsfolk trudged past the square's fountain with their day's tools and lunches in hand. A carriage pulled by a set of proud horse approached from down the road, their hooves clattering on the cobblestone. On the side of the carriage door was emblazoned the symbol of a lantern, the sigil of the traveler, the town's patron saint. As it passed, Alex spied what he was looking for, 2 guardsmen sitting on the side of the fountain. They were bleary-eyed from the night watch, and squinted at Alex as he strolled up as light-footed as a pleased cat. "Morning, Peter, morning, Paul." Alex made sure to use their names. Remembering details about people made them more friendly to your cause. It was just one of the tricks he'd picked up in the last 4 years of hustling together every coin he could. "I got something to report." Peter groaned, scratching at his stubble-marked chin and craning his neck to look up at Alex. The young man was lean and gangly and quite a bit taller than most. "You caught in a snowstorm, boy, it's midsummer." "No, that's Flower. Idiot, you don't recognize one of Macaris' assistants. By the hero's good graces, I've been on night watch with a blind man." Paul shook his head and peered closer at the flower-encased youth. "Alexanderite, the Roth's boy. What's it you have to report?" A dull ache touched Alex's heart at the mention of his parents, but he kept his face neutral. Even the largest wounds grew dimmer with time. He jerked a thumb backward toward the bakery. Macaris is putting rotten eggs into his cakes and covering it with sugar. He could poison somebody. Peter raised an eyebrow. "That sounds like a guild violation, not a crime. I don't think the merchants or nobles that shop there would see it that way, and I don't have time to run to the guild before he cleans up the evidence." Alex held up 2 flour-dusted silver coins. "This is not a bribe, but I'm just saying that if you go over and take a quick look around, you might do the public some good while pocketing a silver coin each." He gave a winning smile and rolled the coins across his knuckles. "I know you're tired and want to go home, but that's a third of a day's wages for you, all for walking 50 steps and having a sniff around his kitchen. If you find nothing, you keep the coin. Sound fair?" Peter and Paul looked at each other. "Boy," Peter shook his head. "You're bad at bribing people." His winning smile shrank. "And no, it's not a bribe. You're trying to pay us to get a service done for you. It's a bribe, one where you might not get what you want, so it's a stupid bribe. The worst attempt I've ever seen." Paul groaned as he lifted himself from the fountain. "But if he's willing to try something that stupid, then maybe we should take a look. Last thing we need is for some bigwig to turn all green in the face and keel over. Come on, Peter." Alex could hardly contain his excitement as the guards made their way toward Macaris' shop, though he made sure to hide his smile when Paul turned around. "Oh, and don't try that again. Stupid or not, bribery of a guard'll get you 10 lashes. Understand?" Alex nodded vigorously and gave him a thumbs up. "I'll be a good boy from now on, sir." Paul shook his head. "The hell's wrong with you?" He pointed up at one of the fountain statues rising over their heads. "Act the fool long enough and you'll get the fool's mark. That little sister of yours needs a brother she can rely on. Guardsmen have to make sure the youth are on the right path, don't we?" Paul rose to his full height, puffing out his chest unconsciously. "Anyway, off you go now. If you're right, this'll probably get ugly. Oh, and happy birthday, Alexander. 18's a big number. Keep those coins and try and treat yourself." Alex blinked. Well, he had been right, remembering details about people did make them more friendly. He certainly felt a bit more friendly toward Paul. He'd have to do something nice for him later. He grinned. Once he became a full-fledged wizard, sliding back behind the fountain, he watched the guards enter the shop and chuckled as Macaris' cries of dismay echoed through the windows. When the crashing began, he outright cackled. Of all the food he'd ever had from Macaris, revenge definitely tasted the best. To the hulking figure of the champion, Alex thanked him for bravery. To the bespectacled, stern sage, he thanked her for the wits he had shown. To the kind figure of the saint, he thanked her for the generosity he'd received. And lastly, to the handsome form of the chosen, he gave him appreciation for luck and blessings. Beside the 4 grand figuress who watched the square with benevolent granite, ice crouched a caricature. It was an ugly sculpting of a man with a chin too curved, eyes too bulging, and a nose that looked like a pumpkin stem. A jaunty jester's hat sat on his head, and his statue was the only one that had been stained by bird droppings. The fool, the last of the heroes and the least of them, none who had borne the fool's mark had left much of an impression in legend. Many had died, others disappeared, some had even betrayed the very party they had been chosen for. The fool, according to all Alex's teachers, had nothing to offer anyone, save for a nominal but necessary service to the heroes. Uldar's prophecies called those that bore the mantle necessary, but history had suggested otherwise. And so, to the fool, Alex simply offered his empathy. He knew well how it was to struggle. Thankfully, those days were at an end. Whistling a jaunty tune as the guards grappled with Macaris somewhere in the bake shop, he strolled down the street with spirits higher than they'd been since before he and his sister were orphaned. He didn't catch the slight itching on his right shoulder, nor the way the bulging eyes of the fool seemed to watch him walk away. 9 pounds measured out by the magistrate down to the ounce. Exactly 450 gold coins. The entire wealth of the Roth family after the fire had reduced their alehouse to rubble. The parents' estate had been liquidated, placed into the town trust, and held until their firstborn child reached adulthood and could claim it under common law. Now Alex was 18, and it all belonged to him and his sister, a fortune that would have taken him more than 12 years to earn working for Macaris. And that was if he'd never missed a day. With how he had to split his time between the bakery and helping out at the Lou family inn, it probably would have been at least 30. Decades worth of his labor and his mother and father's entire legacy was all stuffed into a heavy burlap sack slung over one of his gangly shoulders. It was hard to believe that his parents had been gone for 4 years. With each step toward the inn, the weight of losing his parents and the heaviness of the sack he carried weighed him down. A mix of guilt, excitement, regret, and relief came. He wished to Uldar that he had his family rather than a cold sack of gold, but that coin would bring a much better life for him and his sister. He rounded the corner onto the street he lived on, and his eyes narrowed. The sun was setting. He had spent the day at the magistrate's office, wading through more paper than he'd ever seen at the church's school. Then he'd gone to spend time at his parents' graveside. Now he was on his way home, planning to break the news of his future plans to the Lou family. Therein sat at the end of the street a busy place near the center of town end. It had been home for Alex and his sister ever since they had been orphaned. Master and Mrs. Lou were kind folks, and he had spent most of his childhood as friends with their daughter, Teresa. Life normally quieted pretty early in Ulrich with the arrival of sunset. After darkness fell, burning wood and candles for light was too expensive, so it was avoided. So the evenings were gloomy around town, but it seemed that things were even quieter in town than they had been when he was in the graveyard. This street was usually one of the last to go dark. The Bear's Bowl Tavern would usually be spitting out drunken, brawling farmhands by now. As Alex passed by, the entire building was already dark and silent. The Lou family inn would have firelight and laughter booming as the last diners finished up for the night, yet now there was only a small light burning through the shuttered windows. No guests could be heard. Swallowing, Alex quickened his pace, making for the entrance at a half-run. His feet echoed on the cobblestones. The coins jingled in the sack. Moonlight poured over him, and the night suddenly seemed colder. He reached the door, pulling firmly on the iron ring. The door wouldn't open, it had already been barred. "Hello," he called out, feeling the hairs on the back of his neck rise. The street behind him seemed longer, unfamiliar, and unfriendly. He switched his grip on the family inheritance so that it was clutched to his chest. Bang, 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 he pounded on the door. Master Lou, Teresa, Selina. Rapid footfalls approached from inside. The bar slid away. A thin hand tugged the door open. "Alex," Mrs. Lou cried. The middle-aged woman, looking as though she was about to break into tears of relief, grabbed him tightly against her lean form in a hug. "Get inside, quickly." What's going on?" Instead of answering, she pulled him in with surprising strength and slammed the door behind them. She quickly replaced the bar and dragged him into the hall. Alex looked around in confusion as she led him toward the common room where he could hear banging and frantic movement. He gasped. The common room was chaos. Dozens of sacks and chests were piled against the wall. Many were half filled with clothes, tools, ornaments, and anything that was portable. Most of the Lu family rushed back and forth, stuffing the bags with more supplies. Only Master Lu and Teresa were missing from the scene. It was clear they were going on a trip, a long one. As he stepped into the room, the family froze in mid-step, looking at him with fear and worry. They looked as though he would turn into smoke and blow away at any moment. "Alex," Mrs. Lu began examining him. "Did you?" "Alex," a tiny voice cried. A rapidly sprinting bundle of long chestnut hair and chubby cheeks slammed into his waist, nearly driving the breath from him. "Selena, what's wrong?" he asked. His 10-year-old sister looked up with large green eyes shining. Master Lu heard that the Chosen got found. So did the Saint. His heart nearly stopped. "What?" He dropped the sack of gold on the floor. It landed with an ugly clink. Today, came the deep voice of Master Lu. The family patriarch was taking the stairs 2 at a time as though he were a man half his age. In his hands, he clutched the old Lu family ancestry book and the swords once wielded by his own grandfather. Alex grew even more nervous. Those never left the master bedroom. Not ever. He looked over to the mural on the inn's wall. It was an amateur piece of art, painted through many hours of labor and love by himself, Mrs. Lu, and Teresa. On the left was the ancient form of Uldar, the prophet god that guided the people of Thameland. He was the first to face their eternal enemy. On the right floated a blot of darkness being cut through by the chosen sword, the Ravena. It was their eternal enemy who always arose seeking to consume the kingdom of Thameland as it had for generations, starting slowly, taking its time and crafting armies of monsters from its inner core. Then it would bud, sending out scores of smaller pieces of itself to burrow deep into the land to then sprout, creating nests and dungeons that spawned monsters. After Uldar had defeated it in his age, he had ascended to the heavens. Yet he had not destroyed it. He knew that the Ravena would reform in time, for darkness always returns as sure as the days grow long. So he cast a part of his own power down onto the people, and foretold that 5 heroes would rise in his place and defeat the Ravena once more. A century after Uldar's ascension, 5 young folk gained a shining mark on their bodies: the Chosen, the Champion, the Sage, the Saint, the Fool. Together they defeated the Ravena again. A century after that, it had returned. 5 more arose to triumph over it. And so it was again, and again, a cycle of victory and horror, the pride of the kingdom of Thameland. And Alex cared absolutely nothing for any of that bullshit. In the painting set between Uldar and the Ravena stood the 5 heroes from 3 generations ago. The saint of that party had come from this very town of Ulrich. Well, sort of. The young woman had claimed to have come from somewhere incredibly far away, but was settled comfortably in Ulrich when she'd been marked on her 18th birthday. She had died in the next generation, though, when Shinchant and Long Retired had set off to defend Ulrich from a dungeon that had sprung up in the caves just north of town. She had defeated the core and in death left her magic, infusing the entire underground complex, the Caves of the Traveler. People who entered them came out in all sorts of places. It was a portal that shot people out at random. The next town, the capital, somewhere in the wilderness to the north, or even in some cave on the continent. Now it might hold something far more sinister. Once the Ravena used a place as a dungeon, chances were high it would use it again. No wonder the town had been so quiet. How many others were frantically packing up their worldly possessions into as many bags as they could. "We're going to stay with my brother in the Rhinian Empire." Master Lu placed the swords in a chest, then closed and locked it. "Until the heroes can clear out the land." He paused, giving Alex an odd look. "Yeah, you haven't felt anything strange today, have you?" Alex knew why he'd asked. The heroes all had their marks appear on the same day when they hit adulthood, and he'd turned 18 today. "Nothing, Master Lu." He shook his head. "Good," the older man sighed in relief. "I didn't want you dragged into this, even if there was only the slightest chance, especially not with the future you have ahead." He gave a thin smile and tossed something across the room to Alex. The young man caught it, a scroll case with a broken wax seal that had the symbol of 4 towers flanking a taller, 5th in the center. "I found that when I was packing your things. That's the seal of the Janissary University, isn't it?" His grin widened. "I've seen it on some of the embassies in the capital. Biggest, fanciest wizard school in the world, right?" "Yeah," Alex chuckled as some of the tension left the air. "An acceptance letter, you little rascal. When were you going to tell us?" Alex's chuckle became a full laugh. "Tonight, I had this whole thing planned. I was gonna brag and you would cheer, and I'd show you the spell I'd shown the examiner who came through the magistrate's office last year. Then we'd have a big party and I'd ask for Teresa's hand in marriage, then dodge you and Mrs. Lu as you tried to choke the life out of me." Thankfully, that got a chuckle out of them. He sighed at the bad timing, but then the world had to go and end on me, at least this part of the world. He grew more serious. "So what's the plan?" Master and Mrs. Lu looked at each other, then at him. "You're going to school, Alex," Mrs. Lu said firmly, like a lord giving an order to one of their retainers. "Your mother, she had a hard time bringing you into the world, and I'm not going to see her baby caught up in all this or waste his opportunities." Alex had to choke back emotion. He glanced down to Selena, falling to one knee in front of his sister. You still ready to go, little goblin? Things have changed now, but I still want you to come with me. We'd have a place together, just the two of us. That sound good? Excitement shone in Selina's eyes, but with it was a mix of worry and guilt. She slowly looked to Master and Mrs. Liu. Are you going to be okay? Alex grimaced. She had been young when the fire had taken their own mother and father, but old enough. He sometimes still woke up drenched in cold sweat with her scream from that night echoing in his head. Ever since, she had been strongly protective of Alex and the entire Liu family. Master Liu put an arm around his wife's shoulders and smiled gently at her. We'll be all right, Selina. Go with your brother and we'll come visit you. The little girl watched them for a bit, trying to see if they were telling her a lie to spare her feelings. I want to go with you, Alex, she finally said. Good, he stood, patting her on the head. He looked at the Liu family. Where's Teresa? One of her older brothers pointed toward the back of the inn. Getting the mules ready. She's cleaning out the stables, getting the wagons ready, and feeding Brutus. Alex winced. Brutus had never liked him much. He'd need to make sure to stay on whatever wagon he wasn't in. I'll catch her when she's done. He coughed awkwardly and took Selina by the hand. Come on, little goblin, let's get you packed and in bed. We've a long way to go tomorrow. As he led her up the stairs, he idly scratched his shoulder. A glowing red ball of force floated above Alex's finger, and on top of that he'd balanced a small clay cup of honeyed milk. 4 years working for a baker either gave one a sweet tooth or made it so that one would never, ever want to eat sweets again. In Alex's case, it was the former. He grabbed the cup and took a sip, enjoying the flavor while he let his mana dissipate from the spell. 1 or 3 he counted. Foe. The room went dark as the spell winked out. Nearly 4 heartbeats, he noted. New record. Concentrating again, he spoke the words of power under his breath while constructing the spell array in his core. He felt a sudden shift of energy as the words and array connected, forming a magical circuit into which his mana poured. The circuit sprung to life. Energy coursed through it at rising speed. 1 TW. Before 2 heartbeats passed, it formed the shape he desired. Red light flooded the room as another force ball formed. Smiling, he rushed to the open notebook on his tiny desk. Across the pages were tables that recorded his daily practice, numbers indicating how long it took for the spell to form, how long it took for his mana to dissipate when he stopped feeding the circuit, and how many times he could construct the ball before his inner mana ran dangerously low, and the circuit reached for his life force to power itself. He'd scribbled enough entries to fill half of the large book, a mark of how he'd never missed a day of practice, even if it was for only a few minutes at the end of the night after a long shift at the bakery. It had been worth it. He flipped back to the front page and shook his head at the numbers. Spell formation, 34 heartbeats. Dissipation, half a heartbeat. Amount of times creating orb of force, 1. He flipped back to tonight's entry. Spell formation, 1-ish heartbeats. Dissipation, 3.5 heartbeats. Amount of times creating orb of force, 4 and counting. He smiled and twirled the orb around his finger. He might have been self-taught, and he'd only ever found one spell to practice, but he was sure as hell going to have it mastered by the time he got to Generosity. All in all, not all that bad a day considering it started with intentionally getting himself fired and ended with the return of the land's ancient evil. He was scratching his shoulder, starting to wonder if a biting fly had crawled into his sleeve sometime during the day when he noticed the ball's red light shudder. He glanced at it. His hand was shaking. The little ball tethered to his finger shook with it. As much as he acted like all was well, the news about the Ravena had scared him. He, his sister, and the Liu family, and judging by the dead silence outside his window, half the town would be packed up and heading for port by morning. But there would be a lot of people that wouldn't be able to make a ship before things turned grim. With the cave of the traveler so close, there was even a chance he and those he cared about wouldn't get out in time, not if it became a dungeon again. A small chance, but still a chance. He would have been crazy if he wasn't a little scared. So he took a breath and steadied himself. If he'd given into all his heavy emotions over the last 4 years, he would have been a wreck. Let it pass, he told himself. It's going to be what it's going to be. You're one person, all that matters is what you can do for you and your own. If it's clear to the coast, then good. If it's not, then you think. Adapt. Survive like you always have. Worrying about it now's not gonna help anybody. Repeating that mantra had gotten him through the last 4 years alive, and saying he'd keep it up until it no longer helped him. Outside, the bell at the church of Uldar rang, dragging him from his thoughts. 11 chimes. His birthday was nearly done. Time to finish practice, then finish packing and try and find Teresa. He killed the mana flow to the spell. 1. He counted. 2. He counted, then came the agony. He doubled over, his scream choking as his body locked up with white-hot pain. His teeth clenched, grinding toads through, and his vision wavered. Alex Roth hit the ground with a heavy thump, and he could not even writhe as his muscles tensed all at once. His shoulder burned worst of all, paining as if ants chewed their way through his flesh. Ants that were on fire. His forceball winked out, but light didn't fade from the room. It changed. Through the shoulder of his white shirt came a golden glow that filled the air. Through the radiance, he felt something pour into him. something that slipped into his body, his mind, his mana, and somewhere deeper. His entire being wrenched as if a giant hand was puppeting it. Flashes of memory burst into his mind. Memories whirled in his head, half-formed images, forests he'd never seen, towering old men standing on altars, landscapes blasted by war and teeming with monsters, a floating mass of dark. Scents came next, scorched meat, the rusty, sour stench of blood, others he could not decipher. Then sounds completely alien to his ears, cries from beings that were neither mortal nor animal. Time held no meaning. His mind spun faster and faster, teetering on the edge, and then it was over. The pain disappeared, leaving him gasping for breath as the golden glow dimmed, wavering like a candle in the dark. As soon as he could think again, his mind began to race. Confusion and fear threatened to overtake him, but he pushed it down. Think, he gasped, adapt. He had a sinking feeling. Your mother, she had a hard time bringing you into the world. That's what Mrs. Liu had said. Maybe that meant his mother had taken a long time in labor birthing him. If so, then by law, he might have been 18 by sunrise, but he wouldn't have lived a full 18 years until sometime late in the day, or late at night. And if he had really just passed into manhood, then logic would mean only one thing could have happened to him. Dread filled him. He didn't want to look, but he had to. With a trembling hand, he reached up on his desk and fumbled for his knife. It clattered to the floor. Shaking, he picked it up and slowly hacked at the shoulder of his shirt. Please be nothing, but if it has to be something, please be the sage, please be the sage, he muttered. With one eye closed and one eye squinting open, he held up the knife to catch the reflection of his shoulder in the steel. No, he gasped. Both eyes flew wide open. Reflected back was a glowing mark, a hero's mark, but not the staff of the sage, nor the horned helmet of the champion. What stared back at him was a mocking grin from the twisted face of a jester with bulging eyes and a belled cap on its head. The blade fell from his fingers. The fool. He'd worked so hard. He'd pushed himself to get into the greatest school of wizardry in the entire world. He'd lost his parents. He'd taken care of his sister. He'd endured a bully of a boss for more than a quarter of his life. And for what? Uldar had reached down from his oh-so-mighty place above and branded him as the fool. Oh, go to hell, Alex growled. The rage hit him with full force. He stopped thinking. Think, adapt, think, adapt, think, adapt. His mantra brought him back, but he had no idea how long he'd lain on the ground, throwing out every curse word at Uldar he'd ever heard. But it was pointless. It wasn't like the god was around to hear him. Only he heard his own protests, and maybe that was a damn good thing. Okay. He clutched the desk and dragged himself back to his feet. Okay, let's think about this. Let's think about what we know. His heart was thudding as he threw himself down in his chair. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Okay, so, you got the worst mark you could get. He talked to himself. It helped him focus. That means some church officials are gonna drag me to the capital and make me fight monsters with a bunch of strangers. Each of them are gonna be hand-picked by Uldar and have damn crazy powers. So where does that leave me? He needed to write this down. The glow of the mark had faded until it was only a dull outline on his skin. He needed some light. Concentrating, he began constructing another spell array in his core to conjure another force ball. Then his brain exploded. Memories flooded him, cramming their way into his mind like wild dogs on a piece of meat. Every mistake he ever made while practicing magic came back along with every single setback and moment of frustration. They destroyed his concentration, and the array began to twist. Ah, shit. He grabbed his head. The spell array warped. Panic surged through him. If the array formed with its shape so twisted, then the mana feedback might blast him unconscious. Even worse, the circuit might form wrong and make some wild magic erupt out of him. The image of blowing up the Lu's Inn and watching a second home burn down nearly made him pass out in panic. He abruptly shattered the array before it could do any damage. As soon as he let go of his mana, it all stopped. He puzzled at the sudden silence. What the hell? He slowly brought his hands down. What was that? Frowning, he tried to speak words of power. The flood returned. Every mispronunciation, every wrong word, every stupid mistake he'd ever made shoved their way into his mind until his words were a stream of useless gibberish. Grimacing, he stopped speaking. The flood stopped, leaving his mind calm. It took him a few moments to organize his thoughts. Then a terrifying possibility hit him. Oh no, 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 no. Quickly, he dug out one of his candles and lit it when the tiny flame caught on the wick. He dragged a book from his bag and slammed it down on the desk. A History of Our Heroes and Their Opposition of the Ravena by Phineas Galloway. Alex flipped to the second appendix. Each generation of heroes was listed with their originating towns, where they died, and their most important deeds. At the back of that was a definitive statement on what each mark did, compiled from the descriptions of multiple heroes of previous generations. Alex flipped to this entry and began to read out loud. "This is a useful but pitiful mark. While the champion is granted incredible strength, speed, and the martial skill of all his predecessors, the sage's mana pool expands many times, and the saint gains a divine connection to Uldar himself. The fool gains no great gifts. In some ways, it is the opposite of the greatest mark, the chosen. The mighty chosen gains lesser versions of the three preceding marks and the ability to synergize them all, but the fool gains nothing. In fact, the mark of the fool actively interferes with any action related to combat divinity. No, 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 Alex's blood turned to ice. Or spellcraft. His words trailed off, interferes with spellcraft. He was going to Uldar Damned Wizard University. He glared at the thing on his shoulder. The thin, glowing jester's face seemed to cackle at him while it utterly destroyed his life. Trembling, he forced himself to finish reading. If he didn't, he might have lost his mind right there and then, but in return, the fool gains vastly accelerated learning of any skill unrelated to these areas. Thus, the fool can become the hero's guide through the wilderness, learn to operate watercraft, scout enemies, repair equipment though they cannot craft great weapons, and take care of horses. Such things are needed on every adventure. Previous fools have also become fine painters, jugglers, musicians, and mastered other such skills. And yet many parties have defeated the Ravena even after their fool has been killed, betrayed them, or is otherwise absent. Uldar, however, is infinite in his wisdom. Fools serve as the heart of the hero's party, which is perhaps why such marks find their way to young folk of good nature and good humor. Perhaps that is also why the deaths of previous fools have motivated heroes' parties like the deaths of no other members have. Thusly, even absent, a fool can bring a hero's party to greater heights. If a fool is reading this now, I encourage you not to despair, for though you might not be greatly rewarded by history, fulfilling one's duty is a reward on its own. Yeah, that's easy for you to say. I wonder how many of the fools thought that Uldar's wisdom was infinite, Mr. Galloway. Alex slammed the book shut and shoved it away in disgust. So that was it. Alex Roth, big brother, revenge enthusiast and future wizard forced into the role of nanny, clown, and sacrificial lamb. No matter what he wanted to be before he got some mark he didn't ask for. Oh sure, he muttered bitterly. I'll just give up my whole life so that writers can pity me. I might die and in the end they'll just build a statue of me that makes me look like the guy parents think about when they tell their children not to talk to strangers. And while I'm off risking my life, I'm abandoning Selena and giving up all hope of attending Uldar Damned Wizard University. Wait, speaking of risk. Let me check something. He dragged the book back toward him, flipping through the records of previous fools and counting the amount of entries that read, disappeared, or tragically killed while. He shuddered when he'd gotten to the end. Half of them didn't make it out of the final fight with the Ravena, and the survivors didn't do much better. Some were maimed, some made a fortune in the arts or became good merchants, but their reputations chased them for the rest of their lives. It was like that for all the heroes, but having the reputation of epic champion was a lot better than being the guy named the fool and being known for being useless. Most of them had left for other lands, it looked like. This just got better and better. For one crazy moment, he considered trying to cut the mark off with his knife. He shook off the thought for what it was, irrational. And the last thing he needed was more irrational right now. Right. So, accelerated learning of any skill unrelated to these areas. No divinity, magic, or combat. What did that mean? He snatched up his pen and flipped to a new page in his record book. The handwriting on all the charts was messy. He might have been a quick study with a pen, but his letters didn't look pretty, no matter how much his teachers had tried to correct that. He wrote a sentence, I, Alex Roth, am the unluckiest person in the entire kingdom of Thameland, and it came out like a chicken scratching across a page after sticking its feet in ink. Narrowing his eyes, he started writing again below the chicken scratch. This time, he focused on trying to do better, if he was right. The flood of memories came back, but in an entirely different way, every single lesson he had been taught on writing. Every moment when he had written something in a slightly neater way. Every triumph came back in great detail, laying out how he'd achieved each previous success at bettering his writing. While the memories of his magic failures had been chaotic and ruined his concentration, these memories neatly organized themselves in his mind, as though guiding his hand as he wrote. By the time his pen had dotted the period, he was staring at the best-looking writing he had ever produced. It looked like someone else had grabbed his book and wrote the second sentence for him. Carefully, he tried it again. The memories came back. This time they were joined by images of him writing the sentence he just had everything he'd done right just now floated up in his mind, guiding him to do even better. The third sentence was slightly neater than the second. He repeated the experiment a few more times, each time improving his handwriting in slight increments. The neater letters also grew easier for him to reproduce without thinking so hard. So that's how you work, he noted and started neatly writing down his findings. The mark uses memory. The mark will bombard and distract you whenever you do anything related to what the other heroes are supposed to do, fighting, magic, and working holy acts. Does this by using every failure or mistake you've ever made and flooding you with it until you can't concentrate. The mark helps you when you're trying to learn something outside of those. It gives you everything that you've ever done or heard of that's right and presents it in a neat little package. This lets you build easily on every success you've had and avoid things that made you fail in the past. He tapped his pen on the page, thinking back on what had just happened. He wrote down something else. Question: does it make it impossible to use magic? Alex sat up in his chair and closed the book. The wood creaked beneath him. He blew out the candle, dropping the room into darkness. Last thing he needed was more distractions. He took a deep breath and steadied himself. Concentrating, he began to construct the array again. Slowly this time, the flood came back, attacking him with every single failure he'd ever had. It pushed its way into his mind, but instead of pushing back, he let it come while holding the partially complete array inside himself. Think, adapt, think, adapt, think, adapt. He repeated his mantra while letting the distracting memories roll off, just like he had done with all the grief of the past 4 years. Patience guided him as he monitored the stream. As each memory forced its way into his head, he let them pass and built the array a little more in the brief instance between. Slowly it neared completion. Then he started to speak the words. The flood flowed faster, interfering with his speech. He shut everything out, every noise, every distraction both in and outside of his head, just as he had when he was first learning the spell. The flood was just like McHarris Bakery or the inn on a busy night. It was loud, but if you went slowly and carefully, you could get past it. Then he had a thought that was so significant that it burst through the flood. What if it wasn't just about getting past the noise? As he finished the array, he started to pay careful attention to every failure the mark was spitting at him. He examined each memory, trying to analyze them through the chaos. Some came too quickly to pick up on. They were just noise, but others let him see his failures clearly, let him see how he failed. For the few failures he figured out, he did the opposite of what he had in those memories. The array came out slightly different from his earlier ones, and when he grounded it and completed the circuit, he felt an immense rush of mana. Voom. He opened his eyes to find a bright red glow illuminating the room. Another ball of force floated at the tip of his finger, and he nearly screamed in triumph. It was bigger than any he'd made in the past, about 1.5 times the size, with a much brighter and more steady glow emanating from it. Creating it was slower. It had been more difficult, but it had been better. He shook with excitement. One could learn from failure too. Alex opened the book and wrote an answer beneath his question. Not impossible. It could be done, and that just meant it was hard. He could work with hard. Working for McHarris was hard, but he'd done it. Learning the beginning magic from rotted books in the church library was hard, but he'd done it. Helping his sister and the Liu family was hard, while studying and acing every evaluation at the church school was hard, but he'd done it. And what was the common thread with all those? He'd done it all for him and those he loved. He threw a dirty look at the history book. It wasn't for some god that tried to tell him what to do, heroes that didn't need him, or a populace that would think of him as a joke. His sister needed him. He needed himself. He could still use magic. It was just slow and difficult right now, but it would have been impossible without the powers of concentration he'd developed by learning how to deal with his grief. He'd need time to truly learn how the mark worked, explore it, develop it in himself, and use it to learn something helpful. He wouldn't get that time if he was off playing servant to a bunch of heroes. Which left one option. Looks like you'll need to write. Disappeared under the entry for another fool, Galloway. He stood and clenched his fist. Because I'm getting the hell out of here. There was something important that Galloway mentioned about seeking out Uldar's priests. If he had to seek them out, then that meant they didn't just know where he was, but they'd likely start searching soon. He needed to get out of Thameland as quickly as possible. He'd need to cover up his mark, wake Selena, and get. Unless he froze. His head turned slowly as though his neck were attached to a rusty lever. A young woman stood in the doorway, her long black hair tied back. She gripped a key ring in calloused fingers. Teresa Liu. His oldest friend was gaping at him, with eyes darting between the red ball above his finger and the jester's face on his shoulder. She said, I was coming to talk to you, but I heard you saying all these weird words through the door, then I saw a red light. I asked if you were okay, but you wouldn't answer me. Oh shit, he'd tuned out everything. And I got the spare keys and let myself in. And she trailed off. He took a deep breath. All right, time for Plan A. Lying. Okay, so he straightened himself up. This is not what it looks like. It looks like you got the mark of the fool. Okay, so it's exactly what it looks like. Well, Plan A was dead. Oh well, Plan A sucked. It was thought of by a guy named the Fool. Of course it sucked. Time for Plan B then. Too bad Plan B didn't exist. So his mouth went renegade while his mind raced. Thing is, you know this. This is the worst birthday I've ever had. If you're leaving. She stepped into the room. The door creaked as she shut it behind her. Then I want to come with you. Alex blinked. What? Teresa Liu was a force to be reckoned with. One of 6 siblings, she had learned to take initiative if she wanted to stand out. When the Liu family needed meat for the kitchen, it somehow ended up being her who had grabbed a bow and learned how to hunt with her father. She'd taken to it like a fish to water. Teresa had become one of the best hunters in Ulrich, and through hunting she'd learned patience, silence, and determination, all traits needed to stalk prey. As she'd once told Alex, many people thought that hunting was about taking a perfect shot, piercing one's target through the eye or heart and dragging the carcass back to the dinner table. At times it was like that, but for most hunts, it was about puncturing a blood vessel and watching the prey as it took off into the woods. Then the hunter would follow. They'd track by prints, by drops of blood, or by scent if they had a dog. If they kept the trail, they'd eventually run their prey down. Humans were endurance killers, and Teresa embodied this. Now her sharp eyes watched him with the same predatory look she got when she was on a hunt. She'd asked him to let her come with him. That was her arrow striking him. Any excuses he'd make, that was the trail of blood. All she had to do now was follow him talking with that quiet patience until he finally grew too tired to argue and she at last caught him. "I want to come with you," she said again, locking the door and advancing on him. Her steps made no sound across the floorboards. "I know what you're going to say." "Yes," he said quickly. "Please come with me. I sure as hell could use the help." He decided to skip all the build-up and just jump into the trap himself. He was rewarded by her pausing mid-step and blinking in surprise. He always found her cute when she didn't have her Deathstalker face on, and when she did, as a matter of fact, he did not have issues, he assured himself. Her face quickly went Deathstalker again when she regained composure. "Good. I was already mad at you for not telling me about that." She pointed to the bright forciball floating above his finger. "So I'm glad you didn't make me chase you." He shrugged. "We both know how it would have ended when I'm not worrying that a bunch of priests are going to burst down the door at any second. I'll ask you why." Boom, 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 a heavy knock slammed against his bedroom door. Alex and Teresa froze, slowly looking at the doorway like it was some portal to hell. His stomach sank. They couldn't have found him already, could they? "Teresa." A familiar voice boomed through the door. "Are you in there?" Alex sighed in relief. He was safe. It was just Teresa's father. The door rattled in the frame. "Why is the door locked?" His voice cracked like a whip. "What are you two doing in there?" "Never mind, this was much worse." Teresa went as white as a sheet. "Father, were you listening at the door? I followed you." He laughed in triumph, a harsh, barking laugh that promised death. "I was young once too. I know how it is. The young man you've grown up with is going to be leaving on a Luung journey. You might not see him again." "Father." "And who knows who he might meet in that big city, yes. So you go and speak to each other, talk about your feelings. One thing leads to the other and then." "I'm a grandfather before any of my children are married." Teresa turned bright red and buried her face in her hands. "Wait, Mr. Liu," Alex cried. "It's not what it sounds like." Click, a key turned in the lock. Teresa and Alex gasped in unison. "If there's nothing wrong, then I guess there's no reason why I can't just come in, is there?" Mr. Liu announced darkly from the hall. "No, father," Teresa cried, starting for the door. "Don't come in." "Ahoya," the middle-aged man burst into the room. "I've got you, you. Mr. Liu stared at the glowing mark on Alex's shoulder, his mouth hanging open. Alex's tongue went renegade again. "This isn't what it looks. You know what? Never mind. It is what it looks like." The older man's face went grim. "Downstairs. Both of you now. So it might not be all bad," Alex finished explaining, tapping the jester's face. Teresa, Master and Mrs. Liu huddled in the kitchen, listening as he went through what he'd learned about the mark. "It helps you learn, and it doesn't seem too specific on what it lets you pick up. And I can still work magic. That means there's holes in the way it interferes with you. If I can figure them out, it might even help me. But I need time to do that, and I'm not going to have it by going around and being the servant to 4 heroes." He looked up at them seriously. "And that's that. I'm going to the Generossi and I'm taking Selena." "Good." Mrs. Liu clutched his hand. "We'll help you." She turned to her husband. "Right, darling." Master Liu was gripping the counter so hard that his knuckles were white. "Life stole your parents' lives, and it wants your future too. Well, it can't have it." He placed a hand on Alex's shoulder. "But it's dangerous to go alone. You'll take the Liu family's most deadly weapons." Teresa looked at her father sharply. "Great-grandfather's swords. No, you and Brutus." Ouch, she'd slapped her father lightly on the shoulder. "Father, I'm not a weapon." "Alex," she pouted, "I'm leaving my family behind to try and save you. Where are you making fun of me?" "1, because it's fun." Her parents nodded in agreement. "And 2, because if I don't keep making jokes right now, I might have to admit how absolutely terrified I am." He laughed nervously. "So what now?" Mrs. Liu gave her daughter a meaningful look. "Go and pack whatever you need, Alex, then get some sleep." "Sleep?" He blinked. "I'm not going to be able to sleep, Mrs. Liu." "You'll need your strength," the middle-aged woman insisted. "I'll brew you a tonic if I have to." He bit back a reply, realizing she was right. Leaving half-cocked would only make it more likely that he'd be caught. Even if he somehow woke Selena and got her moving, he'd have to try and slip out of the kingdom with a sleepy 10-year-old. It wouldn't work. "I'll wake you all just before first light," Mrs. Liu promised. "Now go." "All right," he agreed, looking at Teresa. "We'll leave at first light." Alex Roth encountered a monster just outside the inn after he woke the next morning. The enormous head of a beast emerged from the dark, snarling and bearing gleaming fangs. Its eyes blazed with violence, and its canine snout was long and brimmed with sharp teeth. An identical head emerged on the left, and a third on the right. The faces of 3 savage hounds growled at the young man, as though warning they were readying to tear him apart. Apprehensive and still shaking off the last of his night's sleep, he gingerly offered the 3 monsters a leftover piece of roasted pork from last evening's supper. "Peace, Brutus," he said. "Come on, I've got some food here. That's a good boy." Sniffing the air, the canine heads calmed, their eyes fixed on the meat. All 3 licked their chops and came out of a massive doghouse. The trio of heads were attached to one body that was the size of a small horse, a Cerberus. Not every monster in the kingdom of Thameland was spawned by the Ravena. Many were creatures naturally occurring in the wilderness. Cerberi were some of the most dangerous among them, but also the most trainable if one got them young and knew how to handle them. When Teresa had first brought home the orphan pup after finding it in the woods 3 years ago, her parents had lost their minds. But the young huntress was patient and stubborn, and slowly won them over, explaining how helpful having such a ferocious guard dog might be. What helped too was that Brutus had already named him before bringing him home. Was as gentle as a lamb in her hands. Truthfully, he was gentle with almost everyone except for Alex. Snap, oh shit. Alex jerked back as Brutus lunged, his teeth nearly snatching the young man's hand off along with the pork. As he stumbled away, the Cerberus dived into breakfast with 2 of his heads. The third stared at him with a self-satisfied look. Alex shook his head, failed again. Maybe most people would have hated the mutt. Butit was a freaking Cerberus. How could he hate something so cool? "I'll win you over one day, just you wait," he plotted quietly. He glanced to his shoulder, where a heavy, dark tunic and thick woolen cloak covered the mark. Maybe he'd use it to learn about dog training. "We're ready," someone called. He shook off fantasies of training Brutus to fetch, beg, and roll over. He did not have issues, he assured himself. Teresa was coming from the house hand in hand with Selena. The little girl was wiping her eyes and yawning, but she was all smiles. "How far away is the wizard city, big brother? Will we get there soon?" Alex returned her smile. He hadn't told her anything about what had happened last night. When it was safe, then he could tell her. "It's really far." He spread his hands wide. "So it'll take us a long time to get there." She yawned again. "Okay." Teresa smiled down at her before looking to the horizon over the surrounding rooftops. "We've got a bit before light." She tapped the composite bow she'd slung over her shoulder. Black feathered arrows rose from her quiver, and a massive hunting knife shone from a belt loop on her hip. Her calf-high boots made no sound as she walked. "We should get moving before the rest of the town starts to wake up." Her parents emerged from the inn as Alex took his sister's hand and Teresa untied Brutus from his shelter. Master and Mrs. Lou looked over the group, and the latter made a disappointed noise. "You both really are all grown up, aren't you? Too fast." "Too fast," she sighed, gripping her husband's arm. "You be careful out there, both of you." She looked pointedly at her daughter and then to the small, yawning Selena. "Stay on the roads. And write to us as soon as you get the chance when you're out of the kingdom," Master Lou added, his brow furrowed in worry. "Now come here." Teresa's parents caught their daughter, Alex and Selena, in a tight embrace, dropping low so that the small girl could be included. As their warmth spread through Alex, he felt a tightness in his throat. Tears formed in his eyes. It might have been the last time he ever felt that warmth. He tightened his hug. When they broke apart, Mrs. Lou and Master Lou's eyes were shining as well. "Go," Mrs. Lou's voice trembled. "Before your brothers wake up, Teresa, or you'll never leave." Selena sniffled loudly and Teresa kept her eyes low. "Goodbye, mother and father," she said quietly. "Come on, Brutus." Crack. The Cerberus snapped the bone in 2 with one set of jaws while another picked up the pieces. His third head licked out the marrow as he bounded after his master. With that, he turned and followed after Teresa, hoisting his heavy rucksack over his shoulder. He hoped what he'd said to her parents would end up being true. The town of Ulrich stirred with tension. It seemed like half of the townspeople were out on the streets as Alex, Teresa, Selena, and Brutus passed them by. Wagons filled the sides of the roads as people rushed back and forth between townhomes and businesses, stacking their possessions into the wagons and tying them down. Torches flickered on poles or in tightly gripping hands, and weapons that hadn't seen the outdoors in years hung from the hips of many of the townsfolk. Alex could feel the panic building. "Make sure the silver's close at hand," a heavy-set woman told her husband as she finished hitching the horses to a cart. "With this many going to the continent, the shipmistres'll charge whatever they feel to take folks across the channel. It's already in the front, just don't let it out of your sight." An older man grunted as he placed a heavy chest into the cart. He glanced around, scanning the other wagons and carts. His hand remained close to his club. Alex recognized the man. They had always nodded politely to each other and exchanged smiles in the mornings. Now when he spotted Alex, his lips rose in the same wide smile, but his eyes were anxious and agitated. "We should hurry." Teresa nodded to Alex. "Something ugly's brewing." She eyed their neighbors, her body tensed as though she was in the woods hunting on a moonless night. "Desperate people do desperate things. Let's get to the gate quickly." Selena looked up to them. "Is there something wrong?" Alex gave her another weak smile. "Everything's all right, Selena," he lied quickly. everything's fine. The southwestern gate was not fine. Despite there still being some time before sunrise, a large crowd had already gathered, forming a line that stretched from the wall and down several blocks. Manhwaedit had the same idea as Alex, come early in order to beat the crowd. Now they were all made to wait as the guards stopped each solitary traveler and family, recording the names of every person leaving. Likely they were keeping an accounting of who would be staying in town and needing protection during these dark times. That's it. Order now, he heard the guard Paul shout from ahead. Keep order and we'll have you on the road before sunrise. Normally, none of the gates opened until daylight, but Alex took one look at the large crowd and recognized how ugly things might turn if they were not allowed to pass through now. People were fidgeting in agitation, some watched the skies or the top of the walls, as though monsters might come flying over at any heartbeat. As they stepped into the back of the line, folk took one look at the massive form of Brutus and quickly gave them space. The Cerberus seemed proud of himself as he flopped down onto his haunches and tossed the broken pieces of bone onto the side of the road. His 3 tongues lolled from his mouths and he panted in the mild air of the summer morning. Good boy. Teresa smiled and scratched behind one of his ears. He whined for more attention and pressed his other 2 heads into her waiting hands. Yeah, very good boy. Selena copied the young woman by rubbing his haunches. Yeah, super good boy. Alex reached out to pat his back. Brutus gave a low growl. Alex stopped reaching out to pat his back. Instead, he chose to let his eyes wander over the buildings spread before the gate. He noted the stables and stalls usually staffed to serve travelers entering town. He noted the guardhouse and the high chairs where ambitious town boys would shine shoes of any who could pay. I'm going to miss this place, he sighed fondly. Already, Teresa gave him a look. We're not even gone yet. Sure you don't want to stay? He shrugged helplessly. What would be the point? I wouldn't get to stay here anyway. Well, she took a long look around. Let's hope that it's still here when we get back. Alex reached out and gently rubbed her shoulder. I'm sure it will be. Next, Paul shouted from ahead. The line began moving. I hope so, Alex, Teresa said in a small voice. They moved toward the gate at a steady pace, and Alex took the time to consider their plan. It was about 10 days on foot to the closest town on the sea, and it would be longer with Selena with them. She'd need to be carried part of the way, perhaps by Brutus if Teresa could convince him. They would have to be careful on the road, too. The priests would be searching for the heroes, and the Ravena's coming would mean monsters would start to roam the land soon. Then there would be the bandits. All these folks on the road would make tempting targets. Anyone fleeing would have to move quickly and preferably in numbers. Teresa, you've got better eyesight than I do. Maybe look around and see if there's anyone close by that we know well, someone we could join up with for at least part of the journey, for safety. She glanced at him. I was just about to suggest that. With predatory focus, she slowly scanned the crowd, letting her eyes drink in every detail. She was turning to look over those that had joined the line behind them when she suddenly froze. Alex. What is it? I want you to turn around slowly and casually, okay? Don't panic. He nodded, feeling a knot tightening in his belly. He slowly turned to follow her gaze and froze. At the end of the street, 3 white-robed figures passed through the crowds, pausing to help and comfort those who were readying to leave. Though they were still distant, they were clearly headed for the line. Oh no, Alex said under his breath. Priests. The priests of Uldar were coming right toward them. They were making their way down the road, their snow-white robes standing out in contrast to the colorful garb of the townsfolk. None of them were looking in his direction, but he had a sinking feeling it would only be a matter of time. He was fairly sure that some of the heroes from past generations especially, the fool would have tried to run off, but there wasn't any record of the kingdom failing to find one, only that some had disappeared part way through the journey. His eyes narrowed. They had some way of detecting the marks, he was sure of it, and he had no idea how or at what range. That put him at a disadvantage. His mind continued to work. The fact that they weren't rushing right for him meant he had not been found out yet, but... Alex, Teresa hissed, you're staring. She paused, remembering his little sister was right there. I mean crap, he casually faced the gate. The line before them had shrunk considerably. Only 15 people stood between them and freedom, and the guardsmen were moving folks through quickly. His back tingled, and he imagined the priest's eyes suddenly focusing on it and calling out to him. Maybe if the guards worked quickly enough and the priests lingered, they might be all right. What are the priests doing? He whispered to Teresa. She threw another glance over her shoulder nonchalantly. They're getting close. Her lips barely moved. He grimaced. It would take too long to get through the line. What could he do? If they cut in line, that would bring focus onto them and create a commotion they would end up getting caught up in. It would also bring attention they didn't want. He frowned. He had heard of some powerful wizards being able to disappear and appear wherever they wanted. He wished he had that spell. His eyes narrowed in thought. Wishing wouldn't get him anywhere. He could only use what he had. Think, adapt. His eyes caught something curious happening up ahead. 6 places ahead in the line, a skinny man in a rich doublet was turned on his horse and facing a couple behind him. Oi, watch yourself, he said loudly to the woman. His face was tense with agitation. Don't get too close. He patted something on his belt, a bulging coin purse. Don't get too close yourself, the woman snapped back. I don't like the way you're looking at me. Doesn't much matter what you like or don't like. Stay back and keep your hands to yourself. The woman's husband, a big bruiser of a man, stepped forward. Are you calling my wife a thief? I'm calling her nothing, but I want my proper space and you're both too close. Your horse is taking up half the line and folk are pushing from the back. What do you expect us to do? I expect you to keep back. I am assistant to the mayor himself. Then why are you running? The mayor's assistant sputtered like an angry teapot. Say something like that again and I'll see to it that you and your wife spend the next week in the town dungeon. He drew a breath as though he were about to shout for the guards. The bruiser turned red but said nothing else, and the folk behind him gracefully stepped back so he and his wife could give the pompous ass his space. An idea formed in Alex's mind. Teresa, I need you to stand behind me, he whispered. Block the view of me from the back and tell me if anyone's watching. She shot a look toward the priests. If you're going to do something, do it fast. Teresa casually slid between him and the back of the line, making it look as though she were merely shifting in place. Alex stealthily reached into his pouch, drawing out a handful of gold coins, his eyes focused on the back of the bruiser. Everyone was desperate for enough coin to get on the ships if he slipped up to him, pressed a couple into his hand, and asked him to throw a punch at the jackass on the horse then. No, that would make him stand out. Anyone would remember someone who paid them to start a fight. His eyes shifted to the rich man's back. Plan B then. Alex slipped the coins to his other hand and wedged one between his thumb and index finger. He focused his mind on how he'd made coin tosses in the past, on the best ones he'd ever made. Memories flooded in, images of him flipping coins into the fountain yesterday, the feeling of rolling them back and forth across his fingers, other coin tosses he'd made flipping and catching coins in the air when he was younger. Each memory organized itself into a guide that pointed out what he had done right each time, which movements of the body had generated distance, how he'd held his hand to determine direction, how much force he'd applied during his best shots. All coalesced into a careful instruction that guided his hand. He watched the people in line between him and his target, when he was sure none were paying attention to him. Ting! He flipped the gold coin forward. The coin shot over the heads of the people in front of Alex, drawing a graceful arc through the air. He winced as it missed his target, the back of the mayor's assistant's neck, but it did collide with his skinny back. The lean man flinched at the impact as the coin fell to the stones with a clink. The couple behind him did not miss it fall, and the wife was darting for it just as he turned around. What the? He grabbed his purse protectively, his face turning purple. Thief, robber, cut purse. Hey, you dropped this, she snapped. I was going to give it back to you. Alex didn't know if she was telling the truth, but it didn't matter. The rich man didn't believe it. Guards, guards, he cried, drawing a sap from his belt. Hey. The bruiser stepped forward. You touch my wife with that, and you'll have my fist where your teeth used to be. All eyes turned to the commotion, including the guards. Alex discreetly started flipping more coins toward the front of the line. The mark improved his aim with each toss, using each previous one as a reference. The gold coins came rolling to a halt at people's feet. Eyes dipped, briefly glancing up to see if it was raining coins, and disparate as they were to secure a ship's passage when he darted for them without questioning where they were coming from. Some quickly muttered about Uldar's blessings. Hey, get your hands off that one, that's mine, a man cried. I saw it first. A woman shouted back. Thieves, those are mine, you're all thieves. The mayor's assistant shouted and swept out with his sap, striking at someone who darted for a coin near his horse. That turned out to be a mistake, for the person who was stuck by the sap had cried out in pain, and that person was the bruiser's wife. That does it, the huge man roared, cocking back a giant fist. Bang, the mayor's assistant flew off his horse in a limp heap. The brawl was on quickly after that. Curses and punches filled the air as the front of the line disintegrated. Alex, Selena cried out, and as he scooped her up in his arms. It'll be okay, he said quickly, resisting the urge to look back. Teresa, where are the priests? They're looking this way, she hissed. Crap, come on, stay behind me and act like everything's okay. He stepped out of line trying to look as casual as he could. The mark helpfully flooded him with images of himself walking naturally and calmly. He allowed it to guide his steps, letting guards pass as they sought to break up the brawl, and then stepped up to those who were left at the gate. Peter and Paul stood on either side of the town entrance, shaking their heads at the scrum. It's too bad about people, Alex sighed as he reached them. Neighbors all their lives, and at the first sign of trouble they eat each other. Eat each other. Bah, this is no worse than a festival night at the Bear's Bowl. They'll have a few bumps, lose a few teeth, and be fine afterward. Peter nodded as though he were doling out ancient wisdom. If any of us are fine, Paul muttered. Evil times ahead. There was a pause, so do you mind if we cut in line? Alex asked, trusting in the mark as it reminded him what his face looked like when it was calm. His fear that the priests would notice him was mounting. There's no more line now. Peter brought up his list. Or at least, whatever line is left, you're at the front of it. You had the good sense not to start any of this. Come on then, we'll get you on your way. If Alex didn't have his arms full of little sister, he might have hugged Peter right then and there. Right, you three, Peter continued. Names. By the time the brawl had been cleared, Alex and his companions were long past the gate and onto the road. A nervous energy filled him, and he hurried along, passing the folks streaming from the town of Ulrich. Are they following us? He asked Teresa for the 30th time. No, she threw a quick look over her shoulder. Stop asking. What are you looking at? Selina tried to follow Teresa's gaze. Just making sure that fight's behind us, Alex said quickly, throwing silent gratitude toward his parents and the two guards. When he made full wizard, he really was going to give those two beautiful guardsmen the biggest reward they'd ever seen. He didn't care if they saw it as a bribe, he'd happily force it into their hands if he had to. Well, that's step one, he said to Teresa when they were out of earshot of the gate. With a grunt, he set Selina back on her feet. Are those people going to be okay, Alex? Selina looked back worriedly. Didn't you hear those kind, honorable, brave guardsmen? He chuckled. They'll be fine. Teresa looked at him with suspicion. How did you do that? Some kind of magic. He couldn't resist shrugging his marked shoulder meaningfully. Yeah, let's call it a kind of magic. He had a feeling he was going to like this mark. Yees, Alex cheered. He had struck the flint, sparking the tinder to crackle with a small flame. Carefully he leaned down, blowing on the little fire as the mark guided him, providing memories of others starting campfires, showing him how to feed it with air to give it more life. Just like pouring mana into a spell array, the flame grew and caught the dried branches he and Teresa had gathered earlier. At last, the wood popped and crackled as he tossed another branch onto the pile. Pleased with his accomplishment, he sighed happily, sat back, and slowly began massaging his aching feet. It had been a long day of walking, but they'd made good time. The gloom from surrounding trees receded as their fire grew, matching the host of campfires stoked by other travelers dotting the fields beyond the southern reaches of Coil Forest. Are you okay, little goblin? He turned to Selina, who was sitting on her sleeping roll a good distance from the flame. She murmured. Good job, Alex. Selina would not look toward him, as that would mean looking at the fire. She did not like fire for good reason. Alex had needed 2 years of self-talk before he was able to work with it without hyperventilating. She was young. She could take as long as she needed. Forcing himself to stand, he walked over Hai's feet, complaining with every step, and flopped down beside her at an angle where she wouldn't have to look at the flame. Her gaze rose slowly. Yao, you didn't have to do that. If you want to, you could stay by the fire. Taking a deep breath, she glanced toward the flame. Anto, his surprise, managed to look at it for a few heartbeats before quickly turning away. I want to be like you one day and be able to look at it. A steely note entered her voice. I don't want to be afraid of fire anymore. With a smile, he reached out and patted her head. Were you practicing? She closed her eyes, taking another deep breath, and silently nodded. Well, I'm proud of you, but you don't need to rush yourself. Take as much time as you want, and it's okay if it gets too scary. He leaned back and undid his cloak, taking in the air of the warm summer night. During the day, it had grown very hot, but fear of the mark glowing like when it first appeared made him want as many layers over his shoulder as possible. He had drawn some odd looks, but since he was naturally taller than most folk and his group did include a Cerberus, draw some attention, no matter what. He figured he could live with the looks. Shaking off his contemplation, he looked to the project Selina was working on. In her small hands was a strange figure of dried twigs in the shape of a person, held together by carefully tied lengths of long grass. Even as she watched her brother, her clever little fingers busied themselves attaching another twig to a wooden arm to represent a tiny sword. Alex smiled warmly. What's your new friend's name? Forest, she said as though it were the most logical thing in the world. He'll be finished soon, then I'll put him with his friends. Alex glanced over his shoulder. A line of 3 dolls stood beside Selina's sleeping roll with their feet stuck into the earth, posed in a rough diorama. She had more materials set aside to make another one. Throughout the day, she'd been making them surprisingly quickly during the walk. He supposed he shouldn't have been all that surprised at the speed. Her room at the inn was filled with constructed little fortresses, houses, and castles of wooden bricks carved for her by Mr. Liu. Tiny people made of clay filled the constructions with a reflection of daily life as seen through her eyes. And who are his friends? He grinned at her. She grinned back at him. They're the heroes. Alex laughed ruefully. Of course she would make the heroes. And which ones have you made so far? She pointed excitedly to the large one that had twigs extending from his head like horns on a helmet. That's the champion, she said proudly. That's the sage, she pointed to one with a long twig like a staff. That's the saint, she pointed to another holding a construction of grass twisted together in the shape of a raised hand, the symbol of Uldar. And this, she held up the figure in her hands, is the chosen. Well, that explains the sword and the mark. He eyed her handiwork. She had used a stick to scrape a rough, tiny mark of the chosen into the doll's chest, a set of scales representing the balance of combat, divinity, and spellcraft, as well as the balance in Thamelin that they were meant to restore. He idly wondered what would have happened had a glowing golden set of scales appeared on his shoulder instead of the grinning face of a jester. He'd likely be running nowhere, and instead would be on his way to the capital to lead the march against the Ravena. He probably wouldn't be happy about being the chosen, but wouldn't have a choice but to do his duty if he wanted a home to return to. After all, the heroes could lose a fool. A chosen, not so much. Are you going to carve the fool next? She nodded as she finished tying the sword to her little chosen's hand. I'm going to make him funny and have him stand on one leg or something. Maybe I'll give him a frying pan or something for a weapon. Well, he'd definitely bring pandemonium to his enemies that way. Ooh, ugh, she glanced up at him and made a face. Your jokes are gross, not as gross as your face, little goblin. Frowning, she stuck her tongue out at him. He responded by pulling up the tip of his nose and snorting like a pig. This is Yawu. He pointed to his own face. That is not a good look for you, Teresa's voice said from behind him. Holy sh! He jumped, catching himself at the last moment. The young huntress was silently stepping into the firelight with her bow tucked over her shoulder and the massive Brutus padding loyally at her side. She had an amused smile as she hoisted up 2 pairs of rabbits. Supper's here, she said proudly, and you have Brutus to thank. You really should be nicer to him, Alex. What? He protested. He wants to eat my face and I'm trying to be nice to him. No, you're trying to win him over and he knows that. He can smell the bad intentions coming off of you. She crouched by the fire and drew her knife. I have no bad intentions. I've never had a bad intention in my life. Aren't you going to try and domesticate him? Make him play fetch and beg? He froze, and no, I'd never, Come help me skin these. Coming, grandmother. She paused, looking over her shoulder. What was that, mister? I don't want to have meat tonight. I said I'm coming, oh beautiful and mighty huntress. She stared at him for a moment before turning away. Damn right. Between Teresa, himself and the mark of the fool guiding him, the skinning and cleaning of the rabbits went quickly. When it was time to cook them, he shooed Teresa away from the fire. After 4 years helping McHarris and Mrs. Liu in their respective kitchens, food had become his domain. Calling upon the mark of the fool to guide him through his greatest successes over stove and oven, he spitted the rabbits and glazed them with an apple honey sauce he'd recreated from one of McHarris' recipes. Next, he crushed a light sprinkling of salt, rosemary, and thyme and rubbed them into the meat. Normally, he would have let it sit and marinate for a time, but he could already hear Selina's belly rumbling, and his wasn't exactly silent either. HSSSSS. Fat dripped into the fire, popping and steaming as he carefully turned the rabbits, filling the air with the inviting aroma of roasting meat. He smiled as the mark methodically brought up memories of his best meals, highlighting all the times he had roasted meats to perfection. And judging by the way Teresa and Selina tore into the finished product, and how a drooling Brutus stared with envy, it seemed that he had outdone himself. Alex, this is so good, Selina said as juices dripped down her chin. It's even better than usual, Teresa agreed while wiping Selina's face. Brutus licked his chops. Alex grinned as he bit into his own. It was delicious. By now, Brutus was whining pitifully, and before Teresa could move to feed him, Alex snatched up the 4th rabbit and tossed it in front of the Cerberus faces. Good eating, he said to him cheerfully. 3 pairs of eyes looked at him suspiciously, but the heads they belonged to soon dipped and tucked into his meal. Alex smiled behind his food. Just as planned, he thought. A red forciball winked into life above his hand after his 3rd try at the spell. Shuddering from the effort, the bombardment of his previous failures finally receded into the back of his mind, and he set the glowing orb to float a few feet above his head. He sat at the edge of their clearing, facing the southern fields, watching the other fires slowly wink out as the night deepened. Behind him, he could hear Selina's quiet snoring and Brutus grumble as he rolled over in his sleep. Here, Teresa whispered, handing him a cup of steaming pine needle tea. The woodsy scent filled Alex's nose as he took the small tin cup and drew a long sip. Sipping from her own cup, she leaned against the trunk of an oak. I won't be able to sleep yet, she sighed in contentment. For a time, the 2 friends sat together at the edge of the forest, watching the lights in the field below and the stars in the night sky above. The wind was low and warm, and the trees rustled peacefully. From somewhere in the field, someone had produced a set of pipes and was playing them by their campfire. Crickets chirped through the night. Alex took a deep breath, drinking in the peace of the moment. He idly wondered if such sights existed within the land of Generosity. But knowing that in 2 months or slightly more he would be finding out for himself, the thrill of anticipation bloomed within him. If it weren't for the nagging reminder lurking in the back of his mind that ancient evil was descending on the land, he could have easily thought that the folks in the field peaceably bedding down were simply camping in wait for a festival, instead of fleeing the near end of all things. It was strange how people could find the calmest comfort in the most trying times. Did it ever cross your mind to stay? All jokes aside, Teresa's voice asked quietly in the dark. The red light of Alex's spell strangely brought out the sculpted beauty of her face in new ways. He had to catch himself, otherwise he'd be staring at her for half the night. He wasn't so stupid to not realize that he developed a strong crush on his oldest friend, but he had never had time to examine it. Maybe he would on this journey. Honestly, I thought about it earlier if I'd gotten a different mark, he admitted, settling further back against the tree. He felt the gentle course of mana through the forciball's magic circuit. I'd have no choice then, but I don't know if that would have been good or bad. But I meant what I said back at the gate. I'm going to miss Ulrich and I'm going to miss Thameland. He sighed. A lot. He glanced over to Teresa and his breath caught to find her sharp brown eyes staring right at him. What about you? He managed to ask. You asked me if you could come with me, but you didn't have to. What made you decide to come? A part of him dearly hoped she would say for you. Teresa continued to watch him for a moment before sighing and turning away. I have dreams too, you know. Something passed through her expression, too quick for Alex to catch. He paused. Yeah, I mean, that's what makes people wake up in the morning, right? Well, that and work. You never told me about your dreams before, though. What are they? The young huntress gaze drifted fondly over the fields before rising up to the southern horizon. Well, Ulrich's my home and I love it, but it's not where a smart person would have big dreams, is it? What do you mean? Well, it's comfortable. She frowned as she searched for the right word. It's safe, most people have enough to eat and neighbors treat each other well. You can grow up there, work there, have a family and be happy there. I feel a but coming, Alex said. But there's not much to it, is there? She looked at him sharply. I've explored most of the Coil Woodset, at least as deep as I want to go raised Brutus, and walked about as far south, east and west as I could while still making it back home before dark. And then, that's it. She shrugged. There's nothing new anymore. Nothing exciting or dangerous. Dangerous? Alex raised an eyebrow. It's pretty dangerous right now. That's too dangerous. You remember when grandfather used to tell stories about my great-grandfather? Oh yeah, Twin Blade Lu, most feared man to sail under the Tarim Lung Navy. He chuckled, fondly remembering how he'd crowded into the Lu's inn with his own father and mother who was pregnant with Selina at the time and watched the old Lu patriarch weave stories in front of the hearth. It was back when fire held a different meaning to him. He sailed with the ambassador's own crew, he recalled, and fought off 100 pirate ships before he retired, fell in love with Thameland on a journey here and ended up bringing his family. Their Sass smiled. I loved those stories. I know you. No, I mean I wanted to be in them. She spread her hands. Adventure, seeing different lands, battles, fear, I wanted all that. Why do you think I dodged knitting lessons and kept going into the woods? I was so glad that my brothers were shit with a bow. I don't think those adventures were so happy for him at the time, he said carefully. Exciting maybe. I know, she growled in frustration. When others weren't around, grandfather would tell us about some of the bad parts that his father told him. That's what made me think twice about running off. Great-grandfather buried too many of his friends at sea. Sometimes I'd still think about leaving Tho and I still might have but then your parents. She sighed. I'm sorry, Alex. She gave him another long look. Right, the future. That's what I thought about too. What would mother, father, my brother see? How what would any of you think if something happened to me? So I thought I'd better just grow up. There's a lot in Ulrich to be thankful for, my family, my friends. She paused, but then he said, you heard that the Ravena was coming and you thought, why not? Yeah. She ran her hand through her midnight black hair. But mostly I found out that you were preparing to run off to Wizard Land for Uldar knows how long, and didn't tell anybody. Yeah, he awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Sorry, I thought it wasn't that likely I'd get in, and I would have gotten everyone's hopes up for nothing. He shrugged. I only got the acceptance letter the day before yesterday, and I was going to tell you all last night, like a little birthday announcement. I wouldn't have been disappointed, she muttered, and maybe knowing would have made me think about my own path earlier. Here. I was staying to be the responsible one, while you were looking to take Selina and go off to a wonder of the world. So, when I heard everyone was leaving Thameland, I thought we not. I can see this wizard city for myself. And she shifted in place. We'd be together, you, me, and Selina. Her eyes watched him closely. His heartbeat started to quicken. There was a hint there. It might have been hope making him see it, but he was sure it was there. SHHH, she raised her hand suddenly. He startled, his head turning every which way. What is it? SHHH. Teresa was on her feet in an instant, her sharp eyes scanning the dark. Listen. Alex shut his mouth and held his breath, and he heard nothing. The wind had stopped. Crickets had fallen silent, and he could only hear the pipes playing in the south. Alone, they went from cheery to eerie. I can't hear anything, he whispered. Exactly. The forest is never this quiet. Teresa slipped back into the circle of firelight with Alex following close behind. She crept to her sleeping roll and rummaged through it. When she rose, she had tied her quiver to her belt and had her bow in hand. On her opposite hip gleamed 2 blades, her massive hunting knife Anto his surprise one of her great-grandfather's swords. As she silently went to wake Brutus, Alex moved near his sleeping sister and turned to peer into the trees opposite Teresa. This way, they'd be covering most directions, or so he hoped. He willed his forceball to drift a few feet ahead of him. It illuminated the foliage beyond the reach of the fire with its red light. He injected slightly more mana into the circuit and the glow brightened. A low, ominous hum groaned from the orb. There was a scrambling as Brutus woke and rose to his feet, growling from all 3 heads. Selina groaned in her sleep. Do you see anything? Teresa asked. No, he said, willing the forceball to rise higher. The humming spell drifted until it was just below the branches of the forest canopy. Its light bathed the undergrowth ahead and branches above, but he could see no movement or shape up ahead. He swallowed saliva in fear. "You," Brutus growled, and Alex heard rustling as the Cerberus turned in place. "No," Teresa admitted, "but something's wrong." Alex believed her. It felt like ice was crawling over his spine, but no matter how long he looked, he couldn't see anything in the trees. He decided to risk a glance backward. "Teresa, what do you?" He stopped dead. She couldn't see it from her position. Brutus couldn't smell it either, but he could see it. The red glow of his orb outlined shadows in the trees above. There, sliding along the bark of an oak near Teresa's side, was the shadow of a blade, long and wickedly curved. Slowly, his gaze drifted higher until he was looking into the tree directly above him. Something was nestled among the branches, illuminated by the fire and the red light of the forcible. It looked like a cross between a spider and a giant crayfish. Its long, armored tail wrapped around the tree trunk, and each of its 8 legs ended in long, scythe-like blades which bit into the bark. Its front claws were pointed shears, long enough to cut Alex in half with one snip. Its jaws were wolf-like and had no lips to hide massive fangs. Despite its densely armored exoskeleton, it crept down the side of the tree in an eerie silence. It paused, meeting his horrified eyes with 8 dead black orbs. Alex screamed. It tensed. He grabbed his shocked little sister just before it lunged. THMP. He hit the ground hard, rolling away just as it crashed into the earth with all 8 sword-like legs. They dug deep where he and Selena had been. The thing had landed in complete silence. Only the crunch of Selena's hero doll's shattering could be heard. "Alex," the little girl screamed. The monster reared up on its back legs, its jaws parting as if screeching, but no sound came out. "Here, over here," Sia cried. Crack. An arrow glanced uselessly off the spider's armor as it rushed for the prone forms of Alex and his sister. The blades on its back legs silently churned the earth. Its claws clacked together in rapid succession, the only sound as it rushed forward. Gritting his teeth, Alex mentally grasped the forciball and drove it toward the monster's head. The mark flooded him as soon as he aimed at the monster. Every failure of throwing coins, rocks, sticks, or anything else blasted into his mind, shaking his concentration. Through the mental noise, there was one thought: protect Selena. Through brute force of will, he blasted the spell at the creature's head, but his aim was shaky. Crack. The red forciball missed the head, but drove into the creature's large body with terrible force, sending it stumbling sideways. Bang. Then 3 sets of fangs were on it. With the creature off balance, Brutus had barreled into it with all heads snarling, knocking it onto its side. He jumped on its underbelly as it rolled onto its back. He was too close for it to bend its bladed legs and strike him. Crunch. Powerful jaws bit down, crushing chitin and pulping the meat beneath. It writhed beneath the Cerberus, trying to buck him off. Teresa loosed 2 more arrows, cursing as they bounced off its flailing legs. She spotted a large rock and hefted it over her head, jumping onto the spider's tail. Forcing her full weight down on it, she pressed the creature in place, then crashed the stone into the joints of the chitin. Holding tightly to his screaming sister, Alex mentally grasped the forciball as it flickered, poured more mana into it to re-energize the spell, then tried to direct it into the beast's soft underbelly. Again the mark flooded him with a stream of failures, snapping his concentration. The orb crashed to the earth. Cursing, he poured more mana to reactivate it, conscious that his reserves were running low. Brutus suddenly yelped as a blade scraped his side. His tough hide narrowly saved him from being split open. Shit, Alex cursed again. He had to do something different. Brutus couldn't fend off those blades forever. Teresa was only starting to crack the shell, and the mark wasn't letting him direct his spell properly. And if he shot at it like he did the first time, he might hit one of his companions. Think, adapt, think, adapt. A thought occurred to him. The mark flooded him with failures, but not those related to spellcraft. These had to do with combat. Think, adapt. His eyes narrowed, fixing on the beast's open maw. What if he didn't try to hurt it? He slowly called the orb from where it rested on the earth, willing it to gently drift around the creature. No flood came. Concentrating, he gradually pushed it closer to the beast's snapping jaws. On reflex, it bit the orb, but its teeth slid off. Alex focused, gently pushing the ball further into the beast's open mouth. The clearing darkened as the forciball's red glow slipped into the spider's throat and down its windpipe. No flood came. It began to panic and thrash, silently choking. Alex continued to will the orb deeper until the spell would go no further. Something had stopped the forciball. Gritting his teeth, he grasped the spell. The mark flooded him again, but now it made no difference. The orb was inside the monster. Distractions or not, he couldn't miss. He drove the forciball into the side of the monster's core, forcing it to ricochet as hard as he could around its insides. He felt the spell slam into organs. Crunch. The orb crashed into something that burst. Scryly. The spider shrieked. Suddenly, its muffled screams could be heard. Its claws snipped uselessly in the air. Alex smashed his spell through its insides until whitish-gray blood poured from its jaws. CRNCH. Teresa had cracked the shell on its tail. She dropped the rock and stabbed her hunting knife into the gap, twisting the blade. Insectal blood sprayed her face and hands. Its leg movements weakened and Brutus lunged. Two of his heads seized the beast's armored shoulders. His middle jaws bit deep into its neck, cutting off its air. Then he twisted and pulled. Arrararararp, its throat tore out. The monster choked and shuddered. It fell limp beneath the Cerberus. The sound of panting filled the clearing and Alex's heartbeat quieted in his ears. Shouts and cries arose from the fields. A man's voice yelled from the forest. "Hello, are you okay? Stay there, I'm coming for you. There's monsters in the woods," someone cried. "Break camp, break camp." Groaning, Alex pulled the flickering forciball from the dead creature as Brutus rolled off of it. "What was that? What was that?" Selena sobbed into his shirt. "I don't know," he wheezed out. "Are you hurt?" Whimpering, she shook her head into his clothes. "Were you scared?" She nodded into his clothes. So was I. He stroked her back, looking worriedly toward Teresa. "Are you and Brutus okay?" She was rushing toward them, pale with worry. "I'm fine." She knelt beside them. "Are you both all right?" "Yeah," he panted. Nodding, she quickly ran over to Brutus and gasped. "It hurt you." Teresa cursed and dug into her bag. As she did, a group crashed into the clearing from behind Alex, men and women armed with torches and assorted weapons. "We heard a devil-like racket," a bearded man said cautiously. "Is everyone Oka Uldar's beard?" He gasped, along with several others. "What in all heavens is that thing?" Alex opened his mouth to answer. "It's a silent spider," a strong voice named it from the other side of the clearing. All turned to follow the sound. The brush crashed. A young man stepped through the undergrowth, into the light of fire and the forciball's red glow. Alex's breath stopped. The newcomer was about his age and nearly as tall as he was, but corded with the powerful muscles of a warrior. Red hair fell to his shoulders, and he gripped a strange spear of shining white metal. Alex's eyes widened. The stranger's other hand held the head of a silent spider. It looked like it had come from one at least twice the size of the creature that had nearly killed them. He was shirtless, and his chest and arms were covered in blue-woad tattoos of knots and spirals. What drew Alex's horrified eyes, though, was the tattoo on the young man's chest. It glowed gold, a shining set of scales just above his heart, the mark of the chosen. The hero's leader had walked right into their camp. He looked directly at Alex and smiled as though he had run into a long-lost brother. "You got a great gift, friend," he said. "Glad I found you." Alex's mind raced, trying to think of 1,000 lies while feeling his hopes crumble. Why, how had the chosen found him? He'd been on the road for one day. What were the odds? Teresa had frozen by her pack, and everything seemed to move at a crawl. The chosen stepped toward him, glancing to the red orb floating near Alex. "Spellcraft's a mighty gift, friend, something I've laid eyes on only once or twice in all my years. Glad you was here to help these folk out. Silent spiders are no bloody joke." "You some sort of magician. It's the chosen. We're safe," someone in the gathering crowd cried before he could respond. The rest began to murmur. The stranger smiled again and know that he was closer to the light. Alex could see that one of his teeth was made of gold. "I's the chosen, that's so." He dropped the spider head with a heavy thump and jerked his head toward Alex. "But it's this friend right here who have you got to thank for all your lives." He offered him a big, calloused hand. "Little help up, eh?" Alex hesitated. It seemed he wasn't suspected, but who could know what would happen if they touched? There was no way out of it. Holding his breath and praying for luck, he grasped the other hero's hand and was hoisted to his feet by strength that should have belonged to a bull, a big one. Thankfully, the chosen gave no sign he recognized his fellow hero. "There you go, there you go." He dusted off Alex's dark shirt. "That's the way, man. Oh, the hour has no business being all mussed up with dirt." He glanced at Selena. "You all right there, wee one?" The tiny girl was looking up at the red-haired hero with eyes the size of plates. "Ah, you're fine." He turned and took a step toward Brutus. "But this beastie here's hurt, isn't he? What are you doing?" Teresa shot to her feet. "Just taking care o' this brave boy." He held up his hands. The crowd gasped as his shining spear shimmered like quicksilver. It warped, collapsing on itself, and poured over the young man's arm until the limb was sheathed in a metallic sleeve. The uncovered hand began to shed a bluish-white light. "That's it, brave boy. I ain't going to hurt you." He crouched before the growling Brutus and began to pray. "O mighty Uldar, I ask you hear the call of your servant, and share your divinity with the stout-hearted soul before me." The light around his hand swelled to a bright incandescence, and when it touched Brutus' wound, the Cerberus flesh quickly began to shine in the same way. It healed over in mere heartbeats. "That's it, as good as when you were a pup." The chosen stood with his hands on his hips as the light faded. Brutus gave him a long look, followed by a dismissive snort before he padded back to Teresa's side. Alex felt just a little smug about that. The tattooed man turned and spread his hands to the crowd. "Right, that's enough of the gawking." He kicked the dead silent spider. "I just wiped out a swarm o' the beasties coming south from the caves up there. The dungeon's active again." The crowd gasped. "Yeah, that's right, but I cut up the first wave all nice and neat, and it'll take a while for it to make more of the crawlies. So I'm thinkin' you leave these poor folk be and get some sleep. You'll want to be off quick. If the priests talk of how Dungeon Core's work holds up, you should have a couple days before it gets enough juice to make more." I'd use 'em to get far from here. Silence fell on the clearing. Well, what are you waiting for? He frowned. Winter festival. Go, go, off you go. Startling, the travelers quickly thanked the young man and shuffled out of the clearing, throwing nervous glances at the trees. After the last of them left, he looked to Alex's group, raising an eyebrow. And you said that you wiped out the spiders. Teresa stepped over to the corpse of the creature, peering at it clinically. Though this bugger got away. He scratched his hair. Ach, the priests I'm with called him something. Alex's ears perked up at the word priests. They've got a kinda organ in them, don't remember the exact name they said, but it makes it so they don't give off either sound or smell when they get up in the trees. It makes them devilishly hard to track. That said, this one here's the last. Why do you ask? Then we should stay in the trees, Teresa said. I know Coal Forest, and if you cleansed it, then we know there's no monsters here anymore. We don't know that about the fields. Here is safer than whatever might be lurking out there. Ha. The Chosen threw his head back and laughed. Well, there's a smart and brave one. It's too bad they already found the champion in Sage. He peered hard at Alex and Teresa. You two are about the right age, and I know you've got good heads and hearts. Teresa and Alex exchanged a quick glance. Alex's mind raced. Every instinct was screaming at him to try and get away from this man, but another part of his mind clamped down on his emotions. If he could keep a straight face, this would be a rare opportunity to gain information. Likewise, Alex rose, hoisting up Selena with him. He focused on keeping his face straight and avoiding using the mark. He had no idea if using it around another hero would call their attention. Say where. Before we go on, I must have left my manners behind in my village. My name's Cedric of Clan Duncan. What about you, my friends? Alex paused. Should he lie? No, if it were just he and Teresa maybe, but Selena would get confused. If she asked him why he was lying, it'd all go to hell. Nothing for it. He didn't want to give his name, but he had no choice. To get evasive now would just make him look suspicious. Alex Roth, he said, projecting every single bit of cheer he did not feel. And this is my sister Selena. Teresa Lou, the huntress, introduced herself cautiously. Cedric grinned. Fine to meet you all. Now you was saying, Alex, where are the priests? Alex asked, fighting the urge to check the trees and hoping they weren't about to come crashing into the clearing. Cedric paused, then coughed awkwardly. Sorta ditched 'em for a time. Fine men and women, all of 'em, but they wanted to drag me to the capital straight away, even though the cave of the traveler is so close to the folk in Ulrich. It was near our route anyway, so I thought I'd slip away for a bit, hunt anything that already jumped out of the cave, and be back with them by sunrise. Alex frowned. I thought the whole point of the heroes was to fight monsters. Why didn't they want to let you go? Cause of weak spines, most like. Cedric rolled his eyes. Said something about a rave in a dungeon being too dangerous for one. Hero, but we got a duty, don't we? Least I could do is take a night to clear the forest, then we could come back and finish the dungeon off. Besides, they're taking forever with all that searching under every rock in every town. Searching for the heroes, Alex asked carefully. Yeah, but don't you worry. Cedric threw himself down on the corpse and picked his teeth. They got most of us now, only one left to find the fool. Alex fought to keep his expression neutral. Teresa's face stiffened might not have noticed it if they didn't know her well, but luckily Cedric wasn't facing her. Well, at least it's just. The fool, Alex shrugged. I mean, the legends say the heroes don't really even need one, right? The Chosen's eyes narrowed. Or no matter the mark, a hero's a hero. Whether it's champion or fool, each has got a role, duty, and purpose. I say we find 'em all. He frowned. I know the fool's mark hasn't got the best history, but I'd protect 'em. Hope to Uldar they're not hiding. I'm sure the priests would find them easily enough. Alex probed a little. Wouldn't they? Cedric snorted. I wish. I was nearly on top of them myself before their holy symbols started singing. Alex blinked. Singing? Oh yeah. The Chosen's laugh rumbled through the clearing. His voice was like warm thunder. Actual singing, if you'd believe it. The damn things sounded like half a choir shoved down their bloody shirts, but they don't work so well unless you're close. The saints different, they can pick us out from a lot farther off than the priests can, so they said. Anyway, we'll be nipping over to the capital to do all the ceremonies and such, and then if we don't have all of us by then we'll need to find wherever the fool got scared off to and bring him with us. All the priesthoods out in force, searching. Same with my priests, half escorts, half hunters. Alex's heart pounded so loudly he was sure it was echoing through the clearing, yet he still kept his face and voice neutral. That's too bad, he said carefully. You'd be better off getting the saint into the hunt as fast as you can. If it were me, I'd just bring whatever heroes together that I'd found and send them hunting with the saint for any that were missing. Alex pushed a little further. Meantime, I'd leave the priests at all the ports since we're an island. If you cover most of the docks, you'd probably get the fool easy enough. That's what I said. Cedric slammed his armored hand onto the silent spider's corpse. Friend, good to meet someone with sense. But at least they thought of that last part. They've got priests at outposts all over the coasts. They'll form a ring of divinity to link all their holy symbols to make a kinda circle. He formed a circle with his large hands. It keeps the ravenous beasts from flying over the waters and picks up if any of the heroes cross the circle. Alex's blood ran cold, but he kept the smile fixed on his face. Well, at least you'll find them eventually. They can't sneak away from that. He definitely couldn't, he added bitterly in his head. Well, there's that, yeah, but better to have all of us together earlier than later, I say. Cedric finally rose to his feet. You want me to put a word in with my escort? Could see if they'd spare one or two to help your party to a ship. Might get him to pay for your passage too. Killing a monster with your wee sister at your side's a deed that deserves reward, I say. No, Alex held up a hand. I can't ask that. Duty comes first, right? He used Cedric's own words. People tended to listen more when one used their own words. You need all your priests if you have any hope of finding the fool. Cedric looked a little wounded at the refusal. You're right. Still feels a little poor to leave you off with nothing, though. But you probably want to be on your way. Your wee sister's been through a lot. With a grunt, Cedric rose to his feet and grabbed the severed head of the massive silent spider. Right, friends, I'd better go find those priests before they think of burning down the forest to search me out. You all sure you'll be fine here? There's no need to worry yourself, Teresa said. Right, Cedric gave them a long look. Night then, and safe journey. With a long, languid stretch, the Chosen swept from the clearing and disappeared into the trees. Soon even the shine of his strange, morphic weapon faded into the night. They moved camp to another part of the forest immediately. It took a long time and a lot of comfort to get Selena to go back to sleep. Alex, meanwhile, was exhausted. The fight had drained him, the Forciball had sapped most of his mana, and the encounter with the Chosen had frayed his nerves. He and Teresa crouched in front of each other in the dark of the new clearing. Brutus was on his haunches, watching the trees with 6 eyes, while Selena snored only a few paces away. We're in trouble, Alex, Teresa whispered. A lot of trouble, I know. Alex glanced around the forest. After the night's work in the mana drain, he could barely keep his eyes open. What do you think we should do? Well, I know what I want you to do. Take Selena and go to the ships. What? Why? She asked. They'll catch us. No, they'd catch me. He tapped his shoulder. This is what their circle searched for, not anyone else. You and Selena would just be 2 more people from Ulrich getting on a ship. Wait, so you're going to stay? Teresa stiffened. Alex, if it weren't for Brutus holding that thing down, it would have killed us. Did you hear what Cedric said? He fought a swarm of those things, and that's what you'll be expected to do with the rest of them. Her lips trembled. You'll die. Whoa, he held up a hand. Nobody's staying here to go fight swarms of blade monsters with Cedric or anyone else. At least I'm not, she paused. Then you plan on hiding all alone in some wilderness? Not a chance. He looked at her seriously. I need a way to get to the continent that doesn't cross their circle, right? Right. And Cedric said he cleared the forest of that swarm and that it'd take a while for the dungeon to spit out new monsters. Her eyes went wide. Alex, no. Alex, yes, he said. I've thought about it, Teresa. The only way I'm getting out of Thameland is if I head north. He clenched his fist. And find a way through the cave of the traveler. No, that's suicide. Teresa grabbed his hand. Not if our chosen friend cleared the forest as well as he said he did, Alex insisted. Think about it, you take Selena the safe way, while I slip in there before the core can make more monsters. I don't need to fight anything, I just need to sneak through until I come out somewhere. The mark can help me sneak, at least it can do that. Somewhere, Teresa shook her head, her grip tightened. That's your plan, somewhere. Alex, that could be on the continent, or somewhere in the northern seas, or in a cave to the west, or another dungeon, or the capital, or right in front of the Ravena for all you know. Besides, one of those spiders would kill you if you're alone. I've got no choice and I'm not taking Selena in there, so that's why you need to take her, Teresa. Please. Alex, she shook her head. You're not thinking this through. What do you think she's going to say when you wake up tomorrow morning and run into the cave with all the horrible monsters? I'll leave tonight, you can barely stand. Her grip on his hand was so tight that it hurt. Your eyes are closing as I'm talking to you. I couldn't find my way through the forest in the dark even when I'm fresh. You wouldn't stand a chance. And besides, Selena'll wake up and find her brother missing. What am I supposed to tell her? His jaw hardened. That you'll meet me in Generosity City. You're the only family she has left. She'll try and follow you. She'll kick and scream. She'll try to sneak away. I know. I would if I was her. The young man frowned as Teresa's merciless reasoning piled on. And she pushed, suppose I get to port without you and run into someone from Ulrich, maybe even my family. People know you and they're going to wonder what happened to you. They'll talk and then it'll spread around that someone who turned 18 the day the heroes were revealed just disappeared. You'll put them on your scent. He grimaced. She was right. Leaving his sister behind didn't mean keeping her safe. That monster had taken Teresa, Brutus' strength and his magic to defeat it if another one came along. He needed to be sure that Selena had every bit of protection, including from himself. So what do you suggest? He asked. She glanced down to the sleeping girl. We make for the cave together, all of us. I'll search for some herbs in the morning. I might be able to come up with something for those spiders. His lips tightened, bringing Selena there if something were to happen to her. Her other hand clasped around his. I won't let it happen, Alex, I swear. She's the closest I've ever had to a sister, and together we won't let anything happen to her." He paused, staring into her eyes. "All right, we'll all go to the cave together and check it out. If it seems dangerous, then we'll think of something else." He drew a deep breath. "Now let's try and get some sleep. I'm dead, and it'll be a long day tomorrow." Coil Woods gave no sign that there was anything amiss. Sunlight fell between lush tree branches and onto a healthy undergrowth of ferns and wild herbs. Birds trilled above, and a cicada let off a loud, grinding call in the distance. The air was fresh and clean, though Alex thought he detected the scent of blood beneath the forest smells. He wasn't sure if he was imagining it or not. Brutus padded ahead of him, swiveling his three heads and sniffing the air. He seemed determined to make up for his failure to detect the enemy the night before. Selena was quiet. Her tiny hand gripped his tightly. "Are you sure it's safe this way?" she asked for the 10th time. Of course, he told her. The Chosen made all the monsters go away, so it should be safer this way. But wouldn't going by the road be faster? Her head swiveled almost as constantly as Brutus. She drifted closer to her brother's side. "Maybe, but we don't know if there are more monsters coming out on the road, so we'll just go through the forest and then come out further down, okay?" She gave him a long look and nodded silently. In truth, she probably suspected something was wrong, but he'd deal with that later. For now, he just needed to keep her safe. In the distance, Teresa scouted ahead with an arrow nocked on her bowstring. Sometimes she'd stoop and quickly cut some sort of herb from the undergrowth. Her movements were so practiced that even these pauses took only moments. As the day wore on, the undergrowth thinned and she took no more plants. Rocks began to dot the forest floor, and Alex could feel the ground start to slope upward. Through the trees, he spied a massive hill rising from the earth and reasoned that they might be getting close. Teresa raised a hand, calling them to a halt. She crouched in the undergrowth and crawled forward, peering up the hill. Eventually, she waved them toward her. "We're here," she said as they drew up beside her. Alex peered through the trees. Here, as it turned out, was the bottom of a lonely hill in the middle of the woods. It was ancient like most hills whereand, covered in sparse patches of undergrowth like a balding man's last few hairs. From its center, a massive cave mouth yawned wide. Both Roth siblings gasped. This had been a place of recent violence. Animal bones were scattered across the sandy rise just below the cave. The bones had been picked clean. Even from their distance, he could see the impressions of massive tooth marks etched into many. The owners of those teeth were shattered all over the sand. Cedric had obviously passed through here on his rampage. Silent spiders lay everywhere. Some had carapaces crushed by massive blows. Others had heads pierced through by stabbing weapons. Others had been blackened by massive fire blasts, and the earth had been scorched with them. "Look at the size of that one." He pointed to a massive beast. The headless corpse dwarfed the others, and he doubted that his own head would even have reached its shoulder. Its claws looked able to snip a small tree trunk in half. "At least they're all dead." Teresa squinted at the cavern. It was difficult to believe that this place had become a spawning ground for the Ravena without the bodies. It looked to be no more than a common forest cave. "There's lots of tracks all over the place," she continued. "Butte doesn't look like there's fresh ones. Look at the blood and ash, there's no prints in them. Nothing's walked there that I can see." Brutus, the Cerberus, sniffed the air, pointing his three snouts in different directions. He gave no sign that he smelled anything out of place. Then again, what had dwelled here were creatures that gave no sound or scent while they lived, so one couldn't be sure. Not completely. Why are we here?" Selena had pressed herself so tightly to her brother's side that it was like she was trying to hide beneath his cloak. "I don't like this place. Where are we?" Her wide green eyes searched his for answers. He paused, considering what he should do. On the one hand, he wasn't sure how she would react if he told her now. Not only did he have the worst of the hero's marks, but he was also fleeing the kingdom. Some would charitably call it deserting his duty. Would she think that? Would she grab his hand so that he could join the other heroes, excited that her big brother was one of the people she made figures of? Or would she be disappointed that he had ended up with the fool? Would she sulk? He steeled himself. It was time to tell her, no way around it. Before, when it looked like they could slip quietly onto a ship, it would have been fine to wait until they were out of Thameland altogether. Even though she might still have reacted badly, at least they would have already been in the clear. Now, on the doorstep of an active dungeon, it would be too dangerous and unfair to keep her in the dark. Growing suspicions had a habit of making people act in unpredictable ways, and she needed to be close and safe. "Selena," he began, dropping down to one knee and facing her at eye level. "Why, yes, Alex." Her grip tightened on his cloak. Again, he paused. This time he tried to focus the mark on, telling little girls bad news. Unfortunately, nothing came back. Even if that was a skill, he had no successful memories to draw from. Typical. "You know my birthday was yesterday, right?" "Yeah." Well, he took a deep breath. "You know how we left early before the rest of Teresa's family?" "Yeah, it's because," he searched for the right words. "Well, it's because your big brother discovered something on the night before last that's dangerous." "Dangerous?" Her lips quivered. "You're not going away, are you?" "No, but some people might want me to go away from you. And I'd be going somewhere dangerous." His words trailed off. Selena's head had lowered more and more, and her entire body trembled. Though her mop of brown hair had fallen to hide her chubby face, he knew she was fighting back tears. Why you, she stammered. Did you get the fool's mark? He bit the inside of his cheek. Yeah, that's right. They fell silent, though he could hear Teresa's breathing and Brutus panting behind him. I thought something was funny, Selena said slowly. You were acting weird when we were walking on the road. And when you were talking to Cedric, your hands started shaking. Alex blinked in surprise. He hadn't even noticed. And then you and Teresa were whispering last night. His eyebrows rose. You were awake, she nodded silently. But can you be the fool? Her face shot up, her chubby cheeks had washed red while tears and snot ran from her eyes and nose. You can use magic, I saw it. You can't be the fool. She started to sob. And my teacher said the fool can't use magic. She said that the fool dies most of the time. Hey, Teresa scooted up beside Alex. Remember what Mr. Cedric said. Did he think the fool was useless? And no, Selena sniffed. But he said he has to protect the fool or he'll get hurt. Alex, don't go. She jumped into his chest suddenly, clinging to his shirt. Don't go away, please. I don't want it to be like Mum and Dad. Alex grimaced. That stung. I'm not leaving you, Selena. He wrapped her in a tight hug. We're going to the big wizard city together, and I'm going to buy us someplace to live, and you're going to go to the best school and see all the sights there, and nobody is dying. Okay, she sniffed. Promise, I promise. Selena sobbed quietly against his chest. Good. Now if we're going to go together, you have to be very brave, okay? He pointed to the cave. Do you remember the cave of the traveler from school? She nodded. People go in and then come out in different places. That's right. He patted her back. We're going to use that to get out of the kingdom, and we're only going because Mr. Cedric got rid of all the monsters that were in the forest. But we'll only go in if you want to. If you can't, or if you don't want to, then we'll turn right around and find another way. How's that? Selena swallowed, pulling away from Alex and giving the cave a long, fearful look. She gave a silent nod. Let's go. Teresa smiled at her, and her entire face softened. That's a brave girl. She reached past Alex's shoulder to pat Selena on the head. Don't worry, I'll protect us. And Brutus will too. The Cerberus looked over with one of his heads. Teresa smiled and scratched him behind an ear. Alex chuckled. She was taming both beasts and children at once, and I can pull my own weight. He flexed his skinny muscles and posed in front of Selena. I'm a mighty magic user, after all. Despite herself, a small smile started to form on the little girl's lips. All right, here's the plan. Teresa opened her sack of herbs and drew out a strange plant with leaves that were silvery underneath. Wormhood, bug repellent. Alex raised an eyebrow. You think it'll work on those monsters? She shrugged. They look like bugs. I think it's worth a try, and they're going to smell us anyway, so we might as well use what we can. Wait, isn't that also called stinkweed? Yeah. Isn't it called stinkweed for a reason? You know, because it stinks. Teresa gave him a look. How much do you think the inside of those spiders' bellies stink? He winced. Yeah, okay, bring on the stinkweed. She drew out a mortar and pestle. I'll crush the leaves and add water to make a juice that we can rub over our skin and clothes. She drew an empty water skin from her pack. We'll put the rest in here, and we'll need to reapply it every hour or so. Her eyes flicked back toward the cave mouth. The opening was quiet and unassuming, but the darkness ran deep. Hopefully, we won't be in there very long. Alex gave the cave a long look. With the traveler's magic in it, who knows? I just hope that it's empty. They stood in silence for a few breaths. Right, let's get started. I'll help grind the herbs. We'll need all the juice we can get. He stood up. After that, let's hope our luck holds out. Wormhood stank, Alex confirmed. A lot. Stinkweed was a perfect name for it. As he wrinkled his nose, he wondered if that was the reason insects stayed away from it. Brutus had sneezed from all three snouts too many times to count, as Teresa had coated him in it, while Selena's face had scrunched up like a tiny, miserable dried cranberry. Even his forceable seemed to be shying away from him, though he was sure that impression was all in his imagination. Probably. Done, Teresa said as she finished rubbing the smelly stuff over herself. She put the rest of the juice into a small, spouted pot and poured it into the empty water skin. Alex had used the forceable and memories from the Mark's guidance to help crush the plants into a juicy paste before they'd combined it with water. Teresa checked herself over, making sure that her arrows were straight and that her great-grandfather's sword was loose in its sheath. Your parents aren't going to like that you took that, Alex noted. If it keeps me alive, and I tell them that's what great-grandfather would have wanted, I'm sure they'll let me live. You ready? He adjusted his pack and checked over the magic circuit one final time. It was strong and stable. It had only taken him a couple of tries to form the circuit this time. Good. He was starting to get used to the Mark's interference. Hopefully he would get even better with time. Ready. He nodded, then glanced down to Selena. And you little goblin. Selena raised her scrunched-up little face and eyed the cave ahead as though it were a live beast ready to gobble her up. I am ready. Wow. He doubted he'd been half as brave at that age. He carefully took her hand in his own. Then, no sense giving the core more time, let's see what we'll see. Together, with Brutus taking the lead, they stepped toward the darkness awaiting inside the cave of the traveler. The hair on the back of Alex's neck rose, and his heartbeat pounded like a blacksmith's hammer in his chest. Darkness filled the tunnel ahead. Only the red glow of his forciball lit the way. Brutus padded in front, sniffing and scanning the dark with all 6 eyes. One of his heads turned back, making sure his companions were close and safe. His canine eyes flashed, and Alex was reminded of the old folk stories of Cerberus being born from the netherworld long ago. He was glad Brutus was on their side. He and Selina marched in the middle of their little formation, while Teresa took up the rear with a small lantern burning at her belt. It cast less light than his forciball, but if anything popped, the magical sphere, then at least they wouldn't be left blind and without a backup. Alex swept his spell through the cave. Its crimson light shone over the walls, ceiling, and sloping, rocky floor. After their encounter with that silent monster, he wanted there to be no risk of them walking below one while it clung to the stone above their heads. Each of the group crept as quietly as they could, with the mark feeding him a constant stream of memories. To his dismay, it kept focusing on 2 memories from when he was little, one where he'd covertly searched for his father's paring knife, and another where he'd tried to find a batch of cookies that his mother had hidden from her greedy son. The mark had made both memories crystal clear. It had been a long time since he'd seen his parents so clearly. Forcing himself away from those thoughts, his legs matched the same stealthy movements he'd made then. Teresa and Brutus stalked with the grace of predators while Selina tried her best. She was so small that the only sound coming from was her frightened breath. His sister's hand gripped his, and he made sure to keep her close. If they were attacked, then he'd do everything to protect her. He just hoped it wouldn't come down to a fight. If silent spiders were anything like ants, they seemed to move in a group like ants. Judging by the small army outside, then workers should have already cleaned up their dead swarm mates from last night. Hopefully, that meant that Cedric had guessed right, and the dungeon's core would need time to replenish its fighters. If it were him, though, he would have held some fighters in reserve, waiting quietly for the attack to pass while also guarding the core. Then when the threat seemed to have passed, released them into the tunnel. He shuddered at the thought. Hopefully, they'd find whatever magic transported people out of the cave quickly and never have to find out. Wait, he whispered to Teresa, pointing up. She followed his gaze and frowned. His forciball was illuminating a tunnel in the ceiling about 10 or 12 feet above their heads. It was nearly hidden in the natural bends and formations of the rock, but the bright light from his spell had revealed it. Teresa stepped up beside him, drew back her bowstring, and pointed an arrow at the tunnel overhead. Alex floated the forciball up higher, illuminating the darkness. Crimson light receded into the passage, shining on sword and fang marks where the spiders had cut through the stone. None of the creatures lay in wait, but he noticed that the ceiling tunnel turned in a different direction. They watched for a few moments in case one suddenly appeared and attacked the forciball from the side, but nothing emerged. Teresa and Alex exchanged a look and sighed with relief. Let's hope it stays this way, she whispered, relaxing her bowstring. Maybe we can wait, Brutus. What do you have there? Drop it. The Cerberus had dipped one of his heads and chomped on something from the cave floor, but obeyed and dropped it. Clatter. It made a noise like a bundle of cracking sticks. While Alex watched both ends of the passage, Teresa bent down to pick it up. Uldar's beard, she swore, drawing back as if a snake had bitten her. What is it? Is it? Selina whimpered. Shhhh, it's okay, stay over there, Selina. Teresa moved beside the small girl. Close your eyes for a little bit, okay? Okay, Selina shut her eyes tight. Teresa looked to Alex. Go take a look. Steeling himself, he bent over what she had been looking at and gasped. It was a hand. Brutus had found a human hand on the cave floor. Most of the flesh had been stripped away, leaving mainly bone behind. And wrapping the tattered remains of the index finger was a plain iron ring with a symbol of 2 crossed pickaxes. Delver's Guild. Poor bugger. Alex shook his head, right below that ceiling tunnel. He brought his forciball lower to shine across the rough floor. It illuminated a large, dark stain. I think it got him from above. What got what? Selina whispered. Brutus found something, but it's nothing for you to worry about, little goblin, he reassured her, shining the light closer to the finger bones. He noted tiny chips gouged from their surface. Teresa, look at this. What do you think of these marks? The huntress covered Selina's ears, then peered over Alex's shoulder. Teeth, small ones. They were probably fairly sharp and strong. Then again, none of the bones are broken, so maybe the jaws might not be too strong. They looked at each other. Alex knew the same thought was passing between them. Whatever had stripped the flesh from this hand was too small to have been one of the silent spiders. There must have been some other creatures lurking in the dungeon. He thought back on ants, remembering seeing 2 different sizes of them when he'd watched an ant hill as a child. Workers and soldiers, his teacher had called them. Maybe the big spiders that swarmed outside were soldiers, while the workers stayed behind in the cave somewhere. Either way, here there be monsters, and that's not good, he thought, then shared his theory with Teresa. We go a little bit farther, he proposed. If we see anything, we leave. She glanced down to Selina, removing her hands from the little girl's ears, and nodded. You can open your eyes now. Moving along, the group ranged further into the dark. The minutes passed as they trekked deeper beneath the earth. Antho they found more tunnels in the ceiling, and Walsty saw no more body parts nor signs of any workers. One thing they noticed was that the temperature began to swing wildly. Near some of the side tunnels, it would be as hot as a peak summer's day at noon. From another tunnel, a wind blew as cold as midwinter. Sometimes the air smelled stale. Other times, clean and fresh, or there'd be a tang of salt to it. Sounds echoed through the walls. High wind, bird song, the deep rumble of water moving in a tide. He and Teresa exchanged a glance. Selina grasped his hand tighter, and then Brutus stopped. The Cerberus bent two heads toward the ground, sniffing, while the third eyed the tunnel ahead. Alex brought his forciball down toward the floor. Just ahead of Brutus' feet, the rough cave floor abruptly ended. Instead, chipped and worn marble tile reached as far as his light extended and beyond. Alex, there's another light up there, Teresa said. He glanced up. In the distance, he could see some of the stone more clearly. It was dim, but there was definitely a light source ahead. He tried to quiet his pounding heart. Right, he said, sounding calmer than he actually felt. I'll send the forciball up. If it pops, then we get the hell out of here, all right? Sounds good to me. Teresa agreed, scanning the tunnel behind them with her lantern. Willing his spell forward, Alex watched the crimson light glide down the tunnel until it reached the brighter area. He saw it bump into a corner, then head toward a slight bend to the left in the passage. It glided along for a count of 10, with its magic circuit still firing within him. Nothing's happened to it. He started calling it back. Forward march. Teresa swept her lantern up toward the ceiling just in case. In the flickering light, she still wore her Deathstalker face, but Alex could see the fear buried in her eyes. At least he wasn't the only one. He remembered Cedric, and wondered how the Chosen had seemed so calm knowing he'd be doing things like this every day. He looked down to Selina, who was trembling next to him. Well, if little girls were brave enough to keep going, then he supposed he could manage too, even if there might be a big horrible spider waiting for them with some sort of tricky magic light. Of all the things he'd expected, a temple wasn't one of them. The passage walls had turned smooth as they rounded the bend, and the floor had changed from rough and chipped smaller tiles to far larger, unmarred ones. Some 20 paces around the corner, the tunnel opened into a massive chamber. They stopped at the entrance and stared inside, awestruck. Large tiles spread across the entire floor of the temple like a colossal chessboard, with each broad enough for Brutus to stand on comfortably. They extended to the opposite end of the chamber where two statues rose, maybe 20 feet high. Each was carved in the likeness of some sort of snarling goddess, their mouths bristling with pointed teeth. Or maybe they were demons. They looked an awful lot like demons. The statue's eyes were red rubies that glowed with an inner light, sending a chill down Alex's spine. He could swear before Uldar himself that they were watching him. Strange writing marked the statue's bases, but Alex had no clue as to what it might say. A pair of massive doors stood between the goddesses on the far wall, stretching up to a soaring ceiling. An equally massive lock sealed them shut. His eyes were drawn to the light source they had seen from the tunnel. About 20 feet in the air, a doorway floated in the middle of the room. Through it, the sun shone brightly, surrounded by blue and nothing else. The sky. It was a portal to the sky and the first true sign of the traveler's magic that they had found. Awesome, he couldn't help but murmur. So that explains why we kept hearing wind and why it kept getting hot and cold. You see that, Selina, Teresa? He scanned the temple one more time. Maybe that's how this whole temple got here. Maybe it came from somewhere far away and melded into the dungeon. I doubt the spiders built it. Woo, his little sister muttered, her eyes growing in wonder at the portal. It's so pretty. It is, Teresa agreed, but the little smile touching her lips quickly faded as her eyes flicked to the side. Look at that. She pointed to the walls. Puncturing and chipping marred the stone as though blades had bitten into it. It must have been from the spider's bladed legs, coming out from multiple tunnels lining the ceiling and walls. Alex grimaced. There were so many passages that it felt like an insectal town square. He shuddered at how many monsters must have regularly passed through this place. Just the thought of a mass of silent spiders crawling over each other across the ceiling and walls made his skin creep. His eyes narrowed. Wait a minute. He looked at the tracks above, then glanced to the floor tiles. What's wrong? Teresa asked while Selina stiffened with a quiet whimper. He brought his forciball out to the tunnel and noted that the spider's tracks extended behind them into the passage. When he brought it down to the floor, he saw that more of the bladed prints marked those floor tiles. They were chipped. Yet, when he looked back into the temple chamber, look at the floor in there, he pointed. It doesn't look like the spiders walk across it. There's tracks all through the walls and ceiling, but I don't see any sign of them touching the floor tiles. There's no chipping. Teresa's eyes narrowed. But why wouldn't they walk on that floor? He studied the temple tiles, the ones just comfortably large enough for 2 or so people to stand on. He glanced back up to the goddess, ruby eyes. That spine-tingling feeling swept through him again. A thought began to form in his mind, and he closely scrutinized each tile. Each one was nearly perfectly square and symmetrical, and some looked faded from the passage of time. They were a whitish gray, varying in shade. Others, though. He leaned forward, very careful not to step into the room, and peered at one with a faded black mark staining it, light enough to almost blend with the stone's color. His teeth ground. He knew the site well from the wreckage of his parents' alehouse. The stone had been burned. Alex called his forcible forward. Selina, Teresa, Brutus. Come on, there's something I need to try. Alex, Selina, and Teresa crouched in the tunnel some 10 paces back from the entrance to the temple. Brutus sat on his haunches beside them, two of his heads pointed toward either end of the passage. I think it's some sort of trap, Alex said. I don't know if it came from the dungeon or from wherever the temple was. Wherever the temple was, Selina asked. Yeah, her brother pointed to the statues. They don't look like they're from Thameland to Menot with that writing on the basin. We've heard of people walking into the Cave of the Traveler and coming out other places, right? Well, what if that worked both ways? What if it pulled things in as well? This temple could be something made by the dungeon core or something that got pulled in and integrated. I don't know. Either way, I think something happens if you walk on those tiles. Something like what? Teresa peered ahead, thumbing the pommel of her great-grandfather's sword. I'm not sure, but we're about to find out. Alex willed the forcible to float through the air and hover above the burn-stained tile in the temple. Get ready to run if we're about to get blasted into teeny, tiny pieces. Alex, Teresa whispered harshly, slapping his shoulder. That's not funny. I know, he slapped her shoulder back. That's why we'll be running. It's still not funny, you're scaring your sister. She slapped his shoulder again. It's a little hilarious and you're scaring me. He slapped her shoulder again. If you keep doing that, those big spiders will come. Selina stared at them. Alex and Teresa immediately shut up. Concentrating, the young mage glanced from the burnt tile and up to the statue's eyes. He had a bad feeling he knew what might be coming. All right, get ready. Both Teresa and Selina tensed. His will grasped the forcible and drove it into the tile below. Bang! They yelped, expecting the world to explode. The sound echoed through the tunnel. Nothing happened. Let me try again. Concentrating, he raised the forcible into the air until it was halfway to the temple's ceiling and held it there for a breath. Then he accelerated it toward the floor, crashing it onto the tile like a stomping footfall. Bang! The tile echoed from impact. Woo-woo-ooh. The goddess' eyes flared bright red. Oh shit. Before he could finish, they fired. Red beams blasted from the rubies and struck the floor near the base of each statue. Where each ray touched the temple tile, a massive column of flame crackled into the air. The beams traced across the floor, leaving massive lines of fire as they went and blasted into the forcible above the tile. It snuffed out. Selina screamed, pushing her face into Alex's side. He felt like there was a brick of ice in his chest as he watched the flame. When the beams died, fire crackled before winking out and lines of sorcerous smoke rose in their wake. Silence filled the passage. If we had stepped out there, Alex murmured. Teeny tiny pieces. Teresa gulped, her face very pale. Is it gone? Selina peeked from behind her brother's cloak. Yeah, it's gone. He stroked her back, looking at the goddess' eyes while his mind worked. Crossing the floor would mean instant death, or would it? Noting that some of the stones had less dark marks than others, he started to recast his forcible. Teresa began to creep forward. That made a lot of noise. I'll go check and see if anything comes out of those wall tunnels to investigate. He paused nervously. Maybe going over there alone isn't a good idea. It's only 10 paces, Alex. She gave him a quick, reassuring look. If I see anything, I'll be back before they know I was ever there. He winced. In every story he'd ever heard traveling bards tell, anyone who said something like that was soon torn to shreds and in some monster's stomach. He shook the thought away as Teresa told Brutus to stay and moved to the opening of the temple. She crouched down, scanning the walls. All he could do was finish his experiment quickly. His mind had already started conjuring sounds of spider legs creeping up behind them. Of course, the terrifying part was that if they Kamathy wouldn't make a single noise. He shuddered and looked back to Teresa at the mouth of the passage by herself. He needed to get on with it. Unfortunately, the mark seemed to have other ideas. It ruined his first casting by bringing up a memory of misaligning a magic circuit a few years earlier, nearly causing the mana to reverse. The backward flow could have made him explode had he not cut the circuit. His second try fell apart at an image of practicing in the woods when he'd put too much mana into the circuit. The forcible had exploded, nearly ripping his face off while the magic circuit had overloaded and sent mana rampaging through his body. It had left him on the ground covered in his own tears and bruises he'd had to explain to Mrs. Liu by telling her he'd taken a bad fall while running through the woods. He grimaced, fighting panic as mana surged up in the same way now, and he cut the flow in time. He was panting as it dissipated, while Selina watched him with eyes as wide as saucers. Alex, are you okay? Yeah, he tried to catch his breath and ignore the cold sweat covering his skin. Yeah, I'm okay, just give me a second. His mind began to work. He was scared, could feel it in his chest end that made anything harder, let alone spellcasting. Understandable, since he was in a monster den trying to work magic, but when nerves combined with the mark's interference, well, shit, it was lucky he hadn't blown his own head off. Closing his eyes, he slowed his thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he acknowledged his nerves but disengaged from them, letting go of any images of danger. Slow and steady, slow and steady, slow and steady. The best he could do for Teresa was do this properly, and he and Selena had Brutus for protection. Fear finally released his mind, and he began to recast the spell. As expected, the mark shoved the memory of the forciball exploding into his mind again, and this time, he noted the exact details of that particular failure and avoided them. A new forciball winked into life. "Yay, you did it," Selena whispered. "I did." He smiled, wiping the sweat from his brow. He maybe had 2 more forciballs in him for the day before his mana would drain and his life force would start to weaken. He'd best make this one count. Sending the crimson orb forward, he gently tapped Teresa on the back with it to get her attention. "Are you ready?" she whispered across the passage, taking care not to shift her eyes from the wall tunnels. "Yeah, come back." She quickly rose and backed her way to the safe spot through the tunnel. As she crouched close again, relief washed over him. Alex aimed his forciball at one of the first temple tiles at the mouth of the template. Didn't bear any burn marks. Bang, bang, bang. The sphere wouldn't trigger the stone goddess, wrath no matter how hard he drove it into the floor. He shifted the spell deeper into the room, holding it above the tile in front of the first he'd just tested. It didn't have that slightly burnt, discolored look from what he could see. Bang, no death beams. He shifted the spell again until it hovered above the tile he'd struck earlier, the one that triggered the trap. "What are you doing?" Teresa asked. "I'm going to test if the beams aim at the tiles, or at whatever triggered them. If we're going to cross that floor, we'd better know everything we can. We're only going to get one try at this." "All right," Teresa continued to thumb the pommel of her great-grandfather's sword. "Do what you need to, but do it fast. I didn't see anything come out of those tunnels in the temple, so either everything in here's dead, busy, or," she glanced nervously back along the passage, "flanking us like wolves." Alex imagined hundreds of little spiders silently creeping up behind them on tiny, dagger legs. He tried to remain calm. "Okay, I'll hurry." He raised the forciball above the trap tile, this time measuring the distance between it and the portal hovering in the center of the room. He slammed the spell into the floor. Bangs woo-woo-oo-woam. And immediately shot the ball behind the portal. Fire beams lanced from the goddess's ruby eyes, directly toward the forciball. Their rays dove into the portal and disappeared, leaving the hidden sphere unharmed. For a count of 10, they poured through the portal in the spell's direction until they finally flickered and faded to a silent glow. Alex hoped there weren't any birds flying on the other side of the portal. "Okay, here's the plan." He turned to Teresa and Selena, tore their eyes away from the statues. "I'll use the forciball to feel out a safe path across the tiles. Once we have one, we can cross." Clack, tiles struck stone just behind them. Everyone whirled. A fox-sized silent spider had partially emerged from a tunnel hidden beneath one of the passage tiles. It was just behind Alex and out of Brutus' line of sight. Its dagger-like claws were poised to hamstring him, but the monster recoiled as it got close. Maybe the stink of wormhood had repelled it. The tile it crawled from had fallen over, clattering to the floor as it jerked back. Alex scrambled away. The spider recovered and struck out, drawing a gash through the side of his calf. "Arg," he cried. Hot pain lanced through his leg. Teresa sprang at the monster, slamming the pommel of her great-grandfather's sword into its back. Crack. Its shell crunched like a boiled crayfish, spilling insect innards over the floor. A raw stench escaped its body. She shifted her attention, focusing on its head, and repeatedly smashed the sword's pommel into its skull. The spider collapsed, twitching. It spasmed, screeching on the floor. Clack, click, clack, click, clack, click, clack, click, clack. Dozens of small spiders surfaced, scrambling from beneath tiles around them like they were heeding a call. "Shit," Teresa swore. "Run back down the tunnel." Alex looked as a horde of spiders emerged from the tiles down the passage, blocking their escape. "No, into the temple." He scrambled up, ignoring the pain in his calf and the wetness against his pant leg. Maybe they won't chance the floor there. With a thunderous bark, Brutus charged ahead. The worker spider's legs flailed silently as he shoved them aside, but their glancing cuts couldn't pierce the Cerberus's tough hide. Teresa swept with her sword, knocking them away, and Alex scooped up the screaming Selena. They rushed through the spider swarm, running to the temple as more emerged from the tiles. "Brutus, go to the second tile. The red ball hit and stay. Stay there," Teresa shouted, pointing. The Cerberus barked and bounded onto the first tile, then over to the second, waiting for them and growling as they leapt after him. Alex landed, struggling to regain his footing as he clung to Selena. Teresa followed, and both of them tried to balance on the first tile. "They'll follow us," Teresa shouted, whirling toward the passage. "They'll see this one is safe." Alex's blood ran cold. She was right. He glanced into the rest of the temple, but there would be no way to figure out what tiles were safe before they were overrun. Then there was the locked door at the back of the temple. He forced down his panic. He couldn't afford it now. Think, adapt, think, adapt. He glanced to the forciball. Think, adapt. He looked at the goddess, glowing eyes. "Teresa, Brutus," he shouted, moving his spell over the trap tile. "Get down, what are you?" He pulled her down and held Selena close. He drove the forciball downward. Bang! The spiders scuttled toward the end of the passage, prepared to leap on the intruders. Woo-woo-ooh-um, the goddess' eyes flared. Alex shot his forciball, backwheeling it to stop just before the spider. Swarm then commanded it to rapidly circle the end of the passage just above the walls, ceiling, and floor. He didn't hit any of the spiders, but he wasn't aiming for them. The mark didn't interfere, not registering what he was doing as combat. The spiders also ignored the spell, intense to leap on their prey. The goddesses fired. 4 beams shot across the temple-spitting Hitan, slammed into the walls of the passage. All 4 chased after the ball as it rapidly circled, lancing into the stone of the tunnel. Boom! The passage filled with columns of flame. Alex, Teresa, and Selena screamed as they flattened themselves into the tile while a wall of heat whipped around the passage. Then came the pops. The worker spiders screeched as their insides fried, exploding inside the tunnel like boiling eggs bursting in a pot. Heat built as the beams chased the forciball, racing along the sides of the tunnel. Alex's eyes stung from it. His mind flashed back to watching his home burn, heat stinging his eyes as he fought to slip Mr. Lou's grasp and try to reach his parents. He shoved it from his mind, forcing his concentration into the spell until at last the goddess' eyes fell silent. After that, their own quiet breaths filled the temple, and the only heat was the warmth of his trembling sister between him and Teresa. His arms were around them both, while Teresa clutched him and Selena so tightly they could barely breathe. The passage had burned black, and many of the tiles crumbled into the hidden spider tunnels from the blasts of flame magic. The stone of the walls had cracked. Sizzling, a shawl that remained of the swarm coated the floor, and pieces of bladed legs folded over themselves in death. The stench of seared arachnids filled the air. Aside from the twitch of burnt claw and the whine of steam escaping from burst shells, no sign of movement came from the passage. Alex drew his forciball back over the trap tile, ready to blast again if anything moved. Heartbeats passed with no sign of any creatures emerging. Either they were all dead or the blast had scared them off. He hoped for the former, but he'd take anything that wasn't, swarming them en masse to open their insides. I think he slowly raised himself up. I think they're gone. Despite him rising to his knees, Selena was still pressed against him like a baby bird to its mother. Teresa rose with him too, their arms clutching each other harder than before. All 3 trembled. A low whine made him turn. Brutus was shaking and had pressed himself to the tile, burying all 3 of his heads beneath his paws. Not for the first time, Alex was glad that the big dog was so smart. I guess it helps to have 3 heads and 3 brains, he thought. 3 really smart dog brains. It's okay, boy, Teresa said quietly, turning her face from being buried in Alex's side. You're okay. We're okay, she almost seemed to be telling herself that as she finally disentangled from Alex and Selena, reaching out to the Cerberus. Brutus crawled to their tile on his belly and stuck his leftmost head beneath his mistress' hand. She sighed as she slowly pet him, and Alex felt Selena shift, peeking at Brutus. She slowly crawled to the edge of the tile and reached her little hand out to pet his rightmost head. Good boy, Brutus, she stroked him. Alex, without thinking, put his palm on Brutus' middle head, then froze as he thought the dog would snap at him. The Cerberus remained quiet and even pressed his head into Alex's palm. Eager to act before Brutus remembered he didn't like him, he pet him while focusing on getting as much as he could. The mark flooded his mind with all the times he'd pet his neighbor's animals, reminding him of which movements made them happiest and which spots made their eyes close in delight. Guided by the mark, he found scritches on a particular spot behind the ears the best, and he gave the Cerberus the best damn scritches he could, smiling as his head pushed and rubbed against his hand. He supposed that was another advantage to 3 heads, 3 sets of head pats at the same time. Cerberus really had it all figured out, hadn't they? Good boy, Brutus, Alex echoed his sister and best friend. Good boy, best boy, even, better than all the other boys. Teresa burst into low laughter that turned into a snort. You're such a dork, Alex, says the one who just snorted. No, I didn't. Yes, you did, you're both dorks, Selena said without pausing, petting Brutus. Yeah, you're probably right. Og, Alex grunted. Teresa looked to him sharply. What's wrong? The adrenaline draining from his body made the searing pain rise up in his leg. One of them got me, he grimaced. The color drained from her face. Alex. Selena started to spin around, but Teresa caught her arm. The huntress pointed to the trap tiles around them. Stay still, Selena. We don't want to set off the statues, she said, patting the girl's shoulder. Where is it? My right leg. She turned slowly, careful not to touch the surrounding tiles, and peered at the cut in his leg. He winced as she gently examined his wound. She let out a sigh of relief. It's shallow. No worse than that shaving cut you gave yourself last Sigmas Eve. I'm gonna have to ruin your pants. Better ruined pants than a ruined leg. He hoisted himself to his feet, flinching as he did, and called the forciball back. Carefully heading back into the tunnel, the group paused while Teresa cut off the lower part of his pant leg and tied a dressing to the wound. He grimaced when she used a small bottle of spirits to clean it, but knew things could have been worse. He glanced at the arachnid corpses scattered around. A lot worse. He and Teresa carefully checked each floor tunnel to make sure they were empty. For now, at least, they found no silent spiders lurking anywhere. Selena said. I can see light through these cracks. The small girl was peering into a crack in the blackened wall. They paused. Light, are you sure? Alex and Teresa glanced at each other. The huntress crouched beside the young girl. She's right. She scraped away some of the ash, peering through the crevice. There's some sort of light, like a crumble. They jumped back as the wall crumbled into thin fragments, revealing a wide tunnel. It appeared to be some sort of natural crossroads with branching passages connecting to it. In the depths of each passage, dim lights shone, shifting in color and shade. Look, Teresa pointed to the floor with the tip of her sword, indicating a few chips and holes in the rough ground. There are some tracks in the floor that look like those spiders' tracks, but there's a lot less than back in the temple. Alex glanced between the floor of this new passage and the walls and ceiling of the temple. You're right, maybe they don't come in here often. Do you think it's safer in there? Selena asked hopefully. Alex shone his forceaball down into the tunnel, looking for any threats. Maybe, and if this place was hidden, especially if the spiders don't come in here often, we should find out why. The little group stepped through the rubble and into the hidden passage. Alex drew on the mark to guide his steps stealthily. The memories of him sneaking into the cave entrance rose up. He adjusted his movements, picking the best ones from how he'd moved then, and proceeded cautiously. It was getting a little easier, he noticed. Brutus sniffed the air, looking at the side tunnels. Alex moved his spell's light all around. No spiders were hidden. The passage was wide but completely empty. As they walked deeper, he could feel something different in the air. An abundance of mana, he realized. There was so much of it that even he self-taught mage felt its edges. A powerful magic surrounded them, and it felt distant and cold. There's a lot of mana around, he said, thinking back to the tales of the cave. It might be the travelers. He glanced at the changing lights shining from the surrounding tunnels. Maybe her portals are close. He stepped toward the nearest. Wait, Teresa put a hand on his chest. Look up there. Another tunnel had been carved into the ceiling, with the spider's blade marks apparent in the rock. Brutus and Teresa took up flanking positions on either side ready to strike anything that dropped down while he shone his forceaball toward the dark. The spell illuminated what was within. A dead end appeared after a mere 10 feet. He frowned. Why would they start digging a tunnel here just to give up after 10 feet? Teresa's eyes narrowed. I wonder. She glanced back to the remnants of the thin wall with the opening they had stepped through. The thin stone back there looked similar to the dead end up top. What are you thinking? Alex asked. I don't know yet. Her eyes turned to one of the closest tunnels where the multicolored lights shone from. Let's check there. Creeping forward, they slipped into that tunnel, looking around in case anything was another death trap. Coming closer to the light source, they started to feel the same shifts in temperature they'd felt when they first entered the cave of the traveler. Brutus sniffed, and all three heads growled. Scents shifted constantly, and sounds crashed over each other. They came to a bend in the passage. The light was close. Selena stayed back with Brutus. Alex put a hand on her shoulder. Just in case, okay. Selena nodded and held onto the Cerberus, while he and Teresa glanced silently to each other, then peered around the corner. Alex gasped. A portal floated in the middle of the tunnel, knee-height from the ground. It shook and shimmered in the air, and the images that appeared through it melted over each other in chaos. One moment it was filled with huge swaths of the ocean. In another it was deserts of white sand. Another showed a darkness so deep that Alex had no idea of what he was looking at. In that instant the air turned very cold before the portal shifted again. It paused. For several breaths it held the image of another cave opening up to a meadow dotted with fireflies at night. Alex frowned. It had been morning when they'd entered, and they hadn't been in here for that long. Did it just stabilize? He asked. Maybe we shoo. Voom, the portal slammed shut. Alex and Teresa recoiled. What happened? Selena gasped. He blinked. I don't know. Boom, they all screamed, and Brutus yelped. With a boom like thunder, the portal reopened farther down the tunnel, and the image within was of a rocky shore overlooking a lake. Voom, it disappeared again. Boom, it reopened far closer to them. The images swirled too quickly to track. Get back, Teresa cried. Alex ran, grabbing Selena's hand and rushing toward the main tunnel. He kept looking back, imagining the unstable portal reappearing close by or worse, on top of them. Reaching the crossroads and skidding to a stop, they stood panting in a mixture of relief and fear. Alex looked back to the tunnel, where he could still hear the booms of the portal appearing and reappearing. It stayed around the bend, never appearing where they'd stopped. I wonder if that's what happened to people who entered the cave, he thought. 1 minute they're walking along minding their own business. Next, they find one of the portals that suddenly vanishes, then opens up right on top of them. Next they're through the opening, plunging into the middle of the ocean, or falling from the sky, or appearing in some other deadly place. He shuddered at the thought, or maybe if they were lucky, in a nice meadow with fireflies. What was that? Selena gasped. I think that's the traveler's magic. There was no way they were going through that. Teresa was looking down the other tunnels. We should check those other lights. She glanced to the ceiling tunnel again before leading the way down the next passage. Each passage held much the same as the first, portals chaotically popping in and out of existence, leading mostly to certain death. Some had items strewn beneath them: pine cones, fallen leaves, stones, shells of strange animals. Alex wondered if they'd been pulled in from other places. The last tunnel they explored revealed a far more gruesome sight. Soldier spiders lay beneath a portal, and they looked even more devastated than those Cedric had destroyed. One was cleanly split in half. Another looked like it had been turned inside out. The others were in various states of ripped apart with extreme prejudice. I guess the magic of Ulrich's patron saint doesn't play well with the Raven as monsters, he said with some satisfaction. The travelers fighting the fight even in death. Good for her, Teresa said. And if I'm right, let's look at the tunnel that had no light. The final tunnel held no portal, abruptly stopping at a blank wall of stone. Dead end, Alex grunted. That's strange. Maybe not. Teresa stepped up to the wall, pressed her ear against it, and knocked. THMP, THMP. Her eyebrows rose. Come listen to this. After Alex had pressed an ear to the wall, she knocked on it again. THMP, THMP. The tap seemed to echo as though. It's hollow. He stepped back. Another secret chamber, you think? No, I don't think so. She tapped her chin in thought. When we first reached the traveler's cave, we went straight into the hill, then turned left at the temple, left again at the secret passage here, then left again to reach this dead end. If I'm guessing the distance right, I think this leads back to the tunnel we came through on our way in. So this portal crossroads has two ways in, he added it up. Each blocked by thin stone and a ceiling tunnel, also blocked by stone. It's like. She nodded. It's like the spiders got in here, found out what the portals could do to them, then closed it off with those thin walls. Alexto, you think something in here can build walls? I don't know if there's anything that can build walls, Alex said, but dungeon cores are supposed to make nests for their monsters, right? Maybe it's the dungeon core here making and moving walls for its spiders. He thought back on all the stories he'd heard about the cave. I don't remember anything about the cave of the traveler having a temple in it, he said, or anything about horrible, fiery death beams. Yes, I think that's something the whole town would have remembered. Teresa shuddered. You know, I once thought about exploring this place when I was younger. By myself, he grimaced. At least there weren't any silent spiders then. Just statues that burn you to ash. HRM. He looked to the hollow wall. I'm not sure you would have found the temple back then. What do you mean? Do you think you can find where this wall is in the front passage? She glanced at it. I think so. Come on. They looped out of the portal crossroads and back into the entrance tunnel, watching closely for more silent spiders. None came. THMP, 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 THMP. After a time, Teresa started pausing and rapping on the stone on the side of the passage every few steps until. THMP, THMP. Found it. She tapped the wall again. It's hollow and it's about the right distance. Okay. He peered at the tunnel's walls. So let's look around the stone here and see if we find anything strange. The three of them examined the walls while Brutus stood guard and Alex activated the mark, focusing on thoughts of finding. Memories of the stone arose as he studied it, detailing its contours, bumps, and grooves. As he inspected the passage, more memories were added with even more details emphasized. He was learning the exact shape and structure of this one passage with every pass of his eyes until. He noticed it. Something's messed with the tunnel. Look, he pointed to the wall just near the hollow section. It looks natural, but the stone's a bit smoother from here. He traced his finger from the hollow section along to where the tiles began in the passage. All the way to here. I think the pathway to the temple used to be hidden. The stone seems to have been moved out of the way by whatever raised the walls. Or maybe the worker spiders chiseled this tunnel, and then the wall mover thing smoothed the stone back. Teresa followed his gaze. The portals we've seen so far look a lot more like what the tales say about the cave, leading to all kinds of random places. Maybe they sealed off what the cave led to before. Yeah, but then they opened the temple instead, and gave themselves a straight path in and out of the dungeon and a path right to Cedric. Too bad for them. He looked back down the passage. The legends didn't say anything about any temple, so I thought it probably got pulled in from a portal, but now I'm wondering if I was just plain wrong there. But you said the scary statues didn't look like they were from here. Selena looked up, trying to follow along. They still might not be. The traveler was supposed to have come from somewhere really far away, right? Before she settled in Ulrich. What if those statues and that writing are from wherever she came from? Maybe the temple was the hidden part of the cave, her hidden part until the spiders opened it up. Is that why the portal back in the temple didn't look like the ones that were all weird and moving? Selena asked. Alex and Teresa froze. He slowly turned toward his little sister like a door on rusty hinges. Selena, you're a genius. She blinked. I am? Yeah, come on. He waved them back toward the temple. When they got back to the entrance, he took a long look at the portal in the middle of the room. It was stable, it didn't flicker, it didn't change or pop in and out of existence. It was silent, peaceful, and simply fixed open onto that endless blue sky. The traveler's magic was different here. Hey, Teresa looked over the room again. This is a death trap, I know. He considered the sky portal. No way we're going in there, even if we could reach. No, I mean this room. He blinked, confused. I know that too. No, listen, I mean it's a death trap created by the spiders. She pointed to the floor tunnels. Think about it, someone is walking along when the little ones come up behind them from under the floor like they did with us. Then they herd their prey into the temple. If the prey runs onto the trap tiles, they burn to ash. If the prey knows the right tiles to step on, then the spiders can just follow. Their victims are trapped. She pointed at the large wall tunnels. And those big spiders can just come out of the walls and ceiling and surround anyone that survives. Alex imagined it, running from the passage while being chased by silent spiders. One step onto the floor while panicking and then being obliterated. Or if they'd forced them onto the safe tiles where they'd be trapped little silent spiders, filling the tunnel and big ones on the ceilings and walls. He shuddered. That's a nasty way to go. You'd die terrified. Teresa gave the tunnels a disgusted look. It's lucky Cedric killed the swarm of big ones when he did, and that we managed to get rid of the little ones. Alex added. None had come for them since that ambush. He wondered if the dungeon core was nearly out of forces now. He looked to the keyhole in the massive doors. Let's have a look at what's on the other side of those doors. If the traveler's magic here is stable, then what's behind them might hold the answer to what we're looking for. I think we need to get across that floor. Backing into the tunnel, Alex began testing the tiles again with the forciball, using any burn marks on the stone as a guide. He made a few mistakes. The statue's eyes drew lines of fire along the floor on the way to the targeted tiles, leaving many of them scorched. It became a practice of trial and error, trying one with the forciball, then shooting it back behind the sky portal to protect it in case the fire beams activated. He discovered that some of the tiles in the back of the room were trapped, and that the goddesses pivoted on their pedestals to blast at his fleeing forciball. He found there were several paths across the temple floor that weren't trapped, but most led to dead ends against the walls. He kept experimenting, and was finally able to pick out a safe path across the temple floor. It led directly to the doorway. He wasn't about to take any chances, so he kept checking the floor tiles until he tested every last one in the temple. That's all of them, he said when he finished the last. We still have a problem. Teresa pointed to the lock on the massive door in the temple's far wall. I don't see any place to find a key around here, and it doesn't look like the spiders use the doors. Give me a second. He scanned the room. Stay here, I think I might be able to find it. The mark of the fool focused on memory and its details, and he had just used it to learn the cave wall. It had focused on the successes in his searching to reveal differences in its structure. The same principle might apply here. Concentrating on his mark, he cautiously stepped onto the safe paths and slowly let his eyes take in every detail of the room, focusing on thoughts of searching and memorization. The mark responded as it had in the front passage, raising memories of every detail his eyes caught and comparing them as he searched for anything that stood out. He carefully paced the paths, repeatedly looking over the same tiles and stone, and letting the memories pile up with sharper details being added with each repetition. Then he stopped. The mark had focused on an image of a section of one of the temple walls. Every time he'd looked at it, the mark had sharpened the details in the image. He'd learned every contour just as he had in the cave. He also learned the average shade of the stone in this chamber. In the daylight shining through the sky portal, he saw that the section of stone was lighter in the image. He carefully crossed the room along one of the safe paths. Kneeling beside the slightly discolored area, he looked through the sea of blade marks carved by silent spider tracks. There, a slight indentation, nearly hidden by claw marks. Warily, he pressed his finger into it. Click. The indentation sunk further and a hidden panel in the stone swung open with the creak of ancient hinges. Within lay a single wooden box. His smile of triumph quickly faded. Oh no. He slid the box out of the compartment, grunting at its weight. Its entire surface was gouged and shredded by the silent spider's blades. He gingerly pushed aside the remnants of the lid and cursed. What was left of a massive key lay within large enough for the temple doors. It had been destroyed. Silent spider's claws had clipped and bent the metal until it was nothing but useless junk. They wrecked the key. He pushed the ruined box back in disgust. He was really starting to hate these knife-legged bastards. Teresa's lips pressed together. Selena looked between them. What do we do now? Let me try something. He went to the temple doors across one of the safe pathways and concentrated on the lock, activating the mark. He focused on lockpicking. No images arose. It made sense. The only experience he had with locks was turning a key and opening them. No memories for the mark to draw on, not even related ones. It means, he sighed, turning to give them the bad news. As he turned, his eyes caught the statues in front of him. He stopped. He looked at the wall destroyed by the flame magic in the passage, and then toward the temple doors, and then at the statues again. A wicked grin spread across his face. It means, my dear little sister, he gave an evil chuckle. That we have 4 spares. He rose and strode toward his companions, already moving his forciball above one of the trap tiles. Alex, what do you? Selena Brutus back into the tunnel. Teresa quickly pulled them back as she saw what he was about to do. She held Selena, telling her to close her eyes. Once Alex reached a safe distance from the temple chamber, he drove the forciball into the trap tile. Bang! As soon as the trap triggered, he shot the forciball in front of the locked doors so that it hovered before the lock. Woo. The goddesses slowly turned on their pedestals. They fired. He shot the forciball all around the doors, forcing the flame magic to chase the glowing orb. The beams blasted the lock apart as they tried to hit the spell. CRCK. Cracks spiraled through the blackening doors. Boom, both doors blew apart. Popping and screeching suddenly rose from behind them. A mass of worker silent spiders had been huddled behind the doors. Alex hadn't expected them, but they hadn't expected fire beams. Well, so much for that trap. He smiled in satisfaction as he watched them blaze in the inferno. As the fire cleared, a massive passage loomed through the doorway, with a stairway leading further into the dark. Grand columns framed the passage, running into the distance until the stairs curved out of view. By Uldar, Teresa murmured, "That was clever." Alex saw that some of her fear was starting to give way to excitement. "Shall we go, Mr. Wizard?" "Hey, you were the one that figured out the walls moving," Alex said lightly. "And we're not going yet." Alex brought his forciball above a trap tile again. "We just went through hell in that room. We should get something for our trouble." Bang! As soon as the forciball sprang the trap, he moved it between the statues, hovering it at face level between their heads. The statues pivoted, facing each other. Their eyes flared, firing just as he drove the spell downward. Fire beams blasted the faces and necks of the sculptures, quickly heating the stone, and cracks spiraled through their surfaces. The two fractured statues tremored on their pedestals until crash! They shattered into hundreds of tiny shards. Shining among the rubble, 4 magical rubies had clattered and harmed to the floor. Haha, victory! He pumped his fists. Gaping, Teresa, Brutus, and Selena followed as Alex ran across the now useless trap floor and began digging through the rubble to scoop up the fist-sized fire gems while laughing madly to himself. He could feel the mana coursing through the jewel's magic circuits. They were quite complex, 4 individual circuits joined together. From the magic theory he'd learned, that made the gems flame magic the equivalent of a 4th-tier spell, a full 3 tiers higher than his humble forciball. "Do you have any idea how much these are worth?" He grinned. "Do you?" Teresa asked. "Nope," he shrugged, "but it sure as hell won't be nothing. The gems alone are bigger than any I've seen nobles wearing, and there's powerful magic in all of them." Can you make them shoot the nasty spiders?" Selena asked hopefully. His little sister stood beside a very excited Brutus. She was smiling, and in that moment seemed not to be afraid. He looked at the gems, feeling their pleasant warmth in his fingers. It shouldn't be impossible, he thought. He knew from what he'd learned in his books that there were 3 major kinds of magical items. Some were just enchanted or naturally magical. Anyone who picked them up could use them. The second kind were a bit more complex. Each held their own mana, which could connect directly with the mana of its wielder. Then, just like how he controlled his forciball through pure mana, and after it had been cast, wielder could utilize it without any spellcraft. Items like those tended to be rare and needed a lot of skill, time, and practice to use. The third kind were what these gems seemed to be, items built from spell arrays. A wizard's staff or wand contained its own mana and magic circuitry that its master could connect to. By pushing their own mana in, a wizard could use the items as though they were their own magic in a form of spellcraft. Judging by the magic circuitry, it seemed these gems functioned similarly, and likely followed commands set into them when they were built into the statues. But such items were for experienced wizards with magic items they knew well. Alex, self-taught and inexperienced, didn't trust himself to not do something catastrophic by trying to interfere with strange, complex gems that spat fire and death, especially when the mark would, no doubt, interfere with the spellcraft required. If his humble forciball exploding had nearly ripped his own face off. "If I did it wrong, I might blow us up," he said, stowing the gems in his pack. "Come on, we'd better get moving. Who knows if there's more spiders around." Having Selena stay back with Brutus, Alex and Teresa crept to the ruined temple doors and peered through to the other side. Only burnt spiders greeted them. He took Selena back by his side, and the little party crept deeper into the dungeon, with Brutus taking the lead again. As their footsteps echoed lightly on the stairs, Alex began to feel the same cold and distant mana as he had in the portal crossroads. It seemed like they were getting closer to another place thick with the traveler's mana, and it was growing stronger with each step. "I think we're getting close to something," Alex whispered, shining the forciball across the ceiling and walls. Murals had been etched into the stone, but many were now ruined by the silent spider's claws. It was a shame, even through the cuts. It was clear that someone had poured a lot of skill and effort into this place. "Look," Selena pointed to one they were passing on their left. "Don't they look like those scary statues?" Barely visible through the blade marks were the snarling faces of the goddesses from the temple above, though all else in the mural had been obliterated. Luckily, these images had no fire gems for eyes. "I can't believe this was so close to our little town." Teresa gazed at the architecture in awe. It's like something out of a fairy tale it was. Those spiders are awful. Brutus growled as he padded down the stairs as though agreeing with his master. At least there don't seem to be any more of them, for now. There had been holes in the ceiling and walls here and there, but not a single sign of any worker or soldier silent spider. With so much destruction to its swarm so soon after it awoke, it seemed the dungeon core might have run out of things to throw at them. Alex held onto a cautious optimism. 2 days to regenerate its forces, Cedric had said. Hopefully, that meant a straight, safe run to whatever was under the temple. With the way the stairs had turned, it looked like where they were going would be directly below it. Wait, listen. Teresa held up a gloved hand for them to stop. Do you hear that? Alex strained his ears and everyone held their breaths. From somewhere ahead came a low roar like a rainstorm or river. It echoed from somewhere in the deep. An underground river, you think? Alex asked. They continued forward, and lights came next, a glow in multiple colors radiating from down the passage. They were like the lights they'd seen in the portal crossroads, but these didn't move and change nearly as much. There also seemed to be more of them. Maybe more portals, Alex commented. The traveler's magic had increased in the air, now even stronger than it had been in the portal crossroads. Moving quietly, they crept closer to the lights and came to the end of the stairs. A stone doorway framed the exit. The light was stronger now, nearly as bright as full daylight. Etched into the stone above, spoiled by the spider's claws, was the symbol of a lantern, the sigil of the traveler, Ulrich's patron saint. They looked up, amazed that they were standing in a place that she had passed through long ago. Are we ready? Teresa quietly asked. Alex looked to his little sister. Yes, she clutched onto his cloak. Brutus nuzzled his master with one head while the other two pointed forward, ready for what lay ahead. He constantly sniffed the air. I'm ready, Alex said last, calling his forceaball close. If we see anything bad, we run, okay? As one, they nodded to each other and stepped out of the stairway, blinking as their eyes adjusted to the unexpected brightness of the light. Oh, Uldar's beard, Alex swore. A hive, an empty hive. It was like stepping into the heart of a giant wasp nest. The stairs opened onto a massive, circular chasm closed up at the top by stone that reached down into the depths of the earth. A rock pathway spiraled down the sides of the open shaft, passing cells upon cells cut into the wall like the honeycomb pattern in a wasp's nest. Broken egg sacs were stuck to the stone beside cocoons with deer antlers, hooves, and other parts of snared animals sticking out. The cocoons looked like they held captives for future meals. A thick liquid dripped onto the stones below. Some of the eggs had been recently torn open, and a mass of spiders dead and half-formed lay in front of the dripping sacs. Maybe the dungeon core had tried to replenish its forces from these egg sacs, but they weren't ready to hatch and died. Either that, or there was something else down there that had torn them open. Whatever the case, Alex hoped they didn't run into anything to find out. He kept an eye on the half-formed spiders in case any were still alive, but his attention was more focused on the portals. Dozens of them floated through the chasm, some moving, and some flickering in and out of different places, spreading a mix of sun and moonlight. Each was like the portal in the temple. They were stable, and what lay inside them was far more than just empty sky. The 4 companions gaped, awestruck at the sight. The true remnants of the traveler's magic was here, bringing scenes from all over the world into this one cave outside of their hometown. One portal roared as water poured from a river it had opened into and fell through another portal that opened far below. The second showed a scene of snowy plains from hundreds of feet above, with water pouring down and building an ever-spreading hill of ice. Another spread open to a scene of hot fire mountains burnt by their own eruptions, with a river of lava flowing just beneath the doorway on the other side. Alex noticed the air shimmering around it. He was amazed at how much heat must have been coming from the thing. Another portal opened to a forest very different from Coil. The trees were larger and covered with vines, while the forest floor was a steaming marsh where something massive and slithery swam along the surface. They'd be avoiding going near that place. Some places the portals opened to were completely strange. One opened to a desert of blue sand under a blue sun. Another opened over a range of crimson mountains, and above, a flock of bat-winged creatures flew. While many of the portals hovered in the middle of the chasm, some were close to the pathway. Around them there wasn't a single sign of spider eggs or spiders. It seemed the portals here didn't play well with them either. Broken items lay all along the path, shattered statues, columns, and other sculptures that looked like they would have suited the temple and staircase. The damaged objects all bore the spider claw marks. Yet, despite the scarring and empty nests, this place was amazing, and the best part was that there wasn't a single spider crawling around. They weren't safe yet, but Alex could almost taste freedom. It's so beautiful, Selena gasped at the portals. It's like a big, wonderful tower underground with doors that go wherever you want. All over the world, Teresa added in a dreamy voice. Even Brutus seemed excited, with his head swiveling in every direction. Alex admired the majesty around them. That's the legacy of our saint, he said. Remember her sigil on the way in? Maybe this was her sanctum all along before it became a dungeon. She mustn't have been too pleased that monsters got in here. He looked around at the portals and sighed in growing relief. It looks like we have our way out. We did it, Selena laughed. I wish we could take all these pretty doors with us. Yeah, me too, Selena, me too, her brother agreed. Maybe if I get some clay, I can build a littler copy of this place. Her eyes narrowed in thought. After we find where we're supposed to go. Yeah, we're going to have a hard time figuring out which portal to choose. Maybe not the one with all the volcanoes, Teresa suggested. Oh, come on, where's your sense of adventure? He chuckled. Marveling at the portals, the little party crept down the ramp while looking for their door out of Thameland and toward Generossi. They fell quiet as they went deeper into the cave, eyeing the walls for any signs of threat. As they went lower, the saint's magic filled the air so thickly that Alex wouldn't have been surprised if it suddenly became visible. Teresa gasped. Look, someone's lying on the ramp down there, by Uldar's beard. Is it her? Alex and Selena turned to the spot where she was looking and gasped in shock. A few floors below them on the opposite side of the chasm, a body lay. Small and thin and dressed in a plain brown robe, its hands were cupped upon its midriff. A blue light covered it, shimmering and brightening the surrounding stone like the sunrise. Across the chest, a symbol of a lantern glowed a deeper blue, and wherever the blue light touched, the spider's presence was absent, like they never existed. I think you're right, it's wearing the lantern's symbol. Alex said in awe, a small part of him hoping the saint wouldn't be too angry at him for using her power to escape. Hopefully Noth was only a fool after all. Alex smiled warmly. I hope she hears you. Alex looked between them. He might as well pay his respects too. When he opened his eyes, he was gazing directly toward the chasm's bottom. The hair rose on the back of his neck. The portals ended at a point below, and their light failed to pierce the dark at the bottom. Shuddering, he stepped away from the edge. Let's get going and take a look at the portals. The problem was that there were a lot of portals, and many seemed to lead to certain death. I'm pretty sure that's something's stomach. Teresa winced at one opening into a fleshy cavern. It was filled with green liquid and dissolving meat. Gross. Selena gagged, looking away. Brutus snorted and turned all three of his heads. Teresa looked at more of the portals that were in reach of the stone pathway. We could step through one that looks safe, look around and step back if it isn't someplace we want to go. Alex thought about that, glancing at some of the doorways. Problem is, we don't know if they'll close on us on the other side, since we don't know how they work. Maybe we could look and see if there's any with mountains or rivers you know from one of your books, Selena asked. Since you read so much, then we can go there if it's safe. Both Alex and Teresa paused, slowly looking down at the little girl. Like I said before, you're a genius little goblin. Alex grinned. I am, Selena blinked. Yes, you are. Teresa mussed the young girl's hair. You think you can do that, Alex? He rotated his marked shoulder. Watch me. He'd already used it to search out details in the caves above. So why not landmarks? Looking at the portals, he concentrated on the idea of navigation in his book. Galloway had said that previous fools had guided their companions through the wilderness, hadn't he? The mark responded. Images of books burst into his mind, old geography books, poems and histories that mentioned landmarks. Some he'd only flipped through in passing, but they rose up now as clear as a sunny day. What surprised him, though, were the conversations that appeared, every relevant half-snippet of geographical knowledge he'd ever heard of in, if he hadn't been focusing on it at the time neatly organized itself in solid detail. His eyes flicked from portal to portal, and the mark compared the sites to the landmarks he'd heard of. Many he didn't recognize, but soon a grin spread across his face. The views were from far, far above, but he was finding distinct landmarks. There was Mount Tai, looming from the eastern peaks in the Tarmlung Empire, just as Teresa's grandfather had described it. An ornate gate sat above the stone staircase that led up its forested slope. Alex could see the mountain as clear as crystal. The tree of knowledge of Newulfheim rose from a green valley in the middle of a snowy wilderness. He'd heard of it in passing from a traveling skald visiting Ulrich, the only elf he had ever seen. From far above, there was the lighthouse of Indlu Yesabani, far south of Generossi, home to one of the greatest libraries in the world. It had been told of by a Griota southern storyteller who had described it in tales while he was in Ulrich on the way to the capital. And there. Yes, Alex cried, a secluded bend in a river, and beyond that in the distance, 4 mountains, one that burned, one lined by hundreds of waterfalls, and one that towered above the others, formed of earth, solid rock and sparkling with gemstones the size of villages. The 4th mountain didn't touch the ground at all. It floated in the air, high above the others, held up by a constant wind. He'd found the peaks of the elements, the holiest place in all the Rhaenian Empire, and one of its most southern landmarks. A short journey would take them from the mountains to Port Mossar on the river Ostris. From there, it would be a couple days' voyage to Generosi's outer islands. Alex pointed down to the Rhaenian portal, which hung near the ramp several floors below where they stood. That's where we need to go, right to the southern part of the Rhaenian Empire. He couldn't help but smile at the irony. We're going to get there before your parents. He glanced down. We should be able. He froze. Something moved in the dark below. Oh shit, get back. They sprang away from the edge. Whoosh, a line of webbing shot from the darkness, hitting the ceiling and whipping dust from the cave walls. The sound of rock crumbling announced something rising from the depths. The web above flexed like a sail but made no sound. From the size of the web and the loud crunching of stone, Alex's blood chilled. If they were in a hive then, the hive would have a queen. Something's coming, we have to get to the portal. Now, Alex screamed. Teresa tensed. We won't make it down there in time. She scanned closer doorways, but all lead to inhospitable lands or death traps. The huntress pointed toward the archway to the stairs. Let's go back, we can. Crunch, her words died. A massive, scythe-like blade had bitten into the stone wall below. It was large enough to cut any two of their group in half with one snip, including Brutus. Before they could decide where to run to, the creature partially rose into view. All three screamed and Brutus barked frantically. Alex expected to see a spider, but the emerging monsters the Hive Queen's upper half had little resemblance to her soldiers and workers. A chitinous human-like torso rose into view, covered in carapace like knight's armor. 5 sets of dead, black orbs filled its armored forehead above a long jaw filled with needle-like fangs. 4 plated arms had human-like hands, the fingers of each ending in claws that curved like daggers. In one it gripped the end of the web line. In another it held an orb the size of Alex's head. He, Teresa, and Selina were terrified. The orb was gray, but its tone flickered and changed, sporadically plunging into complete darkness. It looked like the black sphere painted in the mural across the Lou's common room wall. Alex began to tremble. Was this the same thing? It came closer and he felt a new mana in the air, one that clashed with the traveler's mana. Hers was peaceful and cool, but this was alive. It pulsated, seeming to stick to his senses and leaving a feeling of pure dread behind. The orb had to be from the Ravena's spawn, the maker of the monsters in this dungeon. The dungeon core. The queen's maw opened wide and her cry was silent. Something in the dark orb shifted. Alex could feel the pulsating mana twist with the mana of the traveler, and the two struggled in the air. The Hive Queen emerged, revealing her full form. Her human mimicry ended at the waist. Instead of 2 legs, her lower body was that of an enormous centipede with each of her 100 legs ending in a blade. Protruding from chitinous plates below her torso were 2 colossal arms with massive blades. She slowly ascended like a snake, her sinewy body weaving between the portals to avoid the traveler's power. Alex's eyes focused on the portals. Alex, Selina wailed, grabbing onto him and crying in terror. As she sobbed, the darkness in the dungeon core began to deepen. Teresa was scrambling to draw her bow while trying to shove the Roth siblings toward the stairs. Her face was stark white. We ways. His own terror threatened to overwhelm him, but he clamped down on it. If they ran to the staircase, she would chase them, and he doubted they could outrun her with all those legs. With thoughts racing, he shot a look down the path toward the portal to the Rhynean Empire. Portals hung throughout the air in the chasm, some were near the path or even hovered over the path itself. Then he remembered that the portals hurt the monsters. That was the key. She can't touch the portals. Alex shouted, taking hold of Selina's hand and Teresa's arm. He pulled them down the path. Run, we can use the portals as cover. Teresa shook away her fright. Take my hand. She grabbed the little girl's other hand. The 3 of them tore down the path, avoiding the rubble and debris while Brutus followed, barking and snarling at the queen, trying to make her back off. The monster kept coming. Who, Mance? She broke her silence, hissing words in the common tongue. Humans must fear. Alex's mind worked to smother his terror as he ran. His heart slammed in his chest, speeding up with their footsteps on the stone. The Hive Queen silently chased them. Whoosh. She shot another webline into the ceiling and pulled herself toward her prey, weaving between the portals with grace. Her body slipped by a portal that led to the middle of the ocean. No seawater poured through it. She ducked through the stream of water pouring from the river portal above and weaved below a portal leading to a secluded mountain crevice. Whoosh, crack, another webline drove into the ceiling above. Selina sobbed as Teresa and Alex pulled her as fast as she could manage. A portal lay in the middle of the path ahead, leading to a lake that boiled and smelled of sulfur. The Hive Queen silently opened her jaw and lowered her arm toward them. Alex saw her aiming through a small gap in the chasm's floating doorways. Stop. Back here, Alex cried. They abruptly ducked behind the portal. Whoosh. The webline struck where they would have been, slamming into the stone and spreading a line across the path. Stay here, he shouted. She won't be able to hold it tight if she chases us. Alex peered from behind the portal with Selina hiding behind him. Teresa peered out too while Brutus snarled. The Hive Queen didn't chase them. She waited, watching the gray orb in her hand. It was flickering more now, growing darker. He didn't like the look of that. We have to move, the core's doing something. Teresa's eyes hardened. She started running back up the path. Teresa, what you doy? The Hive Queen's head quickly swiveled after her. The monster only had 1 free arm. 2 held weblines tensed while the last held the dungeon core. The 4th aimed at Teresa. Whoosh, she fired. As she did, Teresa dove down to the stone. Crunch, the webline struck the wall above her and she instantly jumped to her feet and ran back down the path. Go below her line, Teresa shouted. She's out of hands. Selena, come on. Alex pushed his sister beneath the webline that blocked the pathway down. He rolled under it and Brutus leapt over. Teresa sprinted to them and ducked under, joining them on the other side. The Hive Queen silently screeched and tore the webs away as she began to weave between the portals in pursuit. The distance between them and her was growing. Hope rose in Alex's chest. They were close to the Rhaenian gateway, and shortly beyond that lay the traveler's body, shining with its blue light. They were close, so close, yet not close enough. The Hive Queen let out an audible screech that shook the cavern and nearly sent Selena into fits of screaming. The little girl struggled to keep her legs moving as fast as she could, while Alex and Teresa pulled her along. As Selena screamed, the darkness in the dungeon core deepened. The Hive Queen raised it high. Something shifted in the darkness and the orb's mana pulsed. Cruum, a rock wall erupted in the path in front of them, stopping them dead. No, Alex cried. The Hive Queen's jaw clicked. Back up the path, Teresa shouted, if we can. Something shifted in the orb again. His mark shuddered, and he could feel that pulsating mana flow from the core and toward the path leading back up. Cruum, another wall of stone arose, blocking the only other avenue of escape. The darkness in the orb faded to a lighter gray as it used its power. The Hive Queen's clicking jaw quickened. It almost sounded like laughter. Leisurely, she weaved between the portals toward them. Selena sobbed. Teresa screamed and loosed an arrow at the monster, but it bounced uselessly off her armored body. In response, the Hive Queen bared her fangs and looked like she was hissing, but her voice had creepily returned to silence. She continued to close on them, her sinewy body snaking between the portals. The spot they were trapped in only had a few of the travelers' doorways nearby, with more than enough room for the monster to maneuver if she got close. They were going to die. When she reached them, they were going to die. Alex's mind raced, and he shot his forceball at one of her hands, right at the dungeon core. The mark blocked combat when attacking creatures, but it hadn't interfered when he'd struck objects with his spell. If he could knock the dungeon core from her grip, then maybe. Memories poured into his head. Fire, fear, spiders, death. His aim spoiled, and his forceball ineffectively slammed into the queen's armored body. A swipe from one of her claws shattered it. His only weapon was gone. No, his mind screamed, don't give up, we are not going to die down here. Think, adapt. The Hive Queen snaked above a portal where stones floated in a gray sky. She was getting closer. She raised the dungeon core. Humans via Ravena. Once more, the dark faded toward gray. The closest of the walls she'd made shimmered. Egg sacs formed on its surface, swelling rapidly until they burst apart one by one, unleashing worker-silent spiders onto the path. They started to skitter forward, and Brutus snarled and lunged at them with his fangs ready. Crunch, his jaws shattered their chitin, ripping into the little beasts. Their knife-like legs scratched at his snouts and he yelped, but he didn't stop. Die, die. Teresa fired arrow after arrow toward the queen, aiming for joints, eyes, and anything else vulnerable. They bounced off the chitin as she closed. Selena's screams heightened in pitch, and for a moment the fear was just as raw as it had been 4 years ago. When the Roth's lives burned, the queen let out a satisfied clicking sound. The dungeon core's mana began to grow thicker in the air. The orb's darkness deepened, and Alex noticed the change. Each time the core used its power, the dark lessened. Each time their fear surged or his sister screamed, the darkness grew deeper. A memory from when they were in the temple returned to him. "You'd die terrified," Teresa had said about the death trap the spiders had created. The temple chamber had been right over the dungeon core's lair. Its victims would be terrorized to the height of fear, just as the Hive Queen was doing to them now. And as their terror grew, so did the dungeon core's mana. Fear. The core must have been feeding on it. And now the queen could take her time, slowly and carefully weaving between the portals, letting the core recharge as she came close enough to pluck her harvest. Think, adapt, his mind pushed. Think, adapt, think, adapt. Teresa's arrows hadn't worked. With no effort, the monster had ended his forceball. He wouldn't be able to channel another one in time knot with the mark interfering, and even if he could, it would do nothing against the queen's armor. The Hive Queen was close now. She drove a final webline into the stone and swung around another portal. Now only 2 more lay between them, one near the pathway that led to an endless night sky, and one farther into the chasm that led to the fire mountains and the river of lava beneath. Twang. Another of Teresa's arrows flew straight, shooting right for one of the Hive Queen's insectal eyes. Clack. The monster raised her hand and the arrow bounced uselessly off her armor. They couldn't hurt her, and she knew it. Slowly and lazily, she ducked beneath the portal to the fire mountains, giving it lots of room, and began drifting her torso toward them. Only the night sky portal lay between them and her claws. Alex, Teresa was shoving a waterskin at him. It was partially slit. The stench of wormhood drifted out. Teresa knocked a broad-headed arrow onto her bowstring. "Throw the bag at her when I tell you," she screamed. Alex drew himself out of his thoughts. With a final crunch of Brutus' jaws, he killed the last of the workers. This was it. There would be no more hesitation from the queen now. "Wait," Teresa said. The monster drew closer. He focused on the bag using the mark. He'd only get one chance at this. Memories of tossing coins flowed into him. images of tossing empty flour sacks away at McHarris Bakery, memories of tossing dough to make flatbread, mundane times coming to help him in crisis. Then a final memory, him knocking down the old, shaky shelf that the baker had been too cheap to have repaired, watching the flour bags burst open, covering everything in a powdery mess, the stale eggs rolling off and bursting, exposing his employer's rotten secret. Strange, that last memory hadn't been called up by the mark. He'd remembered it on his own. Still, it made sense that it would come back now. That moment had changed his life. This would too. Trusting his own experience, Alex Roth hoisted the bag of wormhood, letting the mark of the fool guide his aim, not at the monster, just in front of her. The Hive Queen weaved her body around the left of the night sky portal. Her centipede half drifted back as her sword legs poised, ready to strike them. The portal was almost behind her. Now, Teresa roared. He threw the waterskin. It whirled toward the queen, trailing stinkweed. The monster casually raised an arm to bat it aside. Twang. Teresa's broad arrow shot forward. Re-yip. It struck the skin mid-flight, piercing it and slamming it into the Hive Queen's arm. Splash! The bag tore open, splashing the thick juice over her forearm and monstrous, surprised face. She let out a silent chitter and recoiled. Part of her body brushed against the portal. Boom! In a flash of blue light, a section of her body all that touched the traveler's power simply vanished. The creature screeched out loud as insectal blood poured from her wound, and she clawed at the mess in her eyes. She'll bleed now, Teresa snarled in triumph. We can Eska. She gasped even as the monster scraped wormhood from her face with one hand. Another claw raised the dungeon core. Its darkness shifted. Mana poured into her and her wound began to close rapidly. The bleeding slowed. The orb was quickly losing its darkness, but the wound had almost completely healed. No, Teresa fired again, aiming for her open mouth. The arrow glanced off an armored hand. A grim look entered the young woman's eyes. She took Alex's hand and started to pull him toward the wall between them and the Rhaenian Empire's portal. Get to the wall up there. Resolve burned in her voice. I'll boost you and Selena over, then go. Brutus and I will hold her off. No, Selena screamed. Teresa, no, you can't. Alex was nearly sick with horror. Was this it? Was he supposed to leave his best friend and poor Brutus to die in the dark? No, he snapped at her. No one is dying. The flames of the Roth alehouse roared in his mind. Think, adapt. What did he have? His spells were useless. Their weapons were useless. Think, adapt. The queen continued to swipe away the insect repellent. The wound continued to heal even as the core faded to gray. He glanced past her in the portal to the fire mountains behind her and saw the staircase leading up to the temple. The fire gems. No, they wouldn't work. The beams were powerful magic, but he didn't know how to use them. If he messed Yupif, the mark interfered, might break them or cause a mana reversal, which would. Think, adapt. He hardened his resolve. It was either this or die. Ripping open his pack, he dumped the contents on the floor and grabbed the first gem that rolled out. Its magic circuitry touched his mana. The mark flooded him with failures in spellcraft, but he had counted on this. He only needed to see two memories in detail. The image of him nearly blowing off his own face in the woods, and the time he'd nearly caused a mana reversal in himself. He followed every foolish error, reversing the mana and pouring in too much to overload the circuit. He felt something crack in the gem. Its warmth built to such a searing heat that he needed to clench his teeth to continue to hold it. The image of the forciball in the woods seemed to overlap the gem in his mind, how it had shaken, how it had exploded. Teresa, Alex raised the gem. Crimson light swelled within. Crack split its surface as the mana reversal tore apart its magic circuitry. Flame magic began to run rampant. Teresa's eyes went wide. What's happening? Selena jumped away from the gem. Throw it at that piece of shit. He pointed at the Hive Queen. It's going to explode. His best friend looked at the fire gem, then at the bleeding queen. Confusion and fear flowed out of her expression. It was with her Deathstalker face that Teresa took the stone in her gloved hand. Get down. She shouted. She drew her arm back. Selena dived behind the night sky portal and Alex threw himself over her like a shield. Teresa's eyes briefly locked on the Hive Queen's face, then quickly shifted. In a blur of motion, she whipped the jewel through the air. The fire gem burned like a miniature sun. Alex could feel its heat swell as it flew past the Hive Queen and through the portal, hovering behind her. No, Alex cried. Stay down. Teresa dove by his side. Her hand grasped his, squeezing it as Brutus threw himself down, pressing into his master's side. Alex looked up as the queen reared in rage, letting her voice fill the cavern with a sharp screech. How had Teresa missed? She couldn't have, not from this distank. The answer suddenly hit him as he realized what was happening behind the monster. The gem's light burned from the portal to the fire mountains. The flame magic struck the river of lava just inside the doorway. It flashed once. The Hive Queen paused as red light poured into the cavern. She half turned and froze. Crack, the gem shattered. Holy she, Alex murmured. Boom, a blast of flame magic rocked the other side of the portal, filling the doorway with leaping fire. The explosion ripped over the lava field, blasting into the bubbling pool. It erupted in a geyser, and boiling rock poured through the portal in a wave, onto the Hive Queen's face and body. Screeching echoed through the chasm as a whirling mix of inferno and lava slammed into her, blasting her forward. Oh, she. Crash, her long body writhed in the air, then dropped, narrowly missing the sky portal and slamming into the pathway, cracking it. Her screeches went silent as convulsed tremors shook the cave. Flame magic and molten rock burned the humanoid torso and twisting, centipede lower body. Her armored chitin fractured. The creature tried to raise the graying dungeon core. Mana trickled into her as the wounds tried to close, but the orb's power was too low to heal her. The queen's weakening hand slipped from the dungeon core. Its darkness faded to sickly gray. Alex could hardly feel its mana. The healing had snuffed some of the flame, but she remained a smoldering, writhing wreck. He shivered, realizing he'd underestimated the sheer amount of mana in one of those gems. Even hiding behind the portal, they would have been blown to bits if the gem had exploded in the cave instead of inside the Fire Mountain portal. Most of the force was directed to wherever the portal came out. If Teresa had listened to him and thrown it at the queen. Bang, the Hive Queen continued to spasm. She was weakening but still wouldn't die. The lava was beginning to cool on her. Suddenly Teresa was on her feet, drawing her great-grandfather's sword and charging at the smoldering monster. Teresa, no. He shouted, but she didn't stop. She reached the Hive Queen as the creature raised one of her twitching foreclaws. She dove, sliding under the upraised pincer just before the queen slammed the claw down, impaling it deep in the stone. Teresa, there say, Selena screamed, trying to get up, but Alex gripped her tightly, just as Mr. Liu had gripped him in front of his parents' burning alehouse. The little girl could not turn her eyes away. The Hive Queen's movements slowed. Flinching against the heat, Teresa shot up to the monster's head and drove the sword down. Clack, the blade bounced off the chitin. Damn! She dropped her sword and bent to grab something unseen. She hefted it. The huntress Deathstalker face met the queen's half-melted gaze. Humans fear. She raised the dungeon core above her head. Fear this. Bang, crunch, Teresa drove it into the queen's lava-damaged skull, bursting it with a single strike. The creature stiffened, her 100 sword legs twitching and slashing the air. Then the massive body slumped, collapsing to the stone. Her bulky form began to slide from the ramp. Ararariyip. The giant forklow ripped from her ravaged torso as she slid. The web line burnt, and what was left of the Hive Queen slipped from the pathway and plunged toward one of the traveler's portals. Boom. Another flash of light. The insectal monster was pulled into the portal, its chitin crunching as it was contorted and forced to fit through the door. Light flashed. The Hive Queen's remains blasted back through the door, returning in dozens of pieces. They tumbled down, falling toward the bottom of the deep, dark chasm. Crash and hit rock far below. Teresa rose up, ripping off her steaming glove and panting in the multi-hued light from the portals. Her lean, strong form heaved with each breath, and sweat poured over her brow as she basked in their survival. She stood triumphant like a warrior from a lost age, and Alex couldn't tear his eyes off of her. In the back of his mind, a small voice assured him he did not have issues. Their Selena escaped Alex and rushed at their friend, throwing her arms around her waist. You're all right, you're all right. With 3 loud barks, Brutus tackled them both to the ground. Ah, Brutus, Brutus, no, Teresa laughed as he licked her face with all 3 tongues. His tail wagged so fast that it looked like it was about to shoot off. Alex stumbled over and flopped down cross-legged on the stone close by. You know, he said, that was the most amazing thiog. Her ungloved hand grabbed him, dragging him down beside her, Selena and Brutus. Alex, we did it, we did it. Teresa's eyes were filled with tears of joy. She pulled him close, weeping softly into his shoulder. Yeah, he sniffled, relief washing through him. Yeah, we're alive. Can't believe it, but we're alive. For a time, the little group just lay on the stones and held each other in a mixture of ugly crying, laughter, and relief. That was smart, Alex. That thing you did with the stone. Teresa turned to him. Yeah, but what you did was genius, throwing it in the lava portal like that. You saved us. He smiled at her. Yeah, you did too. The grin she returned was brilliant. For a second there, you looked a bit like a hero of Thameland. Alex felt his face grow hot and could imagine the blush spreading across his cheeks. A tiny hand grabbed his shirt. Selena was looking up at him. Are you okay, Alex? He laughed and patted her shoulder. Of course I'm okay. I'm your big brother, aren't I? Are you okay? The fire. I'm okay, she said quickly and looked away. I'm okay. The beginning of a frown touched Alex's forehead. They would need to talk about this later. He glanced toward the portal to the Rhynian Empire, past the wall the Hive Queen had raised. We're going to have to get over the wall, Alex groaned. But maybe after we lie here for, a few days, maybe weeks, maybe forget Generosity altogether, he joked wearily. We'll just hide here for. His eyes fell on the gray orb. The dungeon core lay on the stones just past them, still covered in Hive Queen brains. Even though it was weak, its pulsating mana was active. Hey, where are you going? Teresa asked as he climbed to his feet. She watched him approach the sphere. Don't touch that. It's covered in bug juice. They say you just used it to cave a giant monster's head in. What do you mean don't touch it? Yeah, but it didn't have bug on it then. And whose fault is that? She looked at him sidelong. Never mind, is that what I think it is? I'm pretty sure it's the dungeon core. She sat bolt upright. Selena gasped, scrambling back. Is that the thing that makes a dungeon spit out monsters? The darkness deepened as they shrank back. Don't be afraid of it, he said quickly. I know that's hard to do because it's terrifying, but I think it gets stronger when you're afraid. Teresa's jaw hardened and she glared at the sphere, taking Selena's hand. The little girl took a deep breath and tried to match the young woman's glare. The dungeon core's darkness lessened. He wasn't sure if it was the just survived certain death speaking to him, but he was reminded of just how much he loved the two of them. His attention went back to the core, and this thing had nearly killed all of them. Alex Roth protected his own, repaid debts, and tried to treat others how they treated him. He had no interest in nearly dying in battle alongside the heroes, but he wasn't about to just walk off and let this thing regenerate to make more monsters. He was also a revenge enthusiast, as McHarris had found out. I'm gonna break the hell out of this thing. His hands balled into fists. Teresa climbed to her feet. It deserves it, but how? The Traveler did it with her magic, didn't she? It's too bad she's not around to tell us what she did. Maybe your mark will tell you, Selena offered. It is still a hero's mark. He rolled the core on the ground to try to clean it off, then grunted as he slowly took it up in both hands. He concentrated on the mark. He waited. No helpful images arose. No rush of power or divine revelation. He sighed. Fine, hard way it was then. What did he have available? He looked to the portals. The Traveler's magic had destroyed the spiders. It might do the same with the dungeon core itself. Should he toss it through a portal? He dismissed that idea pretty quickly. If it landed somewhere and could start spawning monsters, maybe it was time to go to the expert. He looked toward the Traveler's body and the blue light shining around her. If the magic in her portals worked on the monsters, then what about the magic still in her body? Teresa, could I get that boost over the wall now? I think it's time we introduced this thing to Ulrich's patron saint, properly. The group gathered up their supplies, with Alex collecting the 3 remaining fire gems. It was a shame he'd had to destroy one, but their lives were definitely more valuable, to them at least. They took some of the rubble created by the Hive Queen's convulsions and built a mound against the wall. Brutus used it as a boost to bound over the top, and avoiding the wreckage of the eggs, the rest followed, with Teresa lifting Selena up to Alex, then scaling the wall last. On the other side, the portal to freedom and the Traveler's body lay. With quiet reverence, they approached the body of their patron saint. Her form was mummified, and her features were preserved. In death, the Traveler looked time-worn, like an ancient village elder ready to tell stories at the harvest festival. Her hands lay against her belly with palms raised. In one hand was a faded golden glow in the shape of Uldar's hand, the mark of the saint. Beside her lay a thick book bound with iron. Her mana was so strong that it felt like it was physically touching Alex. The remaining darkness in the core shuddered and drew away from her light. Crouching beside her, he placed the dungeon core in her hands. The sphere shuddered and the darkness shot to the top of the orb, away from the Traveler's hands. Oh, you really want to slither around, don't you? He glared at the thing. He remembered when the Hive Queen had used the core. Its mana shifted in the air at the same time as the darkness shifted within. Hopefully it worked by way of mana and will. If it did, since it was so weak now, even he might be able to force the dungeon core's mana to touch the Traveler's. His mind went to his mark. This would be a task that wouldn't involve spellcraft, unless he'd really misread what the Hive Queen had done. It wasn't combat, and he hoped it wouldn't count as divinity. If he focused on the task of breaking the dungeon core, then memories should build up that would eventually let him get there. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mana and placed his palms on the sphere, pushing into the core. It was a bit similar to how he used will and mana to control his forciball after it had been cast. His mana bounced off as though slapped away. All right, one failure. Now for the moment of truth. He concentrated on the mark. A single image rose in his head. It was of himself pushing his mana toward the core, trying to break it. It pointed out what he had done right. He grinned. Now it would be a matter of repeating the task. This could take a while, he warned his companions. You might want to have a seat. Again and again, he threw his mana at the core, at first to no effect. With each try, though, he attempted something different with his mana. Minor successes built up and guided by the mark began to make some headway. The dungeon core fought for its existence, trying to push him away. Sweat poured from his brow. If it still had even a little more of its strength, he doubted he could have made any headway with it. He didn't know how long they battled. It could have been minutes or hours, but he was able to get a little deeper into the core each time. His mana weaved through the maze of its defenses. The weakened darkness began to slide lower in the sphere, approaching contact with the Traveler. Soon, he threw his mana harder at it to push deep this time and keep building on his successes. His mana chased the core, ready for the next failure or success to guide him, but the attempt did something he didn't expect. Click, something slid into place like a key sliding into a lock within the soul. The pulsating mana shuddered. In an instant, his senses stopped being lucid. He was everywhere in the cave at once. The pulsating mana overlapped with his mind, fighting him viciously. Images poured into his thoughts, dark spheres, blasted landscapes, monsters in the dark. He screamed and thought only about escape. Just before he was pushed out by the core, his mana moved with the thought of escaping. The dark in the sphere moved with it. The key slid out of the lock. Kroom. A small wall rose in front of the portal to the Rhynian Empire, high enough to serve as a stepping stone to the door, high enough to help them escape. Then he was back in his body, and the last of the dungeon core's power faded. Left defenseless, the traveler's magic poured in eagerly. It flooded the sphere with blue light and rushed in so strongly that it flashed through Alex as well. For an instant her mana touched his, then it was gone. With a scream like scraping glass, the dungeon core crumbled into shining sand. Selena clutched her brother's clothes. "Are you okay? You were screaming." "Alex," Teresa grabbed his shoulder. "Alex, did the core do something?" That wall appeared. He stared at them, uncomprehending. The magnitude of what he'd just done melted every thought from his head, except for one. It was only for a moment, and only because it was so weak, but he had controlled one of the Ravena's copies and built a wall. It was impossible. It had to be. Dungeon cores were for the Ravena's monsters. Humans couldn't manipulate them. Could they? Then something occurred to him. He concentrated on the mark again, focusing on the idea of control. What happened turned his blood cold. The mark of the fool brought up the proper memories, neatly organized, pointing out everything he had done right, like if it was just another skill to be learned. A skill that let one control one of the enemy's most precious resources. No legend mentioned this, nor had it been written in Galloway's book, but yet he'd done it. The core had been weak, but he'd controlled it. He thought back on all the cases where fools had disappeared or betrayed the heroes. If it was something to never be done, there should have been a warning to future fools or to anyone. Why wasn't something about this written anywhere? Was it a secret? And if a fool could learn to control the enemy's greatest weapons, then how was that useless? And if humans or maybe other race could take control of the enemy's chorus, what did that mean about the Ravena itself? He shook his head. Either he was the first to figure this out, and the most clever fool to ever bear the mark, which he sincerely doubted, or Teresa, Selena, he finally said, "Our legends what's recorded, there's something's wrong with them. Something is wrong." What? Teresa stared at Alex. "What do you mean? What's wrong? Listen." He pointed to the wall in front of the gate. He paused, trying to figure out how to explain without sounding like he'd lost his mind. I controlled the core. Silence. In the silence, Alex noticed that the scratches on Brutus' noses had a salve on them. "What are you talking about?" His best friend looked at him like he had lost his mind. "You were holding that thing for a long time. Do you need to lie down, Alex?" A worried Selena shuffled from foot to foot. Her little hands clutched his clothes. "I was trying to break the Coratrine to bring its mana together with the travelers." He slowly tried to get his bearings back. And next thing I know, I was sharing its senses. Teresa was looking at him with growing confusion. Brutus had cocked all three of his heads. "Butte, are you okay?" Selena asked. Yeah, I'm fine, but listen. The mark was just showing me how to do it again." A stunned silence followed. "What?" Teresa asked incredulously. He shrugged helplessly. "It's a skill, and it's not spellcraft, divinity, or combat." "No," she shook her head. "That if that's true, this changes the war." His hands gripped his head. "Our history should mention this. I mean, look at all the fools from the past. All the ones that were supposed to have disappeared. Did that thing tell you to do bad things?" Selena stared at the remains of the orb in fright. "No," Alex said. "It fought me but ran out of energy." "The traveler did the rest. Should we tell somebody?" the young girl asked. "If it's so important, I think what your brother just did is something like highest blasphemy," Teresa said gently. "So what do we do?" the girl asked. Teresa drew a long breath. "Alex, I know you might say that you need to figure this out. Don't want anything to do with this, but wait, what?" She blinked. "I thought you just wanted to get your own life back. That was before I found out that big parts of our history might be secrets and lies." He chewed his lip. "Teresa, humans can use the Ravena's dungeon cores. What does that mean? Can other races? Why is this a secret? Why is this hidden? Who's hiding it? How are they hiding it? There's something rotten in the kingdom of Thameland." He looked to his companions seriously. "And the thing with rot is that it spreads. When we get to Generossi, we'll have access to one of the greatest libraries in the world and some of the greatest minds to have ever lived. We can look into this discreetly. Then we can figure out who we can trust and maybe give them whatever we find." He paused. The image of a smiling young man with a golden tooth came to mind. "Maybe Cedric, maybe. I don't know if we can trust him," but he gestured to the broken core. "Either way, someone has to look into this. And right now, it seems we're the only people who know. And besides..." He gave a tired smile. "We're still going to go to a city of wizards. We're going to have lives, but we'll just be doing a little service to our country too. On the side. I think that's a good thing to do," Selena said slowly. "If it's something dangerous, then we should do something." "I agree," but Teresa gave a grim look and gestured to the chasm. "That thing nearly killed us." If Cedric hadn't destroyed all of her soldiers, if you didn't think of using the temple eye gems, and if we didn't have the traveler's portals here, then we'd all be dead. 3 times over. She looked down at her great-grandfather's sword. If what you say is right, then something has gone through a lot of trouble to keep this a secret. I don't imagine the lives of 3 people and a dog would be spared. This is going to be dangerous. We can't meet such a challenge as we are now, and just hoping that nothing bad happens would be fatally stupid. There you go, talking sense again. He smiled weakly. I agree. We don't need to be Cedric, but we do need to at least be able to protect ourselves. Generosity is called the city at the center of creation. For a reason, it has knowledge from all over the world. We can learn what we can, get some more money together, and buy what we need. I can use the mark to learn every skill I can and try to exploit it and learn to be a proper wizard. Teresa frowned. I don't know anything about magic. I won't have much of a way to grow in a city of wizards sunless. She paused, looking up to the portal with Mount Tai. When you say all over the worldos, that mean knowledge from the Tarim Lung Empire, where your great-grandfather was from. I'm sure why. Her eyes glinted. I'll explain later, but there's a reason why Twin Blade Lu was so feared. And it wasn't just for his swords. Brutus barked with all 3 heads and brushed against his master, who smiled at him. And you too, Brutus, will grow together. She was giving off that warrior from a lost time vibe again, and Alex fought to tear his gaze away. His eyes landed on Selena, who was balling her little hands into fists. I'll grow too, she said with determination. He smiled warmly and patted her head. The only growing kids have to do is growing up. Your brother's right, let him and me handle this, Teresa said gently. You just need to focus on going to school. Selena looked between her brother and friend. Her chubby little face fell. Okay. She briefly looked toward the portal with the fire mountains. Okay. Something lay in her eyes, but it faded quickly. Right, then that's the plan. Alex rose to his feet. Now who's tired of this horrible death hive? He glanced at the traveler's body. No offense, I am. Selena raised her hand. Absolutely, Teresa agreed. Brutus barked once. All right. Alex took a deep breath, looking at their portal to freedom. Then let's get out of here. He approached the traveler one more time. Listen, he said quietly, crouching beside the body and touching one of her hands. Her mana brushed against his skin. It felt calming, almost like a grandmother's hug. Though it was cool, it had its own kind of warmth. I wish I could repay you for everything you've done for us, even in death. I owe you everything, but all I can say is that I'll honor you in my own way. Oh, and sorry about breaking your statues. He paused. I ask that you continue to watch over us, and the Liu family, and Peter and Paul, their guards in Ulrich, maybe not Macaris. Oh, and if you feel like expanding from Ulrich, Cedric of Clan Duncan, I think you'll need it. He named others he wished her to protect, then scraped up a good portion of the dungeon core's remains and tied it into a pouch. Hopefully he could learn something by examining it at the university. Just as he was about to get up, he stopped. Didn't Cedric say something about priests' holy symbols singing when a hero was close? Wasn't the saint supposed to from even further away? Judging by the glow of her mark, it still held some power. He noticed a chain around her neck hanging to the side. Gingerly, he brought it up into the light. He burst out laughing. No hand of Uldar hung from it. Her holy symbol was that of 2 faces. Red-eyed goddesses with snarling mouths and sharp teeth. I guess you had your secrets too. He laid her symbol back down. Well, I won't tell if you won't. He looked closer at the book laying beside her. Across the spine was writing in the same language that had been etched into the statue's bases. Opening it revealed more writing in that language. He closed his eyes for a moment, then took the book and carefully laid it in his pack. Maybe more of her story was within. Maybe it would be something else. Either way, he wanted to know more about her. He could borrow it and put it back someday. When he stood, Teresa and Selena came forward and said final thank yous to the traveler. Brutus whimpered softly. One by one, they stepped up onto the little wall in front of the portal to the Rhaenian Empire. Alex eyed the magical doorway and took a deep breath, holding out his hands. Selena nodded nervously and took his left. Teresa drew a deep breath and took his right. Her hand shook in his. He was fairly sure his hand was shaking too. Brutus simply barked, nuzzling up to his master to calm her. She gave him a weak smile and put a hand on his leftmost head. I'm okay, boy, I'm okay. Toads linked tightly to each other. They stepped through the portal. As they disappeared, the only motion left in the chasm was the shimmering of the traveler's light. In that radiance, she almost seemed to be smiling. Vertigo hit Alex as a whirlwind of scenery flashed before his eyes. A castle that looked to be underwater, a city of silver and steel and glass, a silver chariot that roared past stars. Then he was stumbling into tall, warm grass and falling to his knees with his head spinning. Selena tumbled past on his left, groaning and splaying flat on her back. Brutus landed in a heap of legs and heads. Only Teresa managed to keep her feet. She gracefully stepped into the grass and held her hands out to keep her balance. She steadied and proudly rose to her full height. Then her face turned green. Bleerg. She threw up in the grass. Slowly rising to his feet, Alex stretched and took a long look around. The grass was different, and so was the light. It was late afternoon in the Rainian Empire, judging by the position of the sun, which might have explained the pale shades of the grasses, or they just might be different kinds of grasses. Alex had no idea, and this delighted him, so many new things to learn. The air was warmer, and a soft breeze carried the hint of fresh water. Trees were shorter and less ominous than the tall trunks of coil. To the north were the peaks of the elements, one burning, one stony and studded in gem deposits, one covered in waterfalls, and the last floating above the earth. What a sight! A weight had lifted from his shoulders, one he had carried since being branded 2 nights before. Joy swelled in his chest so quickly that he had to choke back tears. Tough times would likely be coming, but he couldn't ignore life's joys purely to focus on its worries. As someone who'd met grief at a young age, he knew that path wasn't the best one to stay on. With a huge smile, he crouched beside his sister and his best friend who had finally finished throwing up. He made sure to place himself between Selena and the fire mountain to the north. "Are you okay, little goblin?" He patted her tummy. She groaned. "I don't ever want to do that again." His joy had made him absolutely giddy, and he giggled. "I don't think we'll be doing that too much. Here. Help Selena stand." He glanced back to the portal and noticed that it had faded to just a barely noticeable shimmer in the air. He brushed his hand through it. Nothing happened. It looked like this one was one way only. Brutus dragged himself up and Shookai's jowls flapping on his faces. The Cerberus perked up his ears excitedly with all 3 of his noses sniffing all the new scents of this strange land as his huge body bounded through the tall grass. Alex chuckled to himself as he rubbed Teresa's back. "He's having fun, I'm not," she groaned, holding her head. "It feels like my head was spun around, put on backward. And upside down." Well, he clasped her shoulder. "I just wanted to say you've started your dream. Look, strange lands like your great-grandfather saw." She slowly looked up, giving a little gasp of amazement. Her eyes looked around in wonder, taking in the new sights from the peaks of the elements to her own Brutus frolicking through the grass, barking and chasing bird-sized dragonflies. "Oh, Alex," she sighed, "if I didn't stink of puke, I'd hug you right now." "I'll ask for it later," he chuckled, glancing up to the sun's position. "Well, let's get out of sight of all that fire." He jerked his head to the mountain, "and see if we can find a town. If not, we can camp. You have relatives in the Rainian Empire. Do you have any idea if this place is safe?" She shrugged. "I don't know much about it. My uncle lives on the northern coast, and my parents say he doesn't really travel more than a day's walk from his smithy, except for when he comes to visit us. And when he visits, he talks about the town where he lives, and that's about it. Well, I guess we'll find out together. Besides, I'd say we're safe. We just killed a giant monster. What can threaten us now?" She gave him a withering look. "What did we just talk about, Alex?" He sighed and gave the withering look right back. "I know, Teresa, I was trying to bask in victory. Were you ruining the mood by being sensible?" While they weren't fortunate enough to find a town by sunset, the walk was pleasant. Following the river Ostris, it wasn't long until they found the closest bridge and the highway it belonged to. The road itself was broad and well-traveled, and they passed several farmers, some humans, and some beastfolk carrying livestock to market by cart. It was such a strange, peaceful contrast to the tension they'd seen and felt during the mass exodus from Ulrich. None of the farmers traveled with any weapons, and they waved with broad smiles and greetings in the Rhinian tongue. Teresa responded haltingly with the same words, drawing on parts of the language she'd picked up from her uncle's visits. Alex noted to himself to use the mark to practice the language when they stopped for the evening. It was time to start finding useful skills wherever he could. Just before dark, they found a small copse of trees close to the roadside, and with Brutus sniffing for, and not finding any beasts of prey or other threats, they made camp. Brutus had found some wild hares, though, so he and Teresa went rabbit hunting for their supper. To Alex's delight, after he'd cooked up another minor feast, Cerberus actually came to him, looking for his food for the evening. Progress. His mind sparked at all the new trained Cerberus-related possibilities, and he picked up a stick. "Don't even think about it," Teresa said from across the fire. She had her full Deathstalker face on. "You just started to earn his respect. Don't ruin it now." He held up his hands in mock innocence. "It's not what it looks, Lee. You're going to try to make him play fetch. Okay, so it's exactly what it looks like." He looked to Brutus and saw that one of his heads stared directly at him. The big dog did not look impressed. Alex slowly laid the stick down. She smiled, letting Deathstalker face slip. "Remember, it's all about patience, whether it's hunting or befriending an animal. Don't act too quickly just because you think you have the advantage." Something passed through her eyes. "When you know the time is right, then you strike." He paused. "Right, I think I follow." "Good," she said, before taking Selena's dinner scraps to dispose of. Glancing at Brutus, he smiled wickedly to himself. First, trust and respect. Then, when the time was right. Fetch time. The night passed far less eventfully than their previous night, and Alex had time to use the mark to go over his few memories of the Rhinian tongue while on watch. As soon as it was Teresa's turn, he slept the sleep of the dead. All the previous day's excitement had completely exhausted him. When he woke up in the morning, his muscles felt like Macaris had beaten them for hours. He forced himself to move through the pain while promising to start strength training soon. He'd need to be physically ready for trouble in the future. But trouble didn't come that morning, and they made good time during the rest of the day, especially once Teresa convinced Brutus to carry Selina on his back. By noon, the road had filled with other travelers, and soon they began to hear a roar in the distance. They looked at one another and took off, racing up a hill toward the distant roar. Surprised travelers watched them go. When they reached the summit, they could only stare. Before them rose the walls of a city largest they had ever seen, and beyond spread the beautiful blue waters of the Prinian Sea. Port Mossar, they had come to the last leg of their journey. Now finding a ship was all that stood between them and Generosity. As they stared in contentment, Alex's eyes drifted to Teresa's beautiful, excited face. Her dream was coming. His dream was coming. He looked to Selina, ready to begin a new life. He looked at Brutus, happily frolicking through the grass. He could almost taste the new life ahead of them. But whatever was wrong in Thameland could ruin that. There on the hill in the morning sun, he made a promise. He'd learn to use the mark of the fool's potential as best he could. He'd gather skills that could help him understand what was happening in Thameland, skills that he could exploit to help his magic, and any other skills that he wanted, he'd think. He'd adapt, then with any hope had be ready for whatever was coming. Well, this here's a mighty fine mess we gots. Cedric of Clan Duncan stepped through the fire-blackened tunnel, over the bodies of burnt spiders. Damn little buggers are all over the place, and here I was thinking I'd killed the whole lot. Well, it don't matter now, place is emptier than an ale barrel after a clan chief's weddin'. He looked through the hole broken in the tunnel wall. Oi heart, you see any more of them beasties over there? Just dead ones, a deep voice rumbled back. Oh, and don't get too close to them portals. Remember what them guards back in Ulrich told us about the whole business of portals poppin' folks around the continent or into the bloody sky, and such. Only place they threw the spiders is in the grave, the voice came back. Almost done. Chosen, I really should insist that we continue on to the capital, murmured one of the two priests that had accompanied them into the cave. The other simply bowed his head before his hands, praying constantly into his holy symbol of Uldar. Oh bah, put your spine back in, friend. Cedric clapped the first priest on the back with a grin. We got 3 heroes here, and Ulrich's right on this bloody place's doorstep. This dungeon needs puttin' down, and there ain't no way around it. I think we can handle one that I already mostly cleared out. Then we can pop off to the capital to do bloody ceremonies and all that sort o' thing, don't you think? Am I not right, Drestra? He glanced back to the sage. A lean woman stayed at the back of the group with her hands buried within her earth-toned cloak. On the side of her neck glowed a symbol that looked like a staff, the mark of the sage. A veil hid her face from the nose down and her eyes. They were golden in color and their pupils were slitted like a snake's. We are enough, Drestra of Crimlin Swamp said, and her voice was low and crackled like fire. Golden eyes slid over to one of the priests, who shuddered under her inhuman gaze. Even these ones are enough. I sense none of the Ravena's mana, only that colder mana that we sensed in Coil. It is strong in this room, stronger below. I sense that too. Cedric looked back to the temple chamber ahead, noting the sheer destruction that had occurred. But the core might still be as weak as freshly hatched hens, with its mana so low, so we might not be picking it up from far off. Oi heart, you all right in there? A giant of a man stooped through the tunnel, the top of his helmet nearly scraping the stone. From beneath the steel, Hart Redfletcher looked back at Cedric with large, dark eyes. He bristled with weapons over his breastplate and chain armor, and a massive bow was strapped to his back. A quiver of arrows with red fletching bobbed at his waist, and he gripped an inhumanly large warhammer in both hands. The symbol of the champion lay on his bicep beneath his armor, as he told Cedric when they'd met on the road the night before. I only saw strange portals, which I stayed away from, like a smart person. His voice was deep and would have suited a far older man. The portals looked like they killed those spiders you talked about. No sign of a fight there. So then just here, Cedric put his hands on his hips, looking between the shattered statues and the burnt spider horde. And what do you suppose happened in here? Maybe something with them statues. Almost feel bad when Rock's doing my damn duty for me. My father used to say that the best battles are ones won before they are fought, Drestra said. Used to say. Hart glanced at her with interest. Cedric had noticed the big man's gaze lingering on the witch's eyes, with curiosity, not distaste. Where is he now? He died in battle. Ah, pity, happens to the best. Drestra raised an eyebrow. I understood that it is victory that belongs to the best in battle. Hart shrugged, and the wooden mercenary badge of the Ash Crows bounced on his tabard. Sometimes it does, if they're lucky. And speakin' of victory, if and there's nothing to worry about, then I says we finish clearin' out the place. Cedric jerked his head toward the fragments of doors on the opposite end of the temple that had been blasted apart. Come on, brave heroes, let's go. Well, if that ain't the most amazing sight you've ever seen in your life. Cedric gawked at the floating portals as the heroes and priests trudged down the path into the chasm. His eyes lingered on a portal that led to the sky where sinewy reptilian forms flew on bat-like wings. Figures rode on their backs, though none seemed to notice the portal. Real bloody story by the bonfire stuff. Did any Ayus priests know anything about this? Eno, Chosen, we have no details of this place. The first priest gaped. The cave of the traveler Shudthais is an incredible discovery. It is. Drestra stared at the portals, a unique magic. The witches of Kremlin would give much to study this place. Hart scanned the portals and darkness below for any sign of threats with his giant bow readied. Do you feel any of the dungeon core's mana? He asked the two spellcasters. Not a bit, Cedric shrugged as Drestra shook her head. Either the bloody thing went and hid on us or it's dead. Perhaps the traveler intervened, Drestra offered. Cedric glanced to the body far below in its shimmering blue light. Let's check that theory, shall we? They passed through the dead hive, stepping over egg sacs and fallen weblines connected to the wall. They took care to avoid stepping into any portals close by. When they approached two walls raised in their path to the traveler's body, Hart drew his hammer with one meaty hand. He limbered up his shoulders and cracked his neck. Stand back. He swung at the wall. Crash, a single blow shattered a giant hole in it. Crash, another smashed it entirely. As he crossed the rubble, he looked down, all clear here, but the stones blackened. Some sort of fire happened here. Drestra looked at a nearby portal. Fire mountains are through there, perhaps an eruption. Hart looked from Drestra to the fire mountains. His eyes narrowed, not trusting the stability of the volcanoes. Well, that's bloody terrific. Even faraway mountains are killin' our enemies for us. Cedric threw up his hands in pretend frustration. Guess we might be out of a job, friends? Maybe we'll all go after the next core and find a big old tree's taken it out, or some titan of a mole's dug it up and moved in with her kin. Hart knocked a gauntleted fist against a giant claw half buried in the earth. Good strong material. Can we use materials from monsters, or do they get all corrupt? He glanced at the priests. Previous heroes have. The first cleared his throat while the second continued to pray. Though it is not proper. Our enemies' materials should be destroyed, but there is no law stopping others from using what they find. I'll be not proper then. Looting is half a mercenary's pay, maybe more. Hart tapped it one more time. Claws bit right into the rock without bending. One would make for a hell of a blade. With a grunt, the champion took hold of the monster's claw and tore it from the stone with ease, sending up a shower of rock. The priests jumped back from the flying dust and pebbles. Hart tested the edge that had been buried in the stone, cut rock and not even dulled. He set the claws on the ground. I'll be taking those. His hammer swung at the opposite wall. Crash, crash. If it's all this easy, we'll have the Raven dead by Sigmas. He stepped back over the rubble. Fire mountains or not, something's done our work for us. Allah, or maybe someone. Cedric bounded past the champion and peered at the body of the traveler, giving her a short bow of respect. Allah, would you look at that? He gestured to the shining sand in her hands with his spear. If I were a bettin' man, which I am, we'll get the cards out later. I'd say our old predecessor here did our work for us. Oi, holy ones, would you say that this stuff here's what's left o' the dungeon core? Or did some beastie happen to drop a bunch of glass into the traveler's hands? One of the priests drew a small, leather-bound book from his robes and flipped through the pages quickly, peering at little descriptions, illustrations, and diagrams within. According to the bestiary of the Ravena and its foul spawn, a dungeon core shall crumble into fine glass like dust after destruction. Does this here look like that stuff? As the priest approached the traveler, his holy symbol began to sing like a heavenly choir had been tied to his neck. He looked between an illustration in the book and the sand. It matches. It would appear her magic destroyed the core, Drestra said. But after some sort of battle, perhaps, maybe something came out of one of those portals. Hart shrugged, could be anything. More magic in here than I've ever seen, and that's not nothing. The Ash Crows have killed a fair share of wizards. Charming. Drestra gave him a look. What? We were paid for it. Nothing personal. It was no doubt personal to the wizards. Yeah, and that boar you put away 3 steaks from last night. Hart grinned. It was pretty personal to him when I shot him, but I didn't hear you complaining about that while you were stuffing your cheeks like a baby squirrel. There was a light playfulness to his tone, but the only reaction he got back from Drestra was a silent stare. Her eyes were unreadable. Now, let's let aside matters of wizards and piggies. Cedric chuckled, raising his hands. He'd been measuring both of his new companions, and so far he'd been pleased. Both clearly knew their jobs well, though he did wonder how they'd get along. A hermit witch from the western swamps and a hardened warrior who'd grown up among mercenaries didn't exactly speak of fellowship, teamwork, and sociable nature. Well, maybe they'd warm up in time. Praise be to Uldar and to his saint, the traveler, for she is the first to defeat a core during this cycle, the second priest said into his symbol. Praise be to you, O past saint. Cedric nodded quietly while looking down at the particles of the core with regret. In truth, he was a bit disappointed in not having a nice little scrap ready and waiting in the dungeon. The fight against the spiders outside had made the old blood of Clan Duncan sing in him, even if the battle had been a little easy, but he kept his disappointment to himself. Probably wouldn't do for the chosen to complain that the fight against the land's ancient evil wasn't hard enough. Can material from the core itself be used? Drestra's reptilian eyes were fixed on the shining sand. Yes, the priest said. It is a strong mana conduit. If the proper apparati are used, there is a history of crafting powerful potions or pressing them into weapons. We take that too then. Hart rubbed his hands together. Loot and no fighting. Best job I've ever had. A thought occurred to him, and he turned to the portals appraisingly. Say speakin' using things. You think we could get some wizards down here to take a look at this place? Cedric willed his spear to melt down and pour over his arm. No need for it, most likely. I'm thinkin', if we can put sense to how this place and all its fancy doors work, then we got ourselves a way to get all the folks that need out of Thameland away real fast. Lot less death and a lot less, not affordin', a bloody boat. He smiled in anticipation. And if we see any portals that lead to places here on the island, then we got ourselves a way to pop around quick and stomp out a bunch o' dungeons before they get too fighty. Well, hopefully they'd be a little fighty. His didn't raise a warrior that knocked around opponents who couldn't fight back. Good stuff. Fine then, let's get to the capital and get things truly started. Hopefully we'll have the fool by then. He looked to the traveler. We can't have the dead doing all the work. Mess, the fool's not with us and we've already got a dead dungeon, Hart said. Let them hide if they're hiding. Either way, we'll have this all fixed by Sigmas. Cedric glanced one more time to the dungeon core's remains. Let's hope that's so. A titanic orb of darkness floated somewhere deep beneath the earth. The cavern surrounding it was large enough to fit an entire castle, and it teemed with monsters, hive queens of silence, hulking scaled behemoths that breathed brimstone and poison, humanoid giants that had no skin. Other monsters crawled and flew through the cavern, Ravena's direct spawn. The dark teemed with their cries, and their eyes were filled with death. The Ravena floated silently above them all, over a pool of black, stagnant water. Shadows stirred in its depths. Something had destroyed one of its cores. No, more than that, something else had happened. Something that had not occurred in many cycles of its reincarnation. Something that could not be tolerated. An ancient commandment was renewed within. The darkness of its surface swam, and its monsters went silent, quickly bowing towards it. Its darkness swirled faster, until it finally spit out 5 creatures into the black pool below. They were human-like in shape, though covered in skin that was like thousands of scabs joined together. Their eyes had no pupils, and their humanoid skulls had no nose or lips, revealing teeth like scorpion stingers. Claws the size of short swords dripped poison, and the webbing between their fingers and toes let them bob in the dark waters with ease. They listened closely as the Ravena instructed them, seek. One of the creatures swam to shore and stepped onto land. The other monsters, its older siblings, parted to let it pass as it stepped into a passageway that would lead it to the surface. Thameland would be its area of search. The other 4 creatures dived into the dark water. Swimming deep into the earth, they followed underwater tunnels deep beneath Thameland. Eventually, the water changed from fresh to salt, and they emerged into the ocean far below where light touched, and far beneath where the priests had erected their barrier. Only they of all the Ravena's children could survive the horrible pressures of this deep. Only they, its assassins, could seek what it had told them to find. They broke apart, each swimming in different directions. They let out long-range pulses of mana, which echoed back to them like a bat guiding itself in the dark. Each would pass into the world quietly, until one of their pings found a marked one who had usurped a core, one who needed to die. Port Mossar was overwhelming. The sights, the smells, the energy. Alex had read that the city was the largest port in the south of the Rainian Empire, and it showed. Seagulls trumpeted at each other above marketplaces bursting with activity. Farmers, fishermen, and vendors called to travelers throughout the cobblestone streets, all working for an early sale. Tempting scents rising from the many food stalls made Alex's belly rumble, even though they'd recently had breakfast. Half a dozen languages swarmed around them, and he listened to all of them. Then there were the people. Alex had seen an elf in Ulrich once, as well as one of the beastfolk, a pinkish merchant with the head of a pigbutt now. They were surrounded by a multitude of peoples, including the oceanic Fokker Selachar, as they called themselves, and several races of beastfolk. Most of the beastfolk around the markets shared the traits of human and pig, but there were also some that were dog people, cat people, and even hulking minotaurs. Brutus tilted his head as he sniffed and eyed the dog people. Teresa had to keep him from chasing after the cat people. The Selachar were similar to humans, except for the silver-gray cast to their skin, their eyes which were solid black, and the gill slits framing their necks. When one laughed nearby, Alex noticed that their mouths were full of sharp, jagged teeth. Selena quietly asked him if they also lived in the water, but he had no idea. That was something for them to learn about in Generosi's library, or by talking with people, he guessed. So this is what great-grandfather saw most of his life, Teresa murmured, trying to hold her gaze straight so that they wouldn't look like gaping bumpkins. Her voice had a dreamy quality to it. So many things, so many people. So many ports, it's all so cool. Selena held her brother's hand, with her eyes shining at the stone architecture. Of particular interest to her was a cathedral they passed in Midtown, one dedicated to the 4 elements. The symbols of fire, water, stone, and air chased each other in the stained glass of its largest window. It felt a little strange to him, seeing a temple without Uldar's hand raised over its front. Luckily, it didn't look like Uldar had any presence here. That meant none of his priests. Yeah, Alex agreed. It's pretty cool, isn't it? And you notice the stares we're getting. I guess Cerberi are as rare in the Rhaenian Empire as they are back home. When they'd first arrived at the city gates and before the guards would even consider letting them through, they'd been questioned about Brutus' temperament. They kept making comments about his size, the fact that he had 3 large heads, and that he looked dangerous. But for his part, Brutus ignored them, staying by Teresa's side as 2 of his heads swiveled every which way, while one would dip to investigate new scents. I hear it's even wilder in Generosity, Alex continued. Tamed monsters, wizards everywhere, people that can flit's going to be great, and it'll have a lot of ways to grow. I can't wait to see it. Teresa drew a long breath, her imagination taking over. A thoughtful look crossed her face. It's funny. Great-grandfather used to see all of this for most of his life. Then one day he thought, that's enough, and left to settle down in quiet Ulrich. She chuckled at herself. And here I am, one of his descendants, who just kept wishing I could get away from there. People are just different, I guess. Alex shrugged, giving her a long look. Maybe we always want what we don't have. He thought back on Cedric, and how completely ready the young hero had seemed to go do his duty. It wasn't just that he was brave or tough. It was that he was ready to jump into his destiny with a smile on his face. His mark had chosen. Alex snickered at his own pun. Well, he liked Cedric well enough from the short time they'd met, but they were different in a lot of ways. He definitely wouldn't have been happy about receiving the Mark of the Chosen, but he wondered what would have happened if he had gotten the Mark of the Sage. It expanded a person's mana, 100-fold, if the legends were right about it. That would have been incredible, having a pool large enough to construct a slew of spell arrays at the same time, and keep a number of magic circuits running without draining reserves. As Alex practiced magic, his mana pool would expand naturally, which would both increase his reserves, allowing him to cast spells more often, and increase the amount of magic circuits he could fit inside his pool at once. Eventually, he'd have enough room to link magic circuits and cast spells of higher tiers. But what could he have done with a mana pool 100 times the size that it was now, with room to grow even more? He imagined standing on some battlefield, raining down hundreds of glowing forceballs onto a horde of silent spiders like a meteor shower, or blasting apart the Hive Queen. Despite himself, the fantasy brought a smile to his face. Maybe that scenario wouldn't have been so bad, helping Cedric and the other heroes, by using the tools he knew how to use, putting down the Ravena for another 100 years, and then going off to Generosity with experience, a colossal mana pool, and the most amazing practice. Then again, maybe none of that glory would have happened. Maybe he would have died in some dungeon. He sighed, looking over the peaceful folk surrounding them in Mossar, completely separated from the Plighter, as the legends called it, pride of Thameland. How many people here yearned for more adventure? How many from home would have sold their left arm for this peace? He brought himself back to reality. There was no use pining for things that hadn't happened. He had gotten the Mark of the Fool, and learned of what was likely a deadly secret. His eyes hardened. Besides, if something was wrong with the legends, then he'd rather have the Mark of the Fool. Better to be a fool who could figure out what was wrong and be ready for it, than a sage who was completely blind. He studied the people of Mossar closer, noting once more how peaceful they were, oblivious to the threat of the Ravena. A thought occurred to him. He only remembered ever hearing of Thameland's heroes battling their ancient enemy, had it never gone to other lands. Some tales spoke of heroes whose origins were from far-off places, but they were all Thamesh when marked. The people fled to other lands while the enemy was being fought at home, but had the monsters never once escaped the priest's encirclement that Cedric had spoken of? What of other realms? Were there other things like the Ravena that they had to face? His list of things to investigate once they reached Generosity was growing. Brother, look, Selena pointed ahead. He pulled himself from his thoughts, realizing that they had come to another hill. Past the bustling city-split by the river Ostros were docks and shipyards, where dozens of high-masted vessels drifted in and out of port on the Prinian's gentle waters. Once they reached one of those ships and departed, they'd soon be at the city of wizards. Passengers to Generosity, a huge Selichar man called, revealing sharp teeth every time he shouted. A massive scar ran from his forehead, over the bump on his short nose, and ended just above the lip. His words were followed in a stream of accented rhyme too quickly for Alex to begin to understand, even using the mark. He was only able to pick out the words full, morning, and drinks. The giant of a man looked around and made a strange clicking noise with the side of his jaw. He eyed the crowd, but received no takers. What about that one? Alex nodded toward the giant. What's he saying? The group had bought an early lunch of skewered fish balls seasoned with sea salt and shallots. It took some negotiating to get the seller to take Thamesh coins, but Teresa had finally reached a sort of agreement while Alex watched closely, listening to the language. The food had been worth it, the fish balls were delicious, and Selena tore through about 6 of them and showed no signs of stopping. Brutus was slobbering all over them too, which definitely meant he liked them, Antho the meal was saltier than Ulrich's cuisine. Alex and Teresa couldn't get enough. Now the huntress peered at the sailor, probably the captain judging by his fine but patched clothes while translating some of the Rhaenian words. Cargo's full and something about passengers. They're leaving tomorrow morning. Meals can't understand the rest. Finally, one that's leaving soon. Alex relaxed. For much of the morning they'd combed the docks, but most of the ships that were taking on passengers either weren't bound for Generossi or weren't leaving for at least a week. The sailor grinned widely as he saw the group approach and said something in Rhaenian. Teresa started to reply, "Passage wantamum." While she paused to think, the sharp-toothed man's grin widened. "Are you all Thamish?" he asked in the common tongue. Teresa startled. Yes, I thought that was the accent," he said proudly, looking for passage. "Well, we're still taking passengers, but cargo's full if you have cargo. Departing in the morning, meals are on me, but drinks if you take to drink are on you." "No drinks, just passage," Teresa said. "How much?" The man's jet black eyes ran over them appraisingly. 10 Thamish silvers each, 5 for the child, 25 to board your big three-headed friend. Those eyes lingered on Brutus. Is he house-trained? All three of Brutus' faces managed to look offended. Since he was a pup, Teresa said quickly. There was a note of defensiveness in her voice, and she reached out and patted him. "Good, better that way. I do half up front and half when we get safely to port. Fair deal." He held out a massive hand, and Alex noticed that his fingers were webbed. Both he and Teresa shook the offered hand, and he passed the captain 2 gold coins and 5 silvers. The man studied them with an expert's gaze, testing the gold against his teeth. Real enough. He quickly slipped them into one of the pouches on his belt, which didn't appear very full. "Welcome to the Red Siren, my passengers. I'm Captain Fandor, and I'll have you in Generosi's harbor in 2 days. I've got 3 rules. 1, you listen to what I say. 2, treat my ship like you would your mother's marriage pearl. No damaging it. No fooling around. 3, treat me and my crew with respect." "Got it. I'm pretty sure the only people that wouldn't agree with those rules are massive idiots," Alex said lightly. "Ha," the captain gave a barking laugh. "I like that boy, but you'd be surprised just how many idiots we get." Selena was looking at the ship's rigging and sails with utter fascination. Captain Fandor, is it okay to ask questions about the ship?" The captain's smile turned warmer when he looked down at the small girl, though his sharp teeth still gave him a vicious look. "You like ships, little one?" I've never seen anything so big float." Her eyes traced the sails and moved with the wind. "It's amazing that you can make it go where you want." The captain stared at her for a moment, before digging into his pouch and handing 5 silvers back to Alex. "The little one rides for free," he said seriously. As they boarded the ship, Alex was nearly vibrating with excitement. The last potential obstacle between them and Generossi was falling away, but more than that, he had never actually been on a ship before. The stories Teresa's grandfather told drifted back to his mind. No mark of the fool needed to call them, bringing images of high adventure and danger by sea. The high adventure part awakened boyish dreams in him, though any adventures could do without the danger by sea part. Then he remembered his earlier fantasy about being the sage and blowing up silent spiders. Well, maybe a little bit of danger. He'd likely have to deal with that anyway soon enough. The crew inspected the ship around them, a little over a dozen sailors in all. Powerfully muscled humans from many lands worked alongside beastfolk that looked similar to frogs, speaking to each other in low, croaking voice and black-eyed, gray-skinned Selachar. Here were folk that had seen more of the world in a single week than Alex had in all his life. He had nothing but respect for that. "Passengers," a familiar voice said close by. Alex turned toward it and stopped in surprise. Rising up from inspecting a long crack in the deck was Fandor. Well, not quite, he realized. The new man's face and build were identical, but he lacked the immense scar that marked the captain's face. "Geldor, first mate," the large man introduced himself, twin hatchling to Captain Fandor. "If you're staying until we depart, passenger cabins are down the stairs." He jerked a thumb toward the stern, "and straight forward. 2 of the cabins are occupied, but the 3rd on the right." He paused, giving them an appraising look. "You know what? Take the 3rd on the right and the one across the hall. 2 rooms. What about more passengers?" Teresa gave a glance back to Captain Fandor, who had returned to his calling to potential takers. People avoided his gaze. A strange look passed over Geldor's face. "Yeah, others," he grunted. "Anyway, take the 2 rooms. You'll need the space." Teresa and Alex exchanged a look. Now that he looked around more carefully, he noticed a fair amount of patches in the first mate's clothes, and the other crew members' trousers and shirts were threadbare. Alex has just assumed that one just wouldn't be able to keep clothes in good repair at sea, but now. He thought back on how light the captain's coin pouches looked, and started to wonder if they might still be able to get their coins back. Then again, he had let Selena ride for free, and that was decent. Maybe being decent was the reason why they didn't have much coin, but then why weren't people boarding with them? Oh, and this evening. Geldor pointed to a space cleared on the deck toward the bow. "We'll be holding the ceremony of the spear and oar dance to honor Eku Duri, the ocean goddess, for safe travel." "Spear and oar dance?" Teresa asked with sudden interest. He nodded. One of our people's sacred dances on land, a cousin of our fighting style. You're welcome to attend and watch if you've got interest. Teresa and Alex exchanged another look, this time in shared excitement. Possibilities whirled in his mind. The mark of the fool hindered combat, but would it do the same to a dance similar to combat? He intended to find out. The cabins were tight and cozy with low ceilings, which meant Alex had to stoop to enter. Each had a single bed with a gray blanket that looked like it had seen better days. At the foot of the bed, an old chest sat with an iron key in the lock, ready to be turned. The air smelled of straw that had gotten wet too many times, the leftovers of too many fish dinners and dried salt. Well, home sweet home for a couple of days, he said, ducking through the door frame. It smells funny, Selena whispered, following after him as he placed his rucksack on the bed. She padded over and pushed the bag aside to flop down on the bed. The straw pallet rustled as she wiggled on it. It's softer than the ground, she offered hopefully. Stinkier too, he added. She snorted. Across the way, he heard Brutus whining and Teresa's lowered voice trying to soothe him. Alex winced in empathy. If Selena and he could notice the scent, then what about poor Brutus with 3 sensitive noses? Well, we'll have to share the bed, he pointed out, so we're going to have to deal with the smell. What? New, she groaned, and her long chestnut hair puffed a little as she rolled back her head. You turn and kick too much when you sleep. I do not. You do? She frowned at him. I've seen you and I don't want you to kick me on the floor, and you're too tall for both of us to fit. He waved a hand dismissively. Oh, come on, little goblin, you're the size of a squirrel. Yeah, but you're not. We'll make it work. But I'm your big brother and I say we're going to make it work. She sighed like a prisoner who just found out they'd been sentenced to spend the rest of their life in a dungeon. A castle dungeon, not a monster-making dungeon. Alex frowned. Why did those things share the same name anyway? They were completely different. Alex, can I ask you a question? Her voice had taken a very serious note, and he pulled himself from his idle thoughts. Anything, little goblin, you know that. He dropped onto the pallet beside her. What's on your mind? Is it what happened in the cave? Yeah, in the cave, Selena pushed on when he paused. Her eyes met his. The Roth siblings' eyes were an identical shade of green. Why did you and Teresa keep making jokes? We did. You were slapping each other's arms, and you joked when you were about to break the core, and I don't think it was very funny. It was really, really scary. It's true, it was scary. Then why were you making jokes? He gave her a long look. It's Natit's not really making jokes. Itty-bitty pieces. Okay, to be fair, that actually could have happened, but I know what you mean. He spread his hands. I mean, it's weird, right? We're in a cave full of monsters, and it's scary, and we don't know where we're going, and me and Teresa are slapping each other. She nodded. That's right, why? It doesn't make sense, he sighed. Well, sometimes he scratched the back of his head, trying to find the right words. Sometimes it helps to have a little bit of normal. Sometimes it helps to laugh when you're scared or sad. He looked away, his eyes falling on the old chest, and he let out a bitter chuckle. The one that had sat at the foot of his parents' bed had looked similar. After Mum and Dad were gone, Ido, you remember how I was. She went silent and shook her head. No, she said in a small voice. Alex gave a short, self-mocking laugh. I'm kind of glad you don't. Do you remember when Thomas Gwent lost his cards last summer? Do you remember how sad he was? Yeah, she nodded. He kept crying and crying and crying all the time, and he kept hiding by himself under Mrs. Walder's apple tree. That was like me, except it went on for a lot longer, and I used to hide in that old house by the wall all alone. Then one day, Teresa and Brutus tracked me and found me there. He thought back. It had rained a lot that day, more than he remembered happening in Ulrich before or since. She brought cookies. He glanced at his sister, who watched him with full attention. She and Mrs. Lou had made them from a recipe they had from Mum. They thought they'd make me feel better. So Teresa walked all the way in the rain over to the old house with these cookies, but I didn't want to talk to her or anybody. But she wouldn't leave. She just pushed her way in and sat down beside me dripping wet and took out the soggiest cookie you've ever seen. Gross. Selena made a face. He laughed. It was super gross. I didn't want to eat it, but she wouldn't move until I tasted it. I mean, it tasted all right, but sitting in a wet bag with rain soaking through will ruin any cookie. Anyway, I spat it out and told her to leave, and she just started yelling at me. So I get mad and yell back, and we keep screaming at each other so loudly that the watchman came running to see if someone was getting murdered. He shook his head, continuing to laugh. And boy, did he ever scold us. And when he finally let us go, it was just so awkward. We didn't say a word to each other. Then part way back home I start thinking, gee, I'm hungry, and not even thinking I asked her for another cookie. Did she smack you? No, but she gave me this look like, you made me go through all that just to ask for a cookie now. And I saw that look and just started laughing and couldn't stop, and then she did too. And you know what? He looked back to the chest. That day it hurt a little less. I spent the rest of that summer baking her family cookies every week. I put some aside just for her out of every batch, and I wouldn't let anyone touch them but her. I remember that. Selena perked up. They were okay. I was still learning. He hadn't combined his mother's cooking with all of McHara's secrets back then. But the important thing is that it didn't make all the bad go away. It didn't make things better every day. Some were still hard, but it did make things a little easier. She frowned. So when it gets scary or sad, you laugh. If you can sometimes, as long as people are laughing with you. He tapped the side of his head. When you think about a scary thing and think about how scary it is, sometimes that makes it scarier. If you think different, then maybe it's a little less scary. He shrugged. It works for Teresa and me. Maybe not for everybody. But sometimes when you're scared, doing something you normally do makes things seem a little more normal and a little less scary. HRM, she grunted. I still don't get it. That's okay, maybe when you're older, or maybe our way isn't for you. But I think you'll figure out what works for you as you get bigger. Okay, she paused. Do you have another question? She gestured at his shoulder. Can I see it? Alex nodded. Of course you can. He glanced to the doorway. He didn't hear anyone close by, but quickly went to the door and bolted it. When he carefully pulled the shirt off of his left shoulder, the grinning jester's face was revealed, seeming to watch Selena. The little girl gasped, her chubby hands going to her cheeks. Does she whispered, looking around as though someone might be listening. She leaned forward. Does it hurt? It did, but not anymore, he whispered back, dropping down to one knee so the mark was eye level with her. It doesn't even feel different. You can touch it if you want. She slowly reached out and poked it with one finger, watching the dim glow disappear beneath her finger. It's kind of cool, Alex. Ha, you have funny taste, little goblin. Frowning, he eyed his skinny arm, and when she finished poking the fool, he pulled the shirt back up and looked at the floor. Time to do something about these skinny arms, he thought, and laid down with his palms pressed to the floor. What are you doing? Selena asked. Push-ups. He squared his shoulders in the way Teresa's oldest brother had taught him long ago. We don't have a lot to do, and I think your big brother could use a little more iron in his arms. Okay. She gave him a weird look before slipping from the bed and making for the door. I'm going to see what Teresa's doing. All right, have fun. Go straight to her room and nowhere else, okay? Selena paused at the door. Hey, Alex. Yeah, I love you, okay? Yeah, me too, Selena. I love you too. Before he could say anything else, she slipped from the room and shut the door behind her. Alex Roth watched the door for a long time after she'd left, and when he finally started his push-ups, concentrating on the mark to guide him to the correct form, tears were in his eyes. Ekudari, we dedicate this clash to you. Fandor roared. THM, THM, THM. He drummed the deck with the butt of his spear. Ekudari, we ask for protection from you. Geldor roared. THM, THM, THM. He drummed the deck with the butt of his oar. Just as the rain dances to feed the sea, we dance a dance of arms and oar. THM, THM. They drummed the deck once more, then raised their spear and oar in perfect unison. The identical twins faced each other across the deck. They touched the flats of spear and oar, then turned backing each other and faced those watching. The crew and few passengers were seated around them in a circle, eating a late supper of sausages and cabbage, a final hot meal of land food before the short voyage began. With a bow, the twins stepped into the dance. They moved in a complex display of footwork, punctuated by rhythmic stomps and sweeping hand movements, keeping their bodies perfectly balanced. Their feet danced across the ship, in perfect time with a drum beat kept by 3 sailors. The spear and oar spun and flashed in their hands, with the haft spinning in their fingers. They made no strikes but as the brothers' feet stomped the deck. Their objects of devotion rose in flashy defensive guards. The spinning steel caught the moonlight like ocean waves on a windy sea, and the 2 men leapt like acrobats, jumping and spinning like whirlwinds in harmony. Then they changed, no longer mimicking each other's movements. Instead, they complemented them. The spear would spin high while the oar would spin low, then they would switch. One would guard left and the other right. As the dance continued, they seemed to transform from 2 warriors mirroring each other to a single warrior inhabiting 2 bodies. Alex couldn't look away while Selena gaped beside him. Teresa was half raised from her seat, her eyes sparking in the moonlight. All the sailors watched with a deep respect, while the Selichar had dipped their heads in prayer. 2 of the other passengers, a couple that looked only a little older than Teresa's parents, smiled and clapped along with the drum beat. The last passenger, a man even skinnier than Alexandly, paid attention to his meal, eating as though he'd never seen food before. Already, 3 empty plates were piled beside him. With a final flourish, the captain and first mate softly landed on the deck in unison, with the spear and oar pointed toward the sky. And so we have become the storm in place of any storms Ekudari might send to us. Goddess, we hope we have pleased you and ask for your kindness. The ship fell silent. Teresa was suddenly on her feet, clapping as hard as she could. Alex joined her right after, and a startled Selena followed. The crew gave the laugh of folk who had heard the same joke 1,000 times. Storms are always witnessed, and the more eyes to witness the sacred dance, the more Ekudari will show us her kindness. He approached the passengers. You enjoy yourselves. He glanced at the skinny man who scraped the last scraps of food from his 4th plate. Well, look at you, been stuffing yourself like you've got hollow legs. The passenger looked up and asked something in Rainian, to which the captain responded. With a weak smile, the man said something to the captain. Fandor chuckled. Just a hollow belly, he says. Captain, that was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. Teresa had a dreamy look on her face. Then you should see someone who's actually good at it, Geldor said dryly. You've been getting lax on your practice, brother, only so you can keep pace with me. Fandor shot back. Does it take a lot of practice to learn? Alex asked. The captain frowned. Any dance does, boy, and the spear and oar dance is more complex than most. Why? Well, I was just thinking I wouldn't mind learning something like that. Teresa shot him a surprised look. Fandor's frown deepened. Listen, if you're asking so you can get free passage, like your sister. No, no, Alex raised his hands. I was just thinking that it'd be just. A way to learn how to dodge horrible death beasts in a way that wouldn't make an ancient magical fool brand have a tantrum. How the hell was he supposed to put this? Then Geldor elbowed his brother and threw a meaningful look between Alex and Teresa. The captain froze. A massive grin spread over his face. What was your name? Alex. Right then. Alex, come here and I'll tell you all about it. The captain dragged Alex to the side, then put an arm around his skinny shoulders. I see what's happening here. Alex cocked his head, trying not to pull away. Fandor's breath stank. It smelled like a mix of smoked sardines and rotten eggs, and it was slamming right into his face. You're trying to swim up the river, aren't you? The captain's grin widened. What, swim up the river, burrow in the seabed, slither under the corral. Pardon, you're trying to spawn, aren't you? With your friend there. He glanced over his shoulder. Nice choice, by the way. A little short, but you humans tend to be, and she's broad-shouldered for a human female. You'd spawn strong hatchlings toad through her, at least she'd make up for. He looked over Alex's skinny frame. Well, at least you got height. All the color drained from Alex's face as he glanced back to Teresa, noticing Geldor had taken her aside and was whispering something to her as well. Even worse, the older couple were giggling to each other while the skinny man's eyes were darting between Teresa and Alex. For a wild moment, he strongly considered breaking out of the captain's grip and throwing himself into the sea. Well, don't you worry, Fandor laughed. I had a good captain to teach me the basics and strut myself properly in front of my wife at the Tide Festival, and I'm not one to not pay it forward. He looked him up and down. You ever dance, boy? And no. Can you? With the mark's help, the answer to that was a very strong maybe. Probably, Alex half lied. Right, well, we'll know what that probably means soon enough. The captain looked to the cathedral's tower in the city. Meet me up here when the last bell chimes. Least I can do is teach you the first 3 steps. We won't have time for more than that, but it should give you a head start. You'll need to think about your own marriage pearl, though. While Alex Roth was glad he'd gotten this opportunity, a part of him just wished the Hive Queen had killed him. The spear and oar dance always begins with one thing, the spear. Captain Fandor lifted his spear, showing Alex its shine beneath the moonlight. But that is not how we'll be beginning. He tossed Alex a long object, which the young man barely caught, an old mop. Why don't we start with the oar? Alex asked. Because that's a lot harder. Safer, but harder. Fandor lifted his spear, holding the haft up by the middle and balancing it on one finger. Weapons are balanced for quick movement. Oars aren't. That makes it harder. That makes sense. Normally, that's why we're taught the way of weapons before the dance. The captain's footsteps thumped over the deck as he took up position in the cleared area across from Alex. Only a few of the crew still stirred, leaving them mostly alone. Oil lights blazed on Mossar's docks as sailors worked through the evening to get cargo loaded onto their ships. But from the way you walk, I'm thinking you've never held a weapon before. Fandor thumped the butt of his spear into the deck and leaned over the hilt. Once, Alex remembered when he'd begged Mr. Liu to hold one of Twin-Blade Liu's swords when he was a child. He'd gripped the hilt while Mr. Liu had held the scabbard. It was a fond memory, but it had never made him want to get his own sword, or run off to be a knight like in so many stories he'd heard with young, heroic children in them. He wondered how the mark would react to him doing that now. Probably not well, so then we don't want you fumbling around and stabbing yourself. Or worse, stabbing me, so a mop it is. Tonight I'm going to start teaching you the first stance, the first step, the second stance, and the first guard of the dance. Out of how many? Of the basics. 5 stances, 5 positions of the feet, and 5 guards. There's also basic jumps and flourishes, but you won't have to worry about those until about 2 years of practice, and trust me, you'll only need a little to look impressive for your purposes. He grinned at Alex, who felt a hot blush creep over his cheeks. So, first position, THM. He drummed his spear on the deck. Alex watched him closely, making sure to note as many details for repetition with the mar. Well, what are you waiting for? First position. The young mage startled and scrambled into first position, holding his mop by the top and pressing the bottom to the deck. Come on, you can do better than that. Fandor shook his head as though Alex were a fish trying to hop around on land on its tail. Think of your eggs, let that motivate you. Alex's cheeks burned. Listen, humans don't actually lay eggs. Oh, I know, Fandor grinned, but you should see the look on your face right now. Alex stopped, then burst out laughing as his blush faded. He'd get him back for that. Shaking off fantasies of amusing, petty revenge, he straightened his back and tried to copy Fandor's exact stance. He focused on the mark, and it offered him the best points of his first attempt. He matched it. Fandor looked him over. Passable for a second attempt. Not good, but passable. Right, so next you'll want the front step. Captain, is there a back step? Alex quickly asked. Can we learn that instead? First thing he'd need to learn was how to open distance from an opponent, not approach one. Fandor raised an eyebrow. Of course there's a back step, it's a dance based on spearmanship. What sort of fighting style doesn't allow for retreat? The get dead quickly spear technique. But why would you want to learn to retreat first? The approach step is more impressive, because Alex thought quickly. Oh, because when a noble bows to their partner in my country, they step back. To demonstrate, he copied the bow he'd seen some of the richer townsfolk used to bow to each other, stepping backward with one foot and clumsily bringing his hand across his chest as he bowed. I thought if I could combine that with your backward step in the dance, then it'd look more impressive. I like it. Creative thinking there, boy, and using what you've already got. Fine then, back step it is. So from first position, take your left foot and step back. The captain demonstrated and Alex followed his movement. Not like that, you have no balance that way. Point your back foot out a bit to your side. Alex shifted his foot. More. Alex shifted his foot. Little more there. Alex stopped, knowing that the mark would be noting this position for later. Is this good? He asked. Not yet, now bend your knees. That's it. Lower, lower, there it is. Alex held his position, keeping his knees slightly bent. It was an odd feeling, but he felt like he had more control over his balance. Not complete control, fought to keep his back straight, better and better. Now use your hips and make sure you're lining your spine upright like it's the mast of the ship. How's it feel? Strange, Alex told the truth. Using his hips to keep himself in position felt odd and used muscles he didn't know he had. His chest and arms were already sore from the push-ups he'd put his body through. Embarrassingly, he'd only been able to do 9 before flopping down on the floor like a gasping fish. Hadn't Teresa's brothers done about 50? Had he remembered that right? He hoped he hadn't. He didn't want to even imagine how many Cedric could pull off. Right, not bad, boy, you're now in second stance. That's a fighting stance, by the way, on land. It keeps your weight on both feet. Right, and that's important because you don't want to lose balance. Losing balance is bad. Makes for all kinds of possibilities for falling over and being murdered. Alex thought back to the silent spider that Brutus, who had been sleeping in Teresa's room since late afternoon, had thrown over. Once it was off its feet, even they as inexperienced as they were able to kill it. Balance. Keeping balance then. Dodging around only to land on your ass would be a disaster. And for a dance, losing balance means looking stupid and defenseless. And speaking of defenses, first guard. Alex gulped. Things were sliding closer and closer to combat, so first guard's simple. Fandor brought up his spear in both hands on a diagonal. You just do this. Alex looked at his mop. He was just holding up a mop. He was just holding up a mop. Hear that, fool? He was just holding up a mop as a part of a dance. Nothing else. Slowly, he copied Fandor's motion, and breathed a sigh of relief when the mark didn't react. A little clumsy looking, but not the worst. Fandor wiggled his spear a little bit. Bring up the butt of the mop just a little more. That's the way. The captain grinned. Alex grinned back. All right, so it doesn't seem to mind me holding up a mop, even if it's similar to a guard with a weapon. There were lots of actions with different objects that might appear similar to combat, such as swinging an axe to chop wood, or cutting meat with a knife, or lifting up a mop in front of yourself. If the fool blocked every action that was similar to fighting, then he'd never be able to live life. Maybe that was the reason why he could use his forciball to slam into objects and walls, but it interfered when he aimed at living creatures or the things they held. Would it only interfere if the situation he was in was direct combat? He frowned. Later he would need to try and test its limits. Why frowning so hard, boy? The captain cocked his head. No need to push yourself, you're doing well for a first attempt. Right, let's go again. Time after time, the captain guided him from the first position, through to the first step, the second position, and then the first guard. Using the fool, Alex kept part of his attention on the captain, while noting the detailed memories of what he'd done right in each attempt and letting them guide him. It was as though he had 2 teachers with him the entire way. With each repetition, he improved slightly. Only slightly. Alex Roth was known for many things, but his dance prowess was not one of them. He had little previous experience to draw from, and his height made it more difficult for him to keep proper balance. Still, Fandor grew more impressed as the early night wore on. Well, now I think that's enough for both of us, and I have to say you're a quick study. I wouldn't say you're a natural, but you're a lot better than you were when we started. Oh, save it for your lady friend, you're not going to get free passage from me no matter what you say. Alex shrugged lightly. Ah, well, there goes my clever plan. Is it too late to warn you that I'm out of money? Better now than tomorrow night. Now I can drop you back on the dock. Tomorrow I'd be tossing you overboard halfway to Generosity. Alex paused. You wouldn't really do that, would you? Hey, half the pay means half the trip. The captain grinned wickedly. Am I joking? Am I not? Count yourself lucky you don't have to find out. Now, come on. We both need to catch our rest. Oh, and keep the mop with you. I won't be able to teach you again, but feel free to come out here and practice tomorrow night. As Captain Fandor and Alex trudged back toward the stairs below deck, Alex paused, looking over the ship one more time. An odd feeling crawled over his skin and for a moment was sure he was being watched. He shook away the feeling. Port was close by and any number of folk could have been looking at the ship. He'd be spending the next part of his foreseeable future investigating possible ancient conspiracies and studying remains of a dungeon core. Plenty of real monsters to worry about. No need to conjure imagined ones. It was with this thought that he made his way below deck, ready to sleep and trying to push that creepy feeling from his mind. Alex was awakened later in the dead of night by Selena pounding on him with her little fists, complaining that he'd pushed her off the bed in his sleep. He wasn't sure if the spear and oar dance had pleased Eku, but the sea goddess seemed to have smiled upon them the next day. The sun was high, the air pleasant, and a gentle wind filled the sails to push them south toward Generossi. The Prinian Sea was calm and seemed to glow a beautiful greenish blue in the sunlight. The air was warmer than most summer days in Ulrich, and the scent of sea salt gave the air an inviting odor. The only thundercloud on the horizon was Selena herself, who woke up cranky and refused to talk to him. Fortunately, depositing her beside Captain Fandor seemed to clear up her mood quickly, and soon the hulking Selichar was eagerly answering the little girl's endless questions as he stood at the wheel, guiding. The red siren. Brutus lazily dozed on the deck, letting the sun warm his body. Alex leaned against the rail at the bow, watching the waters ahead while keeping his ears open to the many languages spoken by the crew. He was also trying desperately to ignore the muscles screaming all over his body. Maybe forcing himself through another set of push-ups that morning hadn't been the smartest thing to do. Teresa leaned over the rail beside him, sighing contentedly as the sea breeze rustled her ponytail. "Enjoying yourself?" he asked, like you wouldn't believe. She idly traced a finger on the rail while peering into the horizon. "It's like finding something you never knew you needed. It's wonderful, just all this water and the wide world around you." "Yeah, it's pretty great, isn't it?" They fell into a contented silence, though he did notice Teresa give him a strange, sidelong look. She had been for much of the morning. Then that odd feeling from the night before crawled over his skin. It felt like they were being watched. Turning, he saw the skinny Rhaenian man seated on a barrel behind them, stuffing himself with salt pork and biscuits. It was his second meal, and it wasn't even noon yet. The lean man watched the two young people with intensity, but quickly looked away as Alex met his gaze. Was he looking at Teresa? An odd rush of jealousy sprang up in Alex. He shook it away. Turning back to the sea, he hoped the man would stop staring at them. He wouldn't want that to continue for the rest of their trip. Footsteps creaked across the deck. "Good morn." A pause. "Afternoon, I suppose." A middle-aged woman, half of the couple that attended the ceremony the night before, drew up beside Alex and Teresa and leaned against the rail, yawning. "Late evenings get harder as you get older, just to warn you too." "Of course, I never seem to learn," she laughed. "Are you vacationing in Generossi?" Studying actually," Alex said, throwing another glance over his shoulder. The skinny man's eyes burned into Teresa, then flicked to Alex and the newcomer. Sliding off the barrel, he gave a quick nod and made for the stairs leading below deck. Another small wave of jealousy stirred in Alex, but now it was joined by a feeling of creepiness. "Ooh, you got into the university." The woman brightened, with all traces of tiredness disappearing. "You're both very, very fortunate. Both my husband and I were born in Generossi, but we've only ever toured the university." "Oh, are you both wizards?" Alex asked. "Oh my, no," she chuckled. "Could never wrap my head around all that spell array and circuitry stuff, and my husband has enough mana to maybe fill a shot glass. We work as administrators for the ruling wizard council. We're not very high in the office, but high enough to be worked to the bone." "Sounds impressive," Teresa said. Alex tried to force the image of Ulrich's mayor's assistant being punched in the face from his mind. "It's mostly pens, ink, and candlelit nights, not the fun sort either. Oh, and not enough vacation time, of course. Still, it's nice seeing all those young wizards in the city, walking toward bright futures, together." She gave them a meaningful look, and Alex couldn't help but blush. He made sure his face was turned from Teresa. "What's it like, the city?" she asked, giving no hint of embarrassment. "Oh, if you've never been, I shan't say," the older woman giggled. "Telling now would be like telling you the ending of a book before you get there yourself. It's something my husband and I are used to now, so I shouldn't rob travelers of the magic of seeing it for the first time. Trust me, though, you'll love it. Just take my advice, book a sky gondola when you arrive. Will you be staying on the campus?" Alex looked over his shoulder to his sister beside the captain. The wind carried her voice over, and he could hear her asking exactly how sales worked. He smiled, maybe for a bit. "After that, we'll be buying a place for my sister, myself, and Teresa. Don't forget Brutus." She tapped him on the arm. "Oh, I could never forget Brutus. I don't think anyone could. Could you?" he asked the older woman lightly. She didn't laugh. An odd look lay on her face. "Buying property, you say? Young man, you wouldn't happen to be a noble, would you?" "No, why, it's just, do you have coin?" Alex blinked, his cheeks flushing. He felt a little insulted. "Not to assume anything," the woman said quickly. "But it's just that you are so young." "Oh, we have coin." His voice had a little more heat than he'd intended. His parents had ensured they'd be well off, and it hurt a little to have that questioned. The older woman's hand flew to her mouth. I apologize, that must have sounded positively dreadful. It's just me, husband and I are near retirement now, and we've been blessed with fine careers. It's allowed us to vacation from generosity many times, see our children, see many sights." She paused. "We've seen many young folk climb aboard a ship for generosity looking to begin a life, but it's a difficult thing to achieve there. You're a student at the university, so that would exempt you from some of the bureaucratic process, but property is very expensive in the city. I've seen just as many disappointed faces on the return journey, or were sacramming themselves into tenements and just scraping by. I'm sorry, but I'm only trying to spare you from disappointment." Alex bit down on his anger. Likely, she meant well, but her assumption that his fortunate material, some of his parents' lives wouldn't be enough, made his teeth grind nearly as hard as they had in front of the dungeon core. He pulled himself away from the emotion, acknowledging it and trying to let it pass. Feeling his anger couldn't be helped, but acting on it and making an enemy before he'd even set foot in the city could be avoided. "We'll have enough," he said through a forced smile, calling upon his mark to guide him and make it look genuine. She searched his face again, and he could tell by her blush that she was a little embarrassed. "Well, you know your business. Again, I apologize. I should go and drag my husband out of bed before he sleeps the whole day away. Enjoy the morning air, both of you. I'll see you at lunch, and if not, then hopefully during dinner this evening." The woman quickly made her way to the back of the ship. Teresa watched her go. "Awkward," she muttered beneath her breath. "Yeah," he agreed, turning back to the sea. "Actually, she reminded me of something that I wanted to ask you about this evening. Can you meet me on deck tonight and bring your great-grandfather's sword and your knife?" Her eyes searched him for a moment. "I can, but why? I want to try some things with." He let the statement hang in the air. She nodded, seemingly knowing he'd referred to the mark. "We'll meet after the others have gone to bed. We can leave Selena with Brutus." Twin-blade Lou's sword gleamed in the moonlight as Teresa drew it from its sheath. Now that he had time to look at it closely for the first time in years, Alex couldn't help but be amazed at how beautiful its steel was, like polished silver. Actually, Teresa paused, then slid the blade back into its sheath. "It's probably safer if we do it this way." "Yeah, good point." Alex imagined the mark spoiling his concentration while he held a sharp blade. He shook away images of severed fingers flying overboard. "Before I give you this." She looked at him seriously. "I want you to understand something. This isn't a stick. This isn't a knife. This isn't a toy. Yeah, it's your great-grandfather's sword," he said respectfully. "I'll treat it with respect, Teresa. That's not the only reason to treat it with respect." Her eyes were as grim as grave stones. "This is a weapon, pure and simple. A bow is for hunting, targets, fishing, and war. A spear is a hunter's weapon, and a knife is used in most parts of our lives. But I'll tell you something my grandfather told me. A sword is different." She raised up the blade until it was level with his eyes. "A sword has one purpose, Alex: killing. It's a tool of battle. It's not the first tool of battle. That's usually a bow or a spear, because even though a sword has bite, it doesn't have reach. People use them as a decoration, but that isn't its purpose. Its true purpose is for killing monsters and people. Treat it with the same respect you would one of your spells." Alex nodded quietly. Teresa watched him, then handed him the sheathed sword. Gingerly, he wrapped his fingers around the hilt. Nothing happened. No interference from the mark. So that meant he could handle weapons, or swords at least. What were its limits then? Would it only react if he attacked someone with it? "Teresa, how do you strike with a sword?" That's like asking, how do you use a knife? There are lots of different strikes. What's an easy one? I'll teach you a push cut. First, make sure both feet are planted on the... He dropped into second position from the spear and or dance, only wavering a little bit on his bent knees. "Does this work?" Something passed through her eyes. Yes, her voice warbled a little in what sounded like a suppressed laugh. "That works. Now bring your sword up." She drew her knife and held it in position before her. "Into this guard. This lets you strike and defend against strikes coming from above." He watched her form, then carefully raised the sword into guard. The mark did not like that one bit. It flooded him with memories of the absolute clumsiest moments in his life. Tripping over his own feet during the Harvest Festival's dances. Nearly falling down the stairs when he'd been running out the door as a young boy. Leaning too far over the railing of a bridge while he was fishing and plunging into the stream below. The images slammed into his mind so hard that he didn't have any idea where he was or what he was doing. He tried to get past them like he had when casting his forceball, but he couldn't. He'd had lots of experience and practice casting the forceball, and that had helped him improve or avoid failures, but he'd had zero experience with swordplay, so there was nothing for him to draw from. All he had was the mark's flood of wrong things to do. He stumbled backward, his hands flailing as the sword went flying. Gan tripped on a heavy rope on the deck, flipped over a nearby barrel, and landed flat on his face on the other side. Groaning, he curled up and nursed his aching nose and aching pride. Alex, Teresa's feet, quickly approached him. Her boots were in front of his face. His teacher crouched down in front of him, holding the sword. She was desperately holding back laughter. "Are you Oka?" A low chuckle burst from her mouth. He groaned feebly in response. From across the deck, he could hear soft snickering coming from the few night crew sailors nearby, concealing their laughter. trying at least. I guess that's a failure, she asked when she'd finally gained control of herself and held out a hand to him. Well, he grunted as he got to his feet. I guess the sword's not a good idea, but we're not done yet. A pure weapon was out of the question. But what about something with a more general use? He looked at her hunting knife. How about we try your knife? They took up position on the cleared area of the deck again, this time with Alex gripping Teresa's sheathed knife. She stayed very close to him this time, with her hands spread out to catch him if he toppled. All right, now bring it up like I showed you. She watched him closely. Grimacing, Alex brought the knife into guard position. Nothing happened. Okay, we're getting somewhere. He sighed with relief. Slowly turning toward Teresa, he kept the position of his body and hands as close to how she'd showed him as he could. We're getting somewhere. Again, it occurred to him that he should hold the knife in similar positions to how he would if he was using it for everyday tasks. A person couldn't very well cut a rope or skin a carcass hanging from a rack without holding a knife in front of themselves, could they? HRM. Teresa watched him closely before stepping back and raising her sword into guard position. Strike at my blade. Carefully, he tapped her sheathed sword with the knife. All right, now do it faster. Another tap. No complaint from the mark. Unsheathe the knife, Teresa said, drawing her sword. He startled. Oh, are you sure about that? Again, images of severed fingers drifted through his mind. If anything goes wrong, I'll knock it out of your hand, okay? He looked at her for a long moment. He didn't like the idea of waving any sort of weapon toward Teresa, but better to know the mark's limits now, rather than later during some nasty situation. Okay, just be careful. Steadying himself, he slid the knife from the sheath. Her eyes hardened. Now strike my blade hard. Taking a deep breath, he stabbed toward her sword. The mark flooded him. Images of failures rose. The strongest was him tripping over the barrel minutes before. His concentration and balance were ruined, and he wavered on his feet, but the memories weren't as aggressive as when he'd used the sword. He felt the position of his body, his feet stumbling around over the deck, and suddenly, Teresa was there, catching him. The images cleared shortly, leaving Alex in her grip. Her knife lay on the deck, that he panted. Hold on. She let go, and he bent down, taking up his notebook that he'd laid on the deck nearby and flipped it open. He wrote a new entry, strong interference with direct combat. The more focused the action on direct combat, the more strong the interference. Full weapons cause the strongest reactions. More general use items grant more freedom. Sword, full weapon. Knife, weapon, tool, kitchen implement. He thought about what this might mean for other areas. Forcible is a utility spell, can use for multiple actions once spell is cast. Only problem is when used on direct combat against another. Direct combat spells out of the question. Maybe, maybe not, test later. If combat spells not an option, focus on utility spells used for indirect combat, defensive spells, more research needed. He closed the book. When they got to Generosity, he'd need to experiment with different sorts of spells and skills. For now, the dance seemed like a good option. The mark didn't seem to mind when he was using the mop. Hopefully, the dance would give him a way to be evasive in combat, but using a weapon with it would probably be a bad idea. Well, maybe the mop is your weapon of choice. It seems like you're best with it, Teresa offered with barely concealed laughter. Yeah, it wasn't all that, but he paused. Wait, mop. He hadn't told her a word about the dance practice the night before. She froze as he slowly turned to look at her. Were you spying last night? He thought back to that feeling of being watched. And no, she lied badly. Liar, where were you? He choked. Images of himself dancing around with a mop came to mind. Her eyes flicked guiltily to the staircase. Geldor told me about the dance, and U suggested I watch the deck when the others went to bed. Alex stared at her in horror. Yaoyu. I wanted to tell you earlier, but there were so many people around and I didn't want others to hear of your, she shuddered, glorious mop slinging. She broke down in helpless laughter. I'm going to kill you, he promised. Not unless you're using that mop. In a fake rage, Alex chased Teresa around the deck until they were scolded by the night watch. It was a familiar feeling to both of them. Looks like rain's coming in after all. Geldor eyed the clouds to the western horizon. Damn, Fandor cursed beneath his breath. Well, at least it doesn't look like a bad storm. Clouds are too light and the wind's too low. Eku Duri must have liked our dance well enough. The crew and passengers had gathered on the starboard side of Low. Red siren to see what was happening when they'd heard that a storm might be brewing. He's right, Teresa said, petting Brutus as two of his heads chewed a bone while the third lapped from a water dish. She squinted at the sky. Beaut, if the clouds over the sea look like they do above land, then it shouldn't be a heavy rain. They aren't that big or dark. That's good. Alex yawned into his hand, sitting on a barrel behind the crowd. He watched Selena looking at the clouds with her hands gripping the rail. Her energy amazed him. Between everything they'd faced getting out of Thameland, his nightly exercise routine, learning the dance and testing the mark's limits, he was exhausted. He rubbed his aching arms and chest. 2 days of push-ups hadn't increased how many he could do yet, but his technique was getting better. It was getting easier to hold himself in a position that let him feel controlled and strong. Hopefully, he'd start to see some results soon. He yawned again. But for now, he felt like he could just sleep for a year. Wind direction, one of the frog folk said nearby in his croaking language, along with some other words Alex couldn't make out. Using the fool to help him understand languages he heard in passing was starting to show results. He was beginning to pick out the odd words in other languages if he heard them often enough. The skinny Rhinian man suddenly approached Captain Fandor and said something very quickly. Too quickly for Alex to get any of what was said. The man had a piece of salt pork clutched in his fist and was chewing it even as he talked. It was his second snack since lunch. The captain said something back to him, then paused and raised his voice. Before I get this question 100 times, no, the rain won't delay us. It'll probably hit us around midnight, but we'll still reach port in Generossi by the morning. No need to panic. No need to worry. He gave the skinny man a look. Ranian stepped back, glancing over to Teresa again, his eyes lingering then to Alex. He shuffled to the stairs, no doubt to find more food. Alex worked hard to keep his face neutral. With how much of the ship's food he was going through, it really seemed he should be charged extra. Hey, Alex elbowed Teresa and nodded toward the man disappearing down the steps. What do you think of that guy, that he eats more than Brutus? Teresa whispered. Yeah, he said, but more than that, what do you think of him? She shrugged. He eats a lot, I guess. That's it. That's all. You don't find him creepy. Not really. Well, maybe a little. After she made a wriggly, crawly motion with her hand, copying the silent spider's movements. My standards for what's creepy have gone up. Yeah, good point. But you never noticed him watching us. Watching you? A bit, she said. Why, I don't know. I suppose it's nothing. Alex really didn't want to say that it was because he felt the man was staring at her, and it was making him jealous. She'd never let him hear the end of it. Another yawn hit him. He winced as his chest muscles ached. He really needed a nap. Are you gonna make it? Teresa asked. Maybe. Too many late nights and I've been doing these push-ups. She nodded in approval. Good. A strong body helps. So is today your rest day? He paused. Rest day. You rest between days you do hard exercise. I thought your brothers did them every day. Yes, but they've been training for years. Have you ever done push-ups before? Not really. Then I think you need a break. Usually when you're starting, you do it every other day, even every 2 days. Well, that's a relief, he said, yawning again. Gives me an excuse for a nap. He dragged himself to his feet. I'll grab a quick one then come up for supper. She smiled. We'll watch for the rain while you do. He chuckled. Make sure it doesn't sneak up on us. As soon as he opened his eyes, Alex realized that his nap had turned into a sleep for half the day. The cabin was dark and the ship quiet, except for the creaking of wood and the splash of waves against the hull. Beside him, he could hear Selena snoring lightly. He slowly got up, careful not to disturb her, and slipped on his boots. For a moment, he considered doing his push-up routine, but remembered Teresa's advice, rest. Well, sleep wouldn't be coming to him for a while. He crept from the room quiet enough not to wake Selena and slipped into the hall. From Teresa's room, he could hear Brutus snoring, and no sounds came from the other passengers' cabins. Most of the crew, including the captain and first mate, were asleep in the ship's common area. Their ranks and status allowed them to avoid all-night duty. Slipping up the stairs, he used the mark to continue improving his stealth as he stepped onto deck. It was dark, though he could see the low glow of the moon through the clouds. Rain hadn't come yet, but the pressure was changing in the air. The night which only a few of the crew busied themselves toward the stern of the ship with a game of dice. They exchanged nods with him, and he briefly considered joining them. It might have been good practice for his languages at least, but maybe not so good for his purse. Gambling with people he barely understood was probably a really bad idea. Instead, he walked to the bow and leaned against the railing, watching the dark ocean. In the far distance, he could have sworn he saw a glowing blue light above the water. Maybe it was a trick of the moon. He listened to the gentle waves against the ship as he took in the salty air and the sound of the wind. He could barely make out the surface of the sea under the dark clouds. It was time for a little light. He concentrated, slowly muttering the incantation for his forciball. It was still slower than before he got marked, but he was starting to get better at shutting out the mental interference from the fool. The forciball's red light winked into life. He smiled at the familiar spell. It had gotten them through a lot lately. He willed the spell to float above his head and illuminate the sea and deck nearby. He thought about the spell and how his practice with it had helped him use it since he'd been marked. Might be worthwhile to experiment with spells similar in structure to the forciball. Learning new spells was going to be hard, so it'd be smart to start with ones that were at least somewhat familiar. He listened to the wind rustle the sails. He yawned again. Suddenly, sleepiness came over him in a wave, but he shook it away. His mind was racing with ideas of what spells might be good ones for him to experiment with first, and he wanted to consider that some more before going back to bed. Again, sleepiness hit him with an abruptness and an insistence. What was happening? The sudden tiredness didn't feel natural. It felt draining. It was different, almost like it was coming from outside of himself. Because of the way the mark worked entering his mind from the outside to influence him, he recognized that this sudden, overwhelming wave of exhaustion was coming at him from outside. He fought it away. Creak. Something quietly stepped on a board behind him. He couldn't hear any sounds from the night watch anymore. Again, he had the feeling that something was watching him, and he doubted it was Teresa. He didn't move, didn't give any sign that he suspected something was wrong. No, he could do even better. Faking another yawn, he let his head hang a little as though he were about to fall asleep. He heard whispering behind him in Rhaenian, a familiar voice. The skinny man. What did he want? Had he been looking at him and Teresa, or had he only been interested in him? What was his plan? To rob him. He activated the mark, listening to the man's whispering. The Rhaenian words were coming quickly, but Alex was able to pick out when he kept repeating hollow. Hollow. Alex held the forciball tightly in his will and mana, keeping it ready above him. Direct combat wouldn't work, but his experiments had shown that he could move items into positions like into guard, as he had with Teresa's knife. What if? Yawning again, he let his head drop. Feet rushed up behind him. He willed the forciball to move behind him and down, like he was trying to light that area of the deck. It shot down and stopped right in front of the sound of running feet until bang! The man ran headfirst into the forciball, smashing his face and collapsing. Alex grinned. No reaction from the mark, he quickly added, studying traps to the list of research he needed to do. The skinny man was flat on the deck, groaning at his feet and holding his face. Alex drifted the forciball down to shine on the attacker and hovered it over his head in a threat. Of course, trying to hit him wouldn't do much good, but his attacker didn't need to know that. Don't move, Alex said in common. He didn't know if the man would understand him, but he let his threat be clear in his tone. The man froze. Crew, fan door. Alex shouted, edging around the fallen figure to make sure he wasn't between him and the stairs. Even if the man was down, he didn't want to be trapped. He listened carefully for any sounds of his attacker muttering incantations. From the overwhelming sleepiness earlier, it seemed he was some kind of spellcaster. Alex had the advantage now, but he'd feel a lot better with reinforcements. He watched him carefully, ready for any sudden. The Rhaenian's hands shot up, not toward Alex, toward his forciball. They grabbed the spell. An awful sensation slammed into the young mage. Shurp. The man's hands warped. Fingernails disappeared. Fingers lengthened and sprouted suckers like a squid's tentacles. They wrapped around the spell and Alex felt something flowing out of him. His mana. The man or whatever he was sucking his mana through his spell. Alex abruptly killed the flow to the magic circuit and the spell winked out. He backed away as the thing jumped to its feet, with its flesh shifting before his shocked eyes. Its skin merged into blue-gray flesh, and its facial features sank into the meat like a rock disappearing into water. Its eyelids tore away, and its eyes swelled until they bulged from a deformed head. It spit its teeth out, and they melted and steamed as they touched the deck. Its mouth twisted sideways. A long gray tongue covered in suckers emerged, and the creature let out a sucking noise like quicksand swallowing an unsuspecting traveler. Its frame shrank even further until it was as thin as a rotting corpse. "Oh shit," Alex shouted. He glanced at the night watch. They were fast asleep against the deck. Whirling back to the creature, he spotted it as it tensed and sprang at him. The creature leapt with unnatural speed as Alex moved, stumbling away as it crashed into the rail he'd just been in front of. It shook its head, seeming to clear its senses. Dazed Alex, though, still dazed from when it ran into the forciball. His mind worked. He turned, sprinting toward the stairs leading below deck. He hated the idea of bringing it close to where his sister slept, but if he could wake the crew, and Teresa and Brutus, then it'd be the best hope for stopping it. If it killed him there on the deck, then it could roam free on the ship. She'd be in danger anyway. Monster, fire, he yelled. If it had the power to put the whole ship to sleep, Ivrion would be in trouble, but since he'd managed to resist it, that might mean it wasn't likely. He hoped. His feet pounded over the deck, purposely stomping hard into the wood. Hopefully, the racket would wake the crew, and hopefully, it would make the thing back off and rethink. Feet pounded over the deck, racing after him. Alex swerved as though he was running for the stairs, then rushed forward instead, trying to fake the thing out. The sound of feet chasing him abruptly ended. Crash. The creature landed in front of the stairs where he would have been. Alex turned, backing to the cleared area of the deck. It rose, tearing the cloak from its body. Its breaths came in gasps as though it had been running for miles. Its eyes moved frantically, like it was desperate. It grasped for him, seeking his mana, and it wouldn't stop until it got it. Alex glanced at the night watch. They were still fast asleep and showed no sign of waking. Shit, he cursed, turning back to the monster. He cautiously stepped around the deck, putting the mast between him and the monster. He looked around for anything to use close by. He spotted a familiar object. The mop, better than nothing. Quickly taking it up, he called on the mark to drop into second position of the spear and oar dance, keeping his balance on both feet. He raised the mop into guard, pointing the head toward the monster. He tried to clamp down on the terror running through him. It paused, unsure of what he was doing. He used that moment to scream at the top of his lungs. The monster rushed him. His scream turned into a shout of surprise, and he used the dance's back step to retreat, increasing the distance between him and the creature. He put the mast between him and the creature's mana-draining hands. It made another gulping sound at him and jumped to the right, while he wheeled to the left, still keeping the mast between them. The creature panted and gurgled in frustration. Its movement seemed weak. Alex remembered all the food it had been shoveling while in human form. Starving, maybe. Whatever it was, he could see that it was struggling. While its attempts to catch him grew more desperate, the mark continued to add successes in the dance to his mind. Bit by bit, he was improving, but he knew he couldn't keep it up forever. One slip and he'd be done. His eyes flicked around, looking for anything to use. Ropes, no. Barrels, no. Then he saw the mop bucket filled with water. He slowly edged to the bucket, creeping out from behind the mast. If it was desperate, it would. It rushed him at full speed. He kicked over the bucket. Splash. Salt water poured over the deck. The creature in its rush slipped and crashed into a set of barrels. THM. THM. Alex stomped the deck and slammed the end of the mop against the boards. Monster, fire, he shouted again. Moan. The creature began to climb out from beneath the barrels. Alex turned and ran. He sprinted for the stairs as he heard it jump out from under the barrels. Its footsteps echoed behind him. Terror screamed in him, making him faster, but the creature was gaining. He wouldn't make the steps in time. Spinning, he got into second position just in time with the mark's guidance. He swept back and forth with the mop head. He remembered tapping Teresa's sword with a knife didn't trigger the mark's interference, so swishing the mop around at the creature should also not cause it to react. The mop head whipped around its face like Alex was wiping the deck, slowing it down. The strings annoyed it, but didn't harm it. No interference came from the mark, allowing him to back closer and closer to the stairs, screaming hard. His heart hammered in his chest, but the mark guided his backward steps until he stepped onto nothing. With a cry, Alex fell, rolling down the stairs as the mop flew from his hands. He grunted, trying to grab at the railings to slow his fall. It seemed like he was falling forever as the breath was knocked out of him and he finally came to rest. He was flat on his back, groaning and trying to blink away stars swimming in front of his eyes. Then the creature leapt from the top of the stairs. Time seemed to slow as it dropped toward him with its grasping sucker hands extended. Alex could hear the liquid noise its mouth made, as well as sounds of movement nearby. Think, adapt, his mind screamed. The forceaball. It had run into the forceaball on its own. The mark hadn't interfered. Grimacing, he rolled and grabbed the mop, placing its head on the floor and holding it in place with the handle pointed high, facing the creature. It was not a weapon, and the monster was falling with full momentum. In mid-air, it couldn't stop itself. SCRLTCH. The mark didn't react when the creature had slammed itself, gut first with all the force of its fall into the mop stick. Alex let go and the stick snapped, with the splintered ends driving into the creature's stomach. It landed on top of him with the broken mop half buried in its stomach. A watery liquid splashed over his shirt as he pushed the flailing creature off and crawled to his feet. A woman screamed behind him, the bureaucrat from Generosity. Get back, it's a monster. Captain Finn. Alex scrambled into the darkened common area as the creature got to its feet, lunging after him with a final, desperate surge of strength. Then a spear shot out of the dark, passing Alex. SHC&K. It stabbed into the monster's chest, impaling it. The creature screeched. Geldor's rage-filled face emerged from the darkness, his snarling teeth shining in the low moonlight. Not this time, you chum-sucking piece of scum. The first mate growled. Shink. Another spear shot from the dark and pierced the monster through the head. The creature flew backward, shuddering. It sighed as the final blow ended its life. Its form crumpled in its clothes. HSSSSS. White smoke began to pour from it as its body ran like hot wax. It was like a snowman melting at winter's end, with water that boiled and steamed as soon as it touched the ship's floor. From within the steam, Alex felt the tang of manhwaedit was weak and originated from many different sources. With a final, shuddering sigh, the creature collapsed into a steaming puddle. Slowly, the steam drifted up the stairs and out into the ocean air. Alex's labored breathing mixed with the clatter of weapons and running feet as the crew rushed about. Where were you? Alex panted to the first mate. Getting our weapons as soon as we heard you shouting, Geldor said. We were just heading to the stairs when you came flying down them. Really, to Alex it felt like they'd taken hours to come. Then again as his mind slowed, began to recognize how little time had actually passed. Running across the deck must have taken only a few seconds or maybe a little longer. He'd backed away from the creature as it advanced on him, then ducked around the mast a few times, kicked over the bucket of water and ran for the stairs, all while shouting at the top of his lungs. It really must have been only a short time. It had only felt like he'd been fighting the thing for hours. He leaned against the wall as Fandor cursed, and Geldor looked grimly on the empty pile of clothes. What about the night watch? Geldor asked. Asleep. I think the monster put them to sleep. The first mate ground his teeth. I'm going to give them a good thumping for this, nearly letting a passenger die in. His teeth ground. What's happening? He heard Teresa's voice coming from her cabin as Brutus barked frantically. What? Alex tried to calm his racing heart. What was that thing? He asked. A mana vampire, a voice said from the cabins. The husband of the Generation bureaucrat emerged into the hall, adjusting his spectacles. He looked at Alex. You, my young friend, are either very skilled or very, very lucky. Both, Alex thought. Definitely both. It must have been starving for mana. The older man said as they watched the creature's clothes burn in a brazier. The flame reflected on his glasses. They always avoid drawing attention to themselves and make it a point to blend, and that's one of the reasons they're so hard to detect. This one was different, though, and caught everyone's attention by eating so much. That makes me wonder if it had grown careless because it was desperate. It seemed to be trying anything to hold off starvation until it could get to Generosity and feed off all the mana in the wizard city. He looked at Alex. Perhaps desperation is why it tried to attack you a mere evening before reaching Generosity. In a way, you were lucky. When they're well fed, they're quick and incredibly strong, and their natural magics can put entire households to sleep. Across the fire, both Geldor and Fandor were laying into the night watch. The poor buggers were on their knees before their commanders with heads bowed. The entire mood of the crew had dipped hard, and many glanced at Alex with something like fear. He'd been offered rum rations at least half a dozen times in 3 different languages, but he'd politely refused them. He stood beside Teresa as they watched the fire consume the clothes. She gripped his arm like he was about to disappear. Selena was back asleep in the cabin. It had taken a lot of hugs and reassurance to calm her after she'd heard her big brother screaming for help, but she was better now and safe with Brutus. Filthy murdering wretches, the older woman looked like she wanted to spit into the fire. That was quick thinking, not using spells against it. They can absorb any magic their vile hands or tongue touch. Many young mages have met their end by just throwing spells at them. Are those things common? Teresa demanded. Not common, no, but not rare enough, the older man said grimly. Once in a while, one will try and slip aboard a ship and sneak into Generosity to feed. Since they're so hard to detect, sometimes they're successful and no one knows they've entered the city until the attacks start. That's when the authorities have to send out trackers to hunt them down, but finding one isn't an easy task unless the tracker is fortunate enough to find it soon after a recent feeding. You see, while they're digesting new mana, it tends to leak for a period of time, viewed if they're hitting Thier nearly impossible to detect. He sighed, which I think is little compensation to Captain Fandor. Perhaps his goddess hasn't smiled upon him after all. What do you mean? Alex asked. Generosity does not put blame onto ships or captains that transport mana vampires unintentionally. Remember, they're nearly impossible to detect for wizards, let alone those with no skill in magic. But sometimes the families of victims do. Some time ago, a mana vampire killed the son of a successful merchant of magical items. Captain Fandor took responsibility and paid a hefty compensation out of honor. That took a lot out of the ship's coffers, as well, leaving him with the reputation of transporting one of the creatures. The unfortunate incident left many leery of boarding. The Red Siren, foolish of course, since mana vampires have no interest in those without mana. What happens to their victims? Teresa looked on the fire as the last of the creature's clothes burned to ash. First, their mana is drained, then their life force is sucked out until a shriveled husk is all that's left of them. Alex's blood chilled. Teresa's grip tightened on his arm. For the first time, Alex was very, very thankful for the mark. If it weren't for its interference, he would likely have tried to use his forceaball on the thing again. But since he'd learned the dance to see if he could get around the fool, using its movements had given him the time he needed to save his life. There was also his experience escaping Thameland. What if he hadn't been forced to find creative solutions and try different things to fight for their lives? He shuddered to think what the outcome would have been. No wonder the heroes had to protect the fool. Anyone who got his mark was like the sitting duck among the heroes. HSSSSSSS. The fire steamed as rain began to fall. We'll talk in the morning, the older man winced, wiping his glasses against the rain. Try to get some sleep if you can. There'll be things to discuss when we're fresh. Mana vampires have a standing bounty and generosity both for their discovery and destruction. We'll see that you get it, his wife finished, but try to get some sleep. It'll be a long day tomorrow. Alex and Teresa stood as the older couple left and Alex began to tremble. There were more dangers in the wide world than the Ravena, it seemed, and he was glad that he'd started preparing for them. Next time he'd be even more ready. He shivered. Teresa, yes, she looked up at him. Remember that hug you offered me? Right after you puked, her face softened. Yes, I think I'd like it now. Their arms wrapped around each other as the rain began to pour. When Alex Roth imagined his arrival at the City of Wizards, he'd always imagined the sun being high, and his mood being high too. That morning as the Red Siren passed among the outer islands, the sky was gray and the rain poured. He'd hardly slept, and he was still thinking about the fight from last night. His entire body ached from his fall down the stairs. Been lucky it hadn't been worse. His hands shook against the rail. At least they were shaking less than the night before. He hadn't had any nightmares, which had been a pleasant surprise. Maybe he was getting a little more used to danger, and maybe that was something to take comfort in. Even considering last night and the rain now pouring around him as they stood on the ship's deck looking out, this moment was incredible. I can't believe it, Teresa gasped beside him as Brutus stared at the city ahead. Selena gaped under her hood as the rain dripped off her cloak. In the distance, the city of Generosity rose high upon a massive hill, stretching as far as the eye could see. It seemed to rise from the mist and reign like a titan. The city's walls were of white stone and at least 50 feet high. Massive gates to a broad road lay open, with carved statues standing guard beside each. On the left was the towering figure of a jinni, and on the right, a horned demoness stood. Deep behind the city walls, a tower that seemed to touch the clouds rose, high above all the other tall towers. It seemed impossible that it could stand against the wind. Above even that floated wonders. Objects flew through the rain. Most were too far away to make out from the deck of the Red Siren, but a couple were enormous entire flying ships cutting their way through the downpour above the peaks of the towers. In some spots the clouds swirled, revealing holes leading to clear blue sky like tunnels. Before the city walls closer to the shore was a port station the size of a small town, and its docks were bursting with ships. A lighthouse rose from the center of the station, lighting the way with a shining blue magic. Alex realized that must have been what he'd seen the night before the mana vampire attack. Mana blazed from the city, almost as strong as it had been in the cave of the traveler. Truly, this was the city of wizards, the city at the center of creation. They had finally reached it. Sure, it was a place where mana vampires might lurk, and where Alex would need to research a doomed conspiracy, but he didn't let those things ruin the moment. CLNK. The sound of metal sliding on metal came from his side. Captain Fandor had approached him with his brother, holding out the coins paid for the passage to Generasi. The Selachar men had grim looks. Here, the first half of the fee. I don't intend to charge the second. What, why? What do you mean why? You nearly got killed by a chum-sucking mana vampire while under my watch on my ship. I'd be a real barracuda's son if after something like that I just went, oh yeah, that's full services rendered, pay up. Alex looked from the captain's face to the coins. Fandor did have a point. He had almost died while on the Red Siren, but he didn't really see how that was the fault of the captain or crew. Everyone had believed that the mana vampire was just some greedy man with odd habits until last night. If anything, he might have seemed more suspicious and strange playing around with swords and all. And when he called for help, Geldor and Fandor came as quickly as they could. They'd finished the monster off, and the only reason the Night Watch hadn't helped was because they'd been affected by the creature's magic. The more he thought about it, the more he came to the conclusion that there wasn't really much anyone could have done, and Fandor teaching him the first few steps of the spear and oar dance had helped save his life. If anything, the situation might actually help him in the long run. If anyone ever came looking for an 18-year-old from Thameland that could be an escaped fool, they probably wouldn't consider a young magic wielder who nearly killed a mana vampire with a broken mop as their first candidate. Still, Fandor was a fair and emotional man who was trying to make amends. Refusing the gesture would probably insult him. Then Alex had an idea. Tell you what, if that's what you feel you need to do, then fine. I accept. He took the coins from Fandor, but hold on for a second. He turned toward where the tired-eyed Generation administrators were leaning against the rail. Excuse me, he said to them. What's the reward for finding and destroying a mana vampire? The older woman looked between Alex and Fandor. Why, 25 golden marks for discovery, and another 75 for slaying, all in all an even 100. Well, isn't that a nice number? He turned back to the captain and first mate. 25 for me because I discovered the thing, then another 25 for each of us since we each stuck the monster once. That split 75 three ways. Geldor paused, his black eyes searching Alex. Are you sure? You fought the monster longest. You brought it right onto our spears, and that wound you gave it would have seen it bleed out eventually. Oh, I'm sure. Alex clapped the big men on the arm like he'd imagined Cedric would have done. A gesture like this would both reward the captain for the lesson that had helped save his life, and likely win the two men's gratitude and respect. Nothing wrong in building a relationship with an honest ship that regularly came and went from Generasi. And if you were honest, he liked Fandor. I nearly died, so you gave me my coin back for passage, Alex explained lightly. You also helped save me from the monster, so you get rewarded for that. Perfect sense. A smile slowly broke over the captain's face, and Alex could see the relief in it. Being boarded by a mana vampire a second time, especially when the ship's coffers were already low, would see business suffer even more. No matter what Fandor said, the reward would probably go a long way to helping. The Red Siren survive. I don't know what to say, Fandor said. Then how about this, next time we meet, you teach me more steps of the dance. Sound fair? The Selachar twins glanced at each other, then broke out into identical grins. Boy, we'll teach you the entire dance next time we meet. Whenever you get settled in the city, come over to the docks and leave where you're staying with the mail office. We'll come see you when we can. I look forward to it. Brutus, who had slept for most of the trip, gave a contented yawn. You've been wonderful hosts. Teresa bowed her head to the twins. I'm not sure if this is the right thing to say, but may Eku Duri keep the storms away from you. Ha, that's close enough, Geldor said in appreciation. And may whatever deities and spirits that watch over you always provide their protection. Oddly enough, when Geldor said that, it wasn't Uldar that came to Alex's mind, despite worshipping the prophet god for years. It was the traveler. Then a wicked thought occurred to him. Actually, we worship a spider god. He thought back to the soldier's silent spider they had fought on the outskirts of Coil. He hangs above us all in the night while we worship him, waiting to spring down and eat our souls so we can fill his spirit-wise stomach. The twins' smiles dropped. Fandor coughed awkwardly. Well, that's I don't suppose to judge, I mean if. He paused, looking at Selina as she frowned at her brother in confusion. Wait, the captain said. Is that true? Not a word, Alex chuckled. But you should see the look on your face right now. Fandor's eyes widened as his own words were thrown back at him. The captain burst out laughing. His laughter echoed out over the waters until the red siren finally docked at Generossi. Guard reports are so tedious. The older generation woman groaned as her husband and Alex's group emerged from the guardhouse by the wharf. I work with paperwork for most of my day, and even I find it taxing. Her husband looked tired too, and both Captain Fandor and Geldor had departed as soon as their part was finished. Selina and Brutus had quickly gotten bored, while even the patient Teresa had to stop herself from fidgeting in the chair as they'd been buried in questions. Only Alex hadn't minded all that much. His supply of gold had gotten 50 coins heavier. He wasn't going to complain. What now? He asked the middle-aged couple. Going to walk to the city with us? I'm afraid not, the husband yawned. Unfortunately, our luggage is still on. The red siren will be parting ways here, but don't be strangers, please. The woman dug out a small sheet of paper from her carry bag and scrawled something down before handing it to Alex. Since it's never too late for introductions, my name is Anna Escafire and this is my husband, Vincenzo. Alex, Teresa, and Selina introduced themselves, and Brutus, as the young man took the piece of paper. He found the couple's names had been written on it. If you should ever like to know anything about the city, do not hesitate to go to the Wizards Forum. That is where the ruling council and all the administrators work. Leave a message for us, along with where you are staying, and we shall get in contact. She gestured to the guard building. Think nothing of it, Anna said, until we meet again. With final goodbyes, the groups parted. As they approached the city, Alex and his companions fell into a shocked silence. Mossar was big, but Generossi made it seem like a lonely hut in the woods. More people pressed around them on the road to the city than they'd seen in Mossar's main squares. Humans from all over the world walked alongside beastfolk, the occasional elf and Selichar, and other races of humanoids that Alex had never seen or heard of. Some were shorter than Selina, despite looking like adults. Others towered far above Alex and would have been taller than Fandor and his brother, or even the minotaurs they'd seen in Mossar. People walked with or rode on the backs of many kinds of bestiant birds taller than horses, massive red-scaled lizards, or even beetles almost as large as Brutus. The smells were wild foods and spices from all over the world drifting through Generosi's open gates. And above all, mana. The mana hit him in waves. He'd only felt it stronger in the traveler's sanctum. Surprisingly, no guards stood at the gates, though Alex did notice glowing lines of magical writing surrounding the entranceway to the city. Was it to find mana vampires that had recently fed, or something else maybe? After being attacked on the ship, he was pretty sure there'd be more dangers lurking inside this magical metropolis. A strange feeling came over him as he realized just how distant this city was from the problems of Thameland. He wondered if most here had even heard of their home country. Thameland. A voice shouted over the crowd as the group entered the gates. Alms for Thameland. Donations to Uldar's faith so that his people might be supported while his heroes destroy the evil menace of the Ravena. The group froze, slowly turning their heads to the central square in front of the gate's entrance. On a tall podium stood a figure dressed in the familiar robes of a priest of Uldar, with other priests on their knees praying beside her. In front of them hung buckets collecting coins for the cause. Alex sighed, thankful that the crowd between them was thick. Of course, city at the center of creation where all the world's cultures came together, including Thameland. Of course, Uldar's priests would be here. They'd have to watch out for them. This way, he whispered to Teresa, and the group pushed through the crowd and down the street. The priests' calls faded behind them. So the good news is Uldar's priests aren't common here. Teresa rejoined Alex and Selina in the crowd. Brutus padded behind her, his heads moving every which way following all of the new sights and smells. The amount of people on the street 7 in the rain was overwhelming. Despite Alex wanting to move quicker, there was no way he could without forcing through the press of hooded figures around them. He held tightly to Selina's hand. His eyes kept darting around, looking for the robes of Uldar's priests. I asked a few people, Teresa continued, and they said that Uldar has a church in one of the districts where most of the other temples in Generossi are. I got good directions to both the church and the university. It's almost on the opposite end of the city from the school. Well, that's good news at least. Alex cocked his head at Teresa. What's wrong? She was frowning. I don't know what I said, but when I asked if there were any churches close to the school, I just got the strangest looks. Did they say anything? No, it was just the looks. But they did say Uldar's priests have been out in the streets trying to collect for the war effort. Teresa watched the passing crowd closely. Discomfort passed over her face. And we wouldn't see them coming in this crowd. Alex finished for her. It's too thick. She shook her head. I think I've seen more people in the last hour than I have in my whole life. Alex understood. While he'd spent more time in town and less in the forest than Teresa had, Ulrich wasn't large. They might have been able to fit 50 Ulrichs here. All the sounds, all the sights, the sheer amount of magic. Look at that, Selena pointed up. A group of people were having tea where she pointed. They were all sitting on a carpet. The carpet was flying. It passed overhead, the rain hitting and bouncing off of some sort of invisible shield above its passenger sand vanished around the nearest street corner. Alex and Teresa gawked at it like country bumpkins. All of this would take time to get used to, if they ever did. You know, it's weird, Teresa continued. Everyone I talked to knew about something happening in Thameland, but the way they talked about it was like how we'd talk about a neighbor's cow getting sick. It was so matter of fact, yeah, she said. But looking at all this, I can kind of see why our troubles would look so. Her eyes hardened. Quaint. I was thinking the same thing in Mossar. Alex's eyes followed a woman in fine purple robes walking on the opposite end of the street. Walking behind her like a trained hound was a figure that must have been 8 feet tall. It looked like it was made from clay and aside from its thick fingerset didn't have much in the way of features. Only a pair of glass eyes and a closed mouth were set into its face. It carried a crate above its head that must have weighed at least 1,000 pounds. Its heavy footsteps seemed to shake the cobblestones. Alex, Teresa poked him. Oh yeah, he pulled his attention back. People in Mossar were just going on with their lives, like the world's this enormous, unconnected place. Even here, where the priesthood had been spreading word about the Ravena, it didn't seem that somewhere else in the world, a century-cycled apocalypse was happening. In a way, it kind of stung, seeing his people's pride and their greatest enemy reduced to some minor, distant issue that people could ignore while sipping tea on a flying carpet. Then again, he'd lived his whole life in peace in Ulrich, while people here were trying to find ways to keep out mana vampires. The world was a big place. I want to see the school, Selena said. Are we going soon? He looked down at her, a bit envious of how comfortable she seemed with all the new sights and sounds. Well, that is what we're here for, so I gui yes we can. Teresa nodded toward a few streets ahead. One of the people I talked to said we should take a sky gondola like Mrs. Escafire suggested. There's supposed to be a dock for them a few streets ahead. A dock. Alex cocked his head. It turned out that there was a dock a few streets ahead. One that led to the sky. It was built vertically, like a tree or a tower with multiple short piers extending off of its trunk like branches. At the end of most of those piers, a long, lean boat floated in midair. People crowded around, lining up to book passage to other parts of the city on waiting boats. Uldar's beard. Teresa gaped. I want to ride on one. Selena eyed the stairs excitedly. Brutus stared up at the boats with a look of distrust. Alex was already rushing into the line. Welcome to Generossi Sky Gondolas. I'm Lucia, your gondolier, a woman said from the back of the boat as Alex's group slowly and carefully approached along the pier. The boards beneath them seemed stable enough, but it was still a good 30-foot drop. Alex kept a good grip on Selena's hand and the railing. Please show me your booking tokens and place them in the box at the end of the sky pier. She indicated a box with a single slot in its front. Alex showed her the 4 wooden tokens they'd received when they paid the first part of the fee to a dock head below. She nodded and Alex placed them in the box. Enter the gondola one at a time. Please remain seated and don't push on the wind and rain shield. She seemed to be fighting a yawn. Where are you headed? To the big school, Selena said, jumping into the boat before Alex could stop her. The sky gondola bobbed slightly but didn't collapse. Slowly and carefully, the rest of them stepped on board with Teresa having to coax Brutus before the Cerberus finally followed them. The boat was long, but things got crowded once Brutus laid down at their feet. As soon as they got in, they stopped feeling the rain as it winked off an invisible shield above their heads. With a single tap of Lucia's pole against the hull, the sky gondola shook and then lifted from the pier, rising into the sky. Alex's stomach flip-flopped and Teresa grabbed the seat while Brutus buried his heads into the bottom of the boat. Selena nearly vibrated in excitement, bouncing up and down in her seat. Ekudari, we ask for protection from you. Alex muttered beneath his breath. What was that? Teresa asked, though her face was turned to their surroundings as they gently soared over the rooftops. Never mind. Generossi shrank below them as they drifted between its tallest towers. Throughout the city stood massive castles, buildings of different architectural styles, and titanic statues of people and monsters. Once they were high enough, Alex could see beyond the walls of the city. Inland was a pleasant countryside of grass and small forests, dotted by estates and vineyards. Beyond them was another wall, and what was beyond that made Alex blink in surprise. A wasteland. Nothing but blasted rock, almost like what he saw through the traveler's portal to the fire mountains with strange chasms running throughout and glowing with different colored lights. How does the boat work? Selena asked the gondolier. For a moment, Lucia cringed before she put on a forced smile. Wizards made it to rise on Generosi's natural mana currents. It's simple enough so that anyone can use it. I just turn the pole to make it go where I direct it. Are these everywhere in the world? The little girl was examining everything about the boat. I didn't see any in the big port on the way here, and the boat we were on had to float on water. Captain Fandor said that the water lifts up the wood in the boat. Lucia's eyes seemed to grow a little more dead, in contrast to the captain's enthusiasm in explaining the ship. Alex wondered how many times she'd got the same questions. You won't see these outside of this city. They're a cheap design, which means that a lot of them can be made. But they can't fly outside Generosity because they have to use the mana that's in the air here, so they can't make one that goes outside. Some wizards have, but they take a lot more magic and expensive materials to make, and you'd need your own mana to drive it. If they made one that could fly outside of Generosity and that anyone could use, you're looking at treasure of a lost empire kind of coin, she sighed. So please don't go to Generosity Sky Gondolas to negotiate an order for your city, or town, or merchant organization, or village elder. That last sentence sounded like she'd repeated it so many times, she could have said it in her sleep. Alex wondered just how many of the other magic items in the city would only work here. Would the carpet still have carried its tea-drinking passengers over Coil Forest? He glanced at the sky ship floating above their heads, imagining some clever thieves commandeering it and cheering as they got past the city's limits only to scream as the entire ship plunged hundreds of feet to the water or ground. He looked at the wasteland beyond the wall in the distance. Or maybe they'd fall into one of those glowing chasms. What is that place? Teresa pointed to the wasteland. The Barrens of Cravernous. Lucia steered them past a neighborhood of massive estates surrounded by gated walls. A couple had curved roofs like the gate on top of Mount Tai, the game preserve of the university and where students go to be trained in combat magic. She gave a bitter chuckle. The mighty Chancellor's Monster Park. Silence followed. What is Selena asked. We're almost there, Lucia cut her off, pointing ahead. Alex turned and saw the massive campus ahead, sitting on a hill above even the rest of Generosity. Green space surrounded what was a small city onto itself. Its own rivers flowed along uninterrupted, and its own roads ran through the campus. The central building was an imposing castle of white stone with golden rooftops. It must have been incredible in the sunlight. 5 towers rose from the castle, and the central one was by far the tallest in the entire city. In its courtyard stood 2 huge statues, one of an elderly human woman with plates running down past her shoulders, and another of a tall and stately elven man. There was a third massive platform lying close to them, but it was empty. As they passed over the outer walls of the campus, several figurettes mounted on circular stone discs that floated in the air watched them pass. Staffs were in their hands and swords were belted at their waists. Their faces were hard. Who are they? Teresa asked. The Watchers of Roll, Campus Guardians, the gondolier said dryly, keeping the university safe from the city and the city safe from the university. Alex frowned at the strange response as they drew closer to the courtyard. You seem to know a lot about this place. Alex looked at their gondolier closely. I was a student here for 6 months. He blinked. What happened? I dropped out, she said with no hint of embarrassment. He stiffened. Why, this is the greatest school of wizardry in the world. Anger rose in him. He'd nearly died twice to get here, and this person had attended for half a year before dropping out to drive a boat. An odd look entered her eyes. It is, isn't it? Life entered her voice for the first time. She pointed to a building to the south. It was squat and had windows with metal shutters, most of which were closed. Some of the white stone was blackened. You see that place? That's... Boom! Oh shit! Alex swore, recoiling from the sound. Selena screamed, Brutus yelped, and Teresa started jumping to her feet before her head slammed into the wind and rain shield. Alex caught her as she fell back into the seat. From the building, a massive blue fireball exploded, ripping 2 of the metal windows out. Shouts echoed from the distance as several of the watchers shot toward the building on their floating platforms. Perfect timing. Lucia grimaced as she set the sky gondola down in front of the main castle. It helps make my point. The University of Generosity is the greatest school of wizardry in the world, but... She leaned forward, the neckline of her shirt shifted. A tremendous burn scar reached up to the top of her chest. Wizardry is dangerous. Ask one day how many students' acceptances are canceled due to incapacitation. Or don't, maybe you won't have to worry about it, anyway. She held out her hand. I'll be taking the rest of my fee now. Was that a potion detonation? A tiny, white-haired woman was sprinting through the courtyard with a staff in her hand. Please tell me that was a potion detonation. If it was another bad summoning circle. There's no demonology scheduled in the cells today, said a sharply dressed man in spectacles. So if that is a summoning circle, that student better hope all they get is expelled. Excuse me. Alex got their attention. Which way do we go to register? The man hurriedly jerked a thumb over his shoulder toward a set of open doors at the top of a flight of stairs. They were at the opposite end of the courtyard. That way, welcome to Generosity. He barked as he and the other wizard rushed out of the courtyard. As they exited, Alex saw them wave their hands. From out of view, 2 of the same stone platforms used by the Watchers of Roll appeared, and the two wizards jumped aboard and shot away in the direction of the explosion. Alex's group was speechless, eyeing each other nervously while approaching the doors. They kept glancing around, only relaxing a little when they made it to the doors without hearing any more blasts. Just inside, there was another large marble staircase with railings carved into dragon heads. They climbed the steps in awe, with Brutus' nails clicking on the rough stone and breaking the silence. At the top, they emerged into an antechamber so large that the entire church of Ulrichbell Tower and all could have fit inside. Two statues, one of a dragon and one of a kraken, framed a desk set into one of the walls where a blue-skinned man with horns silently read a book. A massive monocle sat on his face, reminding Alex of a one-eyed owl. "I think this is the right place," Alex whispered, while Teresa's eyes traced a mural on the ceiling where wizards battled strange demonic creatures. "Will I go have a seat while you do that?" She indicated a bench beside a wall. The bench had clawed feet. As they sat down, Alex could have sworn it moved its stone toes. He approached the desk. He glanced back in the direction of the explosion. The man looked up at him. "Yes." "Here for a tour?" "No, to register, actually." He could hardly stop himself from vibrating with excitement. Wizard time, wizard time, wizard time. One part of his mind screamed, "You're going to explode. Some horrible demon is going to eat you. You could have stayed in Thameland." The first part of his mind stamped down the second part with prejudice. Now was a time of joy. I was accepted for the upcoming year to begin my studies. The blue-skinned man blinked and closed the book he'd been reading. Well, aren't you keen? Classes for first year don't start for at least another month and a half. It was a long trip from where I'm from, Alex said, not mentioning the part about using an ancient saint's power to cross over a month's journey in a matter of days. "Thought I should get here early in case anything went wrong." "Is that a problem?" "The opposite, really. If we had more come in early like you, then orientation week wouldn't be such an animal house." "Well, my name is Hob, and I'm the registrar here at Generossi. Allow me to welcome." He stopped and the leather on his chair squeaked as he peered around Alex. On the opposite end of the hall, Selina sat on the bench looking at the hall's lights blue forciballs floating on top of columns while Teresa was examining a hole in her sleeve. Brutus was panting and sniffing everything. "Would that be your wife?" And he looked at Alex, squinting. "Child?" Alex's face flushed. "No, just a friend." "So your friend and your child?" No, that's my sister," Alex said quickly. Hob looked at him for a long time, blinking through his monocle. "I see," was all he said. "Well, if they're friend and family, will you be registering them as well?" "Oh, they're not spellcasters." Hob blinked. "Not even for the auditing program." "The what program?" Hob blinked again. Might I see your acceptance letter, Mr. Alex Roth?" In 1 second. He reached into his rucksack, feeling around for the paper. Panic started. He couldn't find it. Did he leave it in his room back in the Liu family's inn? No, he remembered taking it. Maybe he left it in the cave of the traveler after dumping everything to get the ruby. A horrifying nightmare of a long-side journey back to the cave started taking over his mind, until his fingers touched paper. Here it is. Relaxed and handed the letter to Hob, who examined it with his monocled eye. Recruited from Thameland, you were right, that is far." He glanced up at Alex. "Sorry to hear about all that Ravager business." It's called the Ravena, actually." Hob paled to a lighter blue. "Oh, sorry, how ignorant of me. I meant that I hope that you and your family are safe." Alex thought of Mr. and Mrs. Liu and Teresa's brothers. He hoped they'd gotten onto a ship safely. They should be all right. Good. Dreadful business that, though I suppose all the world has its own troubles. Anyway, back to the business at hand. I see you were accepted based on aptitude. With one spell even. You must have practiced to the bone. Very well done, young man," Hob said enthusiastically. "That's the sort of ethic that'll have you flying through the spell tiers in no time." He paused. "I can see the issue, though, that far out, you likely didn't get much of an explanation as to why we're considered the greatest institution of magic in all the world. After all, there really are no competitors in your realm as far I know. I thought you were called the greatest because you have so much of the world's knowledge." "Oh, we do. But we also take care of our wizards." Suddenly, Alex heard a scream behind him. He whirled to see Selina and Teresa jumping off the bench as it began to scuttle sideways like an angry crab. Brutus was barking at it. "Don't like dogs," the bench ground out in a voice that was rock on rock. Stop that at once." Hob half rose from his chair. "You blasted, rebellious piece of furniture. I swear one of these days I will send a request to have you carved into a chamber pot. Back to your post." Grumbling, the bench scuttled back to its original place. "You can sit back down now," Hob said pleasantly. Selina and Teresa edged away from the bench. "Ah, pity, it always does that." Hob made a face. "So as I said, we take care of our wizards." He reached beneath his desk and produced a massive, leather-bound book. Proper wizards always have an entourage. These could be summoned demons. They could be golems. They could be trained magical beasts like your handsome furry friend. They could be a party of delvers. And in some cases, they're hirelings, apprentices, or even family. And on that note, Generossi takes people from all corners of the earth. Many like you come with friends, parents, children, and He squinted at Selena, little sisters. Yes. Bend the forces of the cosmos to your unbreakable will. His eyes flashed with intensity, and for a moment, Alex thought he was going to leap out of his chair and start calling unearthly hordes. Instead, he just smiled. We also have a junior school where children may be educated in general subjects and should they show aptitude preparatory courses for their own practice in wizardry. Of course, the auditing program and the junior school add additional nominal fees to your tuition, though. There would be a significant discount for you as I see you are a partial scholarship student. Considering where you are from, and the aptitude you demonstrated with limited resources, generosity would not see a bright young mind crushed by a lack of coin. Hobbs smiled knowingly. Now, avoiding being crushed by a miscast meteor spell is unfortunately entirely your own responsibility. He laughed as though it were the most natural thing in the world to say. Alex did not join him. Excuse me, just some wizard humor. You'll get it in time. Now, since you'll be staying with friend and sister, and large Cerberus, I take it you'll wish for apartment accommodation. For now, Alex said. It would give him time to search for a place of their own. Very well. Hob picked up and flipped through another book, sliding his finger along a series of tables and names on a page. This one is free. Are you and your entourage used to living in one room? Alex thought back to the ship and how Selena had hammered on him for kicking her off the bed. He imagined what would have happened if they'd been living in the same space for months. Separate, he said quickly. Hob flipped through the book until his eyes lit up. The southern insula would be perfect. 2 rooms off of a central living area complete with a writing desk, balcony overlooking the building's central courtyard. Fireplace. I don't suspect you shall use that often. Generosity's weather is much milder than in your homeland and immediate access to the common cooking facility and baths located at the bottom of the building. Would this suit your needs? Hold on, Alex said, calling Teresa and Selena over and introducing them to Hob. He explained what sort of room would be available. Teresa frowned. How much would all that be? A suite like that would cost a lot of gold in a good inn. Pleasure to meet you, Ms. Liu, and I can assure you our rates for our students ensure that they are able to stay in comfort for the duration of their stay in Generosity. After all, we aren't exactly hurting for money. 20 gold pieces per month. Alex balked inwardly. This was a good rate. The reward for the mana vampire would pay for 2.5 months. His inheritance would be enough to pay for 2 years. He began to think about what Mrs. Escafire said about Generosity being expensive. What do you think? He asked Teresa, who'd paled considerably at the sum mentioned. Selena was simply still eyeing the architecture. A part of him yearned to be the age where he didn't know the value of coin. 2 of us would have to share a room so. Selena startled. Teresa, can I share your room? Please, 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 please. She grabbed the young woman's cloak. Sure, Teresa said. I don't mind bunking with you, Selena. Yay, the little girl sighed in relief. Alex couldn't help but feel a little insulted. Are you sure you'd be okay sharing for a bit? Selena's small. Teresa smiled at the girl. And it'd be fun, like a sleepover until we get a place of our own. All right, we'll take it, Alex said. Delightful. Hob wrote into the chart. Alex Roth, Teresa Liu, Selena Roth perfect. He dotted the final period. And Ms. Liu, would you be interested in auditing courses as part of Mr. Roth's entourage? Teresa frowned. Auditing? I'm no wizard, Teresa said. That is of no matter. We have a number of diverse courses here in addition to wizardry. He glanced at the sword at her hip. We are by no means an academy of martial arts, but the Watchers of Roll do host classes on weaponry and hand-to-hand combat to train more for their number. Many who have taken their courses have successfully entered their number, or have gone on to other paths. Even some of the Rainian Empire's elemental knights have taken the courses. She paused, with growing interest. Hobbs smiled in the same way that cattle salespeople did. We also have a number of courses on tactics, general combat, general knowledge in mathematics, lore on beasts, several forms of art such as sculpting or painting, though those are not our specialties, I assure you. Your education would not be lacking here. Teresa paused, struck by a sudden thought. Mr. Hob. Just Hob, please. Hob, on the way here we saw some buildings that looked a lot like how my grandfather used to describe the ones in Tarim Lung. Here in Generosity, we are influenced by most of the world's cultures and have had many make their home here. Those of Tarim Lung are no exception. Then does the university have any courses on Qigong? Hobbs' eyes flashed as though he had just clinched a sale. The art of life energy cultivation. By no means is it a comprehensive subject of study here, but blood magic, which is a comprehensive subject, draws from life force instead of mana. Techniques that fortify one's life force are useful in such a branch of magic, and so we have adapted a short set of courses to teach the basics of the subject. It is the only course categorized under divinity offered at Generosity. If you look at the course guide available in the library, you will find a course called Life 1075, Life Force Enforcement. I do believe that if you are interested in exploring the subject, then it should be a suitable beginning. I do warn you, however, there is a test of affinity before one can gain entry into the course, as it is a dangerous subject. Teresa blinked. A wide smile bloomed on her face. Alex watched her smile. How much is it for auditing in junior school? Hobbs' eyes were triumphant. 10 gold coins per month. We'll take them both. THMP, THMP, THMP. 3 bags landed on the floor. Creak. The door to the apartment closed and locked. We're finally here. Alex pumped his fists. We did it. The apartment was a fine place, just as Hobb had described it. The central area was narrow but long, leaving enough room for a circular dining table, desk, small bookshelf, and small pantry. The hardwood floors had been freshly polished, and the doors to 2 bedrooms lay open. Through the curtains on the balcony doors, Alex could see that the rain had finally stopped. Groaning, Teresa slumped toward one of the chairs at the dining table and suddenly paused. She cautiously bent down, examining it from every angle, including poking at the chair's legs with suspicion before collapsing into it and letting her head loll back. Her eyes stared at the ceiling. Yeah, we're here. She pulled off her boots and massaged her feet. And I guess we're all students now. Yep, all in a big fancy school at the center of the world. Alex smiled contentedly, watching Brutus sprawl on the floor near the balcony. Selena sprinted to the pantry and tore it open, empty. She made a face before going to explore more of their new home. It won't be for long, Alex promised. So Teresa continued to stare at the ceiling. The benches move. Yeah, what was that? He said. I don't know. The bench just shook when Brutus laid down beside it, then started crawling away. And then it talked in. She shook her head like she was in a daze. And boats fly and carpets fly and stones fly, and she trailed off again. I don't know. In the last 2 days we've seen monsters, and she looked around before mouthing the word dungeon core to him. But I dunno, right now my head is pounding. Did you know the benches move? Does everything move? Alex shrugged. Probably not. Lucia said that magic items can be expensive, right? That's why the gondolas have to be made cheap. Yeah, those flying boats. She pinched the bridge of her nose. Alex took her water skin from beside her bag, dug through the cupboards and poured water into a copper cup. He slid it over to her across the table. Ari, are we going to be okay? She whispered, making a motion like she was rubbing 2 coins between her fingers. He sat down beside her. For a while, he whispered. About 2 years maybe. The program is 4, though, at minimum, but we should have our own place long before that. Part of him felt sick at the idea that the entire material wealth of his parents' lives would barely amount to 2 years at the university, and even then, they had the 2 years only on account of his partial scholarship. If he had to pay the full amount, they'd be out in the street in about a year. He put that thought from his mind. The larger issue was if the university was this expensive, then what would buying a place in the city be like? They'd need more coin. What options did that leave? Selling the fire gems? No, not unless they got desperate. Each one was so powerful that giving them up would be a big mistake, one they should try to avoid if they could. He wouldn't want to run into something as deadly as the Hive Queen without them. There might be opportunities here, he suggested. We just need to keep our eyes open and look around. Alex, Teresa, come out here, Selena called. They looked at each other and grinning like they were 5 times their age a step through the curtains onto the balcony. The southern insulated complex of student apartments was somewhat empty. A few pieces of clothing hanging over balcony rails revealed that some students were in residence, while other balconies had 1 or 2 students seated on the same chairs as their dining chairs, bent over books, except for one. One was studying while seated cross-legged. In midair, Teresa groaned beside him. Selena laughed. The courtyard below had multiple benches, stone tables, and chairs for dining and socializing. A few more students were gathered below, eating from a variety of colorful and interesting-looking dishes. A pair of older students with books piled high on a table had young children playing with blocks beside them. A warm breeze floated into the windows and balcony door. Alex sighed in contentment, though a hint of nervousness remained as he remembered the Mark's presence and the secret of the Ravena. He wondered how differently he'd be feeling if he'd never been branded and had simply arrived with Selena and nothing hanging over him. A beat of wings startled him from his thoughts. From the sky swooped a huge bird with a black feathered body and white speckled wings. Its wingspan must have been at least 10 feet across, and it carried a dead rabbit in its claws. Fluttering, it landed on a balcony on the opposite side of the courtyard, on the top floor, same level as their roomman let out a fierce, triumphant cry. Look at that, Selena pointed. What a big, pretty bird. Pretty, more like terrifying. Brutus was watching it with all 3 heads and his ears perked up. The curtain on the balcony parted, and a muscular young man who was almost as tall as Alex stepped through. He was very dark-skinned, similar in complexion to the griot that had passed through Ulrich, and his long hair was plaited and fell to mid-back. A sculpted, imposing beard covered his chin, and he was built more like a metalsmith than a wizard. The giant eagle cooed as its master approached, then stepped onto the young man's outstretched leather gauntlet. He took the rabbit from the bird, petting the raptor with his free hand and stroking its head toward the beak. He said something loudly in a language Alex had never heard, then looked up, seeing them across the way. He watched them for a moment before giving a polite nod. Selena waved as Alex and Teresa returned his nod, and the young man stepped back through the curtain. Alex briefly wondered if the young man was a first-year student who had arrived for school even earlier than him, or an upper-year summer student. Okay, I think it's time to get some stuff done, he said, thinking out what he wanted to get done and stepping back into the room. The others followed him. Teresa slipped back into the chair. Anyone want to come to the library? He asked. She groaned. Brutus grunted. He could see that Selena had already jumped into one of the beds. In the bigger room, he noticed that little goblin. All right, I'll be back in time for lunch. Teresa groaned again as he headed to the door. See you later and look out for angry benches, Teresa said. He heard Selena laughing from the bedroom. Walking to the library was pleasant. The southern insula was very close to the library building, and the path leading there passed through sculpted parklands and past great, old buildings of white and gray stone. Gargoyles and other winged figures holding staves and books stood in silent vigil at the top of the buildings. Students walked by speaking in multiple languages, and Alex paid attention to their words. Using the mark, Rainian had started to become more familiar to him. He was picking out at least one word every few sentences now. Not bad for a couple of days' practice. By the time he was ready to graduate, he planned on being able to speak as many languages as possible. Maybe one of them would help him translate the Traveler's Book, and he was hoping the library would have something on that too. He was getting more and more excited as he made his way there. Several of the conversations were in the common tongue, though, and most were about the explosion earlier. I heard it was some sort of transmutation gone wrong, a squat young man in spectacles was saying, walking along with two others. Someone tried to transform into a fire elemental, misaligned the spell array, and just turned into a fireball. That's not what I heard. I heard it was a magic item that someone caused a mana reversal with, one of his companions said, a lanky, red-headed girl clutching a long glass flask in her hand. Inside the flask was a glowing ball of light which flitted about like an insect. The whole thing blew up in their face, literally. That doesn't seem right to me. It's gremlins, said their third, his frizzy brown hair bouncing as he walked. He had at least 5 books in his hands. Gremlins sabotaging a potion. Well, whatever it was, whoever did it is completely done for, the first young man said. Definitely expelled. Alex glanced at them as they passed. Raised voices burst from a garden on his right. He jumped as 2 students, maybe only a little older than him, emerged from the hedges. Isolde, will you stop? A man chased after a woman in a mix of anger and desperation. His long red hair was disheveled and his face flushed. You're not listening to me. An unusually tall woman, maybe only a few inches shorter than Alex, walked away from the man as though he wasn't even there. Her long black hair billowed behind her. I don't listen to trash rolling along the ground. That's not fair, he snapped, running in front of her. It was a one-time thing. No, it was not. She stepped around him without even giving him a second glance. We're done. Keep it civil. I walk my path and you walk yours. Separately, but you're not giving me another chance, he shouted. Heads whirled from all around the green space and path. Derek Isolde's blue eyes hardened. You need to quiet down now, and you need to listen to him. No, her voice suddenly boomed. You want to do this, then fine. We're done, Derek, finished. But why? Because you're a cheater, and I don't mean just on which you have, as I've found out several times. You're a cheater in everything. She began listing things off with her fingers. You cheated on me. You cheat in dice and cards. That's not a you cheat on your exams. The color drained from his face. What? She glared at him. You didn't think I'd find out. Professor Jules posted the announcement in the potions department this morning that someone cheated, which you would have known if you didn't skip class. Again. Wah, Derek stuttered, backing away from her. Of course, I knew earlier than that, when she called me into her office because our potion analysis write-ups were word for word the same. I had to spend an hour showing her my rough notes and analysis logs to show. I wasn't the one who had copied. You would have been at the meeting if you didn't skip class. Again, why but? I wanted this quiet, but you wanted to make a scene. There, scene made. Now you'd better stop wasting time with me and go explain to her why you should remain a student here. With a low cry, Derek sprinted away toward the main castle. Isolde watched him go, then drew a long, steadying breath. Her teeth were grinding as she turned. Everyone quickly looked away, including Alex. In a dignified but angry silence, she walked away. Alex let out a sigh when she'd passed. The problems of young love apparently maniacal levels of cheating was downright pleasant compared to nests of silent death bugs. He continued toward the library. His eyes rose to find the squat, windowless structure just ahead. Hobbit said that the building had no windows so the temperature would be more even, and the books would be protected from sunlight. He hoped that wouldn't mean it'd be dark like a cave. He'd had enough of caves to last him a lifetime. In front of the library stood a fountain with a hooded figure holding 2 books and stone scrolls hanging from its robes. Water poured from the space in its hood where its head should have been. Curious, he glanced over to see if any coins had been tossed into it. A few. He might add a few more later. The doors to the library's welcome area were open, but on the other side the room was sealed shut. Alex could see green, glowing writing surrounding the doorway. He took a deep breath. Ahead of him lay the accumulated knowledge of the greatest institution of wizardry in the world. It was almost intimidating. "Can I help you, young man?" A woman whose complexion seemed to shift from orange to brown looked at him from behind another desk set into the wall. Her ears were long and pointy like the witches in Ulrich's fairy tales, but unlike Ulrich's witches, hers were covered in feathers. Yes, it's my first day and I'm looking to use the library. I see. Well, welcome to Generosity. Might I see your student's plate?" With pride, Alex dug out the round wooden card that Hob had given him after his registration was completed. It had a blue stamp on it, followed by the number, 1 under his name. First year and capable of first-tier magic. That will give you access to the first 3 floors of the library. The woman spoke an incantation and traced a spell array over the card. A green, glowing symbol appeared beside the 1. "Please do not approach anything beneath floor 3, as the wards will stop you from entering." Alex's cheer dimmed. "I can't go to the other floors. It's for your own safety, you understand," she said pointedly. In times past, the university would have its knowledge freely available to all students, but some decided to sprint before they could crawl and took out spell guides to magics far too advanced for their experience. You do not want to see what happens when a neophyte dabbles in demonology or advanced explosion magic. Alex remembered the blue fireball that had burst from the cells whatever they were earlier. Wizardry is dangerous. Lucia's words echoed in his head. "Right, that makes sense," he said. "What languages can you read?" "Just the common tongue," he said, somewhat embarrassed. "For now," he mentally added. "Very well, many of the books are not written in that tongue, but you can make a translation request from the service desk on the first floor. The books are organized by a filing system that you can read about from the master tome on each floor. Have you chosen courses yet?" Alex winced. Was he supposed to do that? Hob hadn't mentioned anything about that. And no, Hob said I could use the guides here. Not a problem then. "Normally we send out a letter with a list of courses for students to select from before arrival. However, letters become lost, ships sink, caravans get diverted. To the farther realms, even acceptance letters can and have arrived late, leaving no time for course selection before the journey to Generosity must begin. It's why we hold a second round of selections on campus beginning approximately 3 weeks before classes begin." She smiled warmly. "No need to worry, the course guides are set on the first floor on your right. When you've chosen your courses, you simply submit the form to the registrar's office. Do you have any books on the Ravena, ones I can access?" She blinked, her eyes flicking as though they were quickly turning pages he couldn't see. "Third floor, 4th shelf on your left on the upper balcony. 3rd book from the rightmost end. There are others, but they are within the deeper levels." Alex groaned internally. He wouldn't be able to do any in-depth research on the dungeon core until he became more advanced in his studies. He really hoped the first book would be helpful. The green writing around the steps brightened as he approached, flashing in time with the symbol on his card. There was a click as the doors silently parted in front of him. "Best of luck with your studies," the librarian said. The doors silently shut behind him. Each floor of the library had 2 levels, and the bookcases rose to the top of each. About 10 feet tall, the second floor had a balcony circling the main room, while the middle of the chamber was filled with long tables and desks that were largely empty, except for a couple of robed figures who glanced up before returning to their studies. Glowing Forcebalson green illuminated the library, and Alex could see a sign close by that had a drawing of a lit candle with a giant X through it. He shook his head, wondering if anyone in their right mind would actually bring open flame near so many precious and flammable books, especially when there were spells that provided plenty of light. He glanced to one of the closest shelves, grabbed a course guide, then made for the stairs. As it turned out, the 2nd and 3rd floors didn't lead up, but down into the earth. He was uncomfortably reminded of the dark descent into the hive. Finding where he was going was easy enough. Luckily, the librarian obviously had an unnaturally good memory, and as he mounted the stairs toward the bookcase, he took a deep breath. Here it was, the moment he would begin his research on the Ravena. His eyes skimmed the titles, looking for the one she had indicated. His heartbeat quickened. Soon he'd have a book in his hands that could give him some answers. A book he'd been waiting to search since leaving Thameland. Then his eyes stopped. So did his heart. It. He stumbled back. Disbelief raced through him. His mind couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was impossible. Impossible. There in the middle of 2 books that were written in languages he couldn't understand was the name of a single title, and its author printed on the spine of a volume, A History of Our Heroes and Their Opposition of the Ravena, by Phineas Galloway. Alex Roth barely resisted screaming and finding himself being thrown out of the library on his first day. Sighing, Alex sat at a table surrounded by books and paper. On one side was his course guide, and in front of him were multiple first-tier spell guides and a few books on general magical lore and Thameland's history. Some of the books were somewhat helpful, going into more details on the traveler's life and how she had used her unique abilities to aid the other heroes of her time. There was talk of how her portals had come from another power outside of the Mark of the Saint, and how she had directed that power against the Ravena and its spawn. He'd spoken to the librarian, and apparently a book called The Bestiary of the Ravena and its foul spawn was available in the first floor area dedicated to students who could cast second-tier spells, along with most books on monsters' physiology and lore, and the beginnings of demonology. That sounded like it would be a good start, but for that he would need to advance his spellcasting and prove that he was able to handle the knowledge on the next floors. That brought him to the courses he'd need to take, which is what he'd been looking over. First thing he needed was to not be discovered. He'd need to find out why people found it so strange for priests to be near the campus. He also needed to make sure that, oddly enough, I stood out. The fool was known to be a failure at spellcasting, which meant that if he excelled in magic, he would actually draw less suspicion than if he failed or was average. Second, and relatedly, was that he would need to advance quickly enough to start rising in the spell tiers. Not only would that enhance his power to defend himself. A deep cough sounded near him. Alex looked up at one of the only other occupants on this floor of the library. He was a massive figuria beastfolk that looked like a bipedal goat with iron-gray fur and a beard that hung down and was decorated with a number of golden clasps. His eyes were the strange eyes of a goat, and they leisurely scanned a book in front of him until they looked up to Alex. The goatman winced. Apologies. No problem. Alex waved to him and went back to sketching out his plan. Where was he? Yes, defending himself. Advancing in spell tiers would make him better able to investigate the Ravena, help him succeed at Generosity, and let him defend himself from mana vampires, horrible silence bugs, and anything else the world throws at him. The issue was the mark. It wasn't going to make that easy. He'd started his course selection with that idea in the front of his mind. Mage 1020, magic lore. I was his compulsory. He'd already studied a fair amount of it before coming to Generosity, and the mark hadn't interfered with him recalling facts about how spellcraft worked. If he could figure things out, it might even help him excel at the course. That left 4 others. A huge number of courses were listed in the course guide, ranging from magical lore to different traditions of magic from all over the world, to other traditions such as minor courses on history, arts, and philosophy. Briefly, he considered trying Life 1075, Life Force Enforcement I, considering that he would be physically training anyway. Empowering his life force might be useful. Then again, that course could be a problem. Hobbit said it was dangerous, that one needed an affinity for it, and that it was a divinity. The last thing he needed was for the mark to interfere while he was trying to learn some dangerous new subject that was a divinity, and that he had 0 experience in. He'd leave that to Teresa. That left a bunch of others that he'd skimmed: BLOO 1000, an introduction to blood magic. Achieve new avenues of spellcraft such as healing, the creation of homunculi and sympathetic magic with this ancient discipline. ELEC 1400, lightning magic. I learned the elemental art of lightning to power a parati, stun foes, and blast enemies with a thunderbolt. Starts with a study of electricity, air elementals, and basic shock spells. SUMM 1020, summoning. I call upon spirits of the ether to enact your will in the world. Begins with the binding of least elementals. Most of those looked interesting, and he put them in the later pile. For now, he needed to focus on things that he had experience with, or that he was sure the mark wouldn't affect. Going over the list again, something interesting caught his eye. POTI 1000, the alchemy of potions. I learned to brew drafts from the ancient recipes of the masters. Requires direct mana manipulation. That really looked promising. If potion craft was mostly mana manipulation and combining ingredients, then there might not be much in the way of actual spellcraft. Mana manipulation was hard, but using the Forciball had trained him in it to some extent. Besides, he'd been a baker's assistant for years. He could learn recipes in his sleep. He thought about the dungeon core. The mark had helped him use mana manipulation against the core. It would probably help him with this subject. And learning mana manipulation through potions might even help him fight a core again if it came to that. A thought occurred to him and he flipped through the guide. He smiled when he found what he was looking for. Mana 1900, the beginnings of mana manipulation. Learn this challenging, ancient art complementary to spellcraft. Learn valuable mana regeneration techniques and how to operate certain spells and ancient magic items. Perfect. He checked off another box. His second to last course choice was easy. FORC 1550, Spells of Force I. This is a speciality course in the arts of force magic. From spells such as the humble Forciball or magic missile, to shields, force bubbles, and walls of force. Spells from this family are versatile and powerful. This main course in spellcraft would allow him to specialize in magic similar to the spell he was most familiar with. A good way to counter interference by the mark. That left one more. Flipping back to the beginning, he started to turn the page when he noticed an entry that he'd missed earlier. Com 1000, the art of the wizard in combat. There is more to using magic in battle than simply learning battle spells and sending them flying to explode at your enemies. Proper wizard knows how to conduct themselves in battle and use every resource available. Combat spells, vast knowledge, physicality, allies. These are all tools, and battle will make students grow like no other. Warning: Comb 1000 is a danger-oriented course that does not pull its punches. Live combat against creatures of the Barrens of Cravernous is the preferred teaching method. Beware. Alex stared at the course for a long time. A few days ago, he wouldn't have even given it a second look. Now every resource available, something about that spoke to him on a fundamental level. There was a course for battle magic, but it focused on spells that blew things up or enhanced the physical form. This sounded like it could teach him the true nature of combat, resources, survival, and adaptation. This could teach him how to survive mana vampires and silent spiders and whatever else was waiting for him. He paused over it for a long time. Another deep cough from close by. Alex startled. The goat fellow had risen from his table and was quietly making his way to the door, his cloven hooves emerging from beneath his robes and making a dull noise on the floorboards. Still, they were oddly quiet. Alex hadn't even heard him approach. "Apologies," the man said again as he stepped by. His eyes fell on the course guide. He stopped. Slowly, he turned, and Alex was struck by just how big he was. Maybe a good foot taller than he was, maybe more. Forgive me for being nosy, but are you considering Comb 1000? He asked. His beard clasps clinked. I'm thinking about it, Alex said, wondering if he was a professor. Good, it's good to see even the consideration of it. The man's goat-like eyes twinkled. If I might advise you, I would suggest taking the course, though I am a little biased, after all. He leaned forward slightly, and his bulk seemed to fill the room. I teach it. Oh, Alex stood up quickly in respect. Hello, Professor. The goatman waved him back into his seat. His fingers were almost as big as Selena's wrists. Don't bother with all that, I'm not one for formality. And the name is Balin. Alex Roth, first year, and whatever you say, Professor, you're literally the boss here. Alex sat down casually. So you think I should take it, Professor Balin? If I had my way, it would be compulsory, Balin said, and his voice was like quiet thunder. Proper wizards deal with forces that can and have annihilated entire civilizations. It's madness to not teach one to defend themselves. Forgive me if I sound like I just crawled in from the countryside, because I did, but I thought that's what the battle magic course was for, Professor. Same with the course on weapons taught by the Watchers. Both fine courses that I highly recommend. Balin pulled out the chair opposite the young spellcaster and sat down again. He placed his book on the table, but Alex couldn't read the writing on its spine. His heavy robes rustled as he settled himself. But what is a wizard to do when their mana runs dry? What is a wizard to do when their staff breaks? When a sword is dull or cannot pierce the enemy? Alex thought back to the recent fights he'd experienced. Against the silent spider in Coil, he'd used his forciball to destroy its insides, but Brutus and Teresa had done much of the work in pinning it down. It had been the Cerberus who had torn its throat out. His magic was useless against the Hive Queen, only the Fire Gem's explosion and the Traveler's portals had saved their lives. Then there was the Mana Vampire. A mop and 2 spears had brought it down, not a spell. Then you need to adapt, Alex found himself saying. You have to think of what you have available and use that to defeat your enemy or survive. Balin paused in surprise. Well said, not many students come with that attitude. Most trust in optimal magics too much. I suppose I can't blame them, though much of the world seems a little less dangerous when you can conjure storms with a few careful words of power. Of course, that belief is how the world kills so many who think themselves invincible. There was a casualness in the way Balin talked about death, like if he were discussing the market price of fish. You're from Thameland, judging by your accent. Yes, Alex nodded. You've heard of the Ravena. Oh yes, I know of the Ravena, Balin said. It is one of many great threats in the world, and threats must be fortified against. That's why I implore you to take my course. Wizardry is dangerous. Isn't the course dangerous, Professor? It is, and that is the point. The hulking beastman spread his hands. What is better? One can learn combat in a safe classroom or a gymnasium, flinging spells at targets or having non-lethal duels against fellow classmates with all the rules and fairness of a chess tournamentally to be destroyed when true danger raises its ugly head. Bandits and mercenaries play by no rules. Monsters do not attack you in a classroom, and if they do, you would not expect it. Things that seek your life attack you from surprise, from the dark and in rough terrain. They do not seek fairness, they seek your life. I cannot count how many of those trained in fair conditions have died to decidedly unfair circumstances they had not prepared for. He pointed to the course entry. So one trains and fights in more dangerous scenarios under my careful supervision, against opponents who seek to maim or kill. You learn of yourself and your resources while under supervision. You face your fears. You strangle your hesitation. When you emerge, you know how to fight as only a proper wizard can fight with everything you have. Alex looked to the course entry again. He had misgivings about it. Lucia's injury was fresh in his mind. Then again, wouldn't gaining experience in defending himself be exactly what he'd need to avoid her fate? A lot of what the professor had said made sense to him. The mana vampire had tried to ambush him, and the hive queen had terrorized them, trying to corral them into a death trap. He looked to the hulking beastman whose eyes seemed to burrow through him, almost as if he was peering through his shirt and flesh. Unconsciously, Alex shifted his right shoulder away from his gaze. "Professor, I'm honored, but why me?" Alex asked. "I'm just a normal first year, and the only spell I know is Forciball. Aren't there other more skilled students you want to recruit?" Alex paused for a moment, looking at the course again. There would be risk to this, a strong risk. Of course, judging by the explosion that just took place, this entire school presented risks. Magic always did. He thought back to his early experiments learning the Forciball, nearly blowing his face off in the forest, nearly causing a mana reversal. Better to be prepared now and alive later, than safe now and dead forever. Decisively, Alex wrote in Comb 1000 as his final course choice. Balin gave a low rumble of approval as he rose from his chair. "Welcome to the art of the wizard in combat, Mr. Roth. Along the way, you'll curse yourself and me for bringing you into the course. Later, I guarantee you'll think of it as one of the best decisions you've ever made." He extended a hand toward Alex. Without hesitation, Alex shook it. Maybe he'd found his first ally at Generosity. Time would tell. For now, he had a month and a half to prepare. Training day 1. 3 sets of push-ups began. Done. Total equal 24. Spell testing began. Alex finished scrawling the note into his bookshelving his Forciball onto the page and quietly closed it. It was still dark. He could hear Brutus snoring by the balcony while Teresa and Selena hadn't moved from their room yet. Filled with anticipation and energy, he'd woken up just before sunrise, earlier than both of them, and decided to get things started. With only a limited amount of time before courses began, he needed to make as much progress as possible. He stretched after the push-ups as Teresa had instructed him to do, then slid the borrowed spell guides from the bookshelf and slipped them into his bag. He got dressed, cut the mana to the Forciball, and quietly left the room, concentrating on the mark to focus on his stealth. He'd been doing a lot of sneaking lately, and memories for the mark to draw on were a lot more numerous than when he'd started. He noticed his steps were making less noise than they had in the cave of the traveler, and the movement placing his weight carefully and quietly with each step was becoming more natural. Good. Progress. He silently entered the 3rd-floor lab for a quick wash, then headed out. Across the grounds were clashes of light and sound, other students diligently practicing utility spells for their summer courses. According to the course guide, the school had a stadium for combat practice, duels, and other games. It was only there where they wouldn't blast or burn up parts of the campus greener that students were allowed to practice combat spells. Exploring it could wait until later. This morning would be for preliminary baseline tests. He laid out the 5 first-tier spell guides he'd borrowed from the library, ordering them from left to right. Leftmost spells were those he thought would be easiest for him to work with. Rightmost were those he guessed would be more difficult. On the left was Forcidisc, a spell very similar to his Forciball, which created a floating plate. Next was Wizard's Hand, a spell that created a floating hand of force that was weaker than his Forciball, but had the advantage of dexterous fingers. It had a more complex spell array. The middle spell was outside of the School of Force, Orb of Air, which created a sphere of compressed air that could be used underwater to surround one's head with a bubble of air, or to create a small, harmless blast of wind if one burst it. The second to last was Lesser Heat, which simply heated an object, such as warming up a cold cup of tea or one's hands on a winter day. It was a simple elemental spell, and it would be his first entry into fire magic. If he learned more about the subject, then one day he might be able to use the stone goddess fire gems properly. He smiled at the thought. Finally, there was Summon Stone, one of the simplest summoning spells one could practice. It conjured a small rock from the elemental planes. It had little practical usefulness one was at a lake and had no rocks to skip, but it was good practice for aspiring summoners, according to the spell guide. It was completely unrelated to anything he'd studied. He cracked his knuckles and opened Forcidisc. Alex studied the spell, noting the similarities in its spell array and the spell array of his Forciball. This would be a good starting point. He'd need to warm up first, though, and take a careful account of how his Forciball functioned. Concentrating, he began to cast a Forciball, going through the familiar motions while the mark bombarded him with failures. He carefully and slowly constructed the spell array, guiding his thoughts through the invasive images. He felt his heartbeats and counted them. The Forciball winked to life. He grimaced as he finished counting, then cut the flow to the magic circuit and waited, counting the beats until the Forciball winked out. His eyebrows rose as he recorded the results. Spell formation, 10 heartbeats. Dissipation, 6 heartbeats. He flipped back to his last entry before he'd been branded with the mark of the fool. Spell formation, 1-ish heartbeats. Dissipation, 3.5 heartbeats. Spell formation speed was 1/10 of what it used to be. He could have conjured Forciballs in his sleep before he'd received the mark. Still, dissipation had nearly doubled, which meant that the spell was packed far more efficiently with mana. The modification he'd done to the spell array when he'd been branded had continued to show results. He looked at the spell guide for the Force-a-disc, rethinking his plan. If he was going to start learning spells similar to the one he already knew, wouldn't it make sense to truly explore what he already knew first? One didn't build the second floor of a house if the first floor didn't have all of its supporting walls. If the fool was going to use his memories of failed spellcasting to hinder him, then better he observe those failures with a spell that he knew well. I'll analyze the problems first, he noted, scrawling another note into his book. Explore failures, use every failure possible that is presented. Analyze them. Use that to generate improved forceable. Could impress professor for FORC 1550. Use experience with tweaking spell array to serve as a basis for learning new magics. Conclusion, explore forceable first. What had the librarian said? Something about students getting into trouble because they tried to run before they could crawl. He wouldn't make the same mistake. He closed the book on Force-a-disc after copying the incantation, spell array, and diagram for the magic circuit into his book. He would compare the two spells and analyze their similarities. Falling into himself, Alex began casting the forceable again, noting any failures that the fool showed him. His mind drank in their details like a mana vampire would drain a wizard, then he ended the spell before the magic circuit would complete. He wrote down the details of those failures, the exact misalignment of mana circuitry, the exact orientation of the spell array, and anything else that stood out. He recorded the results of those failures as well. Over and over, he cast his forceable, observing the failures the fool presented and filled pages with them. Each time he took a note, he used the mark to continue improving his handwriting, focusing on increasing both its neatness and speed. Through repetition, his writing transformed, growing smaller and neater, allowing him to fill more notes into each page. By the time the sun had fully risen, he'd filled 3 pages with tiny observations of his failures. It wasn't even a comprehensive list yet. The mark seemed dead set on calling up every single mistake he'd made in spellcraft since he'd first heard the term forceable. Well, that was all right by him. Failure could be just as excellent a teacher as success, if not even better. Training Day 3. 3 sets of push-ups began, 1098. Done, total equal 27. Spell testing began. Alex closed the book and slipped out of the room again, stretching after his morning exercises. His footsteps were very quiet now, at least to him. He was nowhere near Teresa's natural silence, but he'd reached the level of someone who had been putting effort into the skill for a while. The insula was still quiet this early in the morning, though he heard some students speaking incantations in low voices as he left the lab and headed down the hallway past their apartments. As he stepped into the courtyard, he paused, stepping back inside to glance into the kitchen. It was fully equipped with a large stove and oven, a deep sink, countertops, and a fireplace. He saw logs nearby, but he also saw that the stove, oven, and fireplace were etched with spell arrays that were similar to what was written in the spell guide for heat, fire magic. Clever. Wood for students who hadn't gained experience with the spell arrays of fire magic, and arrays for those who had. He hoped that in time he'd be able to use the spell arrays himself. For now, it would be good to get some ingredients and do some cooking or baking down here. The food at Generosity was incredible, but he was starting to miss some of Ulrich's home cooking. Walking through the courtyard, he spied the massive eagle asleep with its head tucked beneath a wing on its master's balcony. No sign of its master, though. Leaving the insula, he reached the quiet spot he'd been using to practice in for the last couple of days, a group of trees about 5 minutes' walk from most of the school's buildings. He set himself up and opened his notebook, wincing at what was inside. 10 pages of failures and counting, all of them with detailed notes on what the fool had shown him, examining the precise details of his failures. Put nicely, it was an entire page that listed all the ways he could improve his spellcraft. Put another way, it was a detailed record of every stupid or embarrassing action he'd done, including some where he'd nearly got injured, or some that could have ended his career as a mage before it had really even begun. The alarming thing was that there seemed to be no end to them. At first, he'd thought there might have been a finite amount of failures to record. After all, he hadn't been practicing magic for an infinite amount of time, and so there had to be a limit to the failures it would throw at him. He'd been right, but only to a certain extent. Even on his successful castings of the forceable, it wasn't as though he cast the spell perfectly each time. It was like any other task. One could never repeat the same movements perfectly every time they made them, even with something as common as walking. Little tiny inefficiencies, wasted motion, slip-ups when one wasn't fully paying attention, or mistakes caused by outside circumstances were constant in every task in life. Most didn't notice these tiny little deviations were just part of life, but the mark of the fool did, and it would amplify them and then scream them into his mind to ruin anything it didn't want him to do. Just by living life, he would generate an endless line of tiny failures for it to grind into his face. He shuddered. This mark could definitely give someone a complex. Looking back to the book, he tapped his pen against the pages. He'd accounted for most of his largest mistakes, at least. Getting those down was worth it, then would come the time to experiment. Training day 5. 3 sets of push-ups began, 12,108, done, total equal 30. Forcible failure documentation, complete enough. Today, begin experimentation. He started to slip his books into his rucksack. Creak, Alex, Uldar's beard. He jumped, whirling around. Brutus flew up, his paws scrabbling on the hardwood floor as he looked around with all 3 heads. Teresa was standing in the middle of the doorway to the larger bedroom, rubbing her eyes. She had a clear case of bedhead. Her hair hung down, wild and messy from the night's sleep, and her long nightdress was crooked. Behind her, he could see Selina was still asleep. You scared me, he let out a sigh of relief. What are you doing up so early? I think I've had enough sleeping in. She padded up to the pantry and took out a hunk of bread baked the day before and offered him a piece, which he took. Their pantry was starting to get filled with breads, cheeses, butter, fresh vegetables, and more. The top section of the pantry was ringed with a spell array that kept things cold, while the middle and bottom food that could stay at room temperature, like bags of flour and apples, were arranged. He wanted to treat Teresa and Selina to a pie soon. You should stay for a bit longer. Teresa leaned against the pantry. Selina misses you at breakfast. It's just temporary, he said. Besides, she's been missing you at supper. Teresa threw a guilty look at her sword, leaning against the wall in its scabbard. Like you said, it's temporary. Then we both have the same excuse. He smiled. How's it been watching the Watchers? After they had explored the campus over the first few days, Teresa had taken to watching the evening practices held by the Watchers of Roll. Informative, she made a face. I didn't know how little I knew about the sword until I watched them. You should come with me one evening. It's something else. I might just do that. It actually sounds kind of fun. Good. Just do me one favor. Don't bring a mop. Hey. She grinned at him. I think I'm going to audit their weapons course. Even if I only watch, I'm learning a lot. If I put that together with life force enforcement, that'll get me on a similar path to the one great-grandfather walked. Her eyes twinkled and Alex couldn't help but smile as he watched her, bedhead and all. That's really cool, he said. I'm sure he'd be proud. You thinking of taking anything else? Geography of the world's realms. Really? He raised an eyebrow. I thought you more wanted to see the world and less wanted to hear about it from dusty old books. Alex chuckled. If only his situation were the same. Judging by the continuous practicing he'd seen summer students doing, the exams he'd have to face wouldn't be a joke. You'll have to tell me what you learn, he said. It'll be a nice break from grinding magical knowledge into my head. Maybe. Kriak, the floorboards made a sound as a sleepy-eyed Selin also, with bedhead padded into the common room. You're still here, Alex. Are you going to stay for breakfast? He sighed, amused at himself. I guess I am. The announcement came the next morning. Attention students. A voice boomed in the insula's courtyard, startling Alex from sleep. He scrambled to his bedroom window and pulled aside the curtain to see a Watcher of Roll floating just above the insula's rooftop. A few other students tore open their bedroom curtains, and the young man who owned the eagle stumbled onto his balcony, blinking in surprise with his whole body tensed. Please assemble at the stadium in 1 hour, the Watcher of Roll barked. The investigation into the explosion at the cells has been completed, and Chancellor Balin wishes to make an announcement regarding the findings. Alex blinked. Wait, Chancellor. Balin, Lucia's words returned. The Barons of Cravernous, the gondolier had said, the mighty Chancellor's monster park. Well shit, Alex muttered beneath his breath as the Watcher flew off. Across the courtyard, he met the eyes of the Eagle Wrangler. Both of them exchanged shrugs. The stadium was large enough to fit thousands of people, but only a few hundred students filed tiredly into the seats. Some came with their entourages. Some older students arrived with partners and children, while some of the younger ones who were extremely well-dressed were followed by attendants and bodyguards. Alex wondered just how many nobles were here from all the countries in the world. Alex's and Turage's friend, his sister and a 3-headed dog had dragged themselves onto the stone benches beside him. Selina glared down at the stadium with a grumpy look. Why are they so early, she complained. She clutched a little reed doll she had been constructing for the past day. Alex noticed that it had a thick torso and a little stick that looked like an oar. She also held a little book of general studisone of the books she'd be learning from when the junior school started. Alex was staring down at the field below in rapt attention, looking at the line of administrators sitting by a podium. He noticed the white-haired woman and sharp-dressed man they'd seen on the day they arrived at Generossi, sitting close to the podium, while a number of Watchers of Roll floated above, grim-faced as usual. Hob was there as well, without the inquisitive cheer he'd had when they'd met. Then the air began to shimmer. The crowd fell silent, like fish emerging from a pond, Profs no, Chancellor. Balin stepped out of thin air, towering over the other administrators. Unlike when Alex had seen him, the wizard was grim in both facial expression and the stiffness of his body. I will now begin, he pronounced. Mana shuddered in the air as his voice reached out across the entire stadium. It seemed as though he were speaking no louder than a regular conversation, but it was amplified, cutting through the surrounding noise as clearly as if he'd been shouting at the top of his lungs. 5 days ago, he addressed the students. An explosion took place in the cells. The explosion was stronger than a third-tier fireball going off in a confined room. One experimental cell was destroyed, and were it not for the reinforcements in the building, damage would have been even more catastrophic than it was. As it is, one student lost an arm and suffered other devastating injuries, and a member of his entourage tragically lost their life in the blast. There was a collective gasp from Alex, Teresa, Selena, and some of the other younger attendees. He noticed that others simply looked on as though the news was expected. This was tragic, but it was also avoidable. Iron anger crept into the beastman's voice. We have used equipment from the potions department to examine the residue, and have also conducted interviews. And so, we have determined the cause. The explosion was the result of a first-year summer student attempting to create a potion of Wizard's Daylight, a potion not recommended for those who have not mastered appropriate mana manipulation techniques suited for third-tier magic. We determined that the recipe was followed correctly, but the student could not manage the buildup of power caused by the reaction of Sun's spore with the catalyst, which then caused a runaway mana build up and consequently, a potion detonation. He leaned onto the podium. This student should not have had access to the potion manual that contained such a recipe. All students are repeatedly cautioned on the dangers. We have concluded that an upper-year student borrowed the recipe book from the library and unwisely shared it with the younger student in return for monetary gain. Beard clasps clinked in the wind. Both students have been expelled, and the upper-year student will be charged by the Wizards Forum for negligence that resulted in bodily harm and destruction of property. Alex's blood ran cold, and he exchanged a look with Teresa and Selena. He thought about the librarian's warning about how students were not allowed books from the lower levels. It made sense to him then, but he really understood why now. Anything down there would have to be treated with respect. I can't describe how much this disappoints me, Balin said. Magic is not a toy. It is not a pet to take running for fun, and it is not a stallion you need to gallop. He snorted in disgust. It is not most divinity, where gods hand out power like handing a child a favorite treat. If you have been accepted into generosity, it should mean you have shown a recruiter knowledge, will, intelligence, drive, and common sense. Learn from your fellow students' examples. Our instructors are here to walk you through a dangerous path. Let them guide you. Do not sprint before you can crawl. That is part of the path to being a proper wizard. He sighed. That is all you may go on about your day. I wish summer students luck in their upcoming examinations. With that, the chancellor turned and walked back into empty space, disappearing into shimmering air once again. Whispers broke out among the students. That big explosion came from a potion. Teresa leaned toward. Like drink from a bottle potion, like the class you're about to take potion. Alex chewed his lip. Yeah, that's the one. He wondered if there were any summer classes in potions still being held. If there was, he'd find out where one was and go see firsthand what the subject was about. If potions could explode like that. He paused, remembering the dungeon core's remains. They used some sort of equipment in the potions department to analyze residue, Chancellor Balin had said. Maybe the same equipment could be used to examine the core's powder. It was time to visit the department and see exactly what he'd got himself involved in. This is a dark day for the potions department. I want you all to know that. A voice cracked like a whip as Alex opened the door to the lecture hall. The door emerged onto the back of the class, which was set up like a half-bowl with built-in long tables for students to sit at on each level, like how the stadium was built. At the bottom of the incline, a woman stood on a stage in front of a massive slab of obsidian, which was covered in half-erased diagrams and formulae. Alex recognized her as the white-haired woman who had first ran to investigate the explosion with the sharp-dressed man. He also recognized two students, to his surprise. One was Isolde, sitting at the front of the class, with her eyes forward and back straight. She gave off a powerful aura towering confidence similar to the one coming off of Cedric. This was in contrast to a person sitting in the upper rows of the back of the class. Her ex-partner Derek had his face clutched in his hands and his entire body shook. His skin was pale and sweaty. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. Alex quietly eased the door shut and slipped into the closest empty seat. A couple of the students and the professor glanced at him, but they didn't really seem to register him much. Whatever was going on had drawn all of the attention in the room. Brewing potions is not the same as making wine in the countryside. The professor shook her head and her face looked like someone had told her that a family member had just suddenly dropped dead. I said this repeatedly. And what do I see? Iron gray eyes leveled at the class. Irresponsibility, childishness, foolishness. Alex nearly startled at that last word. The university trusts that you are all adultsones ready to wield forces that few others in this world can fathom. Instead, days ago, one of our number decided to cast away that responsibility. They are now maimed and someone is dead. This would be bad enough, but on top of this, Mr. Warren, Derek jumped up from his seat. Professor Jules, she gestured at him. As we have discussed, you have something to tell the class, don't you? The red-headed man swallowed. I'm sorry, he muttered. In the project for the potion of flight, I copied another student's assignment. In doing this I have tarnished my record as a wizard of generosity. I have harmed the department, the student I copied from, all of you and myself. He shook. I showed that I am not ready to advance to POTI 2000. I'll be withdrawing from the course and repeating in the fall semester, and I apologize to you all. Isolde turned toward him, watching him for a moment, before giving a short nod and returning her attention to the front of the room. Most of the other students turned away from him, while Alex's eyes lingered for a little longer. You may sit now, Mr. Warren, Professor Jules said. Derek collapsed into his chair, deflating as he did. Cheating is a high-penalty offense at generosity. Cheating in the mundane scholarly arts will lead to you not bearing the knowledge you should. Cheating in the arts of wizardry is putting your own life and the lives of others at risk. Her eyes swept the room. As you heard from our chancellor, were it not for Mr. Warren's public apology, then he would be expelled even as we speak. I ask that all of you learn from these mistakes and conduct yourselves properly. She sighed. I was a student once too. I know how it can be. The graduate programs require very high marks to enter, and some even examine your first-year performance. The pressure is strong, and I have felt it too. But remember, wizardry is a dangerous subject. Cutting corners will only increase this danger. High marks in an exam mean nothing if you lack some fundamentals that will kill you a year from now. That is all. I'll be ending class early today. Read chapter 45 from Dexter's General Alchemy of Potions. 2 more weeks until the final and then your break. Stay the course. We are almost there. As students rose and began to file out of the room, Derek tore through the doors at half a run. Alex immediately took out a piece of paper and wrote down the name of the textbook. His course selection was still being processed, and he hadn't received his list of texts yet. Better to get a head start on study. He glanced up as the towering Isolde glided up the stairs. She frowned and her eyes were down even though her head and back were straight. Another couple of students were walking and talking with her, but the young woman hardly said a word as she pushed through the door. When the room was empty, Alex got up from his seat and slowly made his way to the stairs and down toward the stage at the front of the class. Professor Jules was quietly packing her own bag, though she looked up as he approached. Hello, is there something I can do? Her eyes narrowed. Are you in my class? Not yet, he said. I'm a new student here and I'll be starting in the fall. I see. We, met once before. We have. She squinted at him. Were you in someone's entourage? No, in the courtyard when you were on the way to the explosion in the cells. Wait, were you the young man with the Cerberus? He's not my Cerberus, but I technically was with him. I'm surprised you remember, Professor. You were a little bit busy that day. I'm Alex, by the way, Professor Jules, though you already seem to know that. A little bit, he says, she muttered. I noticed the dog more than you, I have to admit. Either way, welcome to generosity. Apologies that today's class was not more of a good impression. We all have our bad days, even magic departments, I guess. Professor, I wanted to ask you a question. Sure. They stepped out of the classroom together as the short woman hurried through the halls of the main castle, his longer strides easily kept up. Professor, I was wondering again, I know maybe this isn't the thing to get out of the Chancellor's speech this morning, but he said something about the potions department having something they analyzed the explosive residue with. Yes, why do you ask? I was just wondering how that worked. She chuckled. How it works is about an entire month of the curriculum for POTI 1000. Much of the course involves the careful analysis of ingredients. I see. He paused. How did he ask her? Hey, can I use it to analyze the remains of one of the horrible doom cores that have plagued my country for centuries? Oh, and it might be able to be controlled by humans. Okay, if I just toss that into your magical analysis thingy. He thought his way through the question. Can we use the equipment to study things on our own? Like herbs and monster parts and stuff like that? Unfortunately not. Because it's too dangerous. They had stepped into the courtyard of the main castle and she waved a hand at the air. One of those floating discs emerged from behind a rooftop and shot toward them. Exactly. This isn't a cooking class. She turned to him. You can't just dump a bunch of ingredients into a pot and hope it turns out for the best. If one makes a bad stew, that might cause indigestion. Here, the wrong sort of material used in the wrong apparatus could ruin the magic circuits, and our equipment is very expensive. At worst, you could cause an unseen reaction that would lead to catastrophic results. He thought about the explosion. Yeah, that makes sense, Professor, but what about projects we run ourselves? Is that something we can eventually do? Of course, though that is not usually for first years. The disc floated down beside her. I can see you are very keen. Her eyes both held sympathy and warning. I was the same. My suggestion to you is that you focus on the curriculum. Depending on how quickly you advance, you are afforded more freedom. Fill the basics first, and maybe we can have a chat about personal projects in your second year. Now, if you'll excuse me, I don't want to be late. She boarded the disc and shot off through the air toward the cells. Alex watched her go, thinking about what she had just said. though that is not usually for first years, so not impossible then. Training day 8. Push-ups rest day. Experimentation day 3, begin. Skills, writing other, reading, running. You should stay here and study, Selena said as she finished chewing her last hunk of cheese. Why do you need to go outside? He quickly took her plate, piling it into the bucket to take down to the scullery by the baths. Because you'd just be bored, he said. No, I wouldn't, she protested. I'm just going over books for my classes. He waved Dexter's General Alchemy of Potions at her before slipping it into his bag. You're going to be bored and then you're going to want to come back home. I won't. He sighed, turning to Teresa. You exercising Brutus this morning. Maybe she'd like to come with you. I want to come with you, Selena insisted. Teresa sipped from a cup of weak tea and made a face. Food from all over the world here and no pine needles to boil for a drink. I'm just taking him to the Beasterium. Alex blinked. What now? It's a place on the north side of the campus where students can let their beasts run and explore this wilderness area. Some of the Watchers of Roll were telling me about it last night. Oh, making friends already, she shrugged. They're strangely like 2 different people at once. What do you mean? Like she struggled for her words. When they're training, they never smile, never laugh. When one of them falls or gets hit, they're completely restrained and don't make a sound. They hardly talk. They sound like walking statues. Yeah, but when their training ends, it's like they become completely different people. It's so weird. Suddenly they're smiling and joking and laughing, hammering each other on the shoulder like they'd just come out of our inn after a few pints. She shook her head, wearing her Deathstalker face. Brutus whined and shoved one of his heads into her lap. Her face immediately softened, and she smiled as she pet him. It's okay, boy, we're going soon. Anyway, it's strange, right? Watching someone change so fast. When she looked back up at him, she had her Deathstalker face back on. Oh yeah, who would be like that? His mouth immediately began to go renegade. There's no one we know who would just go from terrifying killer to ordinary wom, he coughed. Person in about a second. Silence followed. Teresa's eyes bore into him. What do you mean by that, Alex? Well, not, you see. The thing about that is, this Selena, why don't we all go to this Beasterium? I could study and you could see the animals and stuff at the same time. Can we? Yay. Selena immediately slid from the table to get her bag. Now I know what you're thinking, he turned back to Teresa. But if you murder me, I want you to know that you're going to make Selena hate you for life. Silence. Jay, just a thought, he said. Her chair scraped the floor as she stood. Remember, it's all about patience when it comes to hunting, Alex. It's all about patience. Ominously, she went to get ready with Brutus following after her. Was it just him, or did Brutus give him a dirty look? No, he probably just imagined it. Maybe. He went into his room and checking to see that no one was watching him. He made a new entry in his notebook on a page he'd carefully folded in the back. Project Fetch Progress. Setback. The Beasterium had been a good idea. It was a soaring, round complex of forest and field that, most of all Rick could fit within, surrounded by circular stone walls, capped by a massive dome of magically enhanced supporting crossed brass bars. To one side, there was a sitting area with tables and benches throughout for folk to sit, study, or contemplate. They could also picnic in the field or treat area. The sheer number of unique animals and trained monsters were mind-boggling. Dog breeds of all sizes chased balls, sticks, and each other across the grass, while ravens, also awake in the day, surprising glyphalcons and brightly colored birds flew above, filling the air with both their songs and their cries. Some didn't make typical bird sounds. Instead, they were communicating using what sounded like words strung together. At times, they roared with laughter like they were sharing a joke. Alex watched all of this dumbstruck, wondering if it was just his imagination running away with him. But then he remembered talking, moving benches among other things were normal here, so why not laughing, chatting birds? Orthrolarge, 2-headed hounds bunted around with other breeds with long black fur and puffs of smoke spouting from their nostrils. Massive wolves ran with them, and Brutus Frisky as a puffhead joined in with the pack as they raced each other around the field and forest. Here and there, long lizards or giant toads sunned themselves beside their masters. Alex's group had finished an early picnic lunch. Selena had scooted off and was building a small model of the main castle with all 5 towers out of sticks dropped from above by well-tended trees. Her brother looked at her while taking a short break from his forciball experiments. He'd have to see if he could get her some more bricks like Mr. Liu had carved for her, and some clay for her to sculpt people with. Well, that would be a later task. Teresa's eyes were scanning the reptiles as she shook her head. You know, in all of this, I really thought someone would have a dragon. Yeah, you'd think, Alex said with his note back on his lap. 40 before the end of the month, someone shouted from nearby. A bald man with tattoos covering his scalp pulled out a small scroll, unrolled it, and drew a line across it with his index finger. Bloody knew it. What's that? Teresa called at him. The man chuckled, golden buttons on his uniform shaking with his laughter. The other warden and I have a running bet. How many times in a month will someone ask, why isn't there a dragon? Well, you're the 40th, and he owes me all the pitchers of stout I can drink. As the warden, still laughing, stepped away to continue his rounds, Alex and Teresa looked at each other. There really should be a dragon, he said. Yeah, she agreed. Sighing, he returned to recording the latest results of his forciball experiments. Spell formation, 9-ish heartbeats. Dissipation, 6 heartbeats. Result of acting in opposition of flicker, failure, no improvements. This morning he'd been focusing on a mark dredged up memory of when he made a spell array incorrectly a year ago that resulted in magic circuitry that was too for lack of a better way to put it in a row. It was like having a pump well with too small a pipe. The mana had only trickled through, starving the forciball, and it flickered and wobbled like a candle flame in the wind. He'd thought that if he did the opposite of what he'd done during the mistake, he'd be able to make the magic circuitry more robust and better able to channel mana quicker, strengthening the spell. The theory seemed sound, but he couldn't be sure since the experiment didn't really work. He didn't have enough mana to make a difference. He compared it to a bucket of water being able to overflow a cup, but a cup of water wouldn't fill a bucket. Still continuing to practice the spell sometimes to completion, and sometimes only part way before killing the magic circuit was helping him get more used to steering his mind through the mark's interference to focus on specific memories. He wasn't able to tune out the interference, but he was beginning to get faster. He glanced over at the Forcedisk spell guide, tempted to try it instead. No, not ready, he thought, leaving the book alone as he remembered the explosion that had ripped through the cells. He wondered what to do next. He could dive into the spell again, but he'd already done it dozens of times that morning. His mind was starting to feel fried. Maybe it was time to switch to something else. He made a quick note before moving on to skills training. Training day 8. Push-ups rest day. Experimentation day 3 begin. Finished. Result increasing speed. No improvement of forciball. Skills writing other. Reading running. Maybe it was time to switch to reading. He pulled out Dexter's General Alchemy of Potions, flipping to the introduction, which he'd already read twice. His eyes focused on the familiar words while he concentrated on the mark and focused on the skill of reading. Memories of all the books he'd read appeared, showing him which words to focus on to understand a sentence's meaning fast. It pointed out which words could be skipped as noise, words such as the howevers, the therefores, and definitely the insomuches. His speed had already begun improving, and with the mark aiding him in picking up key details on the page, was quickly gathering the most important content from each page. This way of reading used the same skills as those he'd used when the mark learned the surface of the walls in the cave of the traveler, so each time he read a page, he was gaining more and more subtle detail about the content. It meant that the information he was able to recall improved each time he went over it. But he wasn't only reading the same passage over and over. With each read, he'd go a little further in the book, adding more pages each time. After several passes, he started doing the little quizzes at the end of each section, testing how much of the new material he'd absorbed. The results were exciting. As the mark improved his reading skills, he was beginning to pick out more detail 7 from new material quickly and more comprehensively after just a single read-through. He was also finding that he was learning some really interesting things. It said that potion brewing and other forms of alchemy were based on combining unique magical and mundane substances in recipes. A wizard could then use a special apparatus such as a magic cauldron or flask to inject their own mana into the mixture to transform it and guide the reaction. This meant that a wizard could create substances that had strong, specific magical effects without having to use spell arrays. A problem, from what it said in Dexter, was that since mana manipulation was difficult and the substances needed for the process were often rare or expensive, potion brewing and alchemy weren't nearly as widespread of a practice as simple spellcraft. Reading that caught Alex's interest and led him to wonder if past fools had followed the path of potions before. Since the mark didn't seem to interfere with basic mana manipulation, it seemed like a perfect way for a fool to prove useful by accessing magic. It wouldn't have been a simple thing to do, though mana manipulation wasn't an easy skill to train. Also, if someone didn't already have experience with it before getting marked, it would have taken a while to get the basics down. They definitely would have needed some level of experience, since the fool worked faster with more successful memories to take from. Even then, trying to practice would have been really hard to do while constantly on the road with the other heroes, dodging monsters and dungeon cores. He frowned, thinking about his situation, and considering what the odds were that in all the centuries of Thameland facing the Ravena, he would be the only mage ever to have gotten the mark of the fool. Not for the first time, he wished he could have talked to some of his predecessors, if some of them had escaped Thameland. He shook off the thought, later problems for later, now problems for now. Losing himself back in the book, he became so absorbed in it that Selena had time to switch to several different games, get bored, repeatedly ask, "What are you reading about?" He teased her, reminding her that he'd predicted she'd be bored and then for her to stomp off back to the trees in annoyed silence. Teresa watched Brutus run for a while, then got up and began running with him when he separated from the other canines. She'd clap and rush around with him, they'd chase each other, and she'd rub his belly when he rolled onto his back. No fetch though, she really was wasting an opportunity. Eventually, Alex finished and shut the book, preparing to note his progress as Teresa returned, leaving Brutus with his new canine friends. Nagia, another voice shouted. Nagia. After which came more words in another language Alex hadn't heard before, spoken rapidly in annoyed tones. Crossing the field was their neighbor, the young man from the southern insula who had the eagle. The emphasis was on had. His eyes were scanning the skies above, and he looked worried. Nagia. The man looked toward the trees and spied Alex's group. He paused for a moment, then started making his way over to them, waving slightly. Alex and Teresa waved back, while Selena only glanced up, before double-taking and focusing on the newcomer. Hello, the stranger said, his common tongue thick with an accent. Sorry to interrupt you. It's all right, neighbor. Alex shrugged, closing the book. You need something. Colic, their neighbor, introduced himself with a dignified dip of his head. I'm Alex, this is Teresa, and that's my sister, Selena. Hello, the little girl said in a small voice, and Colic responded with another nod. Good meeting you, he said. Yes, you have seen my eagle, Nagia, yes. I think you could see it from 10 miles off, was what Alex wanted to say, but responded instead with, not recently. What about you, Teresa and Selena? They both shook their heads and Teresa said, not since we got here. Did you lose it? Colic sighed. She's my familiar, but sometimes she can search for the word. Go away, mischievous thing. I feel that she is somewhere close, but she is not letting me search her out. I had hoped someone had seen her. Hold on a second. Alex climbed to his feet. Last time I checked, 4 eyes were better than 2. Just ask those 2-headed dogs or Brutus over there, though he's got 6 if you want some help. It's the neighborly thing to do. Besides, this would be a nice break before he did his notes. The other man paused for a moment. Very well, I accept your help. He waved Alex over. Walk with me. I'll be right back. Keep the spot warm while I'm gone, Alex asked Teresa. Already on it, she said lazily, stretching out on their blanket. The 2 young men entered the well-kept forest side by side. Alex glanced at Colic, noting the man's broad shoulders and barrel-like chest. He wondered how many push-ups he'd need to do to look like that. And how did Cedric look like Cedric? Was that all mark of the chosen, or was he always like that? Nagia. Colic cupped his hands over his mouth. Nagia, I hope she is all right. There are many beasts here, and I do not know if all are friendly. Do you know this place well? Are the creatures safe? Alex shrugged, scanning the trees for any sign of giant eagles. We got to the university about a week ago. I think you might know more about this place than we do. I only arrived a week earlier. Colic stepped beneath some branches and looked up, but only a pair of hawks and some of the colorful birds perched there, laughing. I have not explored much. Then we both know nothing, Alex said lightly. I see you're in the apartments. Did you bring an entourage too? Will they be auditing courses? Colic paused for a moment. The journey from my kingdom was difficult. There were dangers. Only Nagia and I made it. Alex froze. Oh, I'm sorry. And for what? Well, your friends and family. Well, they died. Oh wow, good job, Alex, he chided himself. Oh no, excuse me, I did not use the words of the common tongue correctly. My companions did not die. Some were injured and needed to rest. Others said that we should turn back and return home. His eyes hardened. But that was not a choice for me, so I continued alone with Nagia. Oh, Alex winced, thinking of having left the Liu family behind to escape Thameland. He thought about what would have happened if Selena or Teresa had been hurt on the way to Generossi. What would he have done? Even with people to take care of them, could he have gone on by himself? Would he have wanted to, even if the heroes weren't after him? He was thankful he hadn't had to answer those questions, like this young man had to. It's hard to go on alone, can't imagine what it must have been like, he said. Colic glanced at him. It took will, was all he said. No wonder you're so worried about her, you're Nagia. Alex turned in place, glancing up through the canopy. She's the one that stuck with you. Ha, you sound weight. Colic squinted through the bushes only to suddenly cry out and start crashing through them. Alex followed and winced at what they found. The magnificent eagle was collapsed on the ground, with its wings splayed in the dirt and its neck at an unnatural angle. She didn't look like she was breathing. Alex ran up beside Colic as the man shouted something in his mother tongue. Tension rose in Alex. Had something killed her? Was there something dangerous loose in the bestiarium? Was it another mana vampire? Did familiars have mana? For a moment, he was sure some monster sent by the raven had. A sudden screech split the air. As the 2 young men reached the eagle and bent over her, she suddenly shot into the air and screeched at the top of her lungs, spreading her beak and wings wide. Colic and Alex screamed, stumbling back and tripping over tree roots to land on the forest floor. The pair groaned and looked up to find Nagia very much alive and looking very proud of herself standing in front of them. A twinkle lay in her sharp eyes as she spread her wings and shot up through the trees, leaving a series of short cries behind. They almost sounded like laughter. Colic shook his fist at her, yelling something in his mother tongue before grumbling and jumping to his feet. He held out a hand to Alex and dragged him up. I am so sorry, Alex. As I said, she has a mischievous spirit, though this is too far even for her. Well, I guess better mischievous than unbelievably evil and vicious. Alex groaned, rubbing his back. Stillo. The other young man shook his head. I shall need to scold her later. He glanced at Alex, then helped brush dirt off of the young man's clothes. Together, they started out of the forest. Colic said something under his breath. And I must buy you a meal. For you and yours. I wasted your time. No, you're fine. Alex waved him off. Now your bird might have taken 10 years off my life, but hey, what's life without a little terror, right? The beginning of a smile began to form on Colic's face through his beard. Agreed, danger is to life as salt is to food. Too much ruins all. Too little makes meals bland and unpleasant. But just enough makes a feast. Well, I guess I like my food bland, usually, Alex said as the two young men made their way toward the edge of the forest. I say that, but then I go and enroll in Com 1000 like a genius. Colic raised an eyebrow in interest. You too? How fortuitous. I had thought I wouldn't meet anyone taking that course until it started, I think. Another scream tore through the air ahead. Alex's heart stopped. He knew that scream well. Selena, Selena. He started sprinting through the trees. They ran out of the forest to see a reptilian monster rushing toward Selena from across the field. It was Huguet's size of a half-grown brown bear and was covered in white scales. All four claws churned the earth. Horns rose from its head and steam burst from between its jaws and nostrils. A massive tail whipped back and forth as it sped through the field. At its back, Alex could see someone running after the beast, frantically calling and waving a hand, but the only thing he could hear was his sister screaming. She was near the picnic area, running as the monster rushed toward her. Teresa ran up beside her, drawing her hunting knife and facing the monster. Alex ran as hard as he could, his mind working to find a way to stop whatever was about to happen. And then Brutus was there. He jumped between Selena, his master, and the beast, lowering his heads and growling at the monster. It skidded to an abrupt halt. The reptile shifted its gaze from Selena to Brutus, staring at him and arching its back like an enraged cat. It snarled and hissed, trying to intimidate him. Two of the Cerberus heads growled back while his hackles rose. His third head barked at the monster, warning it to back away. Neither budged. Then they lunged at each other. Get away from him. Teresa screamed as Alex pulled up beside Selena and her, wrapping his arms around the two of them. No, his little sister cried. Leave Brutus alone. The two beasts snapped and fought each other, sending most of the smaller beasts into a panic. The larger ones simply watched, while students stared in shock. The massive red-eyed reptile had the weight advantage and kept snapping and trying to tackle Brutus. As it snapped, more white smoke poured from its mouth and nostrils. The air began to grow cold. Frost started to cake the grass beneath it and touched the Cerberus fur. But Brutus wasn't backing down. The big Cerberus was faster than the reptile. He darted at it, snapping with all three heads to make it retreat before jumping out of the way when it tried to bite back. His charges were driving the beast further into a frenzy, and the differences in their experience became clear. The beast was strong and obviously magical, but it fought with only instinct. Brutus was a trained hunting dog who had not only instinct, but also experience in taking down large animals and relentless spiders. The monster roared, then jerked its head forward, but Brutus darted past its long neck. It swiped at him with its claws, but he dodged back, then leapt forward as its leg came down. All three of his jaws closed on the reptile's hind leg as its master shouted in panic. Though his teeth didn't pierce its scales, Brutus tugged while the monster struggled and lost balance, tipping onto its side. The Cerberus jumped on it then, seizing its neck in his jaws. The reptile froze. Brutus looked up at Teresa, waiting for her command. She said not a word, glaring at the creature's owner. If looks could kill, the student would have been dead and buried. Get away from Glacius, you brute. The beast's master rushed toward Brutus and his pet, reaching into one of his pouches and pulling out a dagger with a blue glowing blade. Have you lost your Uldar damned mind? Alex roared. Your piece of shit lizard was charging my little sister. It would have crushed her if it wasn't for Brutus. Step back if you touch a hair on my dog, Teresa snarled. I am going to break your jaw so badly that you'll be eating broth for a year. Your monster is killing my Glacius. He's not, you idiot. The huntress took a step forward, pointing her knife at the reptile. Brutus is trained, unlike your wild beast. He's not going to make a kill now that your pet's not trying to rip him open unless I tell him to. Train your beast or keep him away from people. Colic stood off to the side, folding his arms over his chest and watching the argument silently. A fierce cry signaled that Nagia was circling overhead. The reptile's owner was turning red in the face, but he took one look at the knife in Teresa's hand and didn't move any further. It's your monster that overreacted. My Glacius wouldn't hurt a fly. Then why was he charging my sister? Alex ground his teeth. His hands balled into fists and he shook with anger. The other young man stammered. I don't know, he's never done this before. He probably wanted to check her out, and then your savage monster. And that is enough of that. A new voice shouted. There was a crack in the air. Iron chains sprung up from the grass and shot over both Brutus and Glacius, wrapping around them both. The chains clinked as they flexed, pulling them away from each other and dragging them to the ground. The lizard screeched and Brutus growled. Who did that? The reptile's owner screamed. Unhand Glacius. Get that off of him. Teresa pulled away from Alex, starting toward Brutus. The warden of the bestiarium stalked toward them, his face like a thundercloud. Stay where you are. I'll not have violence in my sanctuary. You put those weapons away right now, both of you, or I'm calling the watchers. The reptile's owner's mouth opened and closed like a gasping fish, but he reluctantly sheathed the glowing dagger. With a glare, Teresa put her knife away. That's better. Civil-like, even. The warden glowered at everyone involved. Now, better someone explain to me what happened here. Their beast attacked my Glacius, the reptile's owner said quickly, stepping toward the warden. He's a peaceful frost drake, well-behaved and used to children. Their monster tried to kill him. Our monster, your monster charged my little sister. It would have killed her. Alex took an aggressive step toward him, even though the mark would have made such a threat pointless. He silently cursed it. Your filthy lizard tried to hurt Selena, Teresa growled, holding onto Selena tightly. It attacked Brutus. Glacius was defending himself. After he tried to attack a 10-year-old girl, Teresa snapped. Are you listening to yourself? Brutus growled, struggling against his chains while Glacius remained still. All right, that's enough. Enough, the warden held up his hands. Everyone's saying their own story, and everyone that's talking is involved. Then what of my story? Kolek's deep voice cut in. He stepped forward, eyeing both beasts. His arms remained crossed. I saw the frost drakes approach. I do not know if it was aggressive or not, but I can say it looked like the charge of a lion. The reptile might look docile now, but to me I think anyone with it looked like it was about to attack the child. He looked around to the gathered students. Did anyone else see? What did its intentions look like? Silence followed, and then someone raised a hand. It looked like it was about to attack the little girl. A few other murmurs spread through the crowd. The warden watched them all carefully, then looked down to Brutus' struggles and Glacius' quiet acceptance of its restraint. He looked to Alex's group. Someone tell that Cerberus to calm himself. I'm going to check for injuries and I don't want him taking my arms off. Teresa looked at the warden for a long time before sighing. Brutus, lie down. Stay. One of his heads cocked at her, but the fight immediately went out of him. He laid down on the grass by his own will, no longer fighting against the chains. That man is going to look at you, okay? Teresa's voice was gentle and soothing. He's a friend, she repeated. The warden watched as Brutus whined, then looked at him with caution but no threat in his eyes. Well trained, the warden commented as he bent by Brutus' side. The other young man looked like he wanted to say something, but seemed to decide against it. The warden clucked his tongue while examining the Cerberus, then shifted over to the frost drake. A little bit of frost on the Cerberus fur and a few scratches on the frost drake's scales. No harm done. Finally calming enough to think straight, Alex looked down to Selena. Are you okay? She nodded quietly. Yeah. She looked at the frost drake with more curiosity than fear now, though her breath still shook. Glacius was watching her very closely, studying her with his burning red eyes. The lizard sniffed the air in her direction, then turned its long neck back toward its master. Right, this could have been a lot worse. The warden stood. Cerberus teeth can tear through frost drake's scale if they get a good grip, and this frost drake didn't use its ice breath at all. It seems that neither was going for the kill in this little scrap. He paused. I'm going to let him up now. Call your pets when I release them. The chains melted into a rusty powder that disappeared. The beast's masters quickly called their companions back to their sides. Brutus gave the frost drake a final look before padding over to Teresa, while the reptile looked not at the Cerberus but at Selena before rejoining his master. Both creatures sat beside their owners, as calm as though the fight had never happened. They seemed to have completely lost interest in each other. The warden watched them carefully. All right, they both look quiet now. He glanced at Selena. Are you all right, child? Selena nodded silently. Okay then, the way I see it, the frost drake went to the child out of curiosity, but came off a little aggressive. Frost drakes aren't known for looking gentle and friendly. Cerberi are pack beasts. Of course, when a big predator is charging one of their own, they're going to protect. He made a threat, and the frost drake responded. Fight got out of hand, but both beasts are trained enough to not have made it as bad as it could have been. No ice breath and no scales torn away to deal real damage. So since no damage was done and the child wasn't hurt, I'll be lenient. I'm going to ban both of your pets from the bestiarium for a week. Any argument makes it 2 weeks. When they're back, I expect proper behavior from both of them. Understood. Glacius Master paused, then eventually sighed. As you say, Warden, sorry for the trouble. He gave Alex's group a confused look. As I said, Glacius never acts like this. Tapping the reptile on its side, he led the frost drake toward the gate to the bestiarium. Alex glanced from the monster to Selena, who was nearly calm now. He looked around the bestiarium. It was full of beasts and people, but the monster had not bothered with any of them. Why Selena? Was it because she was a child? He didn't see any other children around, so he couldn't come to any conclusions. Well, Kolek sauntered over to them. That could have been a lot worse, and I'm glad you are unharmed, little Selena, and that your beast is as well, Teresa. You have trained him well, and he might have prevented a catastrophe. Kolek smiled. Maybe you can work your magic with my Nagia. She can be a little willful sometimes. But for now, who's hungry? I still owe you a meal. walk with me. I'll show you somewhere a little better than the regular eatery. It even has a separate place for familiars and pets to have a meal too. The food at Generosity was good and, more importantly, its cost was included with tuition. Raw ingredients and fine foods could be fetched from the central student market with a simple flash of Alex's student card. For those with a little extra coin, though, there were other options. One was the Titan's Lens. It was a restaurant located at the top of a tower deep within Campuchai, enough so that there was a view of the sea from it, over Generosity's walls. Its walls were mostly glass and its roof was left open to the sky, but the interior was protected by a massive wind and rain shield. The room slowly revolved atop the tower, allowing diners to have a panoramic view of campus, city, ocean, and inland vineyards. The food itself was incredible. The menu had maybe 20 times more items than McHarris could ever dream of making. Alex, Teresa, and Selena had stared at it in choice paralysis, until Colic made some suggestions. Alex ended up with a spicy chicken dish on skewers, with pickles, turnips, and a heavy helping of creamy garlic sauce. It was delicious, even if he wasn't sure he could handle such rich food every day. Colic watched them all tear into their food with an amused look as he bit into a spiced beef rib dish. Teresa had a venison steak in wild mushroom sauce with baby sweet potatoes, while Selena had a smoky bacon steak with glazed apples that was rapidly disappearing from her plate. "I need to steal some recipes," Alex said in approval. "Good luck with that." Colic finished swallowing a chunk of meat. "I was told the chefs guard their recipes more carefully than the books are guarded in the library. I am glad it is to your liking, though." "How couldn't it be?" Teresa cut another piece of steak. "Do kings eat like this? This is how I imagine kings eat." Colic merely smiled, but she continued. "Is this okay? I saw those prices. They're not cheap. Please do not worry for that." The young man shrugged as though it were of no concern. "When we finish eating, we shall simply get up and run for the door. They cannot catch all of us." The table went dead. I joke. Colic laughed. "I shall be paying, of course. It is a matter of recompense, fellowship, and hospitality." Suddenly, Nagia's sense of humor started to make sense. Alex couldn't help but feel a little jealous, considering their own financial situation. He and Teresa had been thinking of ways to start generating an income, but nothing had come up yet. "All right, Colic, this is worth way more than me walking a few minutes to help you find your bird." Alex spread more garlic sauce on his chicken. "I assisted a baker for years. Sometime soon I'm going to bake a couple of pies in the insula's kitchen. You should come over for a slice or two, or more," Teresa added. "Alex always bakes them too big. That's not what your brothers say." "My brothers are at least half pig, but what was this about your bird?" Alex and Colic recounted the story about Nagia, and Teresa burst out laughing when they got to the part about them falling over in fear. "When you come over, you should bring her. She sounds incredible," she said. "I want to see her too. She's so pretty." Selena swallowed her last bite of bacon steak. Colic raised his hands as though in surrender. "All right, it seems you have left me no choice. I shall attend your residency with Nagia, though I will make sure she is on her best behavior. No frights, no playing dead. Right, I thought of something." Alex put his fork down. A clever thought had occurred to him earlier, when he hadn't needed the mark to come up with. He was fairly proud of it too. "That act she put on. I know it scared us, but it's a great way for meeting people, especially women. Imagine it, someone comes with you looking for her, she plays dead. You get scared, then Nagia scares you both. You fall into each other's arms, laugh about it, exchange names Anjuhand." Colic was listening with a look of curiosity. Teresa was also listening, with her full Deathstalker face on. "How very clever," she said, with a politeness so sharp it could have cut steel. "Do you regularly think of things like that?" "Well," he stammered. "I am sure Alex was only giving advice to me, since he knows I am alone and have neither friends or sisters to keep me company." Colic cut in, as brave as one of Thamelin's heroes. He gave Alex a pointed look, a simple suggestion to meet people and not one for himself. "I am surprised he even had time to think of it earlier, with how quickly he jumped to protect you and young Selena." Teresa paused, and Colic continued. "Truly, I have seen few people move so quickly. In my homeland, our warriors wrestle crocodiles after years of training, but your friend jumped to protect you both from that great reptile with the same ferocity. A fine companion you have. He gives friendly advice on meeting people since he knows that I came to Generosity alone, and he rushes to protect his friends and loved ones." Deathstalker face shifted a little. "Yeah, is a good friend." She gave both of them a sidelong look. As she looked away and Selena watched her, Colic threw Alex a quick wink. Alex blinked. Of all the people he'd met in Generosity, including the Chancellor, that walked out of thin air, Colic might have been the most deserving of the title of wizard. He had a feeling they'd get along. An idea occurred to him. "Say, Colic, since we're both in that spicy comb 1000 course, what do you say we do some training together before it starts?" Alex's breath came in gasps as he ran along the path. At 12 days into his training, the mark had corrected his push-up form greatly, and now it was fixing how he ran. Spending most of his time in either McHarris Bakery or hitting the books hadn't exactly left him a lot of time to become a cross-country, runner most of the images had been from play during childhood. But lately, between running from monsters, or toward help, the Mark had gained plenty of material to choose from when it came to that skill, which meant that even the running he'd started doing recently had also been fueling it with new memories. One thing he hadn't anticipated learning in his experimentation with the Mark was just how many things were considered skills. Simple everyday actions like running, walking, reading the list seemed endless could be skills to the Mark. For years, he just assumed that how fast someone ran was a simple matter of how fit they were. The Mark had shown him there was more to it than that. By drawing from previous examples of him running well, it pointed out when and how to place his feet to lessen impact on his legs and tire himself less quickly. It guided his muscles in how to propel him forward without wasting motion. It guided his posture-showing memories of him running upright and leaning slightly forward and set him in that position. Even his arms were brought into the movement by the Mark, which showed him images of when he'd pumped them at his sides, guiding him toward more and more controlled movements. There was far more to it than move your legs as fast as you can. Even his breathing had been corrected by the Mark, which showed him memories that gradually guided his breath into a steady rhythm as he ran. Unfortunately, it couldn't do anything about how fit his body was. Alex finally slowed down and came to a halt on the path, with his hands on his knees and his breath nearly wheezing from his chest. His feet hurt, his thighs burned, and he was lightheaded from the strain. It was better than it had been when he started, especially once his technique really began to improve, but in the end, he'd still been a bookworm for most of the 18 years of his life. It'd take more than several days of running and push-ups to change that. At least he'd made it to his goal again today. Panting, he looked up to the cells. The ominous building had been completely repaired since the potion detonation incident, with only a slight new blackening of the stone to indicate the catastrophe had happened. He'd picked this spot as the end of his running trail mostly to watch the speed at which it was being restored. After the repairs were done, the spot was familiar and convenient, but also reminded him of one of his goals. From what he'd learned, the equipment for analyzing substances for potion craft lay within the cells, along with other rooms reserved for Generosi's most dangerous arts. He'd heard that the summoning circles for demonology were only placed here, along with experimental cells for potion craft and magic item forging, as well as rooms for summoning other dangerous spirits. It would likely be here that he would start to get answers about the dungeon core's remains, at least if he advanced in potion craft enough. A day ago, he'd thought of using the mana connection between himself and his forciball as a way to train his general mana manipulation using the Mark. Unfortunately, that hadn't yielded much in the way of results, not because the Mark had interfered, but because it really couldn't teach him much. Years of using the same spell repeatedly had made it almost as familiar to him as his own heartbeat. He really couldn't get much better at commanding this particular spell. Mana manipulation training would have to wait until he learned some other technique to practice. Luckily, that should be coming soon. Students who'd arrived early would be getting their hands on their textbook lists soon. Sitting down on a bench by the path near the cells, he pulled Dexter's general alchemy of potions from the basket beneath his forciball. He also took a small bun from the basket and took a bite out of it while cracking open the book. He started at the introduction once more, letting his eyes run through the familiar page and using the Mark as he did. He'd essentially memorized the beginning by now and rapidly flew through the next 100 pages. These were familiar to him as well, having gone over most several times. Even with the repetition, he quickly reached the chapter on how mana interacted with the 4 classical elements and different categories of magic, which he hadn't read before. As spells can be categorized into schools, mana can have different inclinations. Though in most people mana is so generalized that it does not overly favor any element or school of magic, this is not true for the alchemical substances used in potion making. Firedrake's gallbladder, for instance, contains a strong affinity for magical applications involving flame. Sunspore is of strong light attribute, and Giant's tongue treebark bears strong earth affinity. Note, though, that different cultures have different naming schemes for mana-rich substances, and not all might be obvious to you. Take burn moss. While the unstudied potion brewer might think to use such a substance to craft a draft of fire breath, burn moss actually has an affinity for cold. In the region where it is found, there are 30 words for different sorts of snow and frost. Burn mosso named due to a translation from the original tongue references, a type of ice so cold that it burns the hand in a form of frostbite. Let this be a lesson to you. Any substance needs to be analyzed if it is not comprehensively described in an ingredient encyclopedia or potion manual available to you. Note again that the ingredient encyclopedia at the end of this book is not comprehensive. Even though a substance's name or appearance might make its function seem obvious, such assumptions can prove deadly. Further, affinity can change depending on if a substance is from a living specimen or harvested from a corpse. Take Kraken eyes. Alex absorbed the conversational tones of Dexter far quicker than before, and slowed only a little when the book began to range into the technical formulae of different affinities and how they interacted. His reading speed and comprehension were rising, all while he was absorbing the contents of the book. Dexter's book was 1168 pages long, and he'd already gone through 10% of it in detail. At this rate, he'd be finished before classes even started. His progress would have been even faster if he hadn't bothered with repetitions, but there was no sense in speeding through if he didn't get the details right. His plan was to walk into POTI 1000 with most of the book's knowledge well in hand. It would decrease his study time later, and hopefully start his task of impressing Professor Jules enough to let him use the apparati for his own private project. He could say he was doing something fairly safe, then smuggle the core's remains into the cells and hopefully be able to analyze them. He frowned, wondering if there were any records of previous analysis of the substance done at Generasi. If he were a wizard that bore the mark of the sage, he'd be showing up to the school with a bucket full of core dust as soon as he could. That was something else to look for in the library. When he was able to access lower levels, something else to aim for when he reached the next tier of spellcraft. His Forciball's glow seemed cheery beside him, almost like a happy dogon that liked him a lot more than Brutus did. He'd almost started to think of it more as a companion than a simple magic spell. He did not have issues, he assured himself. His previous 4 days in experimentation on the Forciball had begun to yield results. By going through the catalogued failures, he had begun to make adjustments to the spell array that improved the Forciball's mana efficiency. He glanced at his notebook, amount of times casting Forciball, 8. He glanced back to an earlier entry from 3 days ago, amount of times casting Forciball, 6. Even with his relatively small mana pool, the amount of times he could cast the spell was rising quite nicely. It had been a good thing he was so familiar with it before he'd gotten the mark. His experimentation was also leading him to a better and better handle on the spell's basic structure. He was starting to see how adjusting different parts of the array affected the magic circuit, much like learning the different parts of a machine and why they worked together. After he finished reading through his daily chapter of Dexter's book, he took the basket off, killed his mana to the Forciball, and waited for it to wink out. Spell formation, 9 heartbeats. Dissipation, 6-ish to 6.5 heartbeats. Result of acting in opposition to combination of flicker failure and Forciball explosion failure, unknown. Today he was going to try something a little dangerous. Hopefully, being near the cells where explosions regularly happened it seemed would mean he was close to people who dealt with disasters of spell and mana. The time he had nearly caused the Forciball to explode had been the result of pouring too much mana into the magic circuit. Meanwhile, doing the opposite of what caused the flicker failure had made the magic circuit strengthen and allowed more mana to flow safely within it. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough mana running through the circuit to really make many changes. Then he thought of combining the two, increasing the strength of his magic circuit while pouring in too much mana, a combination of one failure with the learning he'd gained from another. In theory, if he got it right, then the effect would be flooding the strengthened circuit with enough mana to actually make it work. As to how that would affect the spell, it'd likely draw more of his mana so he'd be able to cast it less times in a day, but the extra mana would likely strengthen it, he hoped. Falling into the spell, he made both adjustments to the spell Arayon that had resulted in failure, and one generated from Failurind fell deeper into the spell. Repetition had made the process grow easier, even in the face of the mark's onslaught. He made the necessary adjustments and completed the spell array, feeling the magic circuit form. The circuit shook, and for a moment he was sure he'd need to cancel the spell. Then it completed, humming to life. Voom. This time the Forciball appeared with an audible noise. Oh shit, he recoiled in surprise. Instead of exploding, the new magic circuit had taken in the overflow of mana and swelled the Forciball. The crimson orb floating in front of him was 1.5 times its usual size. It took a lot more mana too. He almost felt like the mana vampire had jumped him again when his mana had flowed into the circuit. But it didn't drain him. His eyes sparked. This he could experiment with. He might be able to use those 2 parts of the spell array to adjust the size and mana requirements for the spell as he needed. As his mana increased, he might be able to make the Forciball pretty damn big. He was one step closer to knowing the spell completely. This would make the learning of Forcidisc easier. With a shout of triumph, he jumped up from the bench and pumped his fists in the air. Experimentation was starting to bear fruit. He'd use the remaining failures he had and try different combinations in the future. After he got his textbook for FORC 1550, Spells of Force I, he might be able to make even more progress. Things were looking up. He recorded his training results, then stretched, preparing to head to the registrar's office. Time to get in line and get his text lists and timetable, then practice with the time he had left before the start of classes. Just under 40 days. Plenty of time. 2 weeks early, Alex murmured, staring down at his timetable. There in bold black pen, initial session for this course begins 2 weeks before the start of the semester. Please prepare accordingly. When you arrive, you will know why we start early Balin. The note was written below comb 1000, the art of the wizard in combat, that just under 40 days was suddenly mid-20, less than a month until what might be his most difficult course began, one taught by the Chancellor himself. Alex took a deep breath. If there was anyone he should be impressing at the university, it should be him. Training Day 21. Push-ups 16, 15, 12 total equal 43. Experimentation Day 3 begin. Finished. Result increasing speed. No improvement of forceable. Skills running complete, reading complete, writing complete, spear and or dance 8th day of practice. Alex let out a breath as he shifted from first position and back stepped into the first step of the spear and or dance. He raised an old broomstick into first guard, then proceeded to dance his way between the second stance which kept him balanced in the first step. He used the mark, letting it correct his form, while he willed the forceable to float around his body in a slow, steady figure 8. He'd arrived a little early at the regular spot to go through this routine before Colic arrived. His main goal was to become used to controlling his spell with precision while doing a physical activity needing concentration and focus. If he could master both at once, then he'd get to a point where he could control the forceable in dangerous or distracted situations, and now was a perfect time for training against distraction. In the past few days, campus had become full. Students from all over the world were arriving in masses, streaming through the front gates of the university by the day. He was glad he'd picked up his textbook list when he had. The line had been long then, but lately he couldn't even see the registrar's office because of the crowds of students. Even now, his favorite training ground in the copse of trees was surrounded by new students wandering around campus, looking for different buildings, going to the library, and for manhwaedit into course selection. At the same time, exams for upper year students had ended a week earlier, and they'd turned to celebrating with a vengeance. They were having as much fun as they could before results came back to either make dreams or shatter them. Recently, he'd had to clean up at least 2 or 3 empty wine bottles and beakers from his training spot each morning before he could start training. The Southern Insula had gotten loud at night and was growing even louder as new students piled in daily. Complicating things for him was information that some of the new students were from Thameland. He, Teresa, Selena, and Brutus had gone wandering around campus for a good half a day, quietly searching out students from their homeland to get news of what was happening back home. They'd found a few who gave them some interesting and surprising information. The cave of the traveler had been found by the heroes and was being used to evacuate the people who were still in Thameland. Apparently, before the cave could be used to evacuate anyone, wizards had come from the capital to investigate the area. After the wizards were done, then priests were called to do their own investigation, followed by a benediction. After all that, then it had been about securing and fortifying the area. The humble Ulrich had suddenly become a major stopover for people using the cave to escape the Ravena. Alex had wondered how Peter and Paul were dealing with everything that was going on now. Doors to friendly countries had been chosen, then emissaries from Thameland had been sent through the portals to negotiate the migration. Once the ink had dried on agreements, the people had flooded through the portals to safety. Unfortunately, the students hadn't talked about much more than that. From their clothes covered in filigree, gold lining, and silver buttons, they were from the wealthy class and had been among the first through the portals, and knew basically nothing of the common folk's situation. They did say that the heroes were together and taking the fight hard to the dungeon cores, but they didn't mention anything about the missing fool, and Alex didn't ask any questions, not wanting to draw attention to himself by showing interest in the subject. After talking with the Thamage students for a while, the 4 of them hadn't gone off to have a little celebration, proud of their role in making it possible for the cave of the traveler to be used to get the people to safety. As Alex shifted from second position to first step, a movement that was now starting to feel natural and weaved the forceable between the gap in his legs, he wondered if any of those Thamage students would be in his classes. Crash! He jumped at something smashing through the canopy above, but quickly recovered and fell back into second position, not losing his balance. He looked up, raising his broom into guard, and saw Nadia perched there, with an amused twinkle in her eyes. "Hello, Alex, you are early." A familiar voice boomed from outside the grove. Colic stepped between the trunks, raising his hand in greeting. "I see that you are in fine form." "I was." He shot the bird a look, making plans for revenge. "But we'll see when the course begins." "That we will." Colic agreed, stretching. "I wish more were said of what would happen. It would make it easier to prepare, but we will still try to prepare for whatever comes." Alex tied the broom handle vertically to the bottom of the basket. "I suppose the point is that we're supposed to adapt to situations, right? So I don't think Bay the Chancellor is going to give us a nice big warning as to what we're in for." Colic shrugged. "One can wish." Are you ready? Alex stretched beside his forceable. Yep, let's go. The two young men stepped out of the trees and back onto the path, then broke into a swift jog, leaving the path that was now crowded with students. Nagia followed above. Colic was in far better condition, but Alex kept pace with him. He was doing a lot better than when he'd started. In addition to the near-constant burn that had taken up residence in his muscles, he'd begun to notice positive results from his new routine. His skinny form was starting to harden, and his arms and shoulders had grown slightly thicker. He was starting to see hints of muscle definition all over his body, and he was less winded after his exercise routine. The run to the stadium was less tiring than it had been in earlier days, and when the two young men finally reached the doors and slowed, Alex's breath was heavy, but he wasn't gasping for breath as they entered the arena like he used to. Boom. Flashes of light and power spread through the air as students practiced battle magic against fortified targets. On their left, a line of students fired icicles, stones, arrows of acid, and glowing blue bolts of magical energy at a line of impenetrable targets. At the far end of the stadium, a few students were launching explosive fireballs, beams of exploding light, and crackling lightning at large stone pillars. The explosions were loud even across the stadium's immense field. Though there wasn't an official practice or event going on, new students filled many of the seats above, looking down on the field at all the flashy battle magic hitting targets. Some were studiously taking notes, while others were watching from more of an open-mouthed gaping like it was the end of the world perspective. Some weren't watching much of what was happening on the field at all, though. One group of boys passed around a wineskin filled with something that made their faces red and happy as they watched a group of young women a few seats below them with interest. If only they had a giant eagle that liked to play dead as a conversation starter. Alex and Colic dropped their gear in front of a couple of training dummies they'd booked for the morning and stretched again. Alex used the mark to guide his stretching routine, letting it focus him on past positions that gave his muscles a good long loosening. Colic looked at him curiously. Have you been exercising for a while? Forgive me, but at first I thought you were new to the physical arts, yet you seem to have a certain grasp of the fundamentals. Good, if you keep to proper eating habits, then you will make gains quite quickly. Proper what now? Colic paused, his expression freezing through his beard. Youth way one eats to build a larger, more powerful body. I know how someone eats to build a larger, more powerful belly. Alex offered, but Colic did not smile. This is no good, Alex. How one eats is just as important as how one moves when it comes to the body of an athlete or warrior. One must eat enough to fuel one's growth, but not too much at once. Meat, fish, fowl are important to fuel the muscles, and fresh fruit and vegetables are needed to balance the diet along with dense breads and grains. Did you not know this? I never really considered the specifics, Alex admitted. In Ulrich, he'd seen strong-armed farmhands and smiths swallow ale, bread and meat by the plateful, but he'd never considered the specifics of it. Hard work made you hungrier, and that was as far as most in Ulrich were concerned. He concentrated on the mark, focusing on the idea of eating for strength. Images came back to him of plenty of previous meals, especially those rich with wild game from one of Teresa's hunts or fish from the nearby river. He noticed only a small number of desert memories. Eating's a skill too, he wondered. What next? Is breathing a skill? On a hunch, he thought of improving his breathing. Images came up of times he'd exerted himself, pointing out details on how his chest and belly rose with his deepest breaths. Well, I'll be damned, he muttered. What was that? Colic asked. Nothing. Alex waved his hand. Just thinking about what you said about food. Haha, think about food after training, my friend. The two young men first faced off against their dummies and then readied their spells. Alex called the forceable he'd already created, while Colic summoned Nagia to land on his leather gauntleted arm. Alex willed the forceable forward, driving it into the dummy. Crack! The crimson orb slammed into the object with such impact that several students looked over in surprise. Alex couldn't help but smile a little. He'd seen a few other students cast forceable, but none of their spells moved as quickly and smoothly as his, none glowed with the same intensity, and none were as large. He smiled again when the mark didn't protest. He'd calculated that it wouldn't interfere and wouldn't find a difference between him slamming the forceable utility spell into the dummy and him slamming it into any other object. It was like when he'd slammed it into the tiles in the cave of the traveler, it hadn't registered that action as combat. Willing the forceable back, he slammed it into the dummy again and again, enjoying the sound of the heavy impact. His utility spell had really come a long way through years of practice, and had come even further in the last month of his experimenting. It was hitting the dummy hard enough to shake it, a little like someone had thrown a 10-pound stone with good speed in, would have done a fair amount of damage if the dummy hadn't been reinforced by mana. Too bad targeting objects and enemies during actual combat would make the mark attack him. Otherwise, the forceable would make a great weapon. Instead, he concentrated on whipping the forceable around the dummy in complex patterns. Circles, figure eights, zigzags, anything that might surprise or confuse an enemy. Then he focused on stopping the forciball abruptly in midair. An enemy who ran into it at full speed like the mana vampire did could do some serious damage to themselves. As he continued to alternate between smashing the dummy with the spell and dancing the orb around it, he glanced over to Kalik's practice. First, he would send Nagia flying toward the dummy, and her fierce talents enhanced by his mana threw their link-slashed at it before pulling up above it. He would then speak an incantation something similar to the summoned stone spell Alex had looked at, which conjured a swarm of rocks in front of him. The stones flew forward as fast as arrows and struck the dummy. Again, Kalik cast the same spell, but this time the summoned rocks were as sharp as stalactites and struck the dummy with a cracking sound. For a third time he cast the spell, but the rocks didn't appear in front of him. This time they appeared above, beside Nagia, and as she banked past the dummy, the stones fired into the target from her like a rain of arrows from a horse archer. Finally, Kalik spoke another incantation, then snapped his fingers. Boom! A loud blast of sound detonated by the dummy as though a fireball had just ruptured. Wasn't loud enough to do damage to the dummy, but Alex imagined a living opponent would be pretty disoriented by the soundburst. Kalik had obviously been practicing magic for a long time too, and likely had access to more resources and teachings than Alex ever had in Ulrich. But even so, the other young man soon ended his strenuous spellcasting as his mana ran low, while Alex continued to practice with his steadily running forciball. I need more building up. Kalik let out a breath. You must have practiced with that for a long time. Years, Alex said. He bounced the forciball along the ground before ricocheting it into the dummy again. I think I know it better than my own hand. Attention new students, a voice called from the middle of the training field. A group of 3 young menpil and with harsh accents were standing in the middle of the training ground. Each wore finely tailored, emerald green shirts with the silver symbol of a beast, a 2-headed monster with the howling head of a wolf and the snarling head of a bear. Beside the trio stood a line of young male students looking uncertain. The speaker, wearing a glowing full finger, ring-jerked his thumb toward the line. Today we're taking any comers who think they have what it takes to enter the Ursa Lupin Brotherhood of Generosity, one of the oldest fraternities of battle mages in the history of our fine school. We don't have room for the gutless, so if you're tough enough to take our little test, come and see us. The leader grinned widely, and his eyes searched through the faces of the bewildered and some annoyed students. Then they fell on Alex and Kalik. What about you two? You look fresh. Think you have what it takes to be one of us, or are you two gonna coward it up? The 2 young men blinked. They looked at each other. Then they burst out laughing. The fraternity leader's smile faded as Alex and Kalik roared with laughter. Why are you laughing? Alex wheezed. Kalik was nearly coughing as he tried to catch his breath. He does not know what he says. In my country, calling someone a coward is insult enough to trigger an honor duel. But look at him. He is no warrior. It is like a young child trying to give insult. Rarely have I seen anything so ridiculous. Why do you laugh? Alex was laughing because of how ridiculously stupid trying to join a fraternity of battle mages would have been for him. The art of the wizard in combat was one thing Balin had said. It was about using all of one's resources to conduct oneself in battle, but a fraternity for battle magic. The mark would be screaming at him just for thinking of going down that path. I just wouldn't fit in, was all he said. Sorry man, all respect to your brotherhood, but I don't think it's for us. You've got a funny way of showing respect, one of the other boys said. Last I checked, laughing at someone's brotherhood was an insult. It's fine, the leader said. It's clear these 2 aren't warriors. Let them have their little laugh party. We are not warriors, Kalik raised an eyebrow. Look at the way you walk. I am no master of weapons, but you do not move with any grace of one used to the battlefield. Alex looked at the 3 young men closely. With a thought, he focused on standing in the way a warrior would. The mark showed him enough details in his own movements, and that in others to recognize what Kalik was talking about. Cedric had moved with an easy grace that hinted at explosive, deadly movement at any time. Captain Fandor and his brother Geldor had perfect balance on the rolling ship and were quick, despite their bulk. Teresa moved with the graceful silence of a predator on the hunt. These 3 had slouches in their backs and a lack of balance in their posture. If it weren't for the mark's memories and details on his own posture, he likely wouldn't have noticed. The 3 boys looked at each other, and then they burst out laughing. You hear that, Grigori? He says we don't move like warriors. The leader turned to one of his brothers. Grigori stepped forward, his long blonde hair blowing in the low wind. In my country, that's a deadly insult. Alex looked between the 2 long-haired men, feeling the tension rise. Well, I guess everyone's even, he shrugged, trying to keep his voice light. Maybe. Grigori's eyes narrowed, then scanned the stadium. Many students had lost interest in the exchange, but others were still watching. Something changed in the young man's eyes. Say, are you 2 the betting type? Nope, Alex said. The last thing he needed was to gamble away part of their savings on whatever this was going to be. Grigori continued. Well, a bet would have made it more interesting, but fact is, we both insulted each other. We could let bad feelings stand. I literally have no bad feelings, Alex said a little loudly. Or we could have a little game to settle things. Like wizards. Colic cocked his head to the side. What sort of game is this? Spell jousting, Grigori said. We each pick spells we're good with. Same ones if each of us know them and we crash them together. Fire bolt against fire bolt. Frost spray against frost spray. Loser's the one whose spell gives out or gets crushed by the other. What tier of magic can you both cast? Interesting, Colic crossed his arms. I have just reached the 2nd tier last month. Alex blinked at him and then he crossed his arms too. I'm almost at the 2nd tier myself. That was probably true. Probably. Well then, I'm at the 1st and my 2 friends are at the 2nd. Let's settle this by way of competition. Come on, or was our coward comment from earlier less insult and more fact? Colic's smile had faded. I know. I'll accept your challenge. Alex looked at Grigori carefully. The young man had definitely been exercising, judging from his build, but that wouldn't matter in a contest of spells. As for if he could beat him, Alex wasn't sure if that mattered either. There was nothing on the line for him, except pride in showing that he knew his way around spellcraft. Then again, this might be a way to test the limits of the mark. How would it react if he targeted others' spells? Also, it'd be a chance to practice against someone else before he took whatever test the Chancellor had waiting for them. Hey, he pointed at Grigori. Can you cast Force-a-Ball? I can. All right, I'm in. Let's do this. The Brotherhood had booked a large section of the stadium's training grounds for their welcoming tests, a section that was clear stone with no targets. So let me get this right. Alex called his Force-a-Ball over. We smash our Force-a-Balls together like 2 deer in mating season, and the first that goes pop loses. Why yeah, Grigori was eyeing Alex's Force-a-Ball. Say, that's your Force-a-Ball. The 1st tier spell Force-a-Ball. The spell that's supposed to be able to carry things, be a child's toy and shed light. It's bigger than your head. Are you going to start casting now or what? Grigori's eyes narrowed. How long have you been practicing with that spell? Years. A pause. I'm a battle mage, Grigori said quickly. We should be using battle magic to battle with. This utility spell is not worthy of jousting. You should cast. This is the only spell I know. Grigori grimaced. I see, he sighed. Well then. He spoke an incantation, and after 3 seconds his own Force-a-Ball winked into being. It was maybe half the size of Alex's, and its blue glow was much less bright. His own version of the spell had once looked like that about a year ago. Grigori's ball slowly floated up beside him while Alex's zipped to float above his shoulder. Alex tried to make that same easy grin as Cedric and Captain Fandor. Ready when you are. Grigori sighed. This is beneath me, like fighting with a mop. Hey, don't knock it till you try it. What was that? Nothing. The battle mage shot his spell forward. Alex's eyes narrowed and he willed his Force-a-Ball at Grigori's at full speed, tensing in case of. The mark began to flood his mind with failure. Oh, shut up, he thought. It was time for Operation Mana Vampire Smash his face. Anticipating the mark's interference, he stopped the Force-a-Ball dead in its tracks, letting its protests fade. Grigori's Force-a-Ball slammed into his with a hollow thud. His didn't budge. Grigori's eyes narrowed. Bang, bang, bang. Again and again, Grigori smashed his Force-a-Ball into Alex's spell, and it vibrated from the force of it. Alex simply waited at first, watching. Then he began to try different movements. While Grigori's Force-a-Ball simply drifted through the air, Alex's shot around like an arrow, completely under his control. He circled Grigori's, made figure eights, whirled around it, and then always stopped right in its path. The other mage was starting to grow redder in the face. Why won't you attack? I am very, very gently. You're not funny. I strongly disagree. Bang. After an agonizingly long time, Grigori's Force-a-Ball took one too many impacts and popped out of existence. Alex's hadn't even flickered. He shrugged. Well, I guess that means I. Grigori spat out another incantation, then raised his finger toward the Force-a-Ball. A beam of blue light shot from his palm and blasted deep into the crimson orb. For a few seconds, Alex's spell held firmly before he pulled it away any longer, and it would have been extinguished. You were right, Grigori dusted himself off. You are no battle mage. If I'd known you would not be taking the challenge seriously, I never would have spoken about you coming to the Brotherhood. Okay, look, I don't care about your Brotherhood. Alex gave him a look. I don't know what your problem is, but me and my only friend on campus were having a good time practicing hard when you all waltz up like you're some chosen heroes like me, he added dryly in his head. Acting like if anyone joins you it's some great honor. I was thinking that I was so unsuited and had a good old laugh about that. But you all made assumptions and took my laughing as some personal insult. Then you insulted my friend, and then it was all spell jousting makes hard feelings go away and well, that was a lie because I'm pretty sure you've only got hard feelings. And I'm getting the Mysel fan, then you complain about the spell choice, and I dick around because I'm not a battle mage and I never said that I was, and now you're acting like your wounded pride is somehow my fault. You were to take the spell joust seriously, not act like you were my superior just because you practiced one utility spell for a deranged amount of time. Look, if practicing a utility spell for a deranged amount of time is good enough to get into the greatest university for wizards in the world, then I think it's good enough for anyone. Grigori made an irritated noise. Why are you even in the combat stadium? If you have no interest in battle magic, then why are you here? Because I'm enrolled in Com 1000. Are you? Grigori's next retort died in his mouth. Well, Alex pushed. Are you? Silence followed. Was all Grigori said before turning and leaving the field. Alex stepped over to where Colic was waiting for his turn. Good job, Colic laughed. Do me a favor though, please don't act as such a fool when the actual class starts. Still laughing, he stepped forward to begin his own battle. Alex sighed as he watched him go. He would have if he could have. Maybe through their class he'd learn more about how to do that. Training day 31. Push-ups 2019, 16 total equal 55. Sit-ups 25. Spell formation 7 heartbeats. Dissipation 7 heartbeats. Amount of times casting Forciball 10. Amount of times casting Super Forciball extra large with a side of potatoes 5. Skills reading complete, writing complete, spear and or dance 18th day of practice complete, breathing still can't believe this complete, running. Alex, Colic and Teresa tore through the Beastarium, running around the field while Brutus bounded along with them. Selena watched them from one of the benches with her general studies book in front of her. She'd reached a chapter on Generossi, which had lots of pictures of its oldest buildings. The girl had been lost in the book ever since. Alex's form had improved tremendously in the last month, and his stamina was starting to rise sharply since he'd altered his diet following Colic's advice and the Mark's suggestions. Now, he could almost keep up with both his oldest friend and his newest, through their daily running practices. His breath had become much steadier since he'd started to use the Mark to practice controlled breathing, which increased his endurance even more. His Forciball was nearing as close to perfection, as he'd likely get it before combat class started. He'd figured out how to make it smaller in addition to supersizing it, though he hadn't found any practical applications for the smaller version yet. He'd gone through just about every string of failures the Mark had generated and mixed and matched them. Some proved to be dead ends, some proved they might be promising when he had more mana. The spell's efficiency going up had been a nice surprise, and it felt like his mana was increasing too. Very productive month. He was glad that he'd actually had the downtime to practice. He laughed to himself as a thought occurred of trying to build up while racing from fight to fight and dungeon to dungeon. That led him to think about Thameland and wonder what was going on there. They hadn't heard anything on campus recently, and he was still too afraid to go into the city and ask around, not with all the priests out there. Still, Alex knew he had to do it sooner or later. Teresa had sent a message to the Luz to let them know they'd arrived safely and left a note at the docks for Captain Fandor so he could find them. But there was still the matter of looking into more permanent housing and some sort of income to settle. Maybe I could see if the Sky Gondola Company is hiring, he thought glumly as they finished their final lap and slowed to a stop. You're getting better. Teresa stretched, taking a deep breath as she grabbed the waterskin from their table and drank deeply. You are, it is impressive. Colic watched him with curiosity. Your technique especially. Thank you, Alex panted. Think I'm almost ready for the horrible death course. Time will tell. Colic shrugged, then looked to Teresa. What of you? How goes your preparation? Yeah, Alex jumped in. You steal any secret techniques from the Watchers of Roll. The huntress held out a flattened hand and teetered it up and down. I've been practicing what I see, but sword arts aren't like what you do. I can't exactly just read a book a bunch and pick it up. She sighed, and I don't even know how to prepare for Life Force. It's like affinity test day 1, and if it doesn't work, that's it. I'm almost glad it starts early like your course does. I think I'd go crazy if I had to wait anymore. You'll be fine, Alex assured her. I mean, I believe in you. Seriously, you got what it takes. How can you be so sure? If it's something that you're interested in, you've got what it takes, Alex said firmly. Alex had to ignore Colic giving him a thumbs up from behind her. Training day 34, Forcedisk experimentation day. Alex took a deep breath as he laid his book in front of him. Across 2 pages were multiple diagrams. Most of them were various alterations of his Forciball's spell array with little very bolded notes on which parts were the same as those of Forcedisk. On the right was the spell array diagram for Forcedisk. Beside it was a long list of instructions, parts of the spell that were identical to Forciball's casting. These he could concentrate on and trust his practice to see him through. Then there were the new parts. He'd written up safety procedures, when to end the spell, how far to push it, and what dangers he might need to be careful of. He sighed, glancing down at his shoulder and then up to the cells. He'd picked a secluded area near the back of the building for this. Taking a deep breath, he started spellcasting. The Mark came at him hard. The trouble with doing so much experimentation lately was that it gave him even more failures for it to throw at him, and now he didn't even have the complete familiarity with the spell to guide him along. The parts that he knew well were easy enough, but the new parts were dangerously hard. Again and again he had to stop the spell as the Mark broke his concentration and threatened him with disaster. Each failure was written down, as well as what had caused it, things to avoid for next time. Then he'd go at it again. Hours passed, then even more. Training day 35, Force-a-Disc experimentation day II. He'd failed more than 50 times now, but he'd also made progress. Aspects of the spell array were starting to go more right than wrong. Its structure was becoming more familiar. Each failure had generated a potential outcome for success, and he recorded it and what to do differently. He just needed to keep trying. Training day 36, Force-a-Disc experimentation day III. Mental fatigue was setting in, but progress kept him pushing forward. The last 2 nights he dreamt continuously about Force-a-Discs and spell arrays and failures. There were a lot of them now, but he was getting closer. The magic circuit was starting to form. He was getting closer. Training day 37, Force-a-Disc experimentation day IV. The last words of the incantation left Alex's lips. The spell array completed in the midst of the fool's flood of failures. The magic circuit formed. Mana flowed. A crimson glow winked into being, but not from Alex's forceaball. A new spell hovered in front of him. It was flickering. It was unsteady. But his disbelieving eyes couldn't mistake it. It was a flat, glowing crimson disc, about as wide as a dinner plate. Alex was so elated he could have cried. Despite the mark of the fool and all of the barriers it had put in front of him, he at last had learned a second spell. He was on his way to becoming a proper wizard. Whether or not his new knowledge would help him in Balin's class, he'd know that in just a few short days. Something chimed from the top of the hill, carried to Teresa's ears by the late summer wind. The air was fresh and warm, but inside, she felt cold. Teresa, great-granddaughter of Twinblade Lu, was almost as scared as when that giant insect monster had come rising from the dark beneath the traveler's sanctum. Taking a deep breath, she glanced at her little map of Generosi's campus, looking at the spot on the green that Life 1075, Life Force Enforcement, I was supposed to be held, if the day turned out to be sunny before looking back up the hill. A single immense tree rose from the hilltop, and she could see a number of students already gathered there, with even more climbing the slope. Steadying herself, she wished she'd brought her great-grandfather's sword along. Its solid hilt would have given her something to anchor herself. She'd even left Brutus with Alex, who was back home, watching both her dog and his sister before his. Other students were gathered all over the hill. Some were standing and looking around like they didn't know what to do. Others had already sat down on blankets or cushions they'd brought to class with them, looking expectantly at the instructor. Professor Kabat-Zinn was seated cross-legged beneath the tree, and one look at her actually made Teresa gasp. She was old, something about her just seemed ancient. It wasn't just her appearance even, though her face was crisscrossed by wrinkles, and her hair was as white as a winter day after a snowstorm. It was something more. The way her breath seemed to be absent, the peace across her face. Between her and the healthy tree above, Teresa would have guessed that the woman was older. It didn't seem possible, but the last month had opened her eyes to all sorts of new possibilities. She thought back to when she was a young girl. During those first few times, she'd ventured beyond Ulrich's walls and the roads into the trees of Coil. It had been like the world exploded. Her whole life in town just seemed tiny compared to the endless sea of trees and green fields surrounding it. As a child, she had imagined that those trees and meadows had spread forever, and that she would never see another town again if she kept walking. Of course, she knew even then that wasn't true. Her mother and father had told her about other towns, cities, roads, and even the sea to the south across which her uncle lived. Over time, the world had shrunk as her family took her farther from Ulrich, and she had explored Coil. She quickly learned that that endless forest world had been really just a small patch of wildland in a country that had mostly been tamed. Stories of her great-grandfather's adventures had promised a larger world, a world she was now seeing with her own eyes, burning mountains. Portals to other realms she couldn't imagine, the sea, magic and monsters, and even moving benches. The world was a vast place, and she was learning not to assume too much about it too quickly. Here, where birds talked and benches walked, it was easy to believe that a woman could be older than a giant tree. Finding a patch of grass on the edge of the hill, she sat down cross-legged like some of the others, wishing she had brought a blanket. A young woman seated in front of her turned around when she did. She paled for a moment. Teresa's face was doing that thing again that tended to creep people out. She tried to soften it and gave the woman a nod of acknowledgement. She had similar features to hers and her family's, and she wondered if she too had Tarim Lung ancestry. She gave Teresa a little bow, and Thento her horror started speaking in Taramite, the language of her great-grandfather's country folk. Hello. She froze, trying desperately to remember what she knew of the language. Only her grandfather had spoken it regularly in the house. Yes, hello, she stammered back. Are you from Tarim Lung? No, I'm from Thameland, she said in common, then tried to add in Taramite, I don't speak Taramite good. The young woman smiled expectantly and then began talking very, very fast while Teresa tried to follow. She only caught the words day, good, Tarim Lung, and expect. Inside, she was screaming. Day good, she tried to say, The young woman continued to smile expectantly. Don't speak, she muttered, then added in common, Oh, Uldar, help me. Uldar, who is Uldar? The young woman asked. God Thameland. She strongly considered burrowing into the earth like a mole. Then a chime sounded, and the young woman smiled and turned toward the tree. She thanked Uldar, the traveler, Eku Dari, and any other deity that might have been listening. Professor Kabat-Zinn slowly opened her eyes and took a breath that seemed to last a lifetime. Good morning, class, and welcome to the first seminar of Life 1075, Life Enforcement. Her eyes scanned the students. All 40 of you have arrived. Good to see so much interest this year. It always warms the spirit when I see the young come for the teachings of my mother's homeland. Her eyes glanced to the school. In a few minutes, my teacher's assistants will bring the testing bowls and the medical supplies, and we can begin testing your affinity. Before we begin, though, can someone tell me what their understanding of life force enforcement is? A short young man with long brown hair quickly raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Olaf, the young man said brightly. Life enforcement is based off of Qigong, the art of cultivating one's life energy, which originated in Tarim Lung, which practitioners used to advance themselves and grow closer to becoming immortals and gods. That's why it's a form of divinity. The professor waited for a few long heartbeats, making sure he was finished before she answered. I can see you have some familiarity, Mr. Olaf. Unfortunately, you are only partially correct. She turned her attention back to the entire class. Mr. Olaf said that life force enforcement is based on life energy cultivation, which is true. It is also true that the art was created in Tarim Lung as a form of health promotion. Unfortunately, life energy cultivation is no path to immortality. If you have come here with thoughts of transcendence, godhood, immortality, and splitting the heavens with a tempered fist, then I am afraid you will be sorely disappointed. Teresa blinked in surprise. Was that what people thought cultivation was supposed to do? Was that what they believed? Life energy cultivation is the practice of empowering one's life force through a careful regime of breathing, energy circulation, meditation, and most importantly, building a connection to the natural world and taking in its energy to build your own. The result is a greatly invigorated body. In addition to granting greater life force to draw on for spellcasting, one will enjoy a healthy body, greatly enhanced strength, reflexes, and speed, an energy pool that can be used to reinforce compatible physical objects, and indeed an extended lifespan. But this does not mean living forever or splitting mountains in half or anything else that the imaginative writers and poets from Tarim Lung or elsewhere come up with. If you have dreams that indulge those fantasies, then I would suggest using the next 3 hours to go and select another course. Teresa thought about what the professor had suggested. It all sounded incredible to her. She had no real mana and little interest in all of the spell guides and formulas and complex this and that fascinated her best friend. But this course seemed to promise its own wonders. That was why she was confused when a full 5 students stood up, seemingly disappointed, including Oliphant, started back down the hill. Aren't you being a bit too greedy? Theresia wondered. Then again, most of the folk here were wizards. Maybe the things offered were too mundane for them. All right, to everyone still with us. The professor didn't give the retreating students a second glance. We will now begin a 10-minute guided meditation. I will ask you to remain silent the entire time. Focus on the sound of my voice and let other thoughts pass. They are distractions. Now please close your eyes. Teresa did as she was asked, opening her ears to the sound of the wind, the rustle of the tree branches, and their professor's calm, ancient voice. The old woman guided them through their own thoughts and away from distractions, bringing their focus onto their own breathing. The huntress found the exercise soothing, pleasant, and easy. She was used to walking through the woods, listening only to the sound of nature, and not saying a word for hours at a time. The 10 minutes passed quickly, and she was surprised to find several students fidgeting as the professor told them to open their eyes. To those of you that found this uncomfortable, might I suggest bowing out of this course for the semester. There will be some classes where we will be engaged in breathing meditation and life force circulation for an hour at a time and more. You will need to concentrate for all of it, so if you found these 10 minutes difficult, then I would suggest joining a meditation club, practicing the skill, and returning to this class next semester. Of course, the choice is up to you, but this is a dangerous art. Her eyes flashed. You will need to decide carefully. A few more students got up and filed down the hill. As they did, several higher-year students climbed the slope, carrying large bowls of liquid balanced on wide glowing discs that hovered at shoulder level. Ah, the testing bowls have arrived. The professor stood, almost like she was gliding to her feet. Please form a line in front of me. We are going to begin testing your affinity. The bowls are half filled with distilled water for pure conduction. You will place your hands in the water, and I will use my energy to examine your energy. Each of us has pathways in our body in which our life force flows. Think of it like a magic circuit, but it powers you instead of a spell. I will be using my energy to stimulate those pathways. You must be absolutely calm and clear during the process. If you have an affinity, your channels will begin to open, which will make you ready for the art of life force enforcement. If not, then unfortunately, you will not be able to partake in the course. Also, please keep calm during the process. For the first time, she frowned. Agitating your energy during the test could have dire consequences. The young woman from Tarim Lung looked at Teresa and gave her an encouraging smile before getting up. The students formed a line that extended down the hill, while the teacher's assistants set up the testing bowls. Professor Kabat-Zinn sat facing the front of the line with the first bowl in front of her. "Step forward," she said. She would ask each student's name and why they wished to learn the art. Then she would give them reassurance and ask them to place their hands in the bowl, then raise her hands over the water. She would let out a breath, close her eyes, and press her palms to the water's surface. Sometimes the water would remain still. To these students, she would lean in and say something quiet. They would rise, gather their things, and start back down the hill, with a dejected slump to their shoulders. At other times, the water would churn and splash onto the grass. She also whispered something to these students, who also gathered their things and took the long walk down the hill. With some, the water would remain still, and the professor would hold her hands on the water's surface for a long time. Then there would be a cracking sound. The professor would move her hands away and just say, "Into the bowl." The students would vomit black liquid into their bowl that smelled so awful that even from where she was, it made Teresa's eyes water. At first, she thought that something had gone wrong, but the professor only smiled at those students. "Congratulations," she said gently. "You've just expelled some of the impurities in your body as my energy opened your channels. Some of my energy will stay in you now to encourage your life force enforcement. Rest by the tree for now, and I will teach you how to circulate it." One by one, the line decreased, and Teresa's nerves doubled with each student that finished the test. Only about a quarter of the remaining students vomited black and took their place beneath the tree. For one student, things went badly. The young man screamed and fell back from the bowl, with every muscle tensed and every vein in his body standing out against his skin. His eyes had gone completely bloodshot and foam ran from his mouth. Bruises appeared rapidly as blotches formed on his skin. "Hold him down," the instructor shot up from beside the bowl and bent over the student. She placed her hands on his chest and pressed down once. His body flexed and then relaxed. She pressed 2 fingers against his wrist and sighed in relief. Life force reversal, but not bad. He'll recover quickly. She glanced to her teacher's assistants. "Take him to the infirmary." 2 of them flanked the young man and cast a spell, and he rose in the air between them. Carefully and quickly, they ran down the hill toward the main castle in unison. "And this is why I say to remain calm," the professor sighed. "If you do not have the affinity, the process will feel strange. If you do have it, there might be some discomfort. In either case, please remain calm. Too much turbulence in your mind and body can cause your energies to grow unbalanced. This is one of the results." As she said this, 2 more of the students suddenly stood, holding their mouths and running down the hill. At last, it was Teresa's turn. Trying to calm herself, she sat cross-legged in front of her bowl. It was only still water, but still water could hide dangers. "And what is your name?" the professor asked her gently. Teresa forced her gaze up to the instructor's eyes. "Teresa Liu. A pleasure to meet you, Teresa. Tell me, why do you want to learn life force enforcement?" The huntress took a deep breath. She had considered how to answer this question. There were many reasons. The mystery of the dungeon core promised dangers, and she wanted to prepare for those. The Hive Queen in the Traveler's Sanctum had left her feeling unprepared, and she wanted to correct that. Yet there were only 2 reasons that she wished to say here. "I want to protect my loved ones, and I want to follow my great-grandfather's path, to gain his strength and step into the world prepared for its dangers." Kabat-Zinn paused. "Your great-grandfather was a cultivator. What was he called?" "Twinblade Liu." The professor's eyes widened. "You are the Twinblade's descendant." "Yes. Then I think you should be fine, child. If you inherited even a grain of his talent, then you will have the affinity. Now place your hands in the water." Inhaling, Teresa did as she was told and closed her eyes. The water was cold against her hands. She thought of calming memories, painting the mural on the side of their common room wall, picnicking in the woods as she watched Brutus, still a puppy, then jumping around and snapping at the fall leaves. Playing with Selena just before her bedtime. The summer that Alex had baked her cookies. Her heartbeat slowed. The water shifted as the professor's hands touched it, and her energy coursed through the water. The life force conducted through the liquid and spread over Teresa's hands. She felt energy pour into her through her fingertips. Her breathing remained steady as she focused on letting the energy pass naturally. Pathways sprung to life in her body that she never felt before. For an instant, her life force touched her instructors. Something shifted. There was a burning, wrenching feeling as she felt those channels stretch with the new energy. The energy coursed through her until it pooled in the pit of her abdomen. Something sprang to life. Her body shuddered, more wrenching as liquid shifted within. Then her stomach was full. Nauseated, she leaned forward and spewed a line of black filth into the bowl. "Well done," the professor said. "Take your place by the tree and rest." Stumbling like she was sleepwalking, Teresa Liu collapsed beside the tree, panting hard. The professor's energy coursed through her, continuing to open her channels. She felt as weak as a half-drowned kitten, but beneath that, she felt good. Everything was a little sharper. Sound was fuller in her ears. Light was brighter. The taste of filth in her mouth, unfortunately, was a little stronger. As her head lolled to the side, her eyes fell on the young woman who had sat in front of her. She also panted against the tree, covered in a cold sweat. The young woman looked at her weakly and slowly gave her a thumbs up. Good job. Teresa's eyebrows rose. You speak the common tongue. The young woman teetered her hand. Don't speak common well. I am Zhao Shishi. And you, Teresa. Teresa Liu. Teresa. Congratulations. Yeah, Teresa sighed. Congratulations. A memory came back to her of the first time she had stood before Coil. She remembered very clearly the first step she had taken into the woods. Today felt the same. A first step into a wide forest, ready for exploration. In a way, she wished this forest would be like those she imagined as a little girl, endless. Do you think we are ready? Colic asked as the two young men walked toward the training grounds. Maybe, Alex shrugged. There's no way we're going to know that until we actually get where we're going and find out what sort of evil's been planned for us. True enough, Colic forced his eyes forward as the stadium loomed in front of them. I wish we knew more. Yes, so do I, man. So do I. Alex had woken up before dawn that morning feeling like he'd swallowed a bucket of snow and ice. His nerves raced, getting the better of him, and he'd asked himself a half-dozen times what madness had made him take such a dangerous sounding course. Each time he'd answered in the same way, learn to deal with the dangers now before they faced more serious ones later. It had been a quiet morning, helping his sister do some preparatory homework for her classes beginning in 2 weeks. The morning passed slowly, and he had kept looking at the door, waiting for Teresa to arrive and signal his time go. When she finally did, tired, stinking of something terrible, but about as happy as he'd ever seen her, fixed her something to eat, gathered his supplies, and stepped out the door. Colic had been waiting for him just outside the now very busy insula, and the two men had started their long walk toward Com 1000's meeting place. There was no running today. They both had a feeling they'd need their strength. Do you think we are ready? Colic asked again as they stepped into the stadium. Alex sighed. I hope so, Colic, I hope so. The stadium was empty except for a small gathering of students in the center, most of them tough-looking individuals, reminding Alex more of hard-bitten soldiers than wizard students. One was a hulking male minotaur and another was a Selachar woman. 2 others were beastmen that looked like Dobermans. All of them looked like they were used to battle. There were some exceptions, though. Some of the younger-looking ones had a naive excitement in their eyes. Some of the more well-dressed looked confident, but soft. He could see one student was wearing a green shirt with the Ursa Lupin Brotherhood symbol on it. What he didn't expect were familiar faces. Alex blinked when he saw the tall, raven-haired Isolde standing on the opposite side of the crowd, with her arms folded and her brow furrowed in concentration. Her mouth moved constantly, muttering something beneath her breath. On the other side stood surprising glithe familiar form of Derek. The young man looked nervous, but he was among the only students who had come equipped for battle. He wore a chainmail shirt that hung down to his knees and a longsword belted to his waist. He paced back and forth, glancing from time to time at Isolde across the crowd as some of the other students ignored him. Colic and Alex took up positions on the outer edge of the crowd. With a low cry, Nagia descended from the sky, landing beside her master and examining the students with her sharp eyes. There was no amusement coming from the familiar this morning, only fierce caution. Alex looked at Colic. Think this is all of us. He counted maybe 20 students out of the more than 1,000 that had arrived on campus a week before. Maybe, Colic said. A brave group nonetheless. Yeah, brave. Alex glanced over at Derek again. What was he doing here? What was Isolde doing here? Weren't they second years? And from what little he'd seen and heard of the red-haired young man, he didn't seem the type to be taking the most dangerous course on campus. Alex's eyes narrowed. A known cheater suddenly taking a course run by the Chancellor himself. He'd have to watch him. Then the air began to shimmer. The entire class went silent. Chancellor Balin stepped out of thin air as he had when he had made the announcement about the potion detonation. The towering gray-furred goatman scanned the gathered students, his eyes lingering on each one. Again, Alex couldn't help but feel that gaze was piercing right through him. He shifted his right shoulder away from the Chancellor. Balin's beard clasps jingled. That looks to be all of you. Welcome to Com 1000, the art of the wizard in combat. First, I'm going to tell you that I am proud of you. You have made a choice to start down an ancient path of wizardry, the first path of wizardry. He rose to his full height, and his eyes seemed to look not at them, but at something distant, something long past, before there was generosity. Before there were any schools of wizardry, there was only the spellcaster, the power they wielded, and the world trying to wrench that away from them. Magic was a tradition written not in ink, but in blood. Spells were transferred not in books, but on stone tablets, on the skins of monsters, or by the sacred word of master to student. These were barbaric times, and the lie we tell ourselves is that they ever ended. He gestured to the empty sky. Dragons in the frozen wastes, the Ravena in Thameland, Leviathans in the western sea and Zaratans in the east, the metal gods to the south, and the demon rulers of the realms beyond the sky and earth. These threats are ancient, and they have not disappeared into history like so many young and foolish wizards have. Alex gulped. There was a gravity to the old wizard's words that set the hairs on the back of his neck rising. The old man didn't speak of things like he'd read about them. He spoke of them like he'd seen them. The wizard plays with powers, great powers. The higher the wizard climbs in the spell tiers, the more danger the wizard opens themselves up to. Assassins, demons, greedy rivals, and more. One must defend oneself against all these threats, using all resources. Today you are starting down that ancient path that made the first wizards survive long enough to build the school you attend today. Now some might ask why we are beginning 2 weeks early. The answer is simple: today is a test. He waved a hand through the air, and an illusion shimmered into being above him. Alex recognized the wasted landscape of the Barrens of Cravernous, which Lucia had pointed out when they'd arrived in Generossi. Today we will be going into the Barrens, the Chancellor said. And we will measure how much you bring into this class. One must already have survival instinct and talent if one even hopes to take the first steps down this path. Today, I'll be randomly splitting you into groups if he mentally counted off the students. 4. He waved a hand at the illusion, which shifted until it pointed to a natural tower of stone rising from the blasted landscape. You will use all of your magical skill, your ingenuity, and your combat skill to reach the escarpment by the time class ends in 3 hours. If a group member, or if the group as a whole fails to reach it, then that individual or group will be required to visit the registrar's office and select another course. Another wave of his hand created a series of shimmering symbols in the air. I am marking you all with this spell. The symbols flashed, streaking forward like birds in flight, landing on the back of the students' hands and pressing themselves in like tattoos. I will monitor you through those. The area that we go to today is one of the safest in all the Barrens. The monsters there are some of the weakest, and those that are somewhat stronger can be avoided or even defeated with the correct application of power or wit. If you find yourself in danger or no longer wish to finish the test, call my name and say, "Release me." My spell will then summon you to my side. I will then transport you back to the university, where you will need to select another course. If you are gravely injured during the test, the spell will automatically summon you to my side, and I shall transport you to the infirmary. If this occurs, you will need to choose another course if you recover. A grim silence had fallen among the students. Balin looked at them solemnly. Do be aware that this course involves real dangers. I am with you as a safety net, but accidents have occurred. People have died during this course, though I have prevented many, many more from dying either during the course's run or after they complete it. Nonetheless, if the only reason you are taking this course is to impress the Chancellor, then I warn you, you should leave now. That is not the only way. Though the Chancellor did not look at any one student, Alex caught Derek startling at his words. Some of the other students shifted uncomfortably as well, but none left. Balin nodded. Very well, you are all adults. I trust you can make this decision with eyes open. Now, are there any questions? Isolde's hand immediately shot up. Chancellor. Call me Balin, I'm not one for formality. The tall woman seemed to wince. Can you tell us what kind of monsters we'll encounter during the test? Likely Moopkaras, some troops of them make their homes in the area. What are those? Alex whispered to Colic. I have no idea, the young man whispered back. SHH, a student near them hissed. And though they are not common in the area, bone drinkers have been known to hunt these grounds. Someone gasped. Alex did not like the sound of that. Are there any wild mana vents in the area? Isolde asked. No, you will be safe from that threat. My expectation for you today is not to destroy every threat you meet, Balin said. It is to test your judgment and basic ability to adapt. Evaluate your obstacles. Cross difficult ground at speed using magic and wit. Defeat what you should. Avoid what you can. The challenge today is not easy, but not impossible. If you cannot overcome this, then there are other courses at the university that I might recommend before trying your hand at Comb 1000 again. This course is rigorous. Its learning curve is steep. Finding that you are not ready today is better than discovering it 3 months from now when the challenges are far more perilous. Any other questions? Someone raised their hand. Sir, couldn't you teach us some things before we go into the test? Balin nodded. I could. I could teach you the geography of the area. I could teach you the exact hunting grounds of the bloodthirsty creatures there and how to defeat them in the easiest way. I could teach you spells. I could teach you weapon craft. I could teach you the anatomy of your enemies. And at the end of it all, you would easily be able to destroy these enemies and reach the tower like you were just having a quick walk across campus. We could do this all semester, and you would be able to survive the Barrens of Cravernous quite well. And then you would graduate and encounter a situation you had no preparation for, and you would likely die. At best. He gave them all a grave look. Today tests your ability to adapt with what you have. It is the basic requirement to take this course safely. After, we can grow your knowledge and give you more resources to use. Remember, if you are not ready, there is no shame in admitting that, and using my spell to escape harm, knowing your limits is also the mark of a proper wizard. The Chancellor's goat-like eyes scanned the students, but no one raised their hand. I shall see you all on the other side. Be safe. With that, he waved his hand forward and the air shimmered between his fingers. That shimmering spread out in front of him like he was throwing a net over the class. Alex and Colic nodded to each other. See you on the other side if we are lucky. Colic gave a nervous smile. You too, Alex said. Balin's teleportation magic washed over them. Then the stadium was empty. Balin's spell was different from the traveler's magic. When he had passed through the Saint of Ulrich's portal, Alex had seen scenes of many places. It had seemed like he was speeding through different realms and worlds with every blink, but with this spell, he only saw swirls of light. A rushing feeling filled his gut, and the magic felt somehow familiar. With a pop, suddenly he stood alone in the barrens of Cavernous. Blasted rock crunched beneath his feet as his weight settled on the ground, and a strong, hot wind whirled dust into his face. He began to cough, shielding his eyes as he looked toward the sun through the churning dust. It was hot here, a lot hotter than it had been at the university. The mana in the air was so thick that it felt like he was wading through a magical pea soup. The ambient mana seemed to vibrate with its own energy. Near to him was a large rise of rock, and beyond that, a slope that led down to a canyon. In the distance rose the escarpment that served as the goal of their test. Alex, Colic's voice asked behind him. Colic, he turned around, thankful to see his friend. Two other figures appeared. Colic was closest, with Nadia perched on the leather gauntlet on his arm. She had tucked her head beneath her wing, shielding herself from the dust. Behind them were the last two members of their group. The first was the massive minotaur that he had noticed standing with the class of foot, or more taller than Alexno, shielded his eyes with a thick arm holding an iron mace. Standing near him was the coughing form of a tall young woman. Isolde, we have to get out of the dust, Colic coughed. Quick, behind that rock. The powerful young man, covering his eyes, leaned into the dust storm and strode toward the rise with the others following him with their eyes half shut. Coughing and sputtering, the four students reached the stone and pressed against it. Holy shit, this is a hell of a test. Alex coughed, wiping dust from his hair and face. Well, we were warned. Colic grimaced as Nadia shook herself, ruffling her feathers. It was not a windy day at the school, so I hope this is just a short gust. But for now, dampen whatever cloth you have and tie it around your nose and mouth. The wind is howling like a desert sandstorm. Try not to talk for now. It will just bring more dust into your chest. The other three students quickly took their cloaks from their packs to tie around their faces. Alex was glad he'd packed his as he moistened a corner with his waterskin and wrapped it around his face and head. The wind couldn't have blown for more than a few minutes, but it felt like hours while they waited pressed against the rise of rock as the dust hissed against it. Eventually, the wind lessened, beginning to grow quiet, and the dust began to settle. Soon, the four students were able to remove the cloaks from their face or snout in the case of the minotaur as the dusty air settled. Well, that was terrible, Alex said, wiping his hair. Anyone having regrets yet? Maybe they still have openings in Summoning Fairies and Unicorn's Eye. That wasn't a real class, but it would have been amazing if it were. Colic's lips crooked up a bit, but the other two didn't laugh. If we're going to be working together as a team, then we should learn about each other and our capabilities before we start our journey, Isolde said, rising to her full height and shaking off her cloak. I am Isolde von Anma, and I am in my second year. A pleasure to meet you all. She nodded to them but did not smile. Her eyes were already flicking toward their destination, as though she were trying to measure time and distance between them and the escarpment. Colic, I am in my first year, and this is Nadia. Colic wiped the dust out of his familiar's feathers. Alex, first year, first class, first time in a horrible dust storm. Lots of firsts. Alex conjured his forceball by the side of his head and peered around the rock rise. The dry earth was flat as far as he could see, with the occasional stone rise breaking up from the ground and canyon cutting through the stone. The stone rises almost looked like crooked, branchless trees made of sun-baked rock. Thundar, first year, the Minotaur's voice rumbled. His ears flicked off the excess dust. Isolde paused. All first years. A note of disappointment lay in her voice. You're all brave. Most students who try this course wait until at least their second year. Perhaps we are brave, or perhaps we are just fools. Colic said, then paused, looking at Alex, who was trying to control his laughter. What is so funny? It's a bit mad, isn't it? That we're actually here in a horrible wasteland. Ah well, we're already here, so we may as well see what we're made of. So have any of you had experience in a fight before? He raised his own hand quickly. I have. As soon as he'd heard that disappointed note in Isolde's voice, he knew he'd likely be considered nothing more than deadweight. Once she and Thundar heard, the only spells he knew were Forceball and Forcedisk. Better to control how and what information came out before they started asking a bunch of questions and making a bunch of assumptions. I have been in combat as well, Colic confirmed. I've brawled among my generation and undergone rites of passage in my clan. Thundar clapped his mace in his hand. Alex eyed the brutal-looking thing. Its head was bigger than his Forceball, and its flanges ended in vicious-looking points. Thundar's arms were as big as Colic's thighs. One swing from that weapon looked like it could cave in half of Alex's body. And Thundar was going to be a wizard. He looked like he should have been pulling silent spiders in half with his bare hands. Still, best not to judge, Alex thought. He himself was trying to be a wizard after all, and he had a magic mark that actively tried to make sure he could never cast a spell. So who was he to question anyone else being there? I have not seen real battle, though. The Minotaur finished, looking to Isolde. What about you? I have partaken in a number of wizard duels but have never engaged in a fight with monsters. Isolde grimaced. I took the first year of battle magic and learned lightning spells from ELEC 1400. Now I can cast up to third-tier spells. Her tone was quick and serious. I know a body-strengthening spell and an illusory duplicate spell, Thundar said. Both are first tier. I can cast second-tier spells, Colic quickly said. And Nagia, my familiar, can scout, attack, and serve as an origin point for my spells. I've killed monsters before, Alex said, partly to let them know of his competence and partly to reassure himself. I think we've got a good group here. Brains, magic, brawn, experience. We're bringing different things to the table. As long as we bring cooperation too, we'll have just about everything the Chancellor wants. We can do this. He emphasized the word cooperation and saw the others nod in agreement. Good. The last thing they needed was an argument over who would be leader. So what's our plan? Alex continued, pointing to the canyon. That big canyon is between us and where we need to gawk and any of you fly. Like those floating discs at the school. Nagia can. Isolde shook her head. Flight is a third-tier spell, but I haven't learned it. Colic eyed the canyon. I am serious, Alex. I will send up Nagia to survey what's around us. That could help us find a path. I cannot imagine the Chancellor would place us somewhere where we cannot even try to pass the test. He thrust his gauntleted arm into the air and sent Nagia flapping into the cloudless sky. She will circle for a time, then tell me if there is any path ahead and if there are any threats nearby. They waited, watching Nagia soar as her massive wings caught a hot air current which sent her high into the blue sky. As they watched, Alex noticed more specks in the distance, tiny wisps of cloud shooting up into the sky. Further in the distance, he noticed a bat-winged shape fly up as well. Are those going to be problems? He pointed to them. Isolde peered toward where his finger indicated. Nothos are summoned air elementals and the last looks like a summoned greater imp. Other parties must also be scouting by way off. Look at that. A pair of figure-shaped had risen into the air and floated toward the escarpment. They crossed the sky at speed for about 30 seconds, then paused and flew back to where they had taken off from. Flight magic, Isolde said. But it looks like they're not able to go all the way before their mana runs out. Not good. What is it? Thundar asked. Unless they were scouting, they played their hand too early. They probably thought they could cross the distance to the escarpment before their mana ran out, then realized just how far it was. Now they are weakened and have to go back to whatever teammates they left behind. And that's a bad position to be in. That'll cost them trust, Colic said. An unwise strategy. Isolde's eyes narrowed. Trust doesn't matter to many at Generosity. Sometimes it's all about who can get ahead the quickest no matter what method they use. Alex had a feeling he knew who she was referring to. A cry signaled Nagia's return, and she landed on top of the stone rise. She met Colic's eyes, and something silently passed between her and her master. Good news and bad news. Colic turned to the rest of them and pointed along the canyon. There's a path down to the canyon floor ahead and another that leads up into the other side farther down. We can cross, but the bad news is that she saw tracks at the bottom of the canyon. Something moves through there a lot. She thinks it is small, though. Mupkaras, Isolde said. Little monsters covered in fur who walk upright like us. About 3 feet tall. They are smart enough to use rocks as weapons, but they haven't learned the use of fire. Dangerous. Thundar's grip tightened on his mace. Yes, Isolde said. Monsters in the Barrens are aggressive, especially if there's a lot of them. Mupkaras are no exception, but 4 wizards of Generosity should be able to deal with them. And Escapathy have got short legs. They're not that fast, but they have excellent endurance. We'll likely only have a problem if they're in a very large troop. How large can those groups be? Most of the time, between 40 to 50, but hunting groups are smaller, only about 3 to 10 or so, according to Maslow's Hierarchy of Monsters, Volume I. 10 would be trouble, but 3 to 5 we can handle, Colic said. He looked to Ragia, who flew off the rock rise. She will scout ahead of us and tell me if the canyon is safe. We should get going. The dust has settled and we don't have all the time in the world, Thundar said. Alex eyed the canyon, looking at the rough walls. Just a second. He willed the forciball up and slammed it full force into the stone rise they were standing beside. Crack. Stone cracked from the impact, and a few more blows dislodged large chunks of rock which landed heavily on the other side. Good, it looked like the stones in the Barrens weren't unbreakable, and his powered-up forciball could shatter them if they were hit enough or just right. What are you doing? Isolde frowned, testing how stable the rock is. He centered his pack on his back. Shall we? The group moved from the rock rise and began making their way toward the edge of the canyon. Nagia fluttered ahead of them, diving toward the canyon and swooping along its length. Alex peered over the side of the canyon wall. He was glad he wasn't afraid of heights. It was a long drop, at least 100 feet, maybe more. He eyed the canyon's sides. The stone looked like limestone, the same as the rock, rice-layered and flaking, while the floor of the canyon was covered in dust, 2 resources for him to use. More rock rises seemed to grow out of the canyon floor like miniature trees, and many of them didn't look stable. Isolde was muttering beneath her breath nearby, and now he heard what she was repeating, facts about the barons as well as spell formulae. Her back was straight and her arms stiff. Her eyes darted around constantly. "You okay?" he asked. Yes, I am," she said stiffly. "I should be asking you that, being your senior," he shrugged. "Today we're all on the same ship, the same rapidly sinking ship." Again, not a laugh. Ah well, at least he thought he was funny, and humor was helping to keep him calm. "I'd prefer if the ship were sound," Colic said. "I'd like not to be on a ship at all," Thundar added. Isolde paused. "I'd at least take a sky gondola. That would make this entire test elementary." Alex snorted. "We should have brought one if it'd work outside the city." He glanced up ahead and saw a pathway leading down into the canyon. There, that was step 1 done. Easy enough so far. Thundar stopped, his nostrils flaring. "Wait," he sniffed the air. "I smell blood and rot, coming from close by." Thundar slowly crept forward, and they followed cautiously as he led them away from the canyon. The Minotaur sniffed the air while pointing his snout down toward the earth. Alex kept his forceable close and had unslung a staff. It was just a broomstick with its head off. He was taking no chances with the mark's interference from the top of his pack. He held it in first guard and was ready to drop into second at any moment. Both movements were feeling quite natural to him now. Colic had drawn a short sword from a sheath at his side and had called Nagia to circle low overhead, ready to swoop down on any attackers that might suddenly appear. He had one hand raised, prepared to direct a spell. Isolde was silent. One of her hands was raised to cast spells while the other held a needle-pointed stiletto knife. From the comfortable way she gripped it, it looked like she'd been trained in its use. Soon, a foul smell hit them. Alex couldn't recognize the smell of blood like Thundar could, but there was a familiarness to the bad odor. It reminded him of when McHarris had left out ground meat for his pies for too long. Thundar stopped, tilting his head so that one eye looked at a dust pile in front of him. It was so low that Alex hadn't noticed it in the distance. Smells coming from this pile. They scraped the dust away and drew back from what they uncovered. The corpse of some kind of animal was covered in dust, half buried in a hole in the dry, blasted earth. Its flesh had been mostly stripped away, leaving sun-bleached bones connected to rotting tissue. It might have been some kind of big, two-legged lizard. Its face looked similar to the frostdrake from the bestiarium, but the head was thinner, hornless, and had less teeth. It was also a lot smaller than the frostdrake, maybe the size of an average dog. Definitely a lot smaller than Brutus, but then most dogs were. This has been here a while. Colic held his nostrils shut. It's hard to know how it died, but it doesn't look like it died well. Alex followed Colic's eyes and noticed that several of the bones had been broken open. Rocks the size of fists were lying nearby, covered in the dark stain of dried blood. The bulk of the flesh around its head and long neck had been stripped off, cleanly. Though there appeared to be tooth marks on the bones, it looked like the meat had been peeled. It reminded Alex of how Teresa had shown him how to clean a rabbit by peeling the flesh and skin from the bones, like pulling off a pair of pants. This kill looked a lot messier and more gruesome. "It looks like a vent drinker," Isolde said. "A what?" Alex and Thundar asked at the same time. "A vent drinker. It's one of the few creatures that can process ambient mana in the air well enough to survive absorbing it from wild mana vents directly. They don't need anything more than mana and some water to survive. They're peaceful creatures. It's too bad they can't live outside of the barrens. Even the city doesn't have enough mana in the air for them to survive for long. It seems this one had trouble surviving even in the barrens." Thundar knelt down beside the corpse and eyed the broken bones. More meat left. Either whatever got this is on a diet, or they left it behind to come back to later. Mupkaras, I think. Isolde held her nose. Maslow said their hunting parties will bury a kill if they plan to return to a region later. She pursed her lips. I wanted to save mana, but I think we might need some protection. If you gather around me, I can cast lesser force armor on all of us. It will blunt attacks and protect us from blows to the head. I have enough mana for it to last roughly 5 hours, which will be more than enough time for us to complete the test. From Ulrich and its peaceful nature, to having 2 spells cast on him in the space of what felt like minutes. Alex's life kept changing more and more. Isolde spread her hands, reminding him of a sorceress that might lock a princess in a tower in one of his favorite childhood books, and spoke an incantation with her palms raised. Alex felt mana pour through a magic circuit that surrounded him, which weaved a latticework of white force magic over his head, chest, trunk, and groin. As the magic solidified, the glowing force disappeared, leaving only a slight distortion in the light to hint that it was there. In curiosity, he reached down and prodded at the distortion. It was solid, harder than his forceable. He blinked. "It's invisible." Yes, Isolde tested the point of her stiletto against the invisible armor over her. Some spells from the School of Force are just an invisible magical force. Not all of them glow. He glanced at his forceable. An invisible version might be useful. Through his experiments, he'd figured out what part of the spell array was responsible for how much light the spell shed. If he could tweak that, it might cause the spell to basically disappear. His eyes narrowed in thought. The Hive Queen couldn't have struck his forceable down if she couldn't see it. Something to work on later. Isolde nodded. It takes a fair portion of mana, though, so my casting endurance will suffer down the line. Well, that's why we're here, Alex said, tapping his forceable with his staff. We'll pull our weight as you get tired. He looked back down to the dead animal's corpse. He wished Teresa was with them for a lot of reasons. For one, from her experience, she might have had a better idea of what a buried kill meant in terms of where the burying predators might have gone. He had a vague memory of her talking about bears burying their kills. He focused on the mark, concentrating on predators' habits and avoiding predators. An array of memories arose of little snippets of conversation with Teresa or other hunters on what to do if you found bear droppings or a kill left behind. Unfortunately, nothing specific and helpful came up. All of the advice just amounted to, leave their territory quickly. He nodded. Leaving this place was definitely on the urgent to-do list. He thought of using his forceable to smash the bones and splatter the meat. That would kick up the smell in the air and maybe send these Mupkaras looking to see what happened to their food, instead of directly following the tracks the four of them were leaving in the dust. Glancing back, he took the forceable and tried wiping away their path, but that left long, curved-edged trenches behind. He considered pressing the forceable close to the ground and spinning it to spray dust over the path behind them, but that wouldn't mask their smell. He looked at the corpse. It really didn't make sense to try anything that might make things worse. The last thing they needed was for him to draw the monsters closer because of the smell, and then have them ignore their kill and come after their trail. We should keep moving. Colic squinted up at the sun. 3 hours to complete our task means we will likely not be able to stop for rest. In this heat, that will be difficult enough. So now that we have seen where the smell is coming from and have protected ourselves, we should move. I'll take up the front, Thundar offered. I can smell most things coming from up ahead, and I have no magic that strikes from range. I shall hold the rear, Colic said. You and I in the center, then. Isolde nodded to Alex. Like the filling in a juicy pie for hungry monsters, he said. A pause. Why are you like this? Colic asked. I've been asking myself the same question for years. The group fell back into silence as they made their way back to the canyon. Sunlight shone hard onto the barrens, making the air shimmer in the distance, and by the time they reached it, Alex was starting to sweat. He took a long drink from his water skin and shook it, still nearly full. The path down into the canyon was narrow and covered in dust. The group slowed, carefully watching their footing, and Thundar stretched out his arms for balance. Loose rocks crumbled away from the path beneath the Minotaur's hooves, causing them to freeze. Thankfully, nothing gave way. Cautiously, they kept moving and finally reached the bottom, sighing with relief. Thundar's nostrils flared. There's a musk in the air from a beast I've never smelled before. It's old. Hopefully that means it's long gone. Alex used the mark to scan the ground in case there were any hidden tracks. Unfortunately, a few passes of his eyes didn't yield any information. Dust storm had likely covered any trails. Colic, how far ahead did Nagia see those tracks? Some distance ahead. His gaze followed his familiar's flight path over the canyon. There, do you see where she stops and flutters? That is where the tracks are. The path up to the other side of the canyon is further ahead. Then we'd better keep moving. They continued through the heat with boots, shoes, and hooves scraping through the dust. Their footsteps echoed from the canyon walls, and their eyes scanned the path ahead and the stone to the sides. They circled the rocky formations rising from the canyon floor, making sure nothing was hiding around them. As the silence grew broken only by the odd, low gust of wind and their own footfall stench began to rise in Alex, he glanced down at the symbol on his hand for reassurance. If things became too rough, he could always leave. That was what the safety net was for, but leaving now wouldn't help him get experience for further dangers when it came to delving into magic or the mystery of the Ravena. And one day there would be no safety net. Smells getting stronger, Thundar sniffed the air. Newer too, but whatever it was wasn't just here. Nagia has not seen anything, but the tracks are close. Passing another stone rise, they saw footprints ahead. They were small, maybe the size of young children's, but were human-shaped except for the toes, which were long like fingers. From the points in front of the tracks, they ended in claws like a bear's or wild cat's. More blood and rot, Thundar said, his nostrils flaring. Another buried kill is close. Then this is part of their hunting grounds too. Look there. Isolde pointed at a dark stain splattered on the canyon wall to their left. Beneath it, broken bones lay, half buried by the dust. I read that Mupkaras will chase prey like vent drinkers across the barrens. They surround them with numbers and herd them toward the edge of a canyon wall. Then the prey falls to the ground and the Mupkaras go down and feast. Well, I guess we're safer being at the bottom of the canyon, Alex said, unless they start throwing rocks from up above. At least since we're already down here, they can't hurt us to fall to the bottom. A light wind blew toward them, not strong enough to kick up much dust. Thundar went into a sneezing fit. You okay? Alex asked. Yeah, fine, he trailed off, sniffing the wind. New smell. The beast's smell from before, but a lot newer, close too. The group froze, looking toward the ramp that led up the other canyon wall. It was maybe 100 to 200 yards ahead. How new is new? Alex asked. Very new. Isolde stiffened. Could creatures be hiding somewhere ahead? It's better if we find out now than when they are close, Colic said. Alex's mind began to work. Where could they be? There was one of those little natural stone rises in front of them, but there were no more ahead, only the dust-covered, flat canyon floor. No cover to hide behind. Then Alex remembered the silent spiders. The workers had hidden beneath the hallway floor. These, Mupkara, things buried their prey. They were diggers. His eyes narrowed. I think I'll use my forceable to see if anything's hiding over there. Good idea. I can check in my own way, too. Colic raised a hand and pressed his fingers together. Ready, I'll guard the front, Thundar said, squaring his shoulders. Isolde watched them, then moved to the side toward the closest stone tower for cover. As soon as they were tucked behind the stones, Alex willed his forceable over the dust ahead. Colic watched carefully, with fingers ready to snap. Then Alex willed the ball to spin. Then he willed it down, bang. It struck the earth. Colic snapped his fingers. Crack. Sound burst ahead like an explosion going off. Screeching filled the air. Monsters burst up from beneath the dust. More than a dozen. Each was about 3 feet tall with short, stubby limbs. Gray fur covered their bodies and round faces, but their hands and feet were bare. Their fingers and toes ended in long, vicious-looking claws. They had enormous, coal-black eyes protruding from their heads, and their noses were small and black like a canine's. Massive, bat-like ears rose from their heads, and their little paws clutched them from the pain of Colic's sound clap. They were cute. They almost looked like little upright fluffy shepherd dogs from Ulrich. Look at their big, brown eyes, Alex thought. How could then they open their mouths? And he screamed. Their jaws unfolded, spreading wide apart for wider than it seemed physically possible. He'd seen garden snakes unhinge their jaws to swallow a fat mouse. These creatures' jaws reminded him of that, but much, much worse. Teeth unfolded from all sides of their mouths, hundreds of hooked, sharp fangs that jutted from the insides of their cheeks, the roofs of their mouths, their gums just teeth everywhere. They had no tongues in the back of their unnaturally wide mouths big enough to swallow someone up to the shoulders pulsated, making hideous sucking sounds. Alex was suddenly reminded of Mr. Lou sucking meat off chicken bones. Oh shit, he screamed. He commanded the spinning forceable to shoot forward. The spinning forceable shot over the ground, plowing through the dust and kicking clouds of grit into the air. Alex guided the spell to shoot in front of each little monster, spraying the dust into their open mouths, eyes and large ears as he whirled it along the ground in between them. The mark didn't react to the indirect effect, much like how it didn't react to the statue's eye beams chasing his forceable and striking the spiders in the cave of the traveler. Creatures began coughing and sputtering at the spray in their faces. The young wizards didn't waste a moment. Isolde spat an incantation. Crackle. Blue bolts of lightning danced between 2 of her raised fingers. She shot her hand forward, pointing toward the little monsters as they coughed and hacked on dust. There was another crackle like snapping branches. Then lightning shot forward. 2 thin rays of crackling electricity magic fired from her fingertips, hitting 2 of the little creatures in their chests. They stiffened, shuddering as her power surged through them, conducting into the ground. With raspy, gurgling sounds, they dropped in limp heaps with their monstrous jaws twitching. The others screeched as their companions fell and stumbled forward, picking up large rocks that they'd hidden. Alex shot his forceable in front of them, keeping it skidding and spinning along the ground, whipping more dust into their faces. Colic spat another incantation. Sharp rocks were conjured in front of his hand and fired like crossbow bolts deep into the chests and frightful mouths of the monsters. As they dropped, a sharp cry signaled Nagia entering the battle. She shot down on Wuntelin's extended hand with weight and speed, drove it off its feet. Her razor-sharp beak finished it. Almost half of the creatures went down in seconds. Those still alive screeched louder, throwing their rocks at the wizards, but then dropping to all fours and sprinting toward the canyon wall. They moved surprisingly fast considering how stubby their legs were, and reached the wall as the wizards burst from cover. They were waiting in ambush. Colic shouted, "We shouldn't let them get away." Isolde raised fingers. They might go for help if their troop hasn't already heard them. Alex's eyes narrowed. The creatures were running away, but that didn't mean they were really giving up the fight. He thought back to the silent spiders, how they hid, scurried, and ambushed their prey. These Mupkaras had just tried to ambush them. Letting them escape now to try again later would be foolish, and probably a good way to get killed. Don't waste your spells, I've got this. Thundar rushed toward the monsters with his giant mace ready. The Minotaur's long strides saw him easily catch them, and with a single swing, one dropped to the ground. The others had made it to the bottom of the canyon wall and had started climbing the rock face. Their sharp claws bit into the stone. "I've got him," Alex yelled, eyeing the cliff face above. He called his forceful up and began smashing it into the cliff face high above the fleeing creatures' heads. Searching the stones for cracked areas and protrusions on the rock rise above, he aimed at them, cleaving the forceable into each at different angles. With a few precise blows, the rocks cracked, sending pebbles and larger stones raining down on the climbers. The Mupkaras screeched as several of them were hammered by falling rock. One lost its grip and dropped to the canyon floor where Thundar was waiting. Then another fell, then another. The last few clung to the cliff, but Nagia dove at them, striking them from behind with her talons extended. Each time her claws connected, they screamed, letting go of the wall and plunging toward the canyon floor. Thundar's mace swung, finishing each one as they dropped howling and snarling to the ground. When the last one was dispatched, he rose to his full height and wiped his mace. When he turned, he was spattered in red. Done was all he said. I thought you never saw battle before. Alex stared at him. Thundar shrugged. Not true battle, but our brawls among the clan era vigorous. Alex looked down at the smashed monsters, noting to himself to never, ever piss him off. I am glad we did not walk into that unawares. Colic stepped to one of the little creature's bodies and knelt down beside it. The fangs in its mouth still twitched slightly. If they had surprised us with a successful stone attack, we would have been unbalanced, and had they then jumped us with their numbers, things could have been grim. We could have survived with our skills and Isolde's armor spell in place. Most of us, at least. Thundar's hooves scuffed over the dust as he approached, but there would have been wounded, which would slow us, or maybe the wounded would have had to drop out calling on the Chancellor's spell. It is good we found them before they could attack us, Isolde agreed. And I am well pleased with what each of us brings. That battle was solved with 2 spells, a bird and a mace. We are still left with plenty of mana resources. She looked to Alex. Your forciball is incredibly versatile. I've never seen one that can crack stone and move so quickly. I had a lot of time to practice with it. Alex shrugged. If I had a choice, I'd kinda like to shoot freaking lightning from my fingers. Isolde's face softened a little. ELEC 1400 is not an easy course, but it's fun if you can get through the initial unit on the history of electrical magic and the unit on conduction. Did you pick it? No, Alex said, maybe later. Colic glanced to the sun. Let's hope their troop was not close enough to hear their cries. Either way, we should be moving. The 4 wizards took a final look at the fallen monsters, then began climbing the ramp up to the other side. The sun's heat grew stronger as they reached the top of the canyon. Boom, they abruptly stopped, gaping at the horizon. Light flashed in the distance, followed by a roar, and a massive fireball soared into the air, followed by clouds of smoke and dust. Moments later, a crack like stone tearing and more dust shot up from the ground elsewhere in the distance. Looks like the other groups ran into their own troubles. Colic sent Nagia into the sky, letting her lead and scout again. Let's go, we have a long way yet. The group pushed on through the wastelands, wrapping their cloaks around their heads for protection from the sun. There was no wind to blow dust into their faces at the moment, but an unexpected gust could stir it up and sweep away visibility. The cloaks would protect them against both the blazing sun and dust. As they continued toward the escarpment, the sun rose further into the sky, closing in on noon. The heat continued to climb. Alex and Isolde were sweating profusely, and Thundar was starting to pant. Colic was more used to the heat, but even his broad shoulders had started to sag. Alex took long sips from his waterskin as they trekked through the plain. On the horizon, another flash of light would suddenly appear from time to time, marking signs of more battle. They watched their surroundings carefully, tensed for another ambush, but none came. For a long time they were alone in the wastes, left only to the searing heat that had cracked the dry earth and the thick mana in the air. Nagia circled above, watching for threats. Soon she wasn't alone in the sky. Massive birds with black feathers began soaring above the plains. Many circled the canyon to their backs, just above the spot where they had killed the Mupkaras. Others flew over areas ahead of where the battle had taken place. Their wingspan appeared to be about as wide as Nagia's, but they were thinner, at least from what Alex could see. Big crows, he said. Vultures, Colic corrected him. They are birds that feed on the dead. Well, I guess we left them a lot of food back there, Alex said. HRM. Thundar watched the vultures behind them. If the Mupkara's troop is around and looking for their hunting party, they might go check why vultures are flying over where their hunting party was, if they're smart enough. The students quickened their pace. As they continued through the wastes, they saw other signs of life. Large insects burrowed from the earth to bask in the heat as the sun approached midday. Fist-sized beetles shook the dust from their shells, then unfolded green, leaf-like wings. Some flew from the earth, making a loud droning noise, and swooped to the top of rocky rises dotting the plain. There, they would look around and splay their wings wide to take in the sunlight. Despite the heat, Alex shuddered, remembering insectal eyes watching them in the traveler's cave. He pushed the memory of silent spiders from his mind. They're just bugs, he told himself. They're just bugs, aren't they? He pointed to the large insects. Know anything about those, Isolde? She nodded. Green wings, they take their energy from the sun. They're harmless unless you eat them. What happens if you eat them? Thundar asked. It's a strong poison. Especially to those with a lot of mana in their bodhis, that trait helps keep them safe from predation in the barrens. Oh, Alex was glad eating bugs, or anything else they found out here, wasn't part of the test. He took another long sip of water, mentally cursing the sun. Even the hottest summer days in Ulrich felt like a cool fall breeze compared to the merciless beating the sun was giving them here. The heat was sapping his strength, all of their strengths. His feet were hot and felt like weights were tied to them. Isolde's straight-backed stride was starting to droop forward, and Kolek's shoulders continued to sag. Thundar's panting filled the air. Alex was glad he'd trained for endurance over the past month. If he hadn't, he doubted he could have made it this far. He looked up to the escarpment. It was getting closer at least. Hold on. Kolek stopped them. He squinted up as Nagia flew down to land on his gauntlet. Nagia has seen something. He and his familiar locked eyes for a moment, and information passed between them. Kolek quickly looked back over his shoulder. Oh damn everything, he swore. The Mupkara troop pursues us. The group whirled around, squinting at the horizon. In the distance, through shimmering waves of heat, something moved. It was far enough away that they couldn't make it out clearly. How many? Alex asked. Nagia says many more than we killed. Many more. And we're on open ground, Thundar said. They've got short legs, we should keep moving. Keep ahead of them. No need for a fight if we can avoid it, especially against a lot of them and in this heat. Alex looked up to the escarpment. It seemed deceptively, tauntingly close. They pushed on through the sun, with each of them looking back over their shoulders to look for signs of movement. Thundar sniffed. New scents ahead, more of them, and something else, something strange. Cautiously, they removed the capes from their faces and moved forward, with hands raised for spellcasting. They were tensed, ready for an ambush. But they didn't encounter living Mupkaras. They encountered corpses. On a patch of earth that had been torn up, half a dozen lay scattered on the plains ahead. Each of them was half collapsed, like waterskins that had been punctured. Their flesh sagged, giving them a strange, soft, deformed look. Because they were so fuzzy, it took Alex a bit to figure out what was wrong. Their claws were missing. Their bones were gone from each one of them. Their faces looked like someone had half-flattened clay dolls and left them in the rain to melt. Their features were sunken in and their limbs were crooked and displaced. They looked like shriveled sacks of flesh that were drying in the sun. Large puncture wounds pierced each of them, some to the chest, some to their arms, and some to the backs of their heads. Uldar's beard, Alex swore. What the hell happened to them? He remembered one of the monsters that Balin had warned them about. Oh shit, did one of those bone drinker things the Chancellor mentioned do this? Paling, Isolde looked down at the bodies, then quickly scanned the horizon. Still empty. Yes, they have sharp tails that they use to bore into their prey, then they release a substance that liquefies the skeleton. The skin and flesh is left behind, but the bones and marrow become like a thick soup for them to drink their fill of. She looked up to the horizon apprehensively. From the way these Mupkara's bodies are punctured and how they look deflated, I think we can say that there was a bone drinker here. Kolek grimaced, looking at the ground. Damn it, the dust storm must have blown away any tracks. Can you smell where it might have gone, friend Thundar? The Minotaur sniffed. That way. He pointed south, away from the escarpment. The scent is old, though. It might be anywhere. Kolek frowned, lifting up the hand that had been spell-marked by Balin. Remember all, there is no shame if we need to retreat. Alex looked at him sharply. From the way Kolek had said that, he wondered if he meant that for himself too, or if he just meant it for them. After all, he was the one who had persevered in his journey to Generossi with only Nagia after the rest of his entourage couldn't continue. You're right, Alex said, his mind working. But we're getting close, though. We should be able to get there before anything gets us, I hope. Yeah, if we keep moving, Thundar said. They pushed onward again, scanning every direction. They glanced back toward their pursuers far in the distance. They scanned the horizon for any sign of bone-drinking monsters. The wind blew toward their backs, giving them an extra push forward, luckily. Only a light spray of dust kicked up, not enough to hinder their progress. The wind made their journey easier, but it also turned out to be a curse. With it blowing at their backs, Thundar couldn't smell what was ahead. They continued scanning the horizon for threats, but the dust obscured a lot of the terrain. They never saw the second ambush until they'd walked right into it. Dust exploded from the ground. Mupkaras emerged from the earth around them, screeching, with rocks raised above their heads. There were only 8 this time, but now they had the element of surprise. They threw the stones with full force and surprising skill. Oof, Alex groaned as one struck him in the chest and another cracked off his forehead. The lesser force armor absorbed much of the impact, but the weight of the blows were enough to send him stumbling backward and drive a hot burst of pain through his body. The little creatures were surprisingly strong for their size. Stones struck the others, glancing off their force armor or clipping Kolek's leather gauntlet. Thundar grunted as one struck him in his powerful thigh, but his tough hide and muscle made the impact little more than annoying. Then the beasts rushed at them, swarming and dodging past Kolek and Thundar to head for Isolde and Alex, the weakest-looking members of the group. Isolde stumbled back in surprise, but Thundar recovered quickly, spitting out a short incantation. His form shimmered, and he suddenly split into a twin of himself. He and his image quickly went to Isolde, and he swung out with his mace, warding off some of the attackers. The Mupakaras skidded to a halt in front of both massive weapons, trying to dart between them. Some stayed focused on Isolde and Thundar. The others went for Alex, their jaws opening and splitting, ready to grab him and tear at his flesh. He quickly dropped into second stance and shot his forceball down in front of the closest one. Bang! The creature ran into it, falling backward in a heap. The others swarmed forward as Alex backed away, sweeping the air in front of him with his broomstick. His heart pounded as wet sounds bubbled from their throats, while scores of pointy teeth twitched and throbbed as they advanced. He called his forciball, dropping it in front of their faces and weaving it rapidly in circles and figure eights around them. The air whooshed around like a swarm of bees. He danced the forciball between them, guiding it close enough to make it look like he was aiming for their faces. They skidded to a halt, dodging out of the way of the spell. "I have them," Colic shouted. Nagia shrieked out a battle cry. She swooped over the line of monsters, with her master's spell shimmering beneath her. Sharp rocks rained down in a line behind her, bombing and striking the creatures through their fur. They howled and stumbled back. Now Alex swept his forciball forward in front of them, spinning grit into their large eyes and mouths. Wounded and now half-blind, they screeched and scampered back. Alex's eyes looked for anything he could use against them, anything indirect. But there were no mop buckets of water, no fire gems in the eyes of goddesses, or rocks to rain down on them. All he had was dust and flat earth. Think, adapt. Gritting his teeth, he swept the forciball back and forth in front of them, slowly moving it closer, driving them backward on their heels. Suddenly, their screeching intensified. Colic's sharpened stones were vanishing from their wounds, and blood began to pour over their fur as the deep cuts opened. Panicked from their injuries and fear of the forciball, they were forced into full retreat, leaving behind long trails of red on the dust. Boom! Isolde raised her hands. Sparks danced across her palms and burst into flame blasts that reached out in a cone, sweeping the air 15 feet in front of her. The scent of burning filled the air as some of the monster's fur caught fire. One of her attackers leaped around the flames and tried to duck toward her, but a swing from the closest Thundar's mace stopped it in its tracks. It froze in surprise as the Minotaur's mace passed into the ground where it had just stood, disappearing like a rock dropping into water. That Thundar had been the illusion. The real one swung while it was distracted. Splat. The last of the attacking Mukaras was a crushed mess beneath his mace. Alex watched the others running away. They were bleeding badly. Teresa had told him about animals she'd hunted bleeding from her broad-headed arrows. These creatures would not get far with that amount of blood loss. The second Thundar shimmered out of existence, and the four wizards panted in the heat. Despite catching them by surprise, their attackers lay dead, dying, or would be dead soon enough. "Anyone hurt?" Colic asked. "Fine," Thundar grunted, "just my pride." Alex wiped the sweat from his brow. "Just doing my part for the herd," Thundar said. "Your distraction helped us," Colic said. "If you had just started to attack one of them, then the rest would have swarmed you. Keeping them away was good thinking." "Why, yeah," Alex said. "I'm just glad we all got out of that in one piece." "Though my mana reserves are dented," Colic said. "Mine too," said Isolde. She shrugged. "We're a good group so far. That's all there is to it." They pushed on through the dust, squinting their eyes against the sun. Noon was approaching. They still had time, but the test's end was getting closer. It seemed like they'd been walking for days. The sun was high now, and the air seemed to burn. Earlier, Alex would have sworn the barrens couldn't get any hotter, but the heat had seemed to double with each passing moment. Nagia had taken breaks from soaring above by flying down and perching on Alex's forciball. He was glad he'd gotten it to the point where it could carry heavier weights. The group's steps had slowed as the sun continued to sap their strength, and the movement on the horizon behind had grown more distinct as time went on. The Mukaras were gaining on them, persistent little demons. Alex glanced back over his shoulder. He was sure he was imagining it, but he thought he could already hear their angry screeches carrying on the wind. They have a lot of endurance. Isolde poured sweat, and her raven hair was plastered to her shirt. Theron prayed down for miles. "We can't slow down," Thundar panted. The Minotaur wizard's breathing sounded as loud as the wind from earlier. His mace hung loosely in a loop on his belt. "If anything, we've got to speed up." Colic poured water over his plates and face. It dripped from his beard. "We are close, but Nagia says there is some kind of change in the terrain ahead. With hope, it will not slow us down. Wish one of us knew ice or water spells," Alex groaned. "At least we're not one of those people that showed up wearing some kind of armor." He thought of Derek and noticed Isolde's jaw harden. "If someone did, then they had better have taken it off," she said. "That metal will be as hot as the smithy it was made in by now." "Don't I know it?" Thundar groaned, looking painfully down to the metal mace by his side. Even with all that shaggy fur covering him, the weapon must have been hot and burning his leg. Alex couldn't help but feel for him. "We're almost there," he said, trying to keep his voice cheery. "Just a little more of a walk and we'll be there. We've got plenty of water left, or at least I do, and I'm willing to share. I swear I don't have pox or anything." He laughed at his own bad joke, and was surprised to hear all three of his companions chuckle weakly too. The heat must have been getting to them, just a little longer. "As long as we don't run into anything else." They pushed harder, trying to open distance between them and their pursuers, all while keeping their eyes on the goal ahead. The heat had seeped into Alex to the very bone. Viewed if anything, that just spurred him harder. He'd done well so far in this test, and he'd already learned more about how to use his forciball in new ways just by wielding it in true combat. The class was already proving to have value. Besides, after coming so far and training so hard for it, he couldn't help but have a little pride at the thought that he'd succeed. Alex Roth, the fool of the heroes of Thameland, was close to passing a test of ability given by Generosi's own chancellor. Proving himself here would strengthen his own confidence, open new opportunities, and help convince anyone who might suspect him of being the fool that he likely wasn't. The challenge was tough, but less dangerous than he'd feared. He glanced ahead, peering into the horizon through the shimmering air, and took another long sip from his water skin. All he had to do was keep putting one foot in front of the other. The ground ahead had broken. At a point close to the base of the escarpment, the terrain shifted from flat, dust-covered wasteland to cracked and broken rock that was crisscrossed by narrow canyons and crevices. "Oh shit," he groaned, and the others groaned with him. Some of the rocks were angled and would need to be maneuvered past slowly and carefully. Others had wide gaps between them that needed to be jumped. To make things worse, anything could be hiding in those crevices, waiting to attack as they jumped over them. A lot of their party's strength had already been drained. Alex glanced back over his shoulder. He was starting to be able to make out their pursuers as they were getting closer. Their forms were becoming more apparent. "This is going to be tough," Isolde said, eyeing a section of the ground that was angled up like a dagger sticking out of the earth. "Yeah, and we're going to lose time, and those little demons'll get closer." Alex jerked his thumb over his shoulder. Colic examined the crevices, then looked to Thundar. "How much strength do you have left, my friend?" Thundar grunted. "More than I'd hoped, less than I'd like." "Okay." Colic stood in front of the first crevice, watching Nagia circle above the plane. "We are almost there. If you and I can help Alex and Isolde in making some of the jumps, then we should be able to cross quicker and with no issue." "Colic, if you try to bridle carry me over the canyons," Alex looked at him. "I would never." Colic grinned. "Now Thundar might." The Minotaur grunted at Isolde and Alex. "You're both getting thrown." Nagia landed on a stone ahead as they began crossing the crevices. When the gaps were narrow, the entire group easily stepped over or made the short jumps needed to get from one massive stone to the next. As the gaps widened, the athletic Colic would make the running jump to the other side, and then wait. Isolde would go next, starting a jog with Thundar behind her with his arms braced under her armpit sand. Then she'd jump with the Minotaur's massive arms helping to propel her forward across the gap. Colic would catch her on the other side. Alex felt a little pathetic, needing to be half-tossed across the gaps like a sack of potatoes, but he consoled himself with the fact that he'd only really been training for a month now. None of the training had involved jumping something he would correct soon. That is, if he survived this place. For now, he'd swallow his pride since missing one of the jumps and plunging 50 feet down one of those crevices was something he'd rather avoid. Nagia circled around them, eyeing each crevice for any sign of mupkaras or anything else hiding here. As they closed on the escarpment, their spirits began to rise, but so did their tension. Now they could hear their determined pursuers' cries and shrieks in the distance, and they were growing louder. The mupkaras could climb well, while they needed to pause at the crevices to cross safely. "Oof," Alex groaned as he half-jumped, half-landed after being thrown into Colic. "Isolde, what tier is a flight spell again?" She grunted. "Third. First thing I'm learning when I hit third tier is a flight spell. I swear to the traveler." He paused. "Oh hell, look at them." He pointed up to the south. Two figures were flying over the landscaped students that had tried it before. They were at speed, though only about half as fast as Nagia kept looking back over their shoulders. They must have waited until they were close enough to make the whole journey with their mana. Thundar grunted in disapproval. Left the rest of the group behind. Colic's eyes narrowed. From their body language, they look scared, don't they? Nagia, the eagle, swooped to the south, passing the flying wizards. She halted, fluttering in the air, then quickly swooped down and gave a loud cry. Her master swore in his mother tongue. "We have to move. There's only one of their group left, and they are being chased." Isolde looked at him sharply. "More mupkaras." Colic's face turned grim. She said it was much larger. Thatit was white and had many spikes. The young woman paled. "It's the bone drinker. Hurry, we have to reach the escarpment." The group pushed as hard as they could, trying to scramble over broken rocks and ground. Dust scattered. Stones and pebbles shifted. The heat blazed mercilessly, and their goal seemed to not get any closer. The barrens were starting to come alive with sound. The flying students who had abandoned their companions had reached the top of the escarpment and disappeared out of view. Now that they were getting closer, Alex could see a narrow circular flight of steps cut into the side of the escarpment leading up to the top. He swore. He'd hoped that reaching the foot of the escarpment would mean the test was over, but since there was no sign of the Chancellor, he realized their ordeal wasn't over. It did make more sense for Balin to be on top of the escarpment using his magic to observe them during the test. Nagia has checked the escarpment. She says that the horned one is at the top. Colic called as he scrambled to the next crevice over a massive stone. "The Chancellor waits up there." Hope had entered his voice. The noises around them continued to build. Explosions sounded from the other side of the escarpment. More battle. Shouts were coming from the south, mixed with some sort of hideous clicking, like rheumatic bones rolling against each other. Meanwhile, behind them, the mupkaras continued to gain. Alex glanced over his shoulder. He could see them clearly now, and there were a lot of them. 50, perhaps more. They loped along on all fours like a pack of feral dogs, crying and shrieking to each other. Alex remembered how easily their claws had sunk into the rock, allowing them to scale the canyon wall. If they reached the broken area, they would quickly overtake them. Thundar grunted. Damn it, I was saving this for a big fight. An incantation flew from his lips. Silver-gray mana materialized around him, emerging from his mana pool and seeping into his physical form. For an instant, he was outlined in his mana before it completely vanished. His muscles tensed and swelled, and his fur bristled. Hang on to me. He reached out and grabbed Alex and Isolde, tucking each beneath an arm feet first. The smell wasn't pleasant, but Alex had no time to dwell on that. Thundar's hooves slammed against the stone as he jumped effortlessly from the edge and over the nearby crevice, despite carrying two fully grown humans. This won't last forever, he grunted to Colic. Keep up. Yes, Colic cheered. Alex hung on to Thundar and kept his eyes on the troop approaching the crevices. As Thundar and Colic jumped from stone to stone, Alex and Isolde bounced against the Minotaur's sides. Alex kept his mouth shut to avoid biting his own tongue. More screeching and battle noises echoed from all around, sounding like the other groups had dragged a horde of enraged Mupkaras with them. Soon, only a handful of crevices lay between them and their goal. Then a human-sounding scream rang out from the south. It seemed to last forever before abruptly disappearing and reappearing at the top of the escarpment. An instant later, it disappeared again. The Bone Drinker's prey must have been teleported to Balin and then to Generasi. I can see other students now, and a lot of Mupkaras, Thundar shouted. Alex craned his neck but couldn't see much around the Minotaur's bulk. He exchanged a look with Isolde, who appeared more tense than a cat around Brutus. She was muttering beneath her breath again. He glanced up, noticing their little pursuers reaching the edge of the broken rock area. They streamed over the stones, climbing through the crevices like ants swarming a fallen piece of meat. Shit, guys, they're getting close. So are we, Thundar grunted. They landed hard after one last jump, and he set Alex and Isolde down. They'd finally reached the bottom of the escarpment. Now only the stairs lay between them and their goal. Snorting, the Minotaur glanced to the south. We'd better keep moving. Alex followed his gaze and gasped. Approaching them at frightening speed, the Bone Drinker crawled over the crevices. It was huge, at least as big as a carry agent twisted. Its body was massive and ill-shapen, like a giant shelled creature that was deformed. Spikes and calcified protrusions rose from its back and limbs. Its head was crowned in misshapen horns. A long tail that looked like vertebrae swung behind it, capped by a needle the size of a longsword. The creature was humanoid in shape, but it crawled, moving with the same sinuous movements as a lizard. From what Alex could see of its head, its massive crowned skull was also humanoid, with endless rows of fangs and bony protrusions sticking from its cheeks. Its mouth gaped open, glistening with slimy white, pulsating flesh. Its eyes sat on a pair of long tentacles like the eye stalks of a snail. Bone shifted and shimmered along its form as it moved, and more protrusions appeared on its back. Oh hell no, Alex shouted. Run, holy shit, run. They didn't need to be told twice, and everyone sprinted for the narrow staircase on the side of the escarpment. They climbed, running as fast as they could over the rough, rocky stairs. The steps were ancient, but stable. As they rounded the side, they looked down and saw other students, a group of three running from a troop of Mupkaras toward the stairs. The Selichar woman and the two Doberman-like beastmen scrambled over the stones, firing behind them with bolts of blue and green light that tore rock apart or blasted Mupkaras in their chests. The Selichar student shimmered as though she were coated in armor made of liquid and shadow, and when she cast spells at their pursuers, blasts of water emerged which froze on impact. Ice coated some of the Mupkaras and the ground beneath their feet, sending them slipping and falling into the crevices. Another exhausted-looking group of students appeared, tearing across the landscape. Nothing pursued the foursome. Behind, they had left a trail of blackened craters and the twitching bodies of burnt monsters. Get back, one of the group of four shouted. Roaring an incantation, fire danced around his hands, and then a glowing orange orb shot toward the back of the Mupkaras, chasing the other three students. Boom! Half the pursuing troop was swallowed by fire, reducing them to burning corpses in instants. The rest of the group shrieked and scattered. I'm out of mana, the fireball slinger shouted, exchanging nods with the other group of students as they came together, and all seven raced up the stairs. The troop of Mupkaras that had followed Alex's group started to swarm toward the escarpment, then froze, pulling back as they saw the Bone Drinker. They didn't flee, but stayed back, watching from a distance. The students were a quarter way up the escarpment when the massive Bone Drinker reached the bottom of the rise. It was too large for the steps, so it paused and let out a gurgle from deep within its chest like it was choking on liquid, then flexed its clawed hands. It slammed the claws into the stone, biting deep into the rock, and started climbing up the escarpment walls after the fleeing students. Run, Alex shouted. It's coming. It climbed at a frightening rate, much faster than the running wizards scaling the ridge. Back, beast, another of the group of four shouted. He screamed another incantation and launched a glowing orange ball down. The The bone drinker gurgled again, withdrawing its slimy tentacles into its eye sockets and slamming its bony face into the stone for protection. Only its bone carapace was exposed when the fireball went off. Boom! The spell tore along the side of the rocky elevation, bathing the creature in flame magic. There was a hiss and whine as its flesh heated in its bony covering, and it let out a scream that was like the hiss of steam escaping a pot lid. The monster raised its head and gurgled at them. Some of its bones were blackened, but it started to climb again undeterred. The fireball wizards raced up the stairs, but the bone drinker pulled itself up even faster. One student was falling behind, winded by the sprint. The bone drinker's tentacles flailed wildly, and it surged toward him. Its tail whipped back, then lashed out. CRNCH, ag. Alex knew he'd never forget those sounds until the day he died. The student wailed, falling backward, impaled through the arm as the bone drinker's tail held steady. The young man's arm began to collapse as his bone liquefied. His scream intensified. Then he shimmered and was gone. The creature paused, then bolted up the wall after the other students. Its carapace shifted, and another protrusion formed on its back. It had absorbed the bone of the injured wizard. Alex's stomach churned. Damn it, Colic swore. We won't be able to outrun it. Isolde glared down at the creature. She trembled, but her eyes were set and dangerous. Get back from me. She raised her hands and began to chant an incantation. Lightning shot between her fingers, then creeped down her hands and arms. Thunder rumbled as she shot her hands down. Bang! With a crack, a lightning bolt flew from between her arms. The electricity magic crackled as it struck the bone drinker as it again pressed its head into the wall in blue, and white light flashed over the stone. The creature groaned, stiffening, then fell. It hit the stone with a colossal impact, snapping many of the protrusions on its back. It lay still, and for a moment Alex's heart jumped. The other students caught up with his group, and he grinned, happy to see them. You see that? He laughed. One boiled bone drinker courtesy of our resident thunderstorm, Isolde von Anmut, wary oh shit. With a gurgle, the bone drinker rolled off its back and climbed back to its hands and feet, shaking itself like a wet dog. Do you, he glanced at Isolde. You got another one of those in you. Not without drawing on my life force, not a spell that grand. I can cast one of the lesser electricity bolts, but then I'll be done. She gritted her teeth. Infernal creature. Alex grimaced, watching the monster shake itself. It definitely wasn't unharmed. It wasn't dead or badly wounded, but it definitely wasn't unharmed. Hey, he glanced at the other students on the steps. That fall did not do that thing any favors, but it's gonna keep coming. If we can get higher and drive it off the wall again, it might not get back up. Good idea. Plan as we run. Colic shouted, and the other students tore up the stairs after him. Alex kept glancing down to the bone drinker as its tentacles emerged from its eye sockets. He watched them turn and twist in the air, then focus on the fleeing students above. So that was how it saw. He called his forceable close to him. They climbed as fast as they could, making it halfway up the escarpment before Thundar glanced down. It's getting closer, he warned. Alex whirled. I'll distract it. When it's distracted, everyone do whatever you can to get it off the wall. Can you really divert its attention without getting killed? The Selachar woman asked from her armor of sea water. You should have seen him do his tricks with the Mupkaras. Thundar said. I'll open up the road, Alex said. All of you just have to run it. As the creature closed on them, he shot his forceable down. The glowing crimson orb shot between the bone drinker's eye tentacles. They twitched. The monster hesitated. He shot the forceable back at it, skimming around its tentacles to the right. Then he swung it back around, swinging to the left. The monster paused, unsure about this new threat. That's when Alex started to get complex. As he'd done in training, he shot the forceable all around the creature's eyes, making it swirl in figure eights, zigzags, and other confusing patterns. The bone drinker gurgled as its tentacles tried to follow the object that kept threatening to smash into them. Crunch! It tore a claw away from the wall and swung at the forceable with surprising speed. If his spell had been at the same level as when he and Teresa had fought the Hive Queen, then the bone drinker could have easily crushed it. Now, though, he danced the orb rapidly around the creature. Then the others acted. With a screech, Nagia dived at the bone drinker's left eye tentacle. Distracted, it wasn't able to react in time. Re-eep, her talons tore away the bulbous eye at the end of the tentacle. As she swooped past the second, Colic's magic shimmered around her, launching sharp rocks that drove into the creature's other eye tentacle, wounding it. It gurgled in agony, slamming its head into the wall to protect the soft eyeball. Bolts of magic slammed into its bony hide, but it was too tough to crack. It will not drop, Colic snapped. With a roar, Thundar pulled back his mace and threw it down toward the creature's head. It wasn't the most masterful throw in the history of battle, but the monster was large and not moving. It made for the perfect target. Crack. The mace's flanges smashed into the skull, cracking it. The bone drinker wrenched its face away from the rock-faced gurgling half-blind end, rushed along the wall toward them. They screamed. The Selachar wizard shot a bolt of water into the creature's open mouth as it clung to the rock. The bolt froze solid. Isolde aimed her twinned rays of electricity into the ice. It conducted through the frozen water and into the creature's soft flesh. It stiffened and shuddered, its teeth clenching so hard they cracked. Then Alex moved his spell, slowly, slow enough not to trigger the mark. As the electricity passed, the monster opened its mouth. Remembering the first silent spider they'd fought outside Coil Forest, he guided his spell gently into the creature's mouth. Then he sent it rampaging. The mark threw every failure in combat at him, but he let them come, confident that he couldn't miss with his forceball solidly in the creature's maw. He slammed it into the soft, wounded flesh, battering it further. The monster swiped at its mouth and lost balance. Its claws ripped away from the rock. Gurgling, it plummeted toward the escarpment. Crash. It slammed into the stones. Bone exploded and flesh burst. The creature screeched and writhed, convulsing in the dirt. Then the Mupkaras attacked. They charged the now helpless predator and spread their monstrous jaws. Leaping into its cracked shell, they began sucking the soft flesh into their toothy mouths. The bone drinker writhed as more swarmed over it like ants on a fallen fly. They clawed at the soft, nourishing body parts until the massive monster finally shuddered and went still. Spellbound, the students looked down in silence at victory. They all drew a breath. Yee! Colic shouted, raising his fists like the victor in an arena challenge. He roared something in his mother tongue. Yee! Thundar raised his head and roared, punching the air. Isolde smiled. The canine beastman howled. Ekudari be praised. The Selichar wizard cried. Pride filled Alex's chest, and he mouthed off at the defeated bone drinker. That's what you get, that's what you get. On the ancient stairs overlooking the barrens of Cravernous, the students of the University of Generosity roared out their victory like gladiators from a lost age. Are you finished with your celebration? Balin asked. His tone amused as Spantinthy climbed up the rest of the way to meet him. The Chancellor was seated on a large boulder, and the two students who had flown to the top of the escarpment were sitting nearby. They didn't meet their classmates' eyes. Balin rose from his seat, his beard clasped swaying in the hot breeze. Congratulations, you have passed the first test of the art of the wizard in combat. Where 20 of you started, now there are 12. An admirable performance. He took a deep breath. I must say, I am pleased, but there are things for you to learn. Have a seat, we'll debrief on the test and talk about what you can learn from your experiences today. Balin waved a hand over the flat top of the escarpment. Stone benches with curved backs shimmered into being atop the stone. The students looked at each other and silently poured their tired bodies into the seats, some stretching over the backs of the benches. Now that they'd made it through the test and could finally savor a moment of calm, Alex realized that Derek wasn't there. He wondered what had happened to him. He eyed the bench skeptically before dropping down between Colic and Isolde. Despite her fatigue, the raven-haired young woman was sitting upright, posture perfect. To their immediate right, Thundar reclined on a bench which he had all to himself. The four of them gave each other tired, victorious smiles. Alex swore that he wouldn't just bake a pie for Colic, Teresa, and Selena. He decided that he was going to feed his entire team so well that they wouldn't be able to move for days. The Chancellor began. First of all, you are all here because you defeated the dangers that were before you. Well done. Balin nodded, but the nature by which you achieved this varied. I believe that just as on a written test, it is important not only to see that you passed, but also to examine what you did well and what you did poorly. It is only through these examinations that we improve. It is only through improvement that we survive greater threats. Alex found himself nodding at the words. First, let us get the painful parts out of the way. I find it better to deal with life's difficulties early in the day and then consider its positives after. He looked to the two students who flew to the top of the escarpment, Minervis and Rain. Why, yes, Chancellor. One of them jumped in their seat. Balin's lip twitched. You were the first to reach the escarpment, and that is to be commended. You showed quick thinking in using your flight spells to arrive at the end goal without danger to yourselves. What do you think of your performance? We got here safely and used our resources to do so. One said nervously. We did well. You performed adequately, Balin corrected him. Your first attempt to fly to the goal did not take into account your immature mana pools. You are only second-year students, and flight is a taxing spell. It was obvious you would not be able to make the journey from the beginning. Yet, out of instinct and without proper consideration for your current abilities, you made a decision to try, only to discover partway into your first attempt that you could not succeed, and then you were forced to return to your group. Not surprisingly, this destroyed any trust you might have built with them. Silence followed. I observed all of you throughout the test using the spell I laid upon you. Minervis, Rain. Your group was then forced to make its way through the barrens with the added burden of keeping an eye on one another as potential internal threats, while also watching the surroundings for external threats. With your attention split, your group could not defend against the first Mupkara ambush you encountered and lost one of your number. Then, when you came upon the Bone Drinker, you did not have the resources to face it. You too took to flight, leaving your last remaining member to deal with it alone. This allowed you to escape, and I am not one to argue about the morality of leaving companions behind. Some find it deplorable. Some find it a tool of survival. It is up to you which of these beliefs you choose to follow, but from a practical standpoint, a proper wizard must ensure that any resources abandoned can no longer be useful to you. Otherwise, you will be wasting resources in the long run, so in return for guaranteeing your own safety, you have now very likely made enemies. And the last thing a wizard needs is more enemies. Further, you will now have to go through the rest of the semester with a class that knows you abandoned your companions. Think on how this might affect your future performance or group work. Rain and Minervis fell into an uncomfortable silence as their classmates' gazes lingered on them, and Balin turned to the group of fireball wielders. Rhea, Malcolm, Shiny, Balin said. Your entire group consists of second years who have all passed the first year of battle magic. You are trained for combat. Many of you also have skills in the weapon arts, and you use these skills to overcome the threats you encountered through a direct approach. If we were grading you on confirmed kills, you would definitely score the highest. How would you say you did? The three battle mages looked to each other, then leaned together, whispering for a moment. Finally, they nodded and one spoke up. We relied too much on our mana, our experience in magic. We faced every threat head-on, using the magic we were trained in. In the end, we were all almost out of mana when we got to the escarpment. That's why one of our members failed. Balin gave a gruff sound of approval. That is my assessment as well. You made excellent use of your magic, but once your mana ran low, you became as helpless as any other ordinary mortal. Had you made use of less powerful spells earlier in the trial, had you made use of the weapon arts or even simply avoided threats, then you would have had plenty of mana in reserve for the final leg of the journey. Remember, wizards must use all resources, for mana is limited. We will go over more of this in time. He turned to the next group, Karamius, Angelar, Nua Oj. He addressed the canine beastfolk and the Selichar wizard, 2 first years and 2 second years with various skills. You performed well in using a combination of stealth, superior senses of smell, hearing, and tactical movement to avoid most threats. This left with you plenty of energy for the final rigors of your journey. You lost one of your number in an ambush, though you tried to protect each other. How did you perform? One of the canine folk growled. We tried to protect the last member of our group, but he panicked during the second ambush and we couldn't save him. A fine assessment, Balin nodded. You were able to save as many as you could, but the last was unable to master their own fear. Despite him being the most powerful in terms of magic of your group, he was the first to fall. In future, focus on expanding your range of magic. At times, only power can solve a situation. The skill is to determine when. Still, you performed very well. I expect great things from you. He paused. You will have already noticed that one group did not make the escarpment. I shall not reveal the mistakes of those not present, which leads me to the final group. He looked to Alex's group, and all of them rose slightly on the seats. P. Balin paused. Colic, Isolde, Alex, and Thundar. 1 second year and 3 first years. You showed cooperation from the very beginning and used a multi-pronged strategy: spellcraft, falconry, melee combat, and distraction. Oh wait, before I forget. He made a clutching gesture. The Chancellor smiled. Think nothing of it. Now where was I? Ah yes. You used a varied strategy to overcome the threats you faced and minimized them as much as possible. Colic, your use of your familiar for scouting helped the party avoid most trouble. Isolde, your knowledge as a second year gave the team the knowledge they needed to react properly. Thundar, your physical prowess and bravery in addition to your spellcraft helped protect more vulnerable members of your team. Alex tends to. Your use of a first-tier utility spell practiced in Manhwaedit, a tool of distraction, was able to help the rest of your team react to situations and put your enemies down. To the team, what do you think of your performance? The team looked at each other. Isolde spoke up first. We performed well. We defeated less enemies than other teams, but we were the second group to arrive at the tower. We took no injuries and defeated or drove off any enemy we came across. Well said, Balin nodded. I must particularly commend Alex. Though he did not defeat any enemy himself, he used a simple spell resource most wizards in the height of their power would disregard to turn the tide of each fight you came into. That is the art of the wizard in combat, to turn all resources into ways to achieve victory. My only critique for this team is that the second ambush you faced might have been avoided with more thorough attention to your surroundings. But then again, perhaps not, considering the level of experience of most of you. Well done. He rose from the boulder. You all will be welcomed into class as the term begins. Remember, from next week on, if any of your entourage would be interested in auditing this course, please invite them, as a wizard must learn to make use of all members of a group, regardless of their varied tactical strengths. Next time we will continue to break down how today went for each of you, and then we shall continue with a lecture on general tactics. The week after will be another practical class. Go home and rest, you deserve it. Balin paused. I would say that I hope each of your deities bless you, but such a thing would not be appropriate for me to say. Come, let us return. If any of you have any questions, I shall wait for a time after class. The world shimmered back into focus around them, and they reappeared in the stadium. The class of Comb 1000 was exhausted, but their spirits were high. Balin stood at their center, watching the group slowly come together for a time and then go their separate ways. Before his group could say a word, Alex turned to them while the other groups were reorienting themselves from the teleportation spell. "So, who likes pie?" Alex grinned. "I'll be baking up a storm for my sister and friends this weekend. And if none of you are busy, it'd be great if you all came by. We have a place at the Southern Insula. I'll be making meat pie, chicken pie, and apple custard pie for dessert. Seriously, we were awesome today. You should come over." Free pie? Thundar cocked his head. "Sounds like a great deal to me. It's good to celebrate with the group after a victory. That's great. And you Isolde, come on, you've got to come." The second year shifted. "Well, I suppose it would be rude to refuse such an invitation, and I do enjoy apple cake." Her eyes bore into him for a moment. "Very well, I shall attend." "Awesome," he grinned. "This'll be great. You're all gonna love it, I swear." He'd been cooking since they had got to Generasioff, and on and he'd been using the mark each time. This would be the first time he'd have a chance to really push himself in the kitchen since he'd left Thameland. "You promise much," Alex Colic said as Nagia fluttered to his arm. "I cannot wait to try your cooking. Today is a day to be celebrated." Alex agreed and said goodbye to Colic, Thundar, and Isolde before turning to leave the stadium. Then he paused, looking at the Chancellor. Others had asked him the questions they'd needed to, and the old wizard looked to be readying to depart. One of his final comments had stayed with Alex, the one about the gods. Balin seemed like a potentially valuable resource for later when he began looking into the mysteries of Thameland, but for now, he felt it would be premature to ask those sorts of questions. Anything that might be related to him, the Ravena, Thameland, or the Fool could wait until trust was built if it was built at all. But there was one question he could ask no one that he had been curious about for weeks. He approached the Chancellor. Balin." The Chancellor looked down at him with those ancient, soul-piercing eyes. "Yes, Alex, good job today, by the way." Balin looked at Alex for a long moment, almost seeming to become a statue like an ancient gargoyle perched on one of the school's buildings. "Do you follow Uldar, Alex?" Yes," Alex said, though the traveler once again came to his mind. She'd done a lot more for him even passively than Uldar had lately. "Are you devout in your worship?" Alex paused. Not as much as others." "Then I will speak candidly, since you asked." Balin looked at the sky, and for a moment a dark rage crossed his face with such intensity that Alex took a step back. "I have lived a long time," he continued, and his voice sounded as old as the earth, "and have seen many things. Over time, I have come to certain conclusions. 1. He paused. "Is that deities are parasites?" Alex gasped, less at the words and more at the sheer amount of venom in them. "They are no more than overgrown mana vampires that suck faith and spirit." As Balin spoke, each word seemed to echo from an impossible age. "Most sit on their thrones watching the world, its triumphs and troubles from a distance. Some sleep and do nothing, and others just take, only visiting cruelty upon their followers. They are mighty, but how does that make them different from a sufficiently practiced user of magic, or a ruler of spirits or demons, or even a mortal tyrant? Yet they claim rulership over the soul. It sits poorly with me. It was my decision to set the policy that bans priests from campus. Wizards are to master the strands of the cosmic tapestry, even as a warrior masters a blade, or a painter their brush. There is no need to muddy up life's journey with beings that take, and then only give back irresponsibly." His lips tightened. "They hand lumps of power to their priests like a father handing a child a sharpened sword. Some are good, but they still claim lordship over a universe that could continue spinning long after they have all died." He glanced at Alex. "Cultivation is an example where mortals can access the power known as divinity without the need of deities. They are simply gatekeepers to a power that can be open to all." Alex swallowed. I see." The Chancellor smiled. Hear me prattle on. Pay no heed to my words and go have yourself a rest. You've got enough to worry about in the upcoming semester." With that, the old wizard gave him a final nod, shimmered, and stepped back into the air, vanishing from the stadium. He left behind a young man who had gained an answer, and many more questions. At last he had all the components needed for his greatest masterpiece yet. Grinning like an evil warlord in an old legend, Alex Roth gloated over the fruits of his labor. From outside this place of incredible heat, he heard groans of misery. Students had dragged themselves from their beds at midday, most worse for wear from partying the night before. Wine bottles filled the tables, benches, and ground of the courtyard, where a muttering groundskeeper was cleaning up. The hungover students wandered toward the eatery or other places, but most importantly, avoided the insula's kitchen. Good, Alex would need it for his ultimate project. His ingredients lay before him: finely ground flour, fresh custard and apples, a large cut of mutton, 2 whole chickens, salt, pepper, vegetables, condiments and spices both familiar and new. He was ready. It was pie time. The first thing he'd started was the gravy. He'd placed meaty mutton bones in one large cauldron and chicken bones in another, filled them with fresh water, and set them to simmer yesterday afternoon until the 2 pots of broth were done. Now that the meat was falling off the bones, he restarted the pot and began adding herbs, spices, and vegetables, garlic, onions, and other root vegetables. In the meantime, he'd stacked wood under a grill in preparation to start a fire. He spooned flour into a large cast iron pan and set it on the grill, then gathering flint and tinder, set the wood on fire. Soon, a roaring flame blazed beneath the grill and he began stirring the dry flour. He stirred slowly and carefully to avoid whipping the fine dust into the air. Flour was flammable, and if enough kicked up in an enclosed space, it would explode. Blowing up the insular kitchen probably wouldn't be very well received. McHarris had driven the need for extra care into his head. He always remembered the baker's warnings whenever he was cooking. As he stirred the browning flour, he wondered if other students knew how important it was to be extra careful in the kitchen. The last thing that needed to be mixed was airborne flour and the flame magic in the ovens. An image of drunk students having a flour fight came into his head. Maybe he could ask the residential assistant about caution signs for the kitchen. Using the mark, he watched both dishes cooking as it fed him images of previous triumphs in the kitchen. It had years of memories to pick from, and Alex was reveling in his food preparation and seeing all of the successes, large and small, to ever had cooking or baking, paraded in front of him. This time around, the mark's intrusions were only beneficial and would help him feed his guests with the best food he could create for them. Watching the flour, he stirred it until it had toasted to a nice brown, dry roux, then he set it aside for later. Next came the pie crust. "Do you need me yet? Ag," he screamed, shattering his absorption in his cooking. He looked behind to see Teresa giving him an amused, crooked smile. He hadn't heard a hint of her entering the kitchen. Was it his imagination, or had she somehow gotten quieter? He looked her over critically. "You're sure you're up to this?" From the way Teresa blinked bleary-eyed, and the slight scent of soap from her hair, it looked like she had just woken up and bathed. It was becoming a pattern. Ever since she had gone to life enforcement she had acted like a woman possessed. She'd taken her textbook and had been devouring the thing like a wolf over a fallen doe. All day she would hunch over it at the dining table and then wordlessly get up and go onto the balcony. She would sit cross-legged, with her eyes shut, and stay that way with a bucket close by. Her breathing would grow quiet despite her breaths being slow and deep, and she would stay that way for an hour at a time. Then she would suddenly stand, looking exhausted even though she'd only been sitting, and then start poring over the book again. Some days she'd keep it at until she suddenly made a horrible sound, reached for the bucket, then coughed up stuff that smelled absolutely nasty. It was only a little bit each time, but she'd always be exhausted afterward. Yet, no matter how many times he asked if she was okay, she always said, "I'm fine, better than fine. What do you need me to do?" she asked. Sighing, he looked over to the kitchen supplies. Well, if she said she was fine, he'd just have to trust her. She had said that the coughing and exhaustion was all part of the beginning process according to her book, so all he could do was believe her. "If you could cube this mutton and rub some flour on it, that'd be great. Oh, and debone the chicken. Oh, and cut the apples too if you get a chance." "You got it." Teresa rolled up her sleeves. The two of them stood beside each other in front of the countertop. Teresa cut meat and peeled and chopped fruit, while Alex started to make 2 sets of dough for the pie crustspittery for the apple and custard, and a potato, wheat, and herb crust for the mutton. They stood in contented silence, listening to the sound of crackling fire and boiling broth. "Is your friend from your class still coming tonight?" Alex asked. Teresa nodded, her ponytail bouncing as she did. "She won't talk much, we are still figuring out the language thing, but she was excited. Are all yours? I think Isoldeath at second year might be the only one that might be a no-show. Thundar was really looking forward to it, and well, if Colic doesn't show, I can just go bang on his door." She chuckled. "It'll be a full house, just like back home." "Yeah," he smiled. Silence followed. "Have your parents written back yet?" "Not yet." She finished cubing a chop of lamb. "But the post station said my letter might take time to get there. Then it might be longer to get a reply. I wish it were faster." "Worried, a little," she admitted, "and I miss them." "Yeah, me too. What do you think they'll say about me?" She looked at him. "You know, following great-grandfather's path, I have no idea. You think they'll be happy?" She shrugged. They were never really interested in that kind of stuff, even when grandfather was alive and would tell the stories about his father. "I have no idea what they'll say." "How about, oh Teresa, please don't split the heavens." She stifled a laugh. "I told you, Professor Kabat-Zinn said that wasn't true." So what good is it then?" "Oh, you have no idea," she said, a wistful look coming across her face. "It's like this warmth. Like, you know how good you feel when you just get over being sick. You spend a week not being able to breathe through your nose and then you can. Yeah, it's like that, but better." Her eyes grew distant. "Each time I get a little farther, it's like getting over a sickness you never knew you had. The book says I'm expelling years of built-up impurities and starting to replace it with the life force of the world itself. Can you imagine that?" He chuckled. "You're really enjoying it, aren't you? Listen to you, quoting the book. Miss, a lot of books are more boring than the trees they're made from." She winced, recalling an incident at the church school a few years ago. "I still can't believe I said that to the teacher." "I can." "I just can't believe she let you live," he laughed. Think about it, if you put this much effort into learning back in the church school, I think she would have liked you a lot more. Yes, but she paused. I wish I could have taken it all a bit more seriously. A lot of books just made me want to sleep. It was fine when we were learning about other realms or more practical stuff, but the philosophy of Uldar's sex, I just couldn't. Hey, you don't like cabbage, right? Well, to me it was like eating the cabbage so you could have dessert. Maybe I just needed to find the right kind of cabbage then, she said. Like this course. It hasn't even really started yet, and I already wish it would never end. He smiled, watching her from the side. I'm glad you're happy. I am happy. She smiled, very happy. And you? Yeah, he said. Yeah, I really am. Another period of peaceful silence passed. Hey, could you pass me that cleaver? Teresa asked. Gotta split this bone before I can cut it out. On it, concentrating, he slowly built the spell array for Forsadisc. Focusing on the parts of the array that were growing more familiar with practice, he completed the mana circuit in about 20 seconds. The Forsadisc came to life, a lot more solid than it had been when he'd conjured it for the first time. Chnk, she split the bone. You noticed. Awesome. He felt a little flutter of pride. I've been practicing a lot with it. It's pretty similar to my Forceaball spell. That's the thing with studying spells from the same school. Different parts of the spell arrays are the same, so if you... She nodded, listening intently despite the fact he'd excitedly told her that part a half a dozen times already. A little smile touched her lips. Once I got the initial parts down, it's been pretty easy to figure out the rest. He kneaded the dough into a nice consistency, following and building on all the most successful little movements of his hands that the mark showed him, even with distractions. She nodded, understanding what he meant by distractions. Has he changed topics? Has Selena said anything to you that I should know? No. She shook her head. She's still into her book, still talking about how excited she is for school. She didn't say anything about the Beasterium. Teresa shook her head. She seems fine. Yeah, that's all she said when I talked to her about it too. She's okay, Alex. She's tough. Yeah, I know, but I worry. He set aside one disc of dough to be kneaded later and started on the next. At least she seems happy. Hopefully things would stay that way, at least for a while. A very stiff knock sounded from the door and Alex rushed to pull it open. Isolde, I didn't think you'd make it. The tall young woman shifted awkwardly. As I said, it would have been rude to refuse. Here, I have brought this for your table. She held out a jar to him. Strawberry marmalade, sent from the countryside near my home in the Rainian Empire. Do enjoy it. Ooh, I think I will. He smiled excitedly at the stuff. Now come in, come in. Everyone else is here. The fairly small apartment was bursting with life. To make room for everyone, Alex and Colic had hit upon the idea of bringing Colic's chairs and dining table from his apartment and putting it together with Alex's to get more space. The muscular young man was seated across the table from Thundar, and both were talking about combat festivals from their homelands. Shishi had arrived first, and was sitting between Selena and Teresa. The two young women were having a conversation in a mix of slow common and Taramite. Each of them had to concentrate and repeat themselves to make sure they were understood, but they looked relaxed in each other's company. Selena's heart had been completely captured by Nadia, who rested on a tall perch that Colic had brought over. The gigantic bird of prey preened herself and leaned into the young girl's caresses as she pet her feathers. Brutus sat beside Teresa, letting one of his heads be pet, while the others looked at Selena and Nadia with something like jealousy. Everyone. Alex got their attention. This is Isolde von Anmut, the mighty storm wielder who struck down a bone drinker with a single spell. Alex cheerily introduced her to his best friends Selena and Shishi. She stiffened. I did not strike the creature down. You hit it with your lightning, right? Struck it, even, yes. And it fell down, didn't it? Technically yes, but... Then you struck it down, congratulations. It getting up after that is no big deal. He waved off her objections. Now have a seat, yeah. He dragged out a chair beside Thundar and across from Teresa. Isolde cleared her throat. Greetings everyone. I am Isolde von Anmut. A pleasure to meet you all. She stiffly sat in the chair and exchanged a nod with Thundar. Teresa eyed Isolde's stiletto hanging from her belt. That is a beautiful knife. Isolde blinked in surprise. Oh my, you mean this old thing? The tall woman drew the thin-bladed knife from her belt. It is quite plain. My father wanted me to have one that is more ornamental, jewels in the hilt and all. I decided for something more practical. Practical is beautiful, Teresa nodded, and I can see its sturdy construction from here. How marvelous. Isolde smiled. I am no practitioner of the weapon arts, but a blade is a beautiful thing. Do you admire such things? Teresa got up from the table and fetched both her hunting knife and her great-grandfather's sword. This one my father had made for me when I turned 15. She held up the massive hunting knife, which drew Isolde's widening eyes. How remarkable, Isolde said. Very solid construction in that. It's almost a sword. On its own end, the sword. She looked at it like a chef might look at the finest cut of meat. Yes, that is a beautiful blade, Teresa. Colic agreed, and Thundar leaned forward, interested as well. Shishi was staring at the sword and then started saying something to Teresa that Alex couldn't understand for now. Another language he'd work on with the mark, but that was a later issue. Right, no more blades at the table, he said, unless they're table knives. The pies are ready. Today we have chicken pie and mutton pie, followed by baked apple and custard pie for dessert. You shall all eat like royalty. Ho ho, I cannot wait, Colic grinned. Thundar licked his lips, his nostrils flared at the scent coming from the balcony which they'd been enjoying for a while now. Alex grinned, fetching the cooling pies from the balcony and got prepared to serve everyone. His guests gasped at the dishes, while Teresa gave a knowing sigh. The pies were monsters, as deep as he could make them and so wide, they could barely be simply called pies anymore. Maybe mammoths might be a better name. Alex had confirmed that there was no limit on how much he could take from the students' market, then completely threw away all notions of restraint. He overstocked on ingredients, and the results were 6 massive pisto of each kindredy and waiting for devouring. The aromas from each had his guests' mouths watering, much to his delight. He gave an evil laugh. They're going to have to take you all home in wheelbarrows by the time you're done. Well, let's get you all sorted. Masterfully cutting a thick slice of their preferred savory pie for everyone, he served them a still steaming piece. Once they had their first portions, he sat down at the end of the table and held up his cup. To all of us, he said cheerily, we all went through hard times to get here. Study, practice, hard journeys, all of it tough. Teresa and Shishi passed the test for life enforcement, and we passed the test for Comb 1000. Selena survived me kicking her off the bed on our journey here. Brutus survived me in general. Nadia survived Colic not roasting her for scaring him, and I just want to toast all of that. Here's to a good year. To a good year, the rest echoed. After a few first bites of pie, everyone began oohing and awing and tore into the meal with a vengeance. Even Teresa and Selinaho were accustomed to his cooking through years of experiencing it completely lost themselves in the meal. Sounds of conversation mixed with scraping forks across plates filled the room. Even Alex lost himself in the delectable flavors of the pies. It was true what Cook said, good ingredients made good food. The Mark had improved his cooking quite a bit since they had all arrived in Generosity, but using high-quality ingredients really made for a lot of the extra flavor in the meal. They all found themselves going for seconds, and Teresa and Colic each had a third, with Thundar eating 5 slices on his own. Even Brutus and Raja were taken care of. Alex had roasted some lamb for the Cerberus, an eagle to feast on while the others had supper and dessert. Over the course of the evening, the conversation shifted to all sorts of topics. And then Colic said, Thundar cast a body-strengthening spell and just picked up Alex and Isolde like they were 2 babies. Alex and the guests laughed while Isolde turned red despite a small smile playing on her lips. I am glad not many were around to see that, Isolde said. It was most unseemly though, better to be unseemly than to be dead. Or worse, a failure, speaking of failures. So, Thundar placed his cup on the table. I asked around and found out what happened to the last group who got eliminated. Alex nearly choked on his apple pie as Colic worked to swallow his. Isolde looked at Thundar as she stopped eating. What happened to them? Colic asked. For them to fail Altoge, or did they run into another bone drinker? No, I talked to one of the group. She's going to be in first-year battle magic class with me. It seems it went bad right from the beginning. One of their members came in wearing a full shirt of chainmail. Isolde twitched. He kept it on for a while, trying to tough out the heat, and finally took it off when the thing was about to cook him. Thundar grunted. He didn't have the best reputation, so people were already annoyed with him. They were splitting their attention between him and potential enemies, got ambushed. He went down first, broke their formation, and the Mupkaras swarmed them. And of course for all. Ooh, Colic made a face. I am glad none of us were in that group. Isolde, you all right? Oh yes, fine. She immediately went back to her pie. Alex frowned. So that's what happened to Derek. He'd have to keep that information in mind. If this Derek was going to be retaking POTI 1000, then they could end up in the same class, and he'd probably be looking for easy ways to pass. If he was inclined to cheat again, Alex would prefer to stay as far away from him as possible. Alex stared up in shock, wondering if he had been truly cursed by Uldar. The last week had passed quickly, almost in a blink, and he'd made advances with both his Forciball and Forcidisc spells. Learning the Forciball so thoroughly was making mastering the Forcidisc much easier, and he was starting to consider moving to Wizard's Hand in the next week or so. With repetitions, his reading comprehension and speed had increased sharply in the past few weeks, and he'd completely finished Dexter's General Alchemy of Potions. Some parts toward the beginning of the book were in his memory so solidly that he might have been able to quote the first 50 pages on command. Selena would be starting her first day of school the next day, Teresa was attending her geography class, and there hadn't been any news from Thameland. He'd come to POTI 1000 with a spring in his step. First to arriving had found a seat in the second row from the front, on the far end. He was ready for the semester and to begin his quest to advance enough to research the dungeon cores in earnest, and then he'd walked in. By some infernal luck, the newcomer kept walking past the other students filing into the class, passing row after row while Alex willed him to stop. He'd paused in front of the second row as an increasingly panicked Alex had switched from willing him to stop to willing him to keep going to the first row, and he had kept going, right into the second row. All the way down, the newcomer's eyes had lit up with recognition, to Alex's horror, and then he dropped his bag on the long desk at the seat next to Alex. "Hello, stranger," Derek Warren said with a thin smile. "I remember you from Comb 1000. The second year sank down into the seat beside him, while Alex wondered if Uldar was sending divine punishment after him after all. "It's nice to meet a familiar face." Derek smoothed his long, red hair and caught it up into a ponytail. "Thought I'd know no one in the first-year class." "Still don't," Alex nearly said before catching himself. The last thing he needed was to get involved with this known cheater. He glanced up to the front of the class. Professor Jules was still setting up, drawing familiar formulae from Dexter's textbook. In front of her were a line of flasks with colored liquids in them halfway to the top. She had thrown a few curious glances at Alex as he'd filed into the room, and her expression had become a mask of neutrality when Derek had entered. He'd seen that expression before on teachers, when facing a student that it was obvious they did not like. Yeah, it would be bad news getting even remotely involved with this guy. You were in my class," Alex asked. Remembering people's names often made them friendlier towards you and the same token forgetting people often put them off. Derek's cheer faded slightly. "Yes, I was, though I didn't make the cut. I heard you did, though. I heard the Chancellor praised you, a first year specifically." That caught Alex off guard. "People are talking about me. Classmates talk to classmates, and those classmates talk to friends. Then those friends talk to their friends, and some of their friends happen to be my friends," Derek said. "Word gets around. It's like that in all institutions. When I was a page for the Duke my father served, there were many other pages serving at the same time, and no one could sneeze without all the others knowing, especially if you learned how to listen." I wouldn't know anything about that," Alex said. My manners are deserting me." The second year extended a hand toward Alex. "Derek Warren, second son to Count Theodoric Warren of the Rainian Empire. And you?" Alex's mind worked. The urge to tell him, "My name is, piss off, don't drag me into whatever this is," was strong, but he suppressed the urge. If Derek had heard what he'd done in Comb 1000, then what were the chances that he didn't already know what his name was? No, he didn't really need to find out what Alex's name was. He was opening the road to further connection. And that further connection would lead to something unpleasant. Alex could just feel it. Introductions were sometimes made to start bonds, and then those bonds would lead to potential favors later. He knew the pattern because that was exactly what he hoped to do with his professors. But what was he to do? Standing out at the school would be helpful to him as long as it was because of talent. Making friends was great and would help him look normal if he suspected that the fool were hiding somewhere among the students. The first person he'd look for would be a standoffish loner that didn't let anyone get too close. Telling a random friendly student to leave him alone would be a good way to stand out in the wrong way. And even if he would be in the clear suspicion-wise Bikasuho would want to have anything to do with a known cheater, what he didn't need was to start making enemies, especially noble enemies who were known cheaters. He needed to shake the attention off of himself, in as smooth and quiet a way as possible. He glanced down to a student ahead of him in the front row, a goblin with a massive green head and large ears. The little goblin was petting a familiar, brownish-green scaly creature with webbed toes and large teeth. It chirped like a bird. Hello, what's that little guy's name?" He turned and asked, in the same tone Selena would at seeing a pretty bird. He used the mark to help him craft his facial expression into one of distractible curiosity. This is harmless," said the goblin, his head turning around almost 180 degrees like an owl. Alex kept his expression curious, like he had actually gotten distracted in mid-conversation by a reptile. He looks very cutium." "Kaiba's the goblin said, and he is now, but when he grows up he will be a powerful water hunter, 20 feet long and able to kill water drakes." Alex paused. "I thought his name was harmless." "It is." Kaiba scritched his familiar under the chin. "Funny joke, I am going to feed him lots of body enhancement potions so he grows up very big and strong. And killy. Then when bad guys are running and screaming I can say, 'No worry, he's harmless.'" The goblin gave an evil little chuckle. Alex shuddered, then paused. Wait, body enhancement potions. He remembered Thundar's body strengthening spell. Are those permanent? He hadn't seen anything about that in Dexter's book. The recipe in there said that such a potion would only last minutes. Maybe some of the ones from more advanced books were permanent. No, they're not permanent," said the goblin. "But if you feed very many to creatures when they are still growing up, then they grow up very big and strong. It is expensive thing to do, but only best for my harmless. Body enhancement potions helped with growth if fed to young ones, did it?" For a mad moment, he imagined brewing such potions and giving them to Selena. He could brew himself up a giant sister, a sister the size of Thundar. A giant sister who would find out what he'd done and would have all the potion-boosted size and strength to snap him in half like a twee. Yeah, that was a stupid idea. He told himself that maybe he did have issues. Excuse me, Derek said. Oh, right, him. Alex had actually gotten distracted. Oh, sorry, what you say again, he asked. Sometimes I get distracted, you know. He glanced to the front of the class. Derek's smile had faded a lot. I was introducing. Wait, look, Alex pointed. The professor is about to start. He then quickly faced completely forward, suddenly utterly focused. We'll talk after class, I guess, Derek muttered. Not if I can help it, Alex thought. We are about to begin. Professor Jules called out, drawing the class to complete silence. She glanced around with a pleased look on her face. Welcome, all of you, to POTI 1000, the Alchemy of Potions. I am Professor Jules, your instructor for this course and head of the Potions Department. I am so pleased to see so many of you here. Potions is a subject that I favor, of course, but it is not one with the best reputation among the wizardly arts. I blame part of that on too many bards' tales. For some reason, so many tend to paint potion masters as dour villains who act against young, plucky wizard boys. Of course, I am sure you have never read a book or attended a play featuring such drivel. As she coughed uncomfortably, I certainly have not. It was clear from her tone that she was lying, inciting a few chuckles from the students. But of course there are practical reasons as to why potions are not the most popular subject of study among wizards. The art is difficult, it is exacting, it is expensive. It is also a completely different discipline from spellcraft. Studying potions will train your mana manipulation, but it is not a discipline that is involved much in the way with spell casting, which makes it perfect for me, Alex thought. Spellcraft, of course, involves using mana to make magic circuits. No expensive components are required, and since many potions are similar in effect to certain spells, many view potions as not cost-effective. Thus, potioncraft is often one of the orphaned children of the magical sciences. However, the art opens doors to its own great paths of power. She leaned forward with a dangerously sly smile. How would you like to live forever, for instance? A murmur went through the class. She turned to the obsidian stone behind her and drew a rough image of a flask. Within it, she drew several symbols from what looked to be different languages. The one Alex recognized was one from the church school that appeared in books that talked about Uldar, the symbol for infinity. The elixir of life is one of the great crown jewels of potioncraft and alchemy, and is one of the safest ways to ensure everlasting youth. It is also so difficult to brew and requires ingredients so rare that only a handful of confirmed examples have been crafted through history, but I assure you, if immortality is your goal for practicing wizardry, then you are far better off researching the elixir than trying to make bargains with demon lords or engaging in the often dangerous combination of blood magic and life enforcement. Those paths generate far more deaths than they do success. With this one, failures can result in spoiled pocketbooks but less spoiled lives. Derek snorted beside Alex. Kaiba's hand shot up. Ah yes, Professor Jules said. Mr. Kaibas, what is your question? Don't explosions happen if there is failure in potions? Of course they do, Professor Jules said. Wizardry is dangerous, no matter what discipline. You can also cause a mana reversal that destroys your body with spellcraft, be eaten by an otherworldly entity with demonology, or burn out your life force utterly with blood magic. But I shall teach you to practice safely and intelligently. If you do not try to grasp that which is beyond you, the worst catastrophe you will face is a few spoiled ingredients, and in return, you shall open the door to many other disciplines. She turned and drew a strange apparatus on the obsidian wall, alchemical magic item creation. She drew a hulking humanoid. Alex blinked. It looked awfully similar to the large man-like figure made of clay that he'd seen when he'd first entered the city with Teresa, Selena, and Brutus. Engolmcraft are just two of the advanced disciplines of alchemy that the art of potion brewing shall help you be trained for. She drew a tree and a beast. The study of monsters and of magical plants is also related to alchemy and potions, and you will learn much of that sort of lore through this course. It is truly a grand, multidisciplinary approach to magic that will give you a future skill set beyond spell arrays. POTI 1000 has a reputation of being difficult, and rightly so, but I encourage you to try your best. I see we have another question. MS. London, Carrie London, a young woman said from the middle of the class. Alex's ears perked up. Her accent was Thamish. Ah yes, Ms. London, what is your question? The professor asked. You say that one can learn monster lore through potions, and alchemy. Has there ever been anyone at the university that studied the Ravena and its monsters? The Ravena keeps reappearing in my homeland, and I was thinking that if it's studied, maybe there could be a way to vanquish it forever. If that's not a stupid question. Alex nearly jumped from his chair. Ah, yes, this is a year that the Ravena has arisen in Thameland, isn't it? Professor Jules nodded. Of course it's not a stupid question. There is no such thing as stupid questions. The answer to that. She looked at the student gravely. Is yes, there have been attempts at generosity before. Almost every year that the Ravena has risen, a student studying at Generosity has sought to investigate the phenomenon to find an answer to your kingdom's plight. Professor Jules said gravely, remains of its monsters have been transported here before, as have remains of it. She paused. They are called dungeon cores, are they not? Yes, Carrie London said. Alex leaned forward further, so they had been studied here. Even some remains of the Ravena itself have been studied. Once your champions achieved victory, I shall not tell you the specific results until you have advanced a little more in your studies. But I can say that no solution to ending the Ravena's threat permanently has ever been found through study here at Generosity, as valiant as the attempts have been. Could you tell us what they found out about it? Ms. London asked. She paused. While avoiding specifics, I can tell you that uses have been found for some of the remains, though I am sure that not having a more complete answer must be frustrating for you. But there is a reason we do not reveal the magical properties or essences of dangerous monsters or their parts before a student is skilled enough to defend themselves against such creatures. Knowledge affords temptation. She turned to the board and drew an image of a tooth. If one thought that the key to eternal youth lay in the bellies of great white sharks, for examining research had confirmed this, many students do you think would purchase a boat or cast an orb of air, spell over themselves, dive into the sea and try to wrest such a thing from a shark's belly? Oh, and I assure you, what I just said about great white sharks is a complete lie. Don't try it. But in Generosity's early days, we misguidedly had monster lore freely available to all students so that they might gain some familiarity with it. She paused. What the instructors at the time found was that they suddenly had an entire new generation of eager and unprepared monster hunters, immediately going in search of precious organs from creatures that had too many teeth. As a consequence, we were left with many, many dead young wizards. A dangerous stretch of wilderness may be left well alone until you tell someone that gold can be found in the bottom of its rivers. She smiled gently. Don't worry, Ms. London, and to all other Thamage students, as your skills advance, you will be granted more freedom. Eventually, you may attempt such projects yourself, if your kingdom and church provide you materials from your Ravena and its monsters. Just because something has been analyzed before does not mean it's not worth analysis from a new perspective and new eyes. Perhaps one of you will be the one to end your kingdom's threat forever. The road of discovery has many treasures to find, but I think it is safe enough to tell you one revelation, however, as this knowledge does not lend itself to dangerous action. Quite the opposite, actually. She paused. If I recall the records correctly, all attempts to remove a so-called living dungeon core from your homeland have failed. As soon as they reached a certain distance from the shores of your island nation, they crumbled into dust. Ms. London leaned forward. Why is that? I'm afraid no answer has been found. Perhaps getting too far from this Ravena is no good for them. Perhaps you shall find the answer yourself during your academic career. Alex looked at Ms. London, watching the young woman slouch in disappointment. It was too bad. She was obviously interested in researching the Ravena and probably would have been interested in analyzing the dungeon core with him, or at least finding any research that had already been done in the lower levels of the library. Unfortunately, that would bring up all sorts of awkward questions, such as, where did you get the remains of a dungeon core from? And judging from the prominent symbol of Uldar hanging from her neck, he doubted she would be too understanding of him running away from his holy duties if she found out who he actually was. Even if he told her that humans could control dungeon cores and that this threw a lot of their history into question, that might only make things worse. If he hadn't received the mark of the fool and had just simply come to study at the university, and some random student had come up to him saying, listen, I controlled a dungeon core, want to do illicit research with me, then he would have immediately put a good safe distance between himself and them. Besides, who knew who could be trusted and with what? Best to quietly keep an eye on her. Well, if those are all the Mr. Roth. Alex had raised his hand. One trick he'd learned for getting professors to like him was the art of asking questions. There was a technique to it, though. Honest, earnest questions about the subject often drew the best responses. A mistake some gifted students tended to make was to ask questions that were designed to show how smart they were to impress the class and teacher. In the end, that only served to annoy classmates and the professor who would always know more than the student, no matter how smart they thought they were. Then there were the questions that just showed that the student hadn't been paying attention, which tended to also aggravate instructors. The best questions were ones from true curiosity that showed an interest in the subject without looking like he was just trying to get into the professor's good books. Luckily, he had just a question. 2 of them, actually. I've got 2 questions, Professor Jules. I'll answer them both, she said neutrally. Then we will need to move on. Yes, an excellent question, the professor said. Kybas gave Alex a quick glance, and Alex gave him a friendly nod in return. Body enhancement potions work by pouring mana directly into the body in order to temporarily energize its processes. She turned to the obsidian stone, drawing a diagram of a person ingesting a potion. This can result in increased strength, speed, or vitality, or all of the above if higher-grade versions of the potions are used. However, even the focused versions do enhance the entire body. One simply uses particular ingredients and mana manipulation to focus that enhancement on a single physical aspect, such as increasing strength, for example. The same principle goes for potions of enhanced sight or senses. Those that increase virility or fertility are popular with wealthy couples or bachelors. Several people in the class chuckled, including Alex. Or those that increase the efficacy of specific actions, such as potions of jumping. In reality, the mana of these potions enhances all bodily processes to a certain degree. It is simply that the effect has been tailored to focus mostly on increasing the aspect of the body that potion is meant for. In young creatures, one of the most life-defining bodily processes they undergo is that of growth into adulthood. As such, body enhancement potions, especially high-grade ones that enhance all bodily processes at once, will enhance growth while they are in a young creature's system. The effects of a few are not noticeable, but repeated doses of very expensive proposition can boost an animal or plant to unprecedented levels of size, strength, speed, and vitality. The Tajian Empire used to make a practice of raising a caste of children into a sort of enhanced warrior through a careful regime of training, diet, and a constant supply of relatively low-grade body enhancement potions. She drew the image of a thin-leafed plant on the obsidian slab. When those cheaper ingredients for that recipe or potion went extinct, the practice went with it. The ethics of such a practice are a topic for a different course, but such a thing is possible, even though with most recipes it is prohibitively expensive. There are also potions that can permanently alter and enhance the body after simply drinking one, but those require ingredients both incredibly rare and highly dangerous, absolutely fatally toxic if mishandled. Now, what is your second question? What's golem craft? He asked. And what does that have to do with potions? You do like getting ahead of yourself, don't you, Mr. Roth? She smiled. A golem is an alchemical construct, an automaton crafted through high-level mana manipulation, specific ingredients, and a lot of mana. The result is something like an elemental made from clay, wood, bone, flesh, stone, steel, or even rarer substances, depending on one's budget, mana reserves, and level of skill. They are then controlled by verbal command or if one is very skilled in the art direct mana manipulation. A golem can be a powerful servant or soldier to its master, and though the construction process is rigorous, its foundations lie in alchemy. If you have an interest in golem craft, then I would suggest you pay careful attention in class, Mr. Roth, and develop the skills necessary to produce such marvels. Alex's imagination went wild at the possibilities. He thought back to the large, clay humanoid from the city and how it had carried a burden that must have weighed at least 1,000 pounds. What would such a thing be able to do in a combat situation? His mind flashed back to the cave of the traveler. Back then, he had told Teresa to throw the fire gem at the queen, basically telling another person to engage in an act of combat. The mark had not bothered him about that. Would it be so neutral with a golem? If so, that could be a loophole to exploit, as long as he had the supplies to build such a construct. All right, we will now proceed with the lecture, and you may ask any more questions as we go along. First of all, we will cover a general overview of potion making, followed by introducing you to the table of prime essences main reference for categorizing all ingredients that may be provided to you or found in the field. After, we will overview the main apparati of potion craft. So first of all, let us talk about how potions are categorized. Much like spells, they use a tier system starting from 1st to 9th. Spellcraft categorizes spells into tiers based on the level of complexity of their spell array, how much space the magic circuit takes up within one's mana pool, the power of the resulting spell, and the amount of mana the spell requires. Potion craft is similarly categorized based on the amount of mana required to craft a potion, and the power the resulting effect has compared to similar spells, Dexter said. As Professor Jules moved on with the lesson, Alex drew a little doodle on one of the top corners of the page, a caricature of himself standing beside a giant figure like the one drawn by the professor. As the lecture went on, he quickly filled an entire page with organized notes, including subsections indicating new material that differed or expanded on the textbooks. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Derek watching what he was doing closely, but also looking around at other students in the row in front of him or close by. Good. It seemed like he was expanding his net, meaning that he wasn't the cheater's only mark. The most fun part of the lecture, though, came during the demonstration. Professor Jules indicated the flasks in front of her. What you see here only looks like colored water, but they are actually suspensions of certain ingredients that have been processed into almost complete potions, she said. I will now demonstrate the application of mana manipulation to finish the final catalyzing of the mixture into a complete potion. She drew a long two-pronged fork from a drawer at the front of the class. This is a mana conductor. and it is the key to potion craft. It is the equivalent to a mana pill furnace, a cauldron of witchcraft, or a sangoma healing bowl, but miniaturized and not as powerful as any of those tools. It is useful for preparing potions up to the 3rd tier. She placed the mana conductor into one of the flasks and gave the fluid a stir. The conductor lit up with mana, which poured through the tines and into the potion, causing the liquid to shine with an inner glow. "And this completes the potion," Professor Jules said, taking it up and drinking it in one gulp. The class gasped as her skin, hair, and even her eyes turned a bright shade of blue, a potion of pigment. She smiled, revealing bright blue teeth. As are the rest, she went down the line, placing the mana conductor into each flascone after the next and finishing the potions. There would be a flash of light, and the potions would glow before returning to their original color and consistency. Each time she drank a completed potion, she would turn a different color: orange, green, gray, purple, and red. Then the final potion washed away the magical effect, returning her to her normal skin tone. She smoothed her white hair. "Notice how I held the mana fork for a differing amount of time in each. Even similar potions require different amounts of mana and specific techniques in terms of mana manipulation." She placed the mana conductor down. Other important app. She brought up a brass tube with a sharp point. Include the mana vacuum and the waste mana container. She brought up a large glass and metal jar, covered in arcane symbols. The mana vacuum is always placed as a safety measure in potions that you are crafting. If the reaction goes wild, you activate it and it will drain all mana from the reaction and vent it into the mana waste container. The latter will hold the excess mana from the reaction temporarily, and so it can be used for further reactions by attaching a portable mana conductor to it. Anthai's question is asked every Yurno. The mana vacuum cannot drain your mana if you cut yourself on it. She tapped the sharp end lightly with her finger. To face such a danger, you would need to stab yourself in the core of your body and activate the vacuum for it to even be a threat. And even then, your mana is so safely tucked into you that such a device wouldn't work at all unless you recently had a conduit open to transfer mana directly in or out of your body. So unless you were attacked by a mana vampire in the previous hour, donated to one, or somehow convinced one to donate its mana to you, then you would be safe. In such an event, though, I think you would have greater problems. She was looking at the class intently. "Now, as we're nearing the end, your assignment is to read chapters 1 and 2 of Dexter's and fill out the blank table of prime essences that I will hand out at the end of class. You will be expected to memorize this table for the first quiz, so study it thoroughly. Next week, I will ask you to attend class in the cells. We will be having our introduction to potion lab safety then." Class ended shortly after, with Alex jumping up from his chair to line up with other students to ask Professor Jules a torrent of questions. They were legitimate, but he kept his eye on the seats to make sure that Derek had long gone on without him. Slipping out of class, he glanced around, making sure that Isolde's former partner wasn't hanging around, then stepped out the door, quite pleased with himself. "Excuse me," a voice cried. He froze. He slowly turned to see Carrie London, the other Thamage student, hurrying up to him. The symbol of Uldar bounced on the long chain hanging from her neck. "Hey, I recognized your accent in class," Carrie said cheerily. "Good to meet someone from home here, especially in these dark times when Uldar's voice seems so far away. Have you been to a worship service at his church in the city yet?" Her eyes bore into him as she continued. "I've got a group together and we go weekly." Alex resisted the urge to scream. His mind worked quickly, trying to think. I'm fairly private in my worship," he said quickly. "My relationship with Uldar is a bit personal." The truth of it was that he wasn't even lying. "Oh, that's too bad," she said with a shrug. "Well, if you ever change your mind, the invitation stands. Our little group rents a sky gondola to go to church once a week, even though we wish we could attend every day. You'd be more than welcome to come along with us if you like. I just wish they would let the priests come onto campus, though. They receive news from home much faster than we do, and even by sky gondola, it's still really far to get there. Have you taken a sky gondola yet? It's delightful, an experience you'll never forget." As she continued talking, he thought back to meeting the gondolier, Lucia, and the explosion in the cells as they were approaching the school. He definitely wouldn't forget those two events anytime soon. "Yeah, I didn't think flying boats even existed before I came here," he said with false cheer. "And speaking of amazing things, I'd love to keep talking, but I've got to get to my next class. I wouldn't want to show up late on my very first full day of classes." "What class do you have next? Maybe we're in the same one," Carrie said. Alex considered lying but decided against it just in case they were in the same class. "I have FORC 1550. "Oh, where's that?" "Room 103 in the second western tower." "Oh, my class is on your way. It's in the first western tower," she said expectantly. Alex's smile was forced. "Well, there was nothing for it now. We could walk together," he said, uncertainty tinging his voice. "Oh, that would be marvelous." She smiled as if overjoyed. "My friends all have classes across campus, so it'll be nice to have someone to walk with. Come along then, we can talk about home along the way. There are so few of us here. The two students from Thameland began their trek to class, with Carrie filling the air with her words. Between her bright, cheery tone and rapid-fire way of speaking, she reminded Alex of an overly animated baby bird, and about 3 times as curious. So which part of Thameland are you from, Alex? I'm from Rexif in the west, near Crimlin's swamp. Did you know the sage was selected from the witches of the swamp? It's a shame I actually never got to meet her, but yes, where are you from? Ulrich. Ulrich, oh my goodness, that's near the cave of the traveler. Were you one of the lucky ones who left through the cave right after our priests consecrated it? We got out earlier than that, he said with a friendly tone while being nonspecific. It wasn't a lie, and the less specifics he gave, the less holes that could be poked in anything he told her. Ah, that's too bad, Carrie said. The symbol of Uldar consisting of the familiar rendition of the god's raised hand bounced around her neck with every movement. The cave of the traveler was dangerous, and there was a dungeon core there. Did you know that? She continued, not waiting for him to answer. But the traveler's power vanquished it. That made it safe for everyone to use. My family was one of the first throne of my ancestors, was an assistant to the magistrate of Ulrich generations ago, but we still have some connection, so we were able to secure one of the first places through a portal. I am so glad we did, because it was incredible. When the war's over, you should see it. She finally took a breath, then sighed. I hope it's over soon. His ears perked up. You mean it might not be? I don't know. She frowned. The priests say that the Ravena has become very aggressive compared to historical records, building dungeons faster and spreading them wider. Its monsters have been moving to attack any and everything, not just the people left in Thameland, but even wildlife. They say that when it's like that, the cycle tends to be much harder than usual, and also one of the heroes is still missing. Oh, which one? The Foolin don't give me that, so what? Look, Uldar says the Fool has a role to play, so at least we should find them. They've been known to disappear before, but that could mean that they could be dead or worse. The Fool has a role to play, after all, as we all do. Alex wondered what could be worse than being dead, but only said, and you want your role to be researching the Ravena? Well, of course. It's my duty to give back to Uldar in whatever way I can. He paused. Wouldn't the priests not like that? Well, all of their records on what the Ravena has done has to come from somewhere, doesn't it? And you heard what Professor Jules said. They have allowed the university to research remains before, after all. He frowned, wondering exactly how far that research had been allowed to proceed. He decided to push a little more. Do you know anything about any of that research? She shook her head. If the church has records, then they do not share it with the people, likely to keep us safe, just as generosity's policies are supposed to do. But we are not the general populace. We can blaze our own paths, I say. She glanced at him. Are you sure you don't want to join us in our weekly outing to the church? Uldar's hand does reach far, but it must be lonely not having a worship to attend. It's all right, I feel he's always with me in his own way. I see. It's too bad, though. In these times, the church could use all the donations it can come by, and students here tend to be well off. A campus for Uldar could do a lot of work here. A what now? He looked at her. An organization, like one of the many clubs or the student union on campus, but one devoted to spreading Uldar's glory and finding donations and faith for him. Since the priesthood has no advocates on campus, it falls to us to take their place. We could create donation drives for the church, worship together, and do great works in his name. I was even thinking. She leaned closer to him like she was whispering a grand conspiracy. If we had enough members, we might be able to petition the school's leadership to allow the priests onto campus. This policy of banning our priests is most harmful to us. Alex literally could not think of a worse thing that could happen to him, aside from maybe the Ravena lifting up a bunch of monsters and throwing them all the way to Generosity, or a mana vampire sucking the life out of him. Or blowing himself up while practicing spells, or something happening to. Okay, maybe priests on campus wasn't the highest thing on the list of worst things that could happen to Alex Roth, but it would certainly be on the list. It's early days, but we've already had a few meetings, Carrie said. Just getting things set up, and organized for later. You sure you aren't interested? Alex barely resisted the urge to scream. No, thank you, and please never, ever, ever ask me that again. I wish you luck, he said firmly but politely, letting her know his refusal was final. She sighed. Fine, I won't pester you about it. He could almost hear the, for now, in her voice. But don't be a stranger in potions class. Ah, this is me. They paused in a hallway that opened up onto the first western tower. Carrie turned and gave him a polite nod. If you hear anything about home from you and yours, do share. If I hear anything, I'll be sure to as well. Don't be a stranger, Alex. Ta-ta. She waved lightly and quickly scurried up the stairs. Alex sighed behind her. Derek Warren, known cheater who seemed to be trying to make connections. Carrie London, an Uldar devotee who wanted the school to let the priests onto campus. There would be dangers in potions class, as Professor Jules had warned, but for Alex it looked like exploding potions might be the least of his worries. He turned, making his way to FORC 1550. He took his textbook and notebook from his bag. The notebook was already filled with notations and observations from his pre-course studying. As his mind turned from Derek and Carrie, it went to something much more pleasant and exciting, golems. Luckily, the rest of Alex's classes were a reprieve from cheaters and Uldar enthusiasts. Room 103 was a lecture hall filled with students. Judging from how many there were seated at desks hovering about a foot off the floor, FORC 1550 seemed to be more popular than potions. He didn't even blink at the sight of the hovering desks. The first class was about introducing the students to the study of force magic in general. They were given information about their first lab, which was going to involve the hovering desks, and they had also gone over the required spells for the semester. Alex felt pretty confident, since he'd mostly mastered one spell. Forcible and was working on the next, Forcidisc. Wizard's Hand would be next, but he would have time to finish mastering Forcidisc before having to pick up the more complicated spell. What he was really looking forward to was the spell after Wizard's Hand, Force Shield. It was a spell that conjured a stronger version of the Forcidisc. It was meant to serve as a floating shield that spanned about 3 feet wide and could be controlled at will. It always floated to protect its caster. With how strong he'd gotten his Forciball, he could imagine how powerful a defensive spell like that could be when he mastered it. After Force Shield would come Force Missile, a combat spell that blasted an object with a bolt of force. He didn't expect that one to be easy to learn, but Lesser Force Armor would be the spell that was taught next. Mastering Force Shield, Lesser Force Armor, and then the upgraded versions, which were Force Armor and Greater Force Armor, would increase his durability tremendously. Thinking on it, his likely order of learning would be to finish mastering Forcidisc, then learn to cast Wizard's Hand, and then immediately jump ahead to start focusing on Force Shield. After that, he could return to mastering Wizard's Hand. The ultimate scenario he imagined in combat would be using the footwork of the spear and or dance, while protected by multiple force spells, and using his Forciball and Wizard's Hand for distraction, while Forcidisc carried his items. Or even carried him if he got good enough with it. His next class was Magical Theory, and it had absolutely fascinated him, though the reaction of the rest of the large class was mixed. Mandatory classes tended to be like that, he'd heard. Even if the subject matter was incredible to him and some others, some just didn't enjoy them and didn't want to be there. The first Magical Theory class had gone over the general theory of mana. If divinity was the essence of the gods and nature, and life force was the essence of, well, living things, then mana was theorized to be the essence of the universe. Wizards often said that mana was the first of the essences to be created, and that before gods shaped things to their will, the cosmos was likely nothing more than an endless sea of formless mana. The professor had noted the bias of the theory. Wizards were the ones who researched and proposed this after all, while priests often said that the divine was first before all things. To Alex, that was some of the fun of it. No firm or complete answer meant more questions. He liked questions. His next class was Mana Manipulation, and it seemed like another class where the professor was half trying to scare the students away. Professor Valrock had talked about how it was a very difficult subject, and how the dropout rate for the course was over 30. Look to your left and then to your right, he had said. He was a tall beast folk that resembled a massive, sharp-toothed lizard. One of you will not be here by the end of the term. Then he'd paused. No, that's just a bunch of dragon shit. The truth is that all of you who want to be here will be here. Then he had given them the reasons why they should stay. Mana manipulation was the foundation to many sustained spells. The more one was able to manipulate mana, the higher precise control one had over these spells. They would also have an easier time modifying how much mana the spell was fed, and be able to control certain magical items, craft potions, and create constructs, like golems. He had let out a high-pitched laugh as he watched the students become excited and starry-eyed at all the possibilities. But when he'd gotten into the specifics of how mana manipulation worked, most of them had fallen into confused silence. He'd explained that the art was a mixture of precise mathematical control, spiritual awareness of one's own mana, and exacting control of its flow. It required a lot of practice, and many were never able to master it. Risks of delving too deeply and causing mana reversals were also present. Alex, who had already practiced it for years through his Forciball spell, only saw it as a field of infinite possibilities. He had been really excited at their first homework assignment, read Chapter 1 from the textbook, and then used what was listed at the end to operate a magical practice device that the professor had handed out. It was a small metal box covered in magical glyphs. When powered through mana manipulation, the glyphs would begin to glow. The better one was at the art, the more glyphs would light up. The first assignment only required that they light one of the glyphs in a month. Alex had vowed to complete the assignment much faster than that. Yet, even though there was so much he'd enjoyed about his first full day, after the first class Boschensone thought had stayed in his mind, golems. Throughout the day, he'd become more and more fascinated with them, like how most young boys in Thameland became fascinated with the idea of knights. At the end of his last class, he'd asked around campus and had gotten some news that made him very eager. In addition to being made at the university by some of the higher year students, there was a small workshop in the city that specialized in creating the constructs. Alex knew where he'd be spending his weekend. It was time for a visit to the city. Sometimes life was generous with its coincidences. Alex had thought that before. There were times where he'd go through months of everything proceeding as normal and uneventful. Then, for a period of time, there would be instance upon instance of coincidences. He remembered a particular week in his life when he was 16, and it had seemed like everything had become interconnected. He had been wondering about a historical event one morning, only to find that it was the subject being talked about at school. The Liu family had mentioned missing their relatives in the Rhenian Empire, and then received a letter from them the very next morning. Individuals who he hadn't thought about or seen for a long time would appear at the bakery. He remembered wondering what the new Thamelin gold coins would look like, then finding one on the ground on his way through town. And there were lots of other incidents. Those occurrences had been so unusual that he'd spent a lot of time half convinced that Uldar was trying to tell him something through his mysterious ways. Of course, Uldar would eventually reach for him in a much less desirable way, while the earlier coincidences were just that, coincidences. Which was why he was surprised, but not completely freaked out, when the sky gondolier he and Teresa had gotten had turned out to be none other than Lucia. "Welcome to Generosity Sky Gondolas. I'm Lucia, your gondolier," she said as they froze in surprise to see her. "Please show me your booking tokens and place them in the box at the end of the sky pier." He showed her 3 wooden tokens for him. Teresa and Brudusan slipped them into the wooden box. "Enter the gondola one at a time. Please remain seated and don't push on the wind and rain shield." She gave them a glance as she rested against the sky gondola's pole. "Where are you headed?" "To Shale's Golem Workshop," Alex said, double-checking the city map. We meet again," Teresa said as she climbed into the floating boat and coaxed Brutus in. "We do." Lucia seemed to be fighting a yawn. "I've got a lot of customers." "Wait, Cerberus, I remember you now. Welcome back to Generosity Sky Gondolas." Her voice had a deadened quality to it, as though she had repeated the greeting more times than Alex could count. Likely, she probably had. She tapped her pole against the side of the gondola and set them off through the city. Silence descended on the gondola as it left the campus. Lucia did not look back once. "Hey," Alex cleared his throat. I'm kind of glad that we got you for our Sky Gondolier again. Please note that it is against Generosity Sky Gondola policy to engage in fraternization with or attempt to start personal relationships with Sky Gondoliers while you are using our service." She rattled off the policy as easily as if she were telling someone her own name. "What? No. Alex waved his hand. "No, I just wanted to apologize. There's no need." Generosity Sky Gondolas puts the client's comfort first in all situations that do not involve destruction of Generosity Sky Gondola's property or direct verbal or physical assault of its workers. "No, I mean, look, I don't know if you remember, but you told us that you used to be a student at the university," and he scratched the back of his head. "I was kind of rude about that, and your decision." He struggled for words. "To drop out." She raised an eyebrow. "I remember this now." "No, I was going to say, decided to leave." "Why? I dropped out. That's what I did, and that's what people call it. Playing with words won't change that." Right," he coughed, looking at Teresa for help. For some reason, the brave young huntress seemed to have become absolutely fascinated with the few clouds drifting through the blue, sunny sky. She wasn't even paying attention to the pair of flying ships that were above them. He was on his own. "Well, my words were pretty harsh, from the way I look at it. You made a decision that affected your life based on your own experiences. It wasn't right to judge that and throw words at you while you're just trying to do your job. It wasn't my business, so I just wanted to apologize for that." The sky gondolier looked past him. "We're almost there. Look." He turned and saw a squat building spreading half a block in width. It looked like a fortress, with heavy stone walls and a roof made of slate. It bristled with chimneys like a hedgehog, which belched lines of smoke into the air. He could smell hot iron, fire upon stone, and what smelled like burning soil. They were all acrid scents that hit all the way to the back of the throat. Brutus whined and sneezed at the odors, and Teresa pet one of his heads while Alex idly reached to pet one of his other ones. The head turned to look at him for a long moment, but didn't pull away or growl when his hand stroked its fur. Even if things had been rocky at some points, Brutus and he had gotten a lot closer since their trials in the cave of the traveler. Now, Alex kept patience in mind, just as Teresa had suggested. The sky gondola pulled into a nearby sky pier down the street from the Golem Workshop. Luckily, the district was near enough to the university that there was a very low chance of priests lurking around the surrounding area, despite what Carrie London would have preferred. Alex, Teresa, and Brutus watched the sky gondola rise above the roofs, bearing a new load of passengers. "That was so awkward that I just wanted to jump out of the boat," Teresa muttered as she watched it go. "But I think it was the right thing that you did." "What made you do it?" "I dunno," he admitted. "After Balin's test, what happened at the cells and what you said happened at Life Enforcement, It kinda hit me that thighs isn't for everyone, as excited as I am for it, plus I'm the last person that should be trying to tell someone else how to live their lives. Well, good for you, Teresa smiled, though I think she's the kind of person that probably prefer good tips to good words. He sighed. That'll be after one of us finds some work, or both. Yeah, she frowned in frustration. I keep looking around, but there's not a lot of need on campus for hunters that kind of know how running an inn works. Especially in this place, the benches move, the ships fly. I wouldn't be surprised if the inns wander. Ha, he chuckled. That'd be a neat job, inn driver. I'm pretty sure that would be Selena's dream life. She paused in thought. And heck, even I might be more interested in taking over the family business if our inn could move. I think your brothers would have something to say about that. Pretty sure you're far down the list for inheriting the inn, she shrugged. Maybe I could duel them for it. I don't think that work under Thamelin's legal system. Probably a good thing too, now that I think about it. She glanced toward the sign hanging in front of the golem workshop, a symbol of a hammer above some sort of glowing pyramid-shaped object. The paint used for the object actually shed a low degree of light, and surrounding both it and the hammer were 4 figures, one gray like stone, one gray and shiny like metal, one brown like clay, and one covered in stitch designs. So Agolem is like that big clay man figure we saw when we first came to the city, and they're built here. Yeah, from what I've read, they make custom golems for people with a lot of coin, and I do mean a lot of coin, and they also rent out space and supplies for wizards to make their own. Apparently, they don't only do tour for small groups like ours, they also do them for school groups, tourists, pretty much anybody who's interested in learning about them. It's too bad Selena's class had that outing today, Teresa said. She'd love it. Hey, they went to tour the countryside on one of those flying ships, so if anything. I'm jealous of her. Besides, it's not like this is the wandering workshop. It'll be here for her another time. Teresa laughed. The interior of the workshop was hot. The front desk and waiting area were situated on the corner of the building and farthest away from the working areas, but it was still filled with an insane amount of heat. Unlike the rest of the building, this space had a lot of windows on an outer wall, and the breeze they provided was welcome relief. It didn't seem quite as hot as the Baron's had been. What can I do, you foe? A young, shaven-headed man looked up from the front counter, where he was using a strange pen-like device to etch symbols into a clay tablet. Hey, is that beast house trained? Brutus gave him a hard look with all 6 eyes. He is, Teresa said almost in the same dead tone as Lucia. She should start charging for every time someone asked her that, Alex thought. She might end up with a tidy sum of coin. It was a good thing that familiars and tamed beasts were so common in the city, or poor Brutus might have been less than welcome in many places he'd been allowed into. Good, then welcome to Shales. What can I do you for? I heard there were tour, Alex asked. Held around lunch. You heard right. The dog will have to stay in the waiting room here. It's 5 copper coins for each adult. No food or drinks allowed, and you'll both need to wear a mask. Mask, Teresa asked. Fumes from stone, steel, flesh warping, and clay, just to name some of the materials, he said. Not good for the lungs. Trust me, you'll be better off with a mask, even if it does get hot. The masks were black, full face coverings with a long beaked nose and 2 raised eye holes made of metal and glass. They had a strap that wrapped around the back of the head to keep them in place, and they made the wearer look like a strange, leather-beaked raven. Within each mask, a spell had been cast that continually provided freshly cleaned air. After Alex and Teresa slipped the odd-looking masks on and burst out laughing when they looked at each other, Teresa coaxed Brutus to lie down and stay in a designated area of the waiting room. Alex began making cawing sounds behind her as they made their way to the opposite end of the waiting area and through a set of iron-shod doors. He only stopped when they met up with another group of tourists. Their guide was a short, gray-skinned man whose mask had been painted to look like a long-snouted dragon's face. Welcome to Shale's guided tour, he said with a surprisingly deep voice for one so slight. I'm Sim Shale, son of Toraka Shalemi mother who owns the shop. Some of you might be coming here to peek out of curiosity, and some of you might be looking forward to starting a business relationship with the shop. Doesn't matter who you are, everyone's welcome, and at any time you can ask any question you'd like. There's no such thing as a stupid question in Shales, unless it's, do you work for free? Some of the crowd chuckled. They followed Sim into a catwalk above an area full of marvels. At this point, even the Baron's heat seemed calm by comparison. Anto Alexit felt like he just walked into a blacksmith's shop during preparations for a rush order. The area below the catwalk was filled with ovens, vats, and kilns, all of enormous size. Materials of varying types were fed in like each of them was a hungry, fire-belching giant. Shimmering black buckets full of molten metal, lava or other materials were being removed from the oven by way of immense, high-powered force-disc spells, and then transported to smaller, closed workshops that were built along one of the walls. While much of the work floor was dominated by this fiery process, there was a section where clay was being transported by the barrel load to other workshops. Here on the floor, you can see all the raw matter being made for golem bodies. Sim boomed over the loud ruckus from workers below. They'll be taken into the back workshops, where they'll be shaped through a mix of spellcraft, good hard elbow grease, and old-fashioned skill. How many are you currently working on? An older man near the front asked. All this, Sim gestured below. That's just 10 of them, and each one will be shipped throughout the world. We've got some for distant wizards, princesses, overlords, and even a king. Especially the ones that use higher-end materials. They're worth more than most folks will see in a lifetime. And what of the cores? Are the cores made here in the workshop? A woman asked. Oh no, they're not suited for heat like hell, clay dust, and iron fumes, Sim said. That work's a lot more delicate, and it's where we'll be going next. The sweating tour swept through the catwalk and made their way to an upper floor of the complex. Within a hall that was sweltering, though marginally less than the main floor, were 3 reinforced doors. Sim glanced at each before knocking on the middle one. A slot at eye level cracked open, and a quick conversation passed between the guide and the room's occupant. Then Sim turned back to the group, his dragon mask bobbing. So we ain't completely lucky. One of the cores is close to completion, and I thought we might be in time for the final stage, but at least you'll be able to see the shaping process. Only 2 of you at a time now, the room's not the biggest. He stood aside. 2 by 2, the tour group entered the workshop, and as Alex and Teresa's turn drew closer, his excitement grew like a child's on Sigmas Eve. At last, it was time for them to enter. The workshop was large and filled with multiple devices, many of which Alex did not recognize. Some he did, though. What was clearly a waste mana container stood at the side of a work table, connected to a large symbol-encrusted cauldron by a mana vacuum. The artisan over the cauldron stirred the mixture using a mana conductor, and the raw liquid glowed with a soothing teal light. It was beautiful. Alex couldn't tear his eyes away from the glowing liquid that would soon become a golem core. He watched its light, he felt its mana. He froze. Still in its raw state, the liquid leaked much of its mana into the air, and he could feel it permeating the space around him. It felt familiar. It didn't emit a squirming feeling. It didn't feel antagonistic, and it felt alive in a way that he'd encountered already. He'd felt such a mana before, just once, when his mana had come in contact with the dungeon core. All right, I think it's time for the next folk to have a turn. Sim cleared his throat behind them. Alex, Teresa poked him, her worried eyes watching him through the bulging lenses of her beak mask. What? Yes, sorry, it's just really cool. I lost myself for a moment, he said quickly. That wasn't a complete lie. Ah yeah, happens to the best of us. Golem work is one of the most awesome disciplines in alchemy, Sim said emphatically as he guided Alex and Teresa through the door of the workshop. Alex was quiet as the rest of the group went through the golem core's workshop in pairs, and he remained quiet for the rest of the tour as his mind worked on what he had just sensed. The golem core's mana gave off a similar feeling as the dungeon core's, but not identical. It was like seeing 2 similar breeds of dog side by side. They were the same species, with a lot of similarities, but there were still major differences in them. Also, he didn't know whether or not the dungeon core and the golem were actually related. The similarities could have been only superficial. He'd learned in school that long agohales were considered a kind of fish because they swam and had fins. It wasn't until an explorer found out that whales could actually drown that the difference was noted. Still, this was one of the first leads he'd gained. Since coming to Generosity and since he was going through a golems are awesome face, it would make sense to explore that question. The rest of the tour was fairly straightforward, with Sim showing the group some of the individual rooms where they forged the golems' bodies. Each room was dedicated to the crafting of one particular kind of golem. The busiest workshop was for the sculpting of clay into clay golems, which Alex had learned were the most common type. Next, they visited a pair of rooms devoted to the sculpting of stone, and finally, a room devoted to the forging of iron or steel into massive bodies. Clay's the easiest to get a golem core to attach to, Sim said as he closed the door to an iron workshop. It's malleable and has lots of earth in it. It's easy to get a core's mana to flow through and animate it. Stone's a little harder, mostly because it's harder. He paused, waiting for laughter, and a few people chuckled. Teresa leaned close to Alex. You think he makes that joke every tour? Now Alex chuckled. But stone's still a more natural substance than iron, which is processed and tempered from the earth. Steel, of course, is damn hard to get a core to take to, and it needs a lot of mana and careful manipulation. Sim pointed to a room at the end of the warehouse that was sealed with a massive lock. The final rooms for special orders and materials. Iron, stone, and clay are the most common materials for golem bodies, but they're not the only ones. We crafted one entirely out of gold for an emperor, heaviest you'd ever see in your life, I swear to all the gods. Some golems can even change on their own if they encounter the right mana, magical effects, or spells. Golem evolution, we call that, but that takes a core made with materials that can generate a lot of mana and that are able to produce a variety of effects naturally. Chaos Essence is a good example, with its ability to mutate monsters. It's all expensive stuff that's tricky to process. He shrugged. In the end, golem evolution is a neat process. Beaut if you just want a good golem, it's cheaper to just build one out of stone or iron in the first place than it is to get all the rare material you need to make a clay golem that evolves into stone and then into iron and then wherever else it might go. And for a golem to evolve, you've got to start with good, solid clay. Can't start with a stone or iron golem. He glanced around, noting the engagement of his audience. Right, time for the last spot on our tour. Sim took them to a large, well-ventilated office with older, sturdy-looking chairs and a table covered in sheets of paper near the top of the building. Several sweating, copper pitchers lined a side table, surrounded by cups. The liquid within smelled strongly of mint. At the end of the room was a massive desk backing a large open window. It was covered in papers weighted down by paperweights. Sim closed the door behind them. This is the part of the tour where I try to convince you to join a cult and donate your life savings to it. He paused, then laughed. Just joking, folks. Just joking. What I'll be proposing next doesn't involve any brainwashing. To any of you who might be interested in having a golem built now or any time else, now is when I sell you on using Shale's workshop for all your golem-related needs. He then launched into a pitch that would have put any traveling peddler rolling through Ulrich to shame. Alex and Teresa settled into a couple of comfortable chairs in the back, and Alex's thoughts drifted. He had neither the wealth, the resources, or the skill yet to rent out the workshop to make a golem of his own, or order one made by the masters here. Sim's pitch wasn't exactly relevant to him. For now, he leaned toward Teresa. Want something to drink? I'd love it, she said. We should also think about lunch before we go back to campus. My stomach's starting to rebel. Yeah, I think I saw some places across the street. He pulled himself from the chair and went to the side table with the copper pitchers. Pouring 2 cups of minty water, he stepped up to the desk and peered through the window behind it. Across the street were a line of eatsome were food stalls and some full-on restaurants. There were signs advertising grilled meats or vegetables, while others displayed pictures of steaming bowls of stew. It had been a while since they'd had a good stew, and his belly rumbled as he took in a giant sign featuring steam rising from heaps of vegetables, surrounding a brown leg of meat jutting above the rim of a pot. He could also see a few bakeries that looked like they'd satisfy his sweet tooth after the stew. His eyes lingered on one that caught his interest, but for all the wrong reasons. McHarris might have been a bully and tried to hide rotten eggs in his baked goods, but the man had always made sure that his building's facade always looked to be in good repair. Presentation was key for any business involving, well, anything, but especially food. The last place someone would want to buy bread from was a place that looked like a cockroach palace lay inside its walls. Or at least, that would be the case as long as there were other alternatives to buy bread from. Bakery that had caught his eye looked like it might have seen better times a long, long time ago. The sign, with its flaking paint, had the image of a faded loaf of white bread being drenched in melted butter on it. Chipped paint was peeling from the wood on the front facade, and the stoop looked like pigeons spent a lot of time there. Some of the shutters looked cracked or were missing slats, and the general appearance of the place seemed to be screaming, "Eat here if you want to live in the privy for the next 3 days." He thought, well, that place probably won't stay open much longer. The second and third floors seemed to be housing if the clothes on clotheslines hanging from one side of the alley to the next were any indication. His eyes narrowed in thought as he wondered if the bakery might be going under. As he turned away from the window, his gaze fell on the desk and spotted some papers strewn across it. He paused as his eyes caught the words written on a half-finished document lying at the corner of the desk. It was dated for early in the next month, and the largest words on it were, "Help wanted. Evenings. It's perfect." Alex nearly vibrated with excitement. "Think about it, I coo-og." The stew burned his tongue. Slow down, slow down." Teresa raised her hand. "It's as hot as a forest fire in midsummer at noon. I get it, you're excited, but you won't be able to tell me anything if your tongue's burned and swells to the size of a cow's. And if you're worried about Brutus, don't be. The meat platter from the stall will keep him happy till we're done." Yeah. He blew on his spoon before scooping the creamy mushroom and beef stew into his mouth. The restaurant was bursting with people having their noonday meal. A mixture of strong-armed folk and scholarly ones from the Golem workshop poured down cups and bowls of stew, followed up with cups of weak wine. Listen, it doesn't get any better than this. I can learn all about golems while getting paid for it. Maybe I don't know how skilled jobs work here, but shouldn't you have some kind of knowledge of the thing you're getting a job in? Teresa asked. He waved a hand. All I have to do is get ready for it beforehand. The job said it needs folk who are good with mana manipulation and have experience with crafting using magic. I'm in potions class and mana manipulation, which will teach me what I need to know. There's a month before it even opens up for application. All I need to do is get good enough to qualify for crafting assistant. It's an assistant, not an expert. She frowned in worry. Is a month enough time? He paused and she nodded, indicating she understood that he meant the mark. I could pick up what I need before it's time to apply. It's just an assistant after all, but it pays 2 gold coins a day. 15 days, and that completely pays for our lodgings, Selina's junior school, and your auditing at the same time. He glanced around and then whispered what he'd felt from the Golem Core's mana in the workshop. She gasped. Really? She mouthed to him. Alex nodded. We could learn something if I get experience with those cores. Even just being around the mana could give us lots to look into. It's worth at least a try. Like, a lot of problems at once are solved by this, and if it doesn't work out, we don't really lose anything. Teresa nodded. And I guess it's less dangerous than life enforcement or art of the wizard in combat. She paused, frowning. She had audited part of Balin's class earlier in the week, but they hadn't had time to talk about it much yet. Her eyes drifted up to Alex, and they held an emotion that was rare for them to display: unease. A strong unease. She paused, slowly stirring her spoon in her soup. Is he always like that? Who do you mean? The Chancellor, she said. His eyes feel like they look right through you. Oh, by Uldar, I thought I was imagining that, Alex said, slipping his spoon back in the bowl. It feels like he's peeling you away, doesn't it? Like there's something else in there. But like when he talks, he's just a nice older guy most of the time. He remembered Balin's small speech on how gods were parasites, and his unique philosophy on the art of the wizard in combat in general. Almost every other professor he had met talked about avoiding dangers. Professor Jules kept emphasizing the need to learn procedure and study only what one was ready to handle. But Balin had just thrown everyone into the Barrens as a test and told them to make it through with what they had. In the end, Alex had learned a lot from that test, and students who the course might have been especially dangerous for were weeded out. It made sense from a certain standpoint to harsh one. It feels like from a different time, Alex said. Like all that stuff he says about harsh, barbaric times for wizards, that doesn't sound like stuff he's only read or heard about. Yeah, it feels like history itself is talking to you, Teresa said. But all that stuff about being prepared for anything does make a lot of sense. Even judging from what we've been through, you never know what dangers might be lurking out there. 100 gold. The man said, his accent harsh and chopping through the words of the common tongue. His eyes were like steel. You should have said so in the first place. I wouldn't have wasted so much time making you convince me. Good coin here, that's a king's ransom elsewhere, an older woman said, leaning over the table. Her leather apron from the Golem workshop creaked as she did. That's why I wrote to you, cousin. A mana vampire would be no problem for you. You fight by sword and crossbow, not spell. The bounty is always open, and recently there's been some strange happenings outside the city. Even if it's nothing, there are other bounties, other monsters. You and the boys would make a killing. Literally, fair enough. The man smiled. How much is your finder's fee? 10%. I'm not greedy, and it's just telling you what I hear. Deal. I guess I will be moving the band to the Wizard City for a bit. Easier than whatever nonsense is going on in Thameland. Alex frowned. A mana vampire in the countryside. Or maybe more than one. Yeah, he said to Teresa, his tone serious. We really don't know what's out there. But hey, I'd feel a lot safer with a big golem at our side, wouldn't you? The box that Professor Valrock had assigned in mana manipulation didn't prove to be a very worthy adversary. Alex concentrated on it, guiding his mana through the specific pathways built into its inner structure. It was a puzzle in a way, a magical object that ran on mana combined with a child's toy maze. The glyphs on the side required one to guide one's mana through the specific pathways in the correct order and touch the underside of each glyph with mana in different ways. Some would require a sort of twist, with mana in order to activate. Others needed a sort of slight impact, or bop, while others had little energy clasps to wrap one's mana around and pull it in order to activate the glyph. While the first glyph that his class was expected to empower had its activator right at the edge of the mana pathway leading into the box, the rest were behind increasingly complex pathways within the maze. To make things worse, if one touched the side of a pathway with their mana or engaged with an activator incorrectly, the box was designed to eject the student's mana. Then, it would scramble the pathways within the box so that the inner maze would change slightly after each failure. In the end, students would have to weave their mana contorting it like an acrobat in increasingly complex patterns to reach subsequent glyphs activators, all of which would require different motions with one's mana to activate successfully. It started off easy, but became incredibly difficult as the task continued. To Alex, the entire device proved to be a fun diversion which also happened to train his mana manipulation. He liked puzzles. His years of experience controlling his forceball with his mana had left him very capable of making it flow in different ways according to his wishes. Then, his experience pitting himself against the dungeon core in the Cave of the Traveler had taught him how to manipulate his mana against a weakened, but active opponent trying to stop him from performing a task. The professor had only required the class to activate one glyph. He'd managed 2 almost 3 on his first try. Then the mark began to work with him. Images of all the correct choices he'd made during previous runs flooded his mind, with it focusing less on solving the puzzle in particular, and more on how he had contorted his mana to reach further into the maze. It meant Thadach Timeth act of manipulating grew a little easier. His mana grew more controlled and shook, less the further he pushed and contorted it through the maze. Each time he ran into a dead end, it grew easier to simply pull his mana back along the path without losing focus or the feel of his energy, and avoid touching one of the sides. It also helped him become more proficient with the particular motions required to activate each glyph. Again and again, he reached into the box, guiding his mana through its different pathways and touching the different activators. As successes piled up, he was soon able to activate the third glyph, then a fourth, and then a fifth in the space of an afternoon. As it became easier, he decided to add in extra challenges when he realized he would likely solve the entire box in a day or so. The first challenge he threw in was trying to maintain the Forcedisk spell at the same time. Forcedisk had also shown massive improvements in recent days. He had used the same process as he had to perfect the Forciball spell, while the Mark, naturally, had tried to ruin his concentration with failures. He'd been able to quickly identify his mistakes, repeat the process with modifications, and build the spell array. It was getting easier, and the Forcedisk was growing rapidly in speed and power as both his skill with the spell increased and his mana manipulation started to spike. Today, he would try to combine both Forcedisk and Glyph Box mana manipulation exercises. First, he conjured the Forcedisk, then he placed the box on the disc while manipulating his mana through the maze and the spell at the same time. When he found that to be easy, he began slowly drifting the Forcedisk back and forth in front of him, which meant he had to push his mana in two directions at once, toward the spell and toward the magic box simultaneously. That proved to be mind-bendingly difficult at first. It was like trying to write two different things with each hando needed to split their concentration into two directions and keep two different sets of movements coordinated while trying to reach two different goals. The Mark was very helpful here, and it aided him in a way that took him off guard. It began by showing him images of itself helping him in unrelated circumstances, and it took him a few tries to figure out what it was trying to show him. He began to see that each time the Mark had presented him with images of successes or failures, it had actually been helping him learn how to split his concentration to take in different information, examine it, and build on it while focusing on whatever task he was performing at the time. He brought up the times when he had directed his Forciball. While performing the spear and or dance, he had been sending his concentration in two different directions then. It all came together in his mind, and something clicked. He lit up 5 glyphs in the training box while making his Forcedisk circle his body like a vulture circling a corpse in the barrens. He said at the thought. His concentration abruptly slipped, and all the glyphs winked out. Ah, shit, he swore. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to disturb you, Teresa. He paused, hearing no response. Teresa. He glanced over his shoulder at the balcony. While he'd been practicing at the dining room table, Teresa was engaged in her life enforcement exercises on the balcony. Sitting cross-legged, her eyes were closed, and her hands pressed to her knees while her chest and stomach rose in deep belly breaths. The rest of her body was so still that if it weren't for her breathing, Alex could have mistaken her for a lifelike statue. Though her expression had naturally fallen into Deathstalker face, there was a serenity coming from her entire body that made Alex's breath catch. Her bucket lay close by, but she hadn't needed it that afternoon. She was coughing up that foul-smelling stuff a lot less lately, and getting rid of it seemed to be having a pronounced effect on her. An inner glow shone from her these days. After fatiguing training Gand, her movements had become more graceful and fluid than before. On their long morning runs, she, Alex, Colican, now Thundarus to start off running hard neck and neck until they tired and then, one by one, slow to jog, then a walk. Alex would normally be the first to slow his pace. In the weeks since Teresa had started her training, her stamina had grown by leaps and bounds. Where before she would keep up with Colic, now she was regularly outpacing him, leaving the athletic man behind to catch his breath. Even Thundar, the most physically powerful of the group by a wide margin, started to have to push himself to keep up with her. Alex quietly continued working on the puzzle box distractedly. He also watched his oldest friend while she continued her meditation until at last, she slowly opened her eyes. She stretched like a she-wolf rising from her den. Was it that interesting to watch? She asked without looking at him. He jumped suddenly. I wasn't watching. A sly smile crept across her lips and her eyes had a dreamy look to them. Your eyes were boring into me like a mole trying to find its home. Was it that interesting? She cocked her head, her face a mask of innocence while her eyes were downright predatory. Alex blinked, his heartbeat quickening. Something about that look did things to him. He did not have issues, he assured himself. Or maybe he did, but he liked those issues. All right, guilty as charged, but how did you know? He said. It looked like you were deep in your own pleasant little world. I was making noise and stuff and you didn't budge. I could see that Brutus was completely in another world, He glanced over to Brutus. The Cerberus had inhaled a massive meal earlier and had immediately gone into a food coma. Even nollying on his side-high's legs scrambled at the air while his three snouts snarled and snapped at nothing in the room. It looked like he was running and dreaming. Well, that or horribly mauling something to death in his dreams. Alex chose to think that it was the former. Yeah, I think Isolde could drop a lightning bolt beside him and he wouldn't wake up, but you, I thought you could hear me and would have asked me to be quieter by now. Ah, that is she paused. Her eyes grew very, very wide. Uldar's beard, I must be the dumbest person who's ever lived. She shot to her feet so quickly and smoothly that the movement looked unnatural. Then she rushed inside, closing the door silently behind her. Teresa, what's wrong? Alex asked. Nothing's wrong, but something might be really right. She sat down beside him at the table, looking so excited that she was nearly jumping out of her skin. She glanced around before leaning in close. What do you know about meditation? She asked. He said. It's part of your life enforcement course. It's more than that, Alex. It's a calming exercise and it's one that can help you focus. Remember you told me how. The mark, she whispered, basically just smashes your mind with all kinds of stuff. Well, here's the thing. She pressed her fingers to the side of her head. Professor Kabat-Zinn taught us meditation to help us focus our life energy. We don't tune out the world. We learn how to notice outside things without getting pulled into them. We learn how to manage our thoughts. We let them and outside influences pass as we focus on a single thing. Sometimes it's the voice of whoever is guiding us. Sometimes it's our own breath. Sometimes it's life circulation. But its purpose is to help us focus without getting distracted and falling into outside thoughts. Alex's eyes grew wider and wider with each passing word. The skill she talked about sounded a lot like what he did to get through the Mark's brutal onslaught of failures. It was something he'd figured out on his own as a way to help himself deal with his grief and sorrow when his parents died. It had helped him learn how to get through it, but if this was a formalized skill for it. There's Sato, you know what you're telling me, he murmured, vibrating in excitement. If it isn't considered a divinity and it helps with letting different thoughts pass, I might be able to use the mark to learn how to defeat. The mark, she held up her hands. Now it isn't a magic arrow, she said quickly. It might not work at all, and even if it does, meditation isn't perfect. Apparently one of the reasons some cultivation practitioners make temples in remote places is to eliminate as many distractions as possible. If meditation could work against all distractions all the time, they probably wouldn't have to do that, but I think it could help. Like I'm sure it will, it's already similar to what I've been doing to get through stuff. And even if it's got limits, finding ways to build my concentration will definitely help with mana manipulation. He paused. Only thing, though, is it a divinity or not? She frowned. I don't think so. I think only the parts of Qigong that directly affect the life force are the divinity part. Like when a bunch of students couldn't do the 10-minute meditation, our professor said that a meditation club might help them, and she didn't talk about it like it was a dangerous thing. I'd love to teach it to you if you think it'd help. Alex thought about the idea. As long as it wasn't a divinity, trying it was a no-brainer. It would likely help him in mana manipulation, spellcraft, combat, general concentration if it wasn't a divinity. If it was, then it was still worth a try. As long as it didn't interfere with his life force, then the worst that could happen would be having the mark scream at him, and he was getting pretty used to that. I want to try it, he said enthusiastically. I absolutely do. Teresa smiled and made a motion like she was adjusting imaginary spectacles. Then, my student, I expect you to follow everything I say. Yes, Professor Liu, she giggled, and then her smile faded. All right, let's hope this works. I'll be with you every step of the way. The key to meditation, according to my professor, Teresa said, sitting cross-legged across from him on a blanket on the balcony floor, is that failure is your friend. The point of meditation is to keep concentration on a particular thing, but you will get distracted and your mind will wander. Things outside of your thoughts will pull at your attention. That's all perfectly natural. Right, Alex said, watching her closely, something he was happy to do for multiple reasons, and making sure that he matched her position as best he could, cross-legged with back straight, shoulders set comfortably, and his hands set on his knees. So you then push yourself past those distractions, right? Not quite. Teresa took a deep breath and blew it out. What you're supposed to do is notice those distractions and acknowledge them. Acknowledge them. Aren't you supposed to just let them pass, like you said? It's harder when you just try to do that, she said. By letting them pass without acknowledging them, even briefly, means that they're more likely to pop back up. Your mind is going to want to look at them. I mean, okay, remember that year you peaked at your Sigma's Presents? Yeah, he grinned with absolutely no remorse. It was a good memory, and his parents had never found out. A dull pain stung his heart, but it was mixed with happy memories of that Sigmas and previous ones. Took me 2 years to find Dad's hiding place, but I did it. I remember that, she said. You were obsessed with finding that hiding place. Yeah, I really was. And then when you found it, what happened? Well, I didn't really need to look for it anymore. I had already seen what was there. Oh, he paused. Right, I got obsessed with the hiding place until I looked at it, and then you didn't need to look for it anymore, she finished. It's the same thing with thoughts or distractions. If you just try to ignore them or let them pass without acknowledging them, then your mind will drift toward them. It's like listen to me, whatever you do, do not imagine Brutus with bright pink fur and wearing knight's armor. Immediately an image of Brutus with bright pink fur and wearing a knight's full plate came to mind. He choked back a laugh. Tell me, what did you imagine? Teresa asked. Brutus with bright pink fur and wearing knight's armor, Alex admitted. Exactly, and if you don't acknowledge Sir Brutus, he's just going to keep staying in your head. According to the professor in the textbook, you have to acknowledge thoughts in order to let them pass. Okay, he mulled it over. I got it. So that's how we succeed in getting better at concentration. No, we have to fail first. Okay, we're back to that. What do you mean? So while we're being mindful of our thoughts and acknowledging them, our minds are going to wander, she said. It's inevitable. Things catch our attention. At least it's that way with me. But every time you notice a new thought or distraction, acknowledge it and bring your attention back to what you're concentrating on. Then your mind gets a little better at doing it each time. Each failure and break in concentration, if followed by acknowledgement of the distracting thought and gently bringing your attention back, then you are. What? He startled. What is it? Teresa held up a finger. I forgot maybe the most important part of this entire kind of meditation, sorry. He sighed in relief. Hey, it's okay, you're trying to teach me something you just started learning yourself. Take your time. I'll be a patient student, like how you were back in the church school. You were doing so well, but you had throw that in, didn't you? He shrugged. Sometimes my mouth rebels. Oh, don't I know it, she chuckled. All right, stop distracting me. No, he grinned victoriously. Acknowledge the distraction in this case, my clever wordson, then let it pass. Her eyebrow twitched. They will never find your body, Alex. I swear to Uldar they never will. Despite her words, he saw that she was fighting a smile. Okay, I'll stop. So what's the important thing? It's about focusing on the present moment, she said. The professor talked about how during life enforcement your mind will be left focusing on the same motion of circulating your life force through your body. That means that as you get better at it, your mind is free to wander to whatever it wants, and that's dangerous. It makes you lose concentration. She said that the key is to not get stuck on ruminating over the past or thinking about the future. It's to keep the mind focused on the present moment. She tapped the side of her head. So let's say you were focusing on spreading butter on a piece of bread, but you kept thinking about eating it later. Your mind wouldn't be on the task at hand, and if it were something more complex than, say, patting butter, you'd be more inclined to make mistakes and get distracted. Holy crap, Alex muttered. It was like she had just described the moment-to-moment of how the mark destroyed concentration and any attempts to practice its forbidden areas. The memories of the failures would slam into the mind so hard that sometimes it became hard to distinguish what was happening in the moment and what was a failure from the past. With his forceable, it had been like spreading butter on toast. He'd been so familiar with the motions Thatvan, with the mark screaming at him, was still able to cast the spell and have enough mental fortitude to alter it. As Forcidisk had become more familiar, he was able to continue with that pattern. But it was still a struggle. When it came to actions of combat, which he had no experience with, the act of learning the motion while dealing with the mark had proven to be too much. He couldn't manage to let the memories pass over him, and he didn't have enough expertise to simply complete the task in spite of the mark's interference. Yet this meditation skill sounded like its very purpose was to train the mind in acknowledging memories and thoughts, and then pulling you back into the present. It could be the perfect weapon against the mark. He wasn't sure how far it could help him in fighting its influence, but it was still worth diving into. I think it's going to be great. It sounds perfect, he said enthusiastically. I think it could help with a whole lot of things. And the best part is that each time you fail and get distracted, as long as you bring your mind back to the present moment after acknowledging what distracted you, you get better at it. Failure brings success. Just like how he'd managed to get the mark to work for him despite its intended purpose. Okay, he straightened himself. Let's get started. All right, first of all, you need to take a deep breath, Teresa paused. So I'm learning this myself, and everything I just told you is pretty much from my professor in the textbook. I'm still learning too, so you might want to find a more knowledgeable teacher after today. Hey, he looked her in the eye. You know me. You know our situation. You know this. There's no one I'd take as a teacher over you, Teresa. The smile that came across her face could have lit up a moonless night. All right, my student, follow my lead. I'm going to try to remember step by step. First, listen to the sound of my voice. Teresa led him into the meditation as she had described it. She told him to listen to the sound of her voice and to take deep belly breaths. Luckily, since he'd already been practicing breathing with the mark, that part had felt natural and relaxing. Then she guided him through shifting his awareness, focusing on different points on his body, and paying attention to how each section of it felt in that moment. He was surprised at what he found. There was a slight tightness in his head and neck he hadn't noticed before, a lingering soreness in his shoulders, arms, and chest from his push-up routine. Yet he also noticed a feeling of strength in his torso that he hadn't been aware of before. His muscles felt stronger. He noticed the breath entering his chest especially as he swelled his belly with the movement and noticed the feeling as he exhaled. Relaxation swept through his body. He noticed the slight tightness and burning in his thighs from their daily run, and also a dull ache in his feet. All these things that were a part of his body, a part of Alex Roth that he hadn't paid attention to before. His mind began to go down that line of thought. How much of his life had passed him by without him noticing? It was pronounced with the mark, but things about his own body were becoming so obvious just by concentrating on them. How many other things had he missed? Oh wait, he noticed he had become distracted. He acknowledged the thoughts and gently pulled his mind back to the present moment, concentrating on the last part of his body. The meditation continued with Teresa directing his attention to each of his 5 senses. Noticed the faded aroma of the bread he'd baked that morning, the sound of students talking in the adjacent apartments, and the feel of his own body weight on the blanket beneath him. Sensation fed into sensation, and his awareness expanded around him. He wasn't sure if his senses were improving, or if he was just paying more attention to what they were already trying to tell him, but he felt like he knew more about the world around him in those moments than he had in a long, long time. The clutter in his mind calmed, and soon there was only himself and what he was focusing on. He noticed strong feelings of excitement and elation rising in his chest, and he acknowledged them and then brought himself back to focus. He could bask in them later. As the meditation came to a close, Teresa brought his attention back to his own body and to his breath, and then right at the end told him that he could allow his mind to go wherever it wanted. His thoughts exploded. Dozens of plans and pathways opened up to him, and his expectations of the future seemed to shine brightly like the sun rising at the end of a long night. In a mere 10 minutes, he had quieted his mind and brought himself in touch with his senses. What would he be able to do once he had put a lot of practice into this? All right, and we're back, Teresa said, smiling at him. Well, look at that expression on your face. Did you enjoy yourself? Their Sathas is huge. He blinked. Like I can't even. Sounds like it had to be really good or really bad if it left you, of all people, speechless. Are you saying I talk too much? Alex asked with mock anger. No, you talk a lot, which is fine by me. I wouldn't have kept hanging around you if I didn't enjoy listening to you, she said with a sort of dreamy, satisfied smile. He wasn't sure if that meant she was thinking positively about the meditation or about him. As they had grown even closer since their journey started, which he hadn't thought was even possible, was starting to be more confident that it was the latter. In a moment of clarity, he started to realize that there were less and less reasons for him not to take a risk and tell her how he felt about her. He was becoming increasingly convinced that he was getting signals in return, which was supported by Collick's not-so-subtle encouragement. Alex Roth had always been the kind of person to only take risks when he was sure that things would go the way he wanted them to. There was a reason why he had endured McHarris abuse for years, until he was 100% sure the baker couldn't hurt him in any way. But when were matters of love ever guaranteed? Relationships were between people, and trying to completely control the outcome of someone else's feelings wouldn't lead to anywhere good. He could pretty much guarantee his own feelings, and that was it. Besides, he was diving into the dangers of magic, combat, and investigating the remains of a dungeon core. This risk was nothing compared to that. He decided then. He'd need the right moment. Teresa had talked about hunts and waiting for the right moment, and if that was how she thought about things, he'd just need to notice it when it came. And this skill was all about helping him notice things in the present moment. His eyes narrowed in thought. Hold on for a second, I want to try a couple of things. Concentrating on the mark, he focused on the idea of growing his skill in meditation. Images of the meditation session rose before him, with the mark pointing out the times he had performed what was instructed perfectly. It showed how acknowledging the distracting thoughts helped bring him back to focus, and also showed him the times when he brought his mind back to the present gently. Good, it would help him improve the skill. Now for test number 2. He started to construct a spell array for Forsadisc. The mark threw his failures at him with all its power, and though he might have imagined it seemed to be trying even harder than usual. Maybe he was just noticing its actions more now that he was so aware of everything. Instead of merely trying to guide his way through the memories or noticing and trying to study the failures, he engaged in the meditation process, acknowledge each one, and then gently bring his mind back to the spellcraft. He noticed a difference immediately. Memories he acknowledged and then gently pulled his attention away from were less likely to try and force their way back into his mind, or maybe they had more trouble trying to pull his attention back to them. Either way, he found it easier to get past those memories with this new skill. Of course, it wasn't perfect. There was a major difference between meditating and simply focusing on senses, and trying to do the same thing while actively engaged in spellcraft, while having a magical symbol actively trying to destroy his thought processes. It was the difference between studying in a quiet meadow and studying with an angry, drunken bard who had spent their whole life mastering the largest, loudest drum ever made, while he gave a full-on drum recital 5 feet away. but the force-disc formed faster and smoother than it ever had. Progress, and a path to fight the mark. Teresa looked at him for a long moment, as though she were about to say something. In the end, she only sighed and smiled. It's the least I can do to help me find this path for my life. I'm glad I got to do some of the same for you. Her smile warmed her entire face and her eyes seemed to shine. They drifted up to the sun's position in the sky. Oop, we should go pick up Selena. She'll be out of school soon. She was on her feet in a breath and half jogging inside. Alex watched her go with tender eyes before getting up. A whistle from across the insula drew his attention. He glanced over to see Alex sprawled in a chair with one of his textbooks in hand. With a wide, knowing grin, he gave Alex a thumbs up. Smiling, Alex gave him a thumbs up right back. The cells loomed before him across the grass. Though it had been long fixed, the stone was still blackened in parts from previous accidents. There seemed to be a dangerous energy surrounding the building, one he noticed more strongly than before. He wasn't sure if he was becoming more sensitive after a week of solid meditation practice or if it was just his own nerves coloring his perspective. After all, today and his second week of POTI 1000 would be the first day he'd be actually entering the building. Taking a long, steadying breath, he started striding toward the structure. It was his first lab in potion craft, his first step into a new art, and the true beginning of his journey to make a golem. Also, it would be his first chance to impress Professor Jules. Earlier in the week, during the lecture portion of POTI 1000, she had told them that the day would start with an explanation on lab safety, followed by the simplest of tasks, learning how to use a mana conductor in order to transfer mana to a special potion that would change color as soon as mana touched it. Hopefully, it would be easy, but nerves ate at him anyway. He took a deep breath, acknowledging his emotions, and then gently pulling his mind away from them. To calm himself, he focused on the mana manipulation box, shifting his hand into his bag to grip it. He exhaled and let his mana run through. It rushed into the maze like a trained racing stallion, but with the agility of a show jumper. The mark gave him his previous successes as a guide, and once again he broke his personal best for going through the mana maze. In a minute, every single glyph lit up on the box, and he grinned. Each time doing it made it a bit easier. After spending so much time on the exercise, his mana felt like it was flowing like water, and between all the practice he was putting into casting spells and this exercise, his mana pool had expanded. Soon, it would be time to try maintaining 2 first-tier spells at once. If he did that, he would know he was ready to start studying a second-tier spell, but those were plans for later. For now, he put the box away and marched up to the building, taking out the round wooden card that served as his student identification. On it was inscribed a new symbol drawn on in class by Professor Jules. It allowed him access to the building during certain predetermined time periods, when POTI 1000's labs were held. The glowing glyphs on the doorway brightened as he approached, flashing in time with the symbol on his card. There was a click and the iron doors parted, revealing a stone hallway that would have been pitch black if it weren't for the glowing forceballs suspended at equal distances. In some ways, it reminded him of entering the cave of the traveler all over again. He stepped inside, wincing as the door quickly closed behind him with a firm click. His footsteps echoed through the hall and the stones held a sinister look cast by the deep green forceball light. Strange odors reached his nose. Acids, brimstone, burning meat, fire, and wood, and smells like those coming from the golem workshop. He passed a series of iron doors in the hall, and from one, he smelled something sickly sweet and alluring. Something about the scent pulled slightly at his mind, not enough to alarm him, but enough to let him know that something was unnatural about it. His footsteps quickened. At last, he reached cell 207 and pulled open the door. He had never seen a dungeon before. Well, seen a Raven a dungeon, but not a castle's dungeon. He had heard about castle dungeons in bard stories about impossibly attractive, good-hearted thieves who broke out of them to save swooning lovers from grim fates. Whenever he'd imagined one, this room was pretty much what came to mind. It was dark, with more green forceballs to give it a sinister look. Again, he was one of the first students to arrive, though not the first. His plan had been to make sure he could wedge himself between 2 other students to avoid Derek and Carrie. The few others present looked unnervingly like demons in the shadows and green light. Mana apparati hung from the ceiling or were perched on desks like evil mechanical spiders. The room stank with faded smells of old potions. Professor Jules was already at the front of the room, writing the agenda for the day on an obsidian slab. She gave him a quick glance and a nod before returning to her work. Alex, over here. I have a free spot over here." A familiar, inquisitive, bouncy voice called from across the room. Speaking of demons, he thought as he recognized the voice. His head slowly turned in the direction of the enthusiastic Carrie London as she waved at him from across the room. "I have a free spot beside me." She patted the seat next to her, one at the end of the long experimentation tables where they would be practicing. He sighed. On the one hand, talking to her drained him more than running sprints, but on the other, with her beside him on one end and no seats on the other, there was no chance for any known cheaters to slither into a seat nearby. There were stools open on the other side of the table, but the mana waste containers hanging from the ceiling would be more than enough to block any views and conversation. He dropped his bag beside his fellow Thamage student. "Hey Carrie, you all ready to horribly blow ourselves up?" Her smile froze. Not really. "Oh no, that was a joke." "Oh, I see," she said. "Well, Uldar will hopefully keep us safe through today's lab and through all the others during the semester." Yeah. He mentally noted not to make morbid jokes around her anymore. Unless if he kept doing it, she might stop subtly, hinting for him to join her Uldar-centric society. He placed the idea in the back of his mind as an emergency weapon. It didn't take long for the rest of the seats to fill up, and he noted that there were metal shutters on the inside of the windows as well as on the outside of them. "All right, let's begin," Professor Jules said. "Welcome to the first lab of POTI 1000, where you will do much of your learning for the semester. Like any art of wizardry, there is only so much that reading a book or listening to lectures can tell you. True learning comes from practical application. Here is where you will engage in that practice. But in order to do so and survive the rigors of alchemy, safety comes first." She waved a hand toward the tables. "Beneath your workstations you will find aprons, coats, gloves, and masks that'll make you sweat like you were on the Barrens of Cravernous, but you will be kept quite safe by wearing them. Please put them on. Choose your correct size as they will be yours after today, and you are expected to keep them laundered and in good repair. Should they become damaged, please report to the desk in the basement of the cells for replacements." Alex and Carrie glanced at each other, then reached beneath their tables and chose the right size of equipment. It consisted of a heavy leather coating forced and treated to avoid chemical burns with an apron for increased protection. The mask was similar to the ones used in the Golem workshop, though the beak was shorter. The gloves were heavy as well, and by the time Alex finished slipping on the whole outfit, he felt like a knight who had just strapped on their armor. He and Carrie looked at each other. "Well, now I know how a bird feels," he said, pointing to the beak of his mask. "Now if we could only get the flying part down." "Oh, I think I've heard that there's a potion of flight we'll eventually have to brew," she said seriously. He paused. He made a mental note not to make any jokes with Carrie London. The first part of class went by fairly quickly, as Professor Jules explained the most common procedures in the cell. Much of it was common sense. Don't taste anything without having her examine the potion first. Don't rub anything on the skin, and always wear the safety equipment. She absolutely stressed the importance of always having the mana vacuum lowered into the mixing flask during the entire process of potion brewing, and making sure that both the vacuum and the waste container were fully operational. Not doing so would be grounds for immediate ejection from the lab. Some things were less obvious, though. She taught them to only smell any potion or ingredient by holding it away from the face and wafting the scent toward the nose with their hand, a process when one was trying to identify ingredients in the field. Another was a specific method to remove gloves that did not involve touching the outside of the glove with one's bare hand. She also showed them a station that magically produced clear, neutralizing water to flush their eyes in case anything got through their masks, and the location of the emergency kit. After that, she taught them the importance of washing their hands and equipment at that station before every single lab and after it was complete. From there, she then cast an illusion that floated at the front of the class, which showed a series of scenes that looked to have been simulated using actors, stage effects, and simple magic. It was a bizarre display. Each scene went through examples of students not participating in proper safety procedures, and then receiving increasingly horrific and gruesome injuries simulated through makeup and a lot of bad overacting. The entire thing was so over the top that he almost burst out laughing several times during the scenes. Luckily, he had the sense to not appear like a maniac and to keep his laughter stifled. From across the class, he heard Kaiba's voice breaking down in strangled chuckles as the illusion went on, and Alex was sure he could make out someone sliding their stool away from the little goblin. It seemed that he and Kaiba's shared a similar sense of humor. When the illusion finished, Professor Jules glanced around at the entire class. "Did you pay attention to the information? I hope you did." With a smile like a scheming devil, she drew a large sheath of papers from beneath her table, because we'll be having a quiz on it immediately. Groans echoed through the class. Alex blinked. Well, that was a surprise, but he had been paying attention to the safety procedures anyway, just in case though. He focused on the mark, thinking of getting better at lab safety. Instantly, images of himself putting on gloves properly and paying attention to the illusionary scenes rose up, focusing on the most important aspects of the presentation. A smile crept across his face. He wondered what university policy was on using a heroic blessing to enhance one's learning during a test. Would it be considered cheating? Probably not a case that came up very often. Besides, the mark was using his own memories. He was basically just consulting himself. Perfectly legitimate. at least from his perspective, which was completely unbiased, of course. Truly paying attention to the specifics of the safety procedures. With the mark having illuminated details, neither proved to be much of a challenge, and he was the first to proceed to Professor Jules and present her with his finished test paper. She raised an eyebrow at him as she glanced down toward the sheet. Her eyebrow raised a little higher as she scanned over the answers, then produced a pen and checked off each question. He smiled as she wrote and underlined 100 at the top. For someone so eager to go ahead of themselves, you surprise me with your diligence towards safety, she said quietly, handing him another sheet of paper. Look over this sheet, and once I say the quiz has ended, you may set up your workstation. As the other students finished, Professor Jules graded each test with shocking efficiency and either congratulated successful students or told them that they would have to review lab safety procedures found in the textbook. There would be another quiz for them. All right, well done. None of you did so poorly that I'd have to stop you from proceeding with the next part of the lab. You all now have your procedure sheets. Please set up your workstations and raise your hand when you are done. Alex quickly followed the procedure written on the sheet similar to one described in the textbook. Just without that second to last, Lininde placed his potion flask in the center of his workstation, cleaned it, lowered the mana vacuum into the empty flask, flicked the switch on it into the ready position, and then inspected the mana waste container. He was the first to raise his hand. Professor Jules looked over his workstation, giving a nod of approval, and then glanced down at the top of his sheet. She quietly gave him a thumbs up and a nod before examining the rest of the class, correcting a few of their appartees' positions. When she was done, she addressed the entire class. So, how many of you saw the second to last instruction? Please draw a bulging-eyed fish at the top of your procedure sheet. The class went silent. Many of them looked fairly comfortable, and a glance to his side revealed that Carrie London had been one of those who'd caught the instruction. Alex quietly gave her a nod of congratulations. Other students, however, immediately snatched up their sheets. Their faces became stunned as they found the hidden line. Professor Jules watched them, looking a mixture of stern and amused. All alchemy is about detail, she said. The procedure you have in front of you today is a single page, because you are simply using a mana conductor to activate a prepared solution. First-tier potion recipes can range anywhere from 2 to 10 pages. The most demanding potion procedures can literally fill several books. Every step written in one of those books will be important for your success and safety. Read all material carefully, and do not assume you have the answer just because you think you've skimmed all of it. Detail, detail, detail. Now, once you are all done drawing your fishies, I am going to make you do it. We can begin. She quickly went through the rows of students, pouring the solution into their flasks using carefully measured glass tubes, and inspected their stations one more time. As she poured the solution into Alex's test flask, she nodded to him. You may begin. Raise your hand when you're done. Eagerly, Alex took up the mana conductor and lowered it into the potion. Professor Jules had made it one step away from him when he raised his hand. Done, he said. She paused and slowly turned around. Her eyebrows rose and she owlishly blinked several times. That she paused again, then looked at him carefully. Her eyes seemed to be searching him for a long moment. Mr. Roth, do you have a few minutes after the lab? He couldn't contain his smile. Absolutely. Good, please stay behind for a moment. She quickly moved on to other students. As he watched her go, he caught several people looking at him in surprise. Carrie was staring down at his potion while holding her mana conductor steady in her flask. She murmured, "Well done." Then he paused. He caught Derek Warren staring at him from one of the other seats, but the red-haired young man quickly shifted away from Alex's gaze. Alex frowned, watching as Derek took a surprisingly long time to change the color of his solution. His speed compared to the rest of the class wasn't bad, but considering that he had taken most of the course already. It seemed that Mr. Warren had surprisingly little idea as to what he was doing, and in a field of study like this, that could be very dangerous. Mr. Roth, have you studied alchemy before you came to Generosity? Professor Jules asked. They were alone in cell 207 and she was looking at him pointedly. Not a hostile look, but simply an appraising one. No, Professor, he admitted. The only magic I knew before coming here was Forciball. Her eyebrows rose. You got into Generosity knowing one spell, and you've had no other magical training. A little bit of magical theory from some books, but that's it. No training in alchemy, then her eyes narrowed. Are you taking first-year mana manipulation? Alex cocked his head a little. Yeah, actually, how did you know? It didn't look like that course was very popular. It is more common for students who are going to venture deep into potioncraft or alchemy. You're a very eager student in this class, so I thought that might be a course you'd be interested in taking. Have you received your box yet? Yeah, I have. He dug the box out of his bag, showing it to her. I take it you know all about this. I do. She smiled at it. Professor Valrock and I, she referred to the professor of mana manipulation, helped design each other's courses, since there is so much synthesis in the skill sets involved, and the box has been the bane of many a first year since. I was a student here. Would you kindly show me how far you've proceeded with it? Alex could barely keep a triumphant grin from his face. I definitely can. He poured his mana into the box, watching Professor Jules closely as her eyes grew. She outright gasped as the fifth glyph lit up and whistled in surprise as finally every symbol on the box glowed with the power of mana. My goodness, she said. I'm not sure if you have any idea how impressive that is. Many students of mana manipulation have trouble lighting up the entire box even partway through their second year, and most who succeed with it early have a strong history in mana manipulation. She frowned. You must have practiced a lot with Forceable. Oh yeah, for years. Interesting. Tell me, how much of the potions textbook have you read? He paused, nearly telling her he'd gone through all of it already. Thinking back to what she'd said earlier in class, he decided not to say he had finished the entire text yet. To anyone who heard that he'd already studied the whole book before the first month of first semester was over, it would just look like he'd skimmed it, or that he was lying. He'd lowball it a bit. I've skimmed most of it, he said, but I know about a third of it in detail. I went through the earlier parts a lot before school even started. She frowned. And did you try any of the recipes in it? No, Professor, I just read about them and took careful notes. Didn't try anything yet, he insisted. She mused. If I were to ask you what on the table of prime essences would have a mana weight of 142, what would your answer be? Essence of grounding, he said quickly. She quizzed him on a few more things from the table and then on certain parts from the front of the book. He answered each as though he were reading the passages directly from the book. Professor Jules paused. Tell me, what are the 3 uses for adult dragon's bile when it comes to crafting potions of body strengthening? He froze. He called upon the mark, focusing on learning that potion, but no memories came back to him. Had he missed that part somehow? He scratched the back of his head. I have no idea, Professor. Good, she said. That's a subject you will not be learning about until POTI 3000. I was afraid you might have been receiving extra information from a more advanced student. Yeah, no, not me, he said. The only second year I know is Isolde von Anmut. I see. She continued to peer at him as though he were a particularly fascinating potion ingredient. Mr. Roth, I would like to, with your permission, cast a spell on you. Alex winced. What kind of spell? For some reason, a wild image came to mind, her using some sort of magic to shrink him down to the size of a bug so that she could put him in a jar to examine later. He shook off the feeling. No way would a professor do that to a student, would they? It is a greater dispel. It will rend apart any spells currently upon Yaudo. You currently have any spells on you, she said slowly. He froze. How would such a spell react with the mark? From what he could tell, it didn't use mana, but it was definitely supernatural. Was it a divinity? Probably. Either way, would such a spell erase the mark from him? It seemed too easy, but if it did, that would be a good thing, wouldn't it? Not so long ago, he would have been fine with anything that removed the mark. Now, it had benefited him in surprising ways. He wouldn't be so advanced with mana manipulation if it weren't for its help, and even its hindrances were driving him to grow in new directions he would have never thought of before. What did that mean? Did he want the mark now? Had he just learned to cope with it? Before he could sort any of that out, Professor Jules completed her spell. He felt a strange wave wash over him like the pins and needles, feeling of having a leg fall asleep, but this came from the air around him. Mana drained from his surroundings like oil being forced away by a mixture of soap. Then it was back. Curiously, he focused on breathing with the mark. Images came to him immediately, showing that it was still on him. His thoughts paused. Was that relief he felt, along with slight disappointment. What did that even mean? I see you have no spells upon you, Professor Jules noted. Forgive me, but an old trick some students used to attempt is to craft an illusion that only they could see, which displayed their textbooks and notes before them. It isn't a common method of cheating anymore, but we still catch some. But no, it seems that you simply have quite a talent, Mr. Roth. She tapped the desk a few times in thought. Do you still have interest in personal projects? Absolutely, he said. Lots of interest. She frowned. I look forward to seeing your results from the next few labs and the first quizzes. If you perform as well as you did today, then we might have a little discussion after all. She smiled. It warms my heart to see a student take such an interest in alchemy and potions. I look forward to watching you this semester, Mr. Roth. And just like that, he was one step closer to examining the dungeon core's remains and constructing a golem. I swear on all my ancestors, Thundar groaned, with his hands covering the sides of his face. If a lightning bolt jumped out of the sky and struck my battle magic professor, I think I'd laugh about it for 3 days straight. He leaned over the table while Colic and Alex returned with a pitcher of lemon water and some cups. Is he that bad? Colic asked, sliding back down into his seat and moving his textbook so it'd be out of range of any drink spillage. Worse, the Minotaur grunted as Alex dropped down at the table, quickly pouring him a large cup. Some of the war leaders in my clan were hard-bitten bastards, but he makes them look like kindly children. He barks like a dog, and every time you have to ask him a question, which you have to 'cause he talks faster than a chattering bird, acts like you're the one with the problem. Oof, that's rough, Alex winced, thankful he hadn't taken battle magic. Of course, he couldn't, but he wondered if he might have, if his situation had been different. It had been a few days since his first potions lab, and he'd been thinking on his reaction to potentially losing the mark. When he'd first received it, it had been nothing more than a curse that was attempting to ruin his life. At the time, with it hindering his spellcraft and causing him to have to go die in a battle he wasn't equipped to fight, there was no other way to think about it. Now, though, he was safely at Generosity and among friends. He had made certain choices in both his education and his life that he doubted he would have made without the mark's influence. A lot of those choices were doing him quite a bit of good. Although Alex had only used it once, the way the new exercises had hit his body had left him with an elate, exhausted feeling similar to what he felt after a good, long run these days. The mark had helped him with the form of the exercises. Then there was the meditation. He had quickly come to understand why Teresa was so taken with the practice. The more he did it, the more he wanted to do it. It calmed him, helped him relax, helped him concentrate, organized his thoughts, and it continued to slowly help him develop defenses against the mark's hindrances. Then there were his course selections. Would he have gone so deeply into mana manipulation or potions if he could learn any spell? Would he have decided to specialize in force spells or go broader? He knew without a doubt that he wouldn't have ever bothered with the art of the wizard in combat. He also doubted he'd be looking to try and build a golem so single-mindedly either. Likely, he'd just be trying to excel in his studies, looking out for his sister and trying to avoid Carrie London's little group. His life would have been completely different, and over the last few days she'd become unsure if it would have been necessarily better. HRM, what troubles you, my friend? Colic asked. You look like you're contemplating the nature of the universe. Maybe I am, Alex said. Maybe I'm about to unlock the secrets of creation, inspired by what a jerk Thundar's professor is. The Minotaur snorted. You wouldn't be joking about it if you had to be in there with me. Is he as hard as Balin? Alex asked. Thundar let out a deep, rolling laugh. If only he was like Balin. He closed a massive hand into a fist. Deep, deep down, Balin is harder, I think, but Professor Hartman wears it like it's a badge. He's louder, meaner, good at what he does, but less helpful. My condolences. Alex put his hands together like he was praying over Thundar's funeral. What about you, Colic? I haven't heard you talk about your professors at all. Colic shrugged lightly. There's not much to say. I celebrate those that are good and endure those that are not. Oh no, you're not getting away with that. Thundar leaned forward. Tell us what you've got to deal with. It is no problem. Colic waved them off. Complaining about them to my friends will not change them, only make them be with us when we are trying to study and relax. He took a sip of water. It's better to come together over shared experiences, I say, though that is just me and my choice. He glanced up to Thundar. Your professor sounds like bird droppings, and I will listen to you vent about him all day if you wish. Indeed. Colic glanced at the textbook on tactics for Comb 1000. Deeper this time, too. I look forward to it. There is a spell we are learning in EART 1400 that I want to try there if I can. What's that one again? The Minotaur asked. Earth and mineral magic. It has some neat applications. A wizard advanced enough and it can empower crop yield for a season, at least for a certain amount of farms. There are other uses too. Sounds fun, Alex said. Wait, his eyes narrowed. So it conjures earth, right? That it does. Say, would you be able to get some clay for me? High quality stuff. Colic raised an eyebrow. I do not know such a spell, but I am sure a classmate or even the professor could provide some. Why? He thought of both the golem project coming up, the job opening soon, and a little sister who had nothing to build or sculpt with. Alex tapped the side of his nose slyly. Let's just say that I'll be killing more than one bird with one ball of clay. Colic groaned openly and shook his head. Thundar chuckled. What are you trying to make? Selena peered at Alex's crooked, strange-looking creation. It looks like a bug that got run over by a wagon. Hey. Alex grabbed the mostly finished clay doll he'd been shaping and held it protectively away from his sister. It's my second time making one. Take it easy on me. Besides, yours is not that. He couldn't finish the sentence. The truth was that hers was much better than his. She'd even shaped the heads with tough-looking snouts and carved little lines to represent floppy ears hanging down. Okay, yeah, that's really good, he admitted. When had his sister gotten that talented? Then again, it had been a while since he'd gone into her room and really examined her little construction and shaping projects. Oh, and you're the expert now. I'm better than you, she said. His eyes narrowed. She was right. Now the only question was if Alex Roth was so petty that he'd use a deity-provided power to rapidly exceed a 10-year-old girl in skill and then rub it in her face. And the answer to that was yes. Give me a few days, then you'll see who's the expert, he muttered, using the mark while he continued to shape the little figure into something that was at least slightly not hideous. What you say? She looked up from Clay Brutus. Real Brutus was at the Beastarium with Teresa and Shishi. Oh, nothing, he said with a sinister note in his voice. She looked at him appraisingly. You're weird. No, you're weird. Your clay doll is weird. Hey, don't insult Mr. Clay II like that. She stared at him. Mr. Clay II. Yeah, what of it? He looked at her with mock defensiveness. You name your little dolls all the time. Yeah, with good names. Oh, really? He gestured to a doll that she'd set on the windowsill yesterday, an earlier creation of Selina's. It looked like an oversized turtle with massive spikes coming off of its shell. Lord Emperor Spikon, really? She looked at him defiantly. Good names. I'll have you know. THMP, THMP, THMP. A loud knock came from the door. 1 second, Alex shouted, jumping up. He stumbled and then caught himself. Lately, he was trying to copy Teresa's thing where she just seemed to glide to her feet from any sitting position, but with varied success. He ignored Selina's giggling as he opened the door. You have everything all right? Colic said, his eyebrow raised. I heard raised voices halfway down the hall. Over one shoulder, he carried a pile of books while he held a large picnic basket over the other. A spicy scent drifted from the basket that made Alex's mouth water. Oh, everything's fine, Alex said. Come in, and you can see how cruel my sister is and how bad she is at naming things. Alex, she glared at him. Mr. Clay II is a dumb name and you know it. Stop trying to pretend it isn't. Emperor Lord Spikon. Lord Emperor Spikon, Selina corrected him. It's not a good name, he insisted, trying to hide his growing amusement at the whole thing. You can't be judging anyone else's names. You know what? Colic. Colic placed the basket and bag down on a chair at the dining room table and held up his hands. I do not know what this is, but I do know I don't want any part of. Too bad, Alex gestured to both Lord Emperor Spikon and Mr. Clay II. Which name is better, or what name is yours called? Mr. Clay II. Colic's uncertainty vanished in an instant. Alex, why do you bother me with this? He said in a deadpan voice, though his eyes were amused. Your name is obviously much worse. Apologize to your sister at once for wasting her time. If and you win this one, little goblin, he said grudgingly. HMPH. She raised her chin with pride. Colic burst out laughing. All right, I brought lunch. Let us leave the clay be and eat before it gets cold. Reaching into the bag, he produced well-seasoned dishes of hot flatbread smothered in cheese, garlic, onions, and spiced pieces of cubed meat, one for each of us. Oh, that looks amazing. Did you make it? Alex asked, pulling out Selina's chair for her as she sprang up and rushed to the table. Oh ho, I did not, Colic admitted, sitting down at the table. Half-burning meat over an open fire is the best I can do. I wouldn't inflict my cooking on you and Selina. You don't cook very much at home, Selina asked, tying a napkin around her neck. Does your father cook, or your mother? Colic suddenly burst out laughing so heartily that it filled the room to bursting. Alex was sure that some of the conversations in the courtyard below fell silent. When the young man could finally stop laughing, tears were running from the corners of his eyes. He muttered something in his mother tongue, and Alex picked out the words no, say, and not. I apologize, Selina, Colic said. I do not laugh at you, but the thought of mother and father cooking, he had to fight back another laughing fit. In any case, eat, the both of you enjoy. This food is best when it is hot, not when it has been left to sit out while we go on like a bunch of old parrots. Selina and Alex looked at each other before reaching for their flatbreads. So how does your cooking at home? Alex asked. For the first time, Colic looked uncomfortable. We have someone to do it, was all he said. Young Selina, how are you enjoying the junior school? MMPH. Selina mumbled around a large bite. Don't talk with your mouth full, Alex warned her. She chewed quickly and swallowed. I like it a lot. It's like school at home, but there's a lot more to learn. The library has so many books. Oh ho, and what's your favorite class? Colic asked, smiling through his beard. I have two, she grinned. Math and art. Ooh, we have a little architect growing among us. Colic said, and what of magic? Do they teach you so soon? Selina paused, glancing sidelong at Alex. No, she had an odd look on her face. Selina, he peered at her. Is there something wrong? And no, she was obviously lying as she turned away from him. He frowned. Selina, what's going on? She wiggled in her chair. It's nothing. Oh no, it's definitely not nothing. You have the same look as you did when you brought that toad home in your pocket. No, it's not like that. Alex frowned. Was she starting to keep secrets from him? Was she already old enough to be doing that? Come on, Selina, tell me. I just want to make sure that you're okay. She paused, squirming a little more, and then seemed to deflate. It was supposed to be a surprise. What surprise? Alex cocked his head a little. Colic leaned in closer in interest. Wealthier not teaching us magic, she said finally. Yet, but Uthier going to test us soon, to see how much mana we have and see if we can learn magic. Alex's heart nearly stopped. Ayuha, he murmured. She looked down. It was supposed to be a surprise. I wanted to tell you if I passed the test and surprise you. An awkward silence fell on the room. Colic gave a small cough. Sorry for helping to expose you, Selina, but if it's any consolation, they notify a child's closest guardian for permission before they do the test, so your brother would have known anyway. Oh, she groaned. That's too bad. Alex, meanwhile, was speechless. All things considered, he should have thought about the possibility. After all, it was a junior school that was attached to the greatest university of wizardry in the world. It made sense that they would test the junior students to see if they had the knack for magic. The question was, what would they do after? Colic, how do you know about the test? Alex asked. And what do they do if a child has the mana for wizardry? My eldest brother came to Generosity and learned of the practice, he said, his eyes growing distant. And as for what they do, my understanding is those that can learn the art of wizardry are given some beginning lessons on magical theory, simple things that can prepare them for casting spells if that is the path they desire, and if their guardians give permission for them to take the lessons. By the end, it is the hope they will be ready to learn some simple spells when they are older. Oh, Alex muttered, looking at Selena. Do you want to learn to be a wizard? If you could, something passed through her eyes. You make it look like a lot of fun, she said, though there was something odd about her tone. I want to try it. Is that okay? Alex had no idea how to answer her. Selena learning to be a wizard, what was the likelihood of that? Probably high if he really thought about it. Would she have the smarts for it? That was an obvious yes. Selena was very quick-witted and she liked to learn, especially about things that caught her interests. And what about the discipline? That was no question either. She already spent hours focused on building little models out of blocks or clay. Focus was not going to be an issue. As for if she had enough mana to do it, that really was the key question. A person's base mana was an odd thing to predict. Sometimes someone with the mana for wizardry would come out of a family that had farmed for 10 generations. Sometimes there were entire dynasties that had produced wizards for centuries. Other times people would seem to have no mana when they were young, and then an accident, strange phenomenon or years of concerted effort at mana manipulation could generate a mana pool large enough to begin studying the wizardly arts. In the end, in many cases, a person's mana seemed pretty much left to random chance. So that left one final question: how would he feel if Selena had the potential? On the one hand, the idea excited him. If she had the talent for wizardry, she would be set for life. Magic was a powerful advantage that could pave the way toward riches, fortune, adventure, safety, and comfort. On the other hand, magic was a deadly force. How many times had they been told it was dangerous? In his short time at the university, he'd already seen some of its dangers. The importance of caution and finding ways to keep safe were constantly being reinforced. Letting Selena go down the path of magic training would be to let her go down a path of infinite danger, but then again, would it be worse to stop her from even trying? He'd gone down his path with nothing but an old book, after all. So wouldn't it be kind of hypocritical of him not to let her try magic here at Generosity, where she'd be much safer than he had been doing it on his own in Ulrich? There was also the possibility that she might try it on her own in secret. The whole idea made him nervous, but letting her learn safely, if that's what she wanted, would probably be a lot better and safer. She would be taught by people who knew what they were doing. All right, we can talk about it more if you pass, he said. Yay, she cheered. I'm going to get a big pointy hat with a huge brim. Ha, Colic chuckled. We can call you Big Hat Selena. That's a terrible name, Alex said. Your name judging privileges are revoked. Hey, I might be bad, but you are definitely worse, Colic laughed. He glanced at the door. Maybe Teresa would be better at it. Will she be back soon? She should be, Alex said. Good, I was hoping we could all talk about the next Com 1000 class together. It will be her first time in the Barrens. Alex snorted. And we'll be better off for it, trust me. Oh, I know, but I think it would be better to have some discussion beforehand. It's too bad Thundar and Isolde are busy, but it still will be good to share our capabilities with Teresa so we can move better as a team. Don't worry about that, Selena said. Teresa can beat up Alex, so if he can do it, she can do it. That's not the way it works, Alex said dryly. Well, her help will be necessary since we are going to the Wild Mana events this time, Colic said. What are those? Selena asked. Colic's eyes looked distant. One of the most dangerous parts of all the Barons of Cravernusend, the very lifeblood of Generosity. A wizard will spend much of their life in hazardous surroundings, Balin said to the class, which you will train for today with your chosen entourages. It was another hot day, hotter than midsummer in Thamelandand. The students of the art of the wizard in combat were gathered in the stadium. Despite the loss of some classmates during Balin's test, the number sitting before the chancellor had grown in the following weeks. Those who had entourages had brought them, increasing their number by a few new faces. The student named Malcolm had been joined by Ivander, a tall, bald man with pointed ears and a greenish cast to his skin. He looked like some of the elves that Alex had met at Generosity, but his features were harder and sharper, like he'd been carved from flesh instead of being born. Nua Oj, the Selichar wizard, had been joined by a horrifying-looking beastfolk that drew everyone's eye. He was by far the most gigantic beastman Alex had ever seen. The towering Thundar, a foot taller than Alexander Balin, would have only reached the monster's chest. He was so powerfully built that he looked more than capable of tearing through a castle wall. His skin was a steel gray over most of his body, but stark white over his chest, neck, and throat. From the slight hunch in his back emerged a dorsal fin that rose into the air like a knife. His head and neck were so thick that they covered most of the area between his shoulders. The beast that he most resembled was a shark, and his eyes were black and lifeless like those of a doll. Minervis and Raineth pair, who'd abandoned their companions during the test, filled out their ranks with 5 warriors who had come to the university with Minervis. Shortbows were slung on their backs. They were an enigmatic-looking bunch with features that looked similar to Minervus himself, implying some kind of familial relationship. They moved in a way that made them seem like they were the same person. In Alex's group, only two of them had brought entourage members to join the class. Teresa sat between Alex and Colic, with both her sword and massive hunting knife belted at her waist. She held her bow over her knees and watched Balin very closely, her eyes only shifting to look at the newcomers that Isolde had brought with her. They had met them that morning, Sphenia and Hogarth. Hogarth was a short man who was built like a boulder. Scars marked a face well hidden by a thick black beard, long and wild, unlike Colic's well-sculpted one. Sphenia, meanwhile, was as tall as Alex and looked like someone had put her together from iron wire and bare meat. Both were armed with heavy crossbows, broad-bladed swords, and spiked halberds. They looked hard as nails. Beautiful Alex was honest everyone's vicious-looking guards and attendants seemed like cheerful babes next to the giant shark man. Even the bone drinker would have looked tame next to that burly monster. Alex looked over the group, counting the new additions to their class. Taking into account the entirety of the new entourage, they actually had more people than they'd started out with. Before Balin's test, the class saw a mere 20 students enrolled, and the barons had whittled them down to 12. Now, 10 new entourage members, a full half of them coming from Minervus, group swelled their number to 22. An odd thought struck Alex. Many entourage members hadn't started auditing the class right after the test. A few of them, like Teresa, had attended the lectures, but for most, today's practical battle class would be their first class. The surprising thing was that they were all allowed to enter without being tested. Alex raised his hand. Yes, Alex, what is it? Balin paused his lecture. Is there a test for entourage members before they can go into the barons? No, you have all passed the test, Balin said, and so all of you are trusted now, and that extends to those who you are responsible for. You made decisions and adapted to the circumstances of the barons, and so I trust your judgment. Besides, you are walking down a dangerous path, and one that you are ready for. He gestured to the class. Were I to deny your entourage the privilege of auditing Com 1000, I would be denying you resources for the class, the opportunity to experience perils with those close to you, training for those who will accompany you outside of the university, and preparations so that all of you might work together as a group. That is why I hope you have brought every member of your entourage. Alex chuckled. I brought half of them. The other half is my 10-year-old sister, so I don't think that would be a good fit. He continued to laugh, and a few others, including Teresa and Colic, joined in. They only stopped when they realized that the Chancellor wasn't laughing. He wasn't even smiling. At all. I fail to see the humor, I fear. Balin's eyes seemed to bore right into Alex, making the young man squirm in his seat. Did she refuse to attend? Of course, that is her choice. Alex said, his eyes shifting back and forth uncomfortably. Well, I never offered, I see. Balin's words rang with a flat disappointment. I am surprised, I have to say. You show a lot of sense. An air of discomfort descended over the class. Students and their entourages exchanged nervous glances. Balin himself did not change at all, yet he suddenly seemed bigger. He hadn't shifted his position, risen up to his full height, or done anything intimidating, but it felt like the ancient wizard became much larger, like there was an aura coming from him that had spread to fill the stadium. Alex swallowed. Ewelsh is a child, Chancellor. I see. A child, Balin nodded, his body visibly relaxing. Of course, a child. Alex, would you mind answering a question of mine? Alex had a bad feeling that he wouldn't want to. Ujer, can children die? Silence swept the stadium again. Not even the wind broke it. In that stillness, every student held their breath, and Balin's eyes seemed to dig into Alex's core. Pardon me, he asked, unsure if he'd heard right. Can children die? Balin asked with the same easy tone as though he wanted to know what the market's daily special was. Can they be killed, hurt, harmed, massacred? A horrible image flashed into Alex's mind at that moment. What might have happened if he hadn't seen the silent spider in Coil Forest when it was hidden in that tree, ready to drop down on his sister? He forced the thought away, unconsciously sliding into the deep belly breaths of meditation breathing. They can. They can, Alex. They most certainly can. Balin let out a long breath. It sounded tired in a way that Alex couldn't even begin to comprehend. And it is not only children, he glanced over the class. Mothers, fathers, brothers, servants, attendants, teachers. The more you grow in power, the more people in your lives will be endangered. Power attracts attention, and wizards must not only safeguard their loved ones but ensure they have ways to safeguard themselves. The beastman paused for a moment. Let me tell you a story, one that is relevant for both our task in the Barrens and to the topic that young Alex has brought up. A long time ago, there was a wizard by the name of Hathor Motkin. He was a powerful sorcerer and demonologist of his day, and he, like all of us, sought power, and he achieved that by way of sacrifice. Demons can have vile ways of feeding themselves, and he provided them with what they wished to eat most. I won't detail what that was, because I'm not going to make some of you sick before class even starts. He began to pace back and forth in front of them, his hooves thudding into the stone. Suffice it to say that many other wizards lost family to Hathor Motkin's inclinations, and he made a lot of enemies. Many wizards think they are safe in their towers, Balin continued, or their sanctums or schools. Almost every other wizard worth remembering at the time wanted his head, and if you had put them all together, they would have filled every single seat in this stadium. And one of his enemies was me, murmuring spread through the class. Avoid his enemies, he thought to build himself an impenetrable fortress. He gestured behind himself as though that fortress was standing right in the stadium. He forged a wizard tower out of star metal, then warded it with spells that repelled all magic but his own. Spell after spell after spell was linked together like chain mail, and then he placed a massive force sphere over his entire domain. Wizards tried to break through. So did demons and armies, and even one particularly angry dragon. He shrugged, and none could get to him until one very clever sorceress conceived of a notion, and sought out myself and a number of his most powerful enemies to enact it. And what do you think we did? Any guesses how we adapted? The student named Rhea raised her hand. She was part of the battle mage group of second years. There's a saying among my people. She moved her hair to the side, revealing a pointed elven ear, that no tree can stand against a strong enough wind. You combined your strength and blasted his defenses to nothing. A good thought, Balin nodded, but one that failed us. Our enemy had prepared his defenses well and made the field his own. He could repair his defenses faster than we could rip them down, and we really wanted to rip them down. Who Elsa Isolde. The terrain was to his advantage, so you used magic to change it so that it was to your advantage, she guessed, leaning forward slightly to see if she had answered correctly. Very good. Balin boomed, making many of them jump. We did just that. Those of us with the power carved an even larger circle of magic around his domain outside his wards and spells. He had guarded a large area, but working Tojduri could affect an even larger area, which is precisely what we did. We were able to teleport his entire domain into the ocean, the most northern ocean, where the water is so cold that it would be ice if it weren't for the saltiness of the sea. We waited for him, and we bombarded him with our most powerful spells, again and again. He laughed then, a hard laugh like stone grinding on stone. Not only did Hathor have to combat our attacks, but he also had to cast magic to make the temperature in his domain, which was dropping so very, very quickly livable, deal with the pressure from the water's mass crushing his force sphere, and adapt to his own bewilderment and fear. He couldn't, so he panicked, teleported away, and we tracked him. Then it was all of us against one of him, and none of his stolen power could help him. Silence followed. Karamiuson of the Doberman like Beatfolk raised a hand. What happened to him? Balin gave another hard laugh. Again, I would not want to make you sick before our class. In any case, he looked back to Alex. I'm not insane, Alex. I'm not going to demand that you drag a 10-year-old child with no experience into a battlefield, even if I am present to safeguard you all. But attending some of the lectures and discussions might do her some good. She might learn ways to protect herself, ways that might have indeed saved some of Hathor's victims. Give her things to think about, Mr. Roth. Do think on offering her a choice. She has class at this time. She's in the junior school. Of course, that makes sense. Well, her general education takes precedence. Minds are sponges at that age. No sense in denying her the chance to fill it. I would suggest, though, discussing some of the topics from this class with her yourself, such as the other point of my story, the importance of terrain. He turned to the entire class again. Today your task will be to capture 10 vent drinkers. They are common in the western wild mana vents where you will be going. These rifts in the earth concentrate and pour the world's ambient mana up from deep within in its core and into the air. They are the source of Generosi's high ambient mana, and they are also very dangerous. Balin waved a hand behind him. The air rippled and pulled apart like a curtain, revealing a strange chasm glowing with different colored lights. It was like looking through one of the traveler's doorways. Such pure, wild, undiluted mana cannot be utilized unless processed in some way. Further, standing too close to the vents can cause you physical burns or disrupt your mana. The wild mana in the air can warp your spells unless you have a profound control over them, and for wizards and others sensitive to mana, walking near the vents will feel like you're attempting to swim through something akin to hot mud. And your opponents, the vent drinkers, while harmless to most, things are far better adapted to the terrain than you are. Find ways to take away that advantage without wounding them mortally. Utilize your strategies from the test and tactics we have discussed, and work together. Now, without further ado, let us begin. Balin had not been exaggerating about the impact the mana vents would have. The moment Alex stepped through the portal, it felt like he'd walked into a wall of thorns that pricked at his mana instead of his skin. It didn't feel as deadly as the mana vampire sapping his mana through his forciball, but there was a pain and invasiveness to it. He squinted against the blast of light that suddenly hit his eyes. Balin had teleported himself and the group a short distance from the mana vent, and being so close was blinding. The light coming off of it burned intensely, and squinting gave little relief from a glare that blazed like the noonday sun. The other students groaned, holding up their hamstring to block the blinding radiance. Nadia shrieked, burying her head under a wing. That's bright, Teresa grunted. Alex, are you okay? Do you feel that? Balin's deep voice said from somewhere above. That is the world's blood and the blood of generosity, flowing up in all its glory. It's like a tiger raging through the wild, untamable, unharnessed, and deadly. Through the stinging irritation, Alex couldn't help but wonder what the hell a tiger was. We will move back a bit now, Balin said. Alex felt the rush of his transportation magic as it pulled them away from the mana vent. He wasn't sure if it was his mana manipulation training or the fact that this was the fourth time Balin had cast the magic on him, but it felt more comfortable, like he was growing used to it. The ground where they set down was uneven, but Alex shifted his body very naturally, assuming proper footing and balance. The stinging had faded to a slight itch. He opened his eyes slowly, noting the light had receded and that the chasm was now at least 100 feet away. From this distance, the light no longer assaulted his eyes. Instead, it was quite beautiful in its own way. He noticed figures walking around the edges of the glowing vent. They were about as large as medium-sized dogs, but walked upright on two legs and resembled a cross between a massive lizard and a bird. Back in Ulrich, he'd seen chickens walking with the same gait as these creatures, with strange head-bobbing motions followed by sudden, quick bursts of speed. Their necks were long snake-like things, and their tails waved behind them like whips. From where he stood, he couldn't be sure if they were covered in tiny scales or leathery flesh. Either way, their skin shimmered with colors that shifted to all the hues of the rainbow. There were several groups herded together, moving in numbers of roughly 20 to 30. The heads of those closest suddenly rose and turned toward the young wizards. Their eyes flashed with an inner light that matched their shimmering hides, and then they ran. Their clawed feet tore across the barrens, kicking up dust and receding around the vent. Farther away, other groups simply looked up, then dipped their heads into the vents like beasts at a watering hole. Their shifting colors brightened as they drank in the ambient mana. Balin stood at the front of the group, looking at the mana vents with his hands clasped behind his back. His beard clasps clinked. Take note of your opponents there. He gestured to the vent drinkers. While we can only endure this environment, or perhaps even be forced to retreat from it, they are no worse for wear. They are thriving. He waved a hand over the dust in front of them, which instantly began to shudder and rise into the air. The tiny particles came together, solidifying into long, lean threads that vibrated in the air before coiling around each other in long, fibrous braids. Once the transformation had ended, 20 coils of rope dropped to the ground before them. You will have to discover how to make your captures while your surroundings are hostile to you, yet beneficial to your opponent, he instructed them. Use what you can, test your limits, beware of dangers, and keep in mind the resourcefulness you exhibited during the test. Potential threats this close to the vents include Mupkaras, bone drinkers, and the occasional Zythak, but I will ensure that nothing beyond what I see as your limits accosts you. And with that, I wish you all good luck. With a nod, he stepped back into the shimmering air and vanished, reappearing high above them as a distant figure floating in the sky. As Alex looked up, he found himself being very thankful that the Chancellor wore pants beneath his impressive robes. He shook his head at the thought. Only someone who had issues would be having thoughts like that at a time like this, he told himself. We need a perimeter and a plan, Colic said as soon as they were left alone. Balin said he would keep things away that would be beyond our limits, but that does not mean he will drive away every threat. If anything, it'll most likely be the opposite, Alex added. I'll watch our east flank, Teresa volunteered. She stepped out of the group and moved to the east of them, knocking an arrow onto her bowstring and eyeing the empty wasteland. Massive rock formations rose far to the east, blocking their lines of sight past a certain point. Alex wasn't sure if he was imagining it, but one part of the formation looked like the open jaws of a beast. Small, black-winged silhouettes soared over the rocks and fluttered down on the other side. Vultures. Something was dead over there. He hoped that if something had killed whatever it was, that it would stay with its meal. Colic looked at Minervis, who was still shaking off some of the effects of the mana vent. Minervis, would you mind having your entourage form a perimeter to the north and west of us? There are many with you and they could cover much of our flanks. Minervis paused, looking from his entourage to Colic before nodding at the 5 he'd brought along. They too paused for a moment, blinking as though they'd just woken up, then proceeded to go flank the north and west. Ivander and the massive shark man volunteered to help form the protective circle to the south, leaving only Hogarth and Svenia standing beside Isolde as if they were glued to her sides. It's all right, she said, rising to her full height. Help to protect all here. The 2 halberdiers looked at each other. As you command. They joined the others in forming a protective wall of flesh and metal. Alex glanced at their surroundings and snorted, slightly amused when he looked north. There far away was the escarpment that had served as their goal during Balin's test. From this distance, it might have taken them twice as long if they had to reach it from here, so it was good that they weren't heading back there. Hopefully there wouldn't be any sign of Mupkaras or bone drinkers this time, though the former could be hidden under the dust. So Angelern of the 2 Doberman beast folk grunted from his canine snout. He sniffed the air toward the chasm. I don't smell any threats. Does anyone have any ideas on how to do this? Alex blinked in surprise when he, as well as most of the rest of the class, looked toward his group, as if expecting them to speak first. Then again, it made sense. They had been the only group to pass the test unscathed, despite being made up of more first years than seconds. He also noted several students throwing cutting looks at Minervis and Rain. Some even edged away from Minervis' entourage positioned in the encirclement, even though they were supposed to be part of their protection. His brow furrowed. That shouldn't really be a big surprise, all considered. Even if today's task wasn't a test end, the stakes were low. No one wanted to chance their safety to the two who'd abandoned their group members. The memory of them flying off to the goal by themselves was still very fresh. If there was already distrust, what would happen when it came time for cooperation, or when trouble actually showed up? Before we generate ideas, we should go over what we know and make sure that all understand the threats around us and the capabilities of our prey. Isolde stepped forward, appearing every inch like some sort of military general. To review, we have seen Mupkaras and a bone drinker, but does anyone know much about vent drinkers or what a Zythak is? Alex looked over the other students, watching for certain telltale signs. When a teacher would ask, did everyone understand that? They'd usually get a range of responses. There would be the blank stares or distracted looks from students who knew and didn't want to respond. Blank looks would also come from students that didn't understand and didn't really care. They tended to be the ones who complained the loudest about a teacher not explaining things properly when they did poorly on a test. There'd also be those who'd nod openly, wanting the teacher to know that they understood. Then there'd be those who wouldn't know what the teacher was talking about and would quickly look away. They were usually the ones who hadn't grasped something and were too embarrassed to admit it. Rain and Karameus, the other Doberman beastfolk, quickly looked away at Isolde's question. Isolde, you might want to explain, Alex suggested, stepping beside her like he was some vizier to a ruler. He rose up to his full height and placed his hands behind his back. For some reason, he felt like looking impressive. We should make sure that we're all working with the same knowledge here. He smiled, using the mark of the fool to help mold the smile into something a commander would give. Past smiles from him heading class projects in Ulrich came back, along with memories of Fandor's, Cedric's, and even Collick's grins. And if there's anything anyone wants to add after Isolde, then they can feel free to share it. The raven-haired woman paused, looking at him sidelong for a moment, and something seemed to pass across her face. Before he could begin to consider what it might have been, she launched into an explanation. Zythaks are higher predators in the Barrens, something bone drinkers and Mupkaras avoid, she recited. They are flying creatures with long beaks that are filled with teeth like those of a giant reptile. They are very large as well. A full-grown Zythak can carry off an adult man with ease. Their wings are roughly 30 feet wide and they can race the fastest falcon. Their most dangerous aspect, however, are their cries and their lances. She made a grasping gesture. A Zythak's cry comes from a mana-rich organ deep within its chest between its lungs. This organ laces its voice with magical energy. Their cry can hit a frequency that resonates with the mana inside all creatures within approximately a 50-foot radius. Depending on what the Zythak wishes to do, or how vigorous its victims are, the cry can stun, knocking a creature unconscious, or even cause full mana reversals which can be lethal. Murmurs swept through the class and a number of nervous faces looked to the sky. Vent drinkers, on the other hand, are thankfully relatively harmless, Isolde said. They might deliver a nasty bite if cornered, but they rely on their speed and ability to tolerate the wild energies of a mana vent longer than almost anything else in the Barrens to keep themselves safe. Do they have to move away eventually? Thundar asked. Technically yes, but a vent drinker is still able to stay near a vent for days at a time, far longer than we can afford to. She wiped her forehead, glaring up at the merciless sun. Other than that, they simply rely on their senses and high speed to flee from enemies. Their endurance, however, is not the best. Packs of Mupkaras can chase down a herd if they pursue them long enough. So here's a thought then, Oj spoke up, turning to the massive shark man. Grimlock, did you feel anything near the mana vents? No, the shark man's voice was deep. It sounded like he gnashed his words. So cool, Alex thought. I didn't feel anything either, Teresa offered. I did. Like a low, burning pain, Ivander, the green elf-like man said. But I have mana. Ekudari be praised, I think I have an idea, Oj said. When killer whales hunt narwhals, they herd the creatures toward shallow water where they can't swim away. What if everyone with low mana drive the vent drinkers toward the wizards, while the spellcasters spread out like a net? The vent drinkers will either run at us or scatter, and then we can capture them using our spells. That's a good plan, Teresa immediately jumped in. That's how wolf packs work to separate prey from the rest of a deer herd, or how hunters flush out a fox. That won't work, Minervis cut them off. The class went silent. At least I'm not sending my entourage over there while I'm here all by myself, he said flatly. The silence continued. Oh boy, Alex muttered. Here we